It is off the charts. Like, you are, with one can of pop, you way over the limit of 100 carbs, for sure. Way over the limit. And that's not on top of the pizza you're going to eat. You know, like, that's the amount of carbs in that. And you're just like, you're hammering your system like the wrong way. It's ripped to shreds. So you're destroying your system that's supposed to keep you healthy, right? And so I didn't know, like, I was ignorant, bro, like, to this whole thing. And so looking into this kind of like healthier way, it's opened my eyes. And I'm like, so this whole myth about having this bad LDL and putting yourself in a bad way with cholesterol and that was meant to keep us away from living a healthy lifestyle because, of course, the agendas, right? We always look at the agendas, right? What are the agendas? Well, we have genetic modified food. We know that 100%. There isn't a doubt in anyone's mind that the food that we are eating now is genetically modified. It said so. Companies also agree that you're not eating an apple that has been, it's strictly organic. It's like, nah, this thing has been modified from its original version. We should know that anyway, if you don't know that. So most of the food you eat has been altered, and you're eating an altered version of the food. So supposedly that food has a lot more sugars involved with like how it's being produced because of how it tastes. So, you know, it's messing with the original states of things. And whereas their original form would probably be a bit more bitter, people wouldn't be as like wanting to eat the thing. But this is
wait, hold on, Maggie, hold on.
Yeah.
This term genetic modification gets abused, so it's kind of a colloquial term. There's two separate things, and it's important not to get them confused because they're definitely not the same freaking thing. So the first thing is artificial selection. Now, for the most part, in most situations, I don't have any problem with this. This is just simply picking the larger apple and planting the seeds from the larger apple. The next apple tree you get has larger apples from it. This is artificial selection. So that's what you're describing. But separate from that is gene splicing, which falls under the legal term of, well, I'm not sure if it's the legal, but anyway, it's what they print on the outside of packages because they are now recently required to sometimes, which is, you know, genetic engineering. So genetic engineering involves gene splicing, where you would take DNA, for instance, from a salmon and put it into a strawberry so it doesn't freeze.
Insect. Yeah, they can do both of those. They can do both of those, President. All right.
Yeah. I know. But the point I'm trying to make is you shouldn't talk about both of them like they're the same thing. They are definitely absolutely not the same thing at all.
Did I mention that they were the same thing?
I know. I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying that for the audience's sake, because a lot of people like to think in their heads that they are, and I just hate those people.
But if something was in its original form and it was altered by any way that man has altered it, you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Because even if, like you said, making an apple grow bigger, altering it from its original state, do you think that's a good thing?
Yes, I do.
Right, but that's your biased opinion on it. If something was what God had made it to be, because the Creator made all these things, right? And humans want to make things bigger, better, badder, stronger. But when they do that, when they alter the forms of the things that were already in the original state, they mess with how they actually, their ecosystem and how they operate. And you could see that in the way they were trying to use like hormones in like animals and such. Like, I don't have to go too far into that because you know what I mean. Like, they're altering something in its original form to be something bigger, better, stronger, and they screw it up. They're screwing with the things that God had already put in place. And I'm more of the Creator style, like, understanding. And if you mess with His stuff, then you're gonna wind up making it more worse than better. The thing that you think is better in your mind, because it's your biased view that, well, we now have a bigger apple, so we have more people that we can feed with that apple, versus it being in its original state, which was not doing as good a job as it is now. So if you know what I mean.
See, I understand you. I just want to say, I think the line, in my mind at least, I know you can say I have a bias, whatever. I think the line where you go from just simply working with what God gave you to the point where you're maybe working with what God gave you, but in the same process putting a middle finger in the eyes of the natural creator, I think that's when you mix the DNA of a fish and a strawberry together.
Yeah, but that's another. That's more of an outward, like, kind of like, hey, we're just gonna mess everything up. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, anything that you say that, well, man looked at the apple and said, I can make this thing bigger.
Yeah,
That's messing with his creation, President Ryan. Like, I don't care how you say. There's no kind of like softer way to say that. And it's not like, it's not like a one way you're giving him the middle finger, and the other way is like, but yeah, I just want to change this a little bit. No, I think
Miggy, but the other way is kind of like how naturally the plant makes a child. It makes its own it makes a copy of it, and then if you select the one that looks the biggest, and then you replant that. It's similar to how, like, when you have two children and one is really bigger than the other, and that child then mates with another big child, they're probably going to have bigger children. That's just the way it was designed.
Yeah, but you do understand that there is organic and then there's not organic, right? Or am I getting that wrong too?
Yeah. Well, hold on. But you can have an organic apple that went through the process of artificial selection. So what's your point?
The point is, people are messing with things that should just been like, grow your stuff and, have the food that you're going to eat. But when you start actually doing things to manipulate the things that you eat, I think that's already putting a hand in what you think you can do better with. And so we're given the idea that everything under the sun has been given to us to kind of like be stewards over. Being stewards over the earth and just working the land means just that. You're taking care of the things that were here, put in place for you to consume and be like living a good life, to thrive.
I totally agree with you.
But you don't thrive once you say, like, let me do this a better way. And that's, like I said, you can feel all up in your feelings about that, but it's still what it is. It's not ever going to change the fact that people want to, like, excel at being better at what God has given us. And I think he's given it to us the way he gave it to us for a specific reason, because it was the way that was going to benefit us the most. So why would I want to make that kind of selection where, as in, we should just take whatever's given and then utilize that? It's almost like,
but that's what you're doing with the select. You're just selecting whatever's given and then continuing that line. But
Grace, that's the point.
Soil, better nitrogen, more nitrogen, bigger vegetable.
Yeah, I don't know, but you guys may not see the point of what I'm trying to say, because it almost seems like there's a reason for kind of having your hand into things, that because you're always getting only the best, and there's a variation of the way things are. Why would there be only just big apples? There is smaller ones too. And so all of them have a place in creation, and they all were meant to be consumed in the way that they were, because of the fact that they were given to us by the Creator, the specific way they were given to us. So when we
I may be a caterpillar today, but I'm a butterfly tomorrow. I don't mean to cut you off. I yield the floor to you, Miggy. But a metamorphosis. I'm talking about a metamorphosis. I may be a caterpillar today, but tomorrow I'll be a butterfly. And all the selection, right? All the apples. You don't know what all the seeds are going to grow into.
But the thing is, like, when you decide to grow potatoes in your garden or whatever it is, you're making that selection. So if you decide to grow anything, you make that selection, and now you're violating God?
No, wait. No, Drace, that's wrong. You're not, because you're selecting what you're going to grow. It's how you grow. So in the case of the apple, right? You're choosing the best apple, which is the most dominant, the biggest, best apple, and you're going to use only the biggest and best apple, when the rest of the apples are probably going to be not used in the way that you're going to, because you want to have the best outcome for your farming practice. So whatever you're going to use, you're going to want the biggest, the best. And so
just like in nature, the biggest wolf gets to mate with all the ladies and have his children because they want to have the biggest plants. This is just natural.
But wait, hold on. That's you guys are getting two things confused. So there's natural selection, there's artificial selection, there's gene splicing. These are three separate things.
But what I'm talking about is kind of the medium between what Miggy's talking about, us being the shepherds, and so we sometimes have to shepherd and help some things. And I think he's saying, like, we as a whole, the mankind, we can't tend to gravitate or go in one direction where we kind of push things to be bigger and better and all this always, when it has a variation. So like, I was going to say this earlier, but a lot of insects require only one specific plant. If that plant doesn't exist, that insect dies. And so
I got a quick question.
There is this natural harmony that things are in, and we are skewing that harmony with that selective process, because we're not allowing it to naturally select as it requires. I think.
Sure.
Am I getting it right, Miggy?
Yeah, you're getting
Shepherd.
So Miggy, do you believe that a botanist is doing something like immoral as being a botanist?
Well, I would leave that up to the person, because what I'm telling you right now is that if a person is altering, listen, this has to be led up to the person's own, because I don't know what the botanist is like. He probably doesn't believe in God, or he does, or who knows. Like, so my thing is, if you're messing with the things that were given to us by the variation of like us, like just say apple for one, just we'll stay on one thing so we don't have to keep jumping to different other things. We'll just use the apple. Let's say he's growing the apple, right? And he's not just taking the seed that was already coming from the original state apple. He wants to select the bigger ones. And so botanist, I guess he was like messing with like things that are in that realm, right? So if he's going to be dealing with like choosing the best and only using that, I think we're not seeing the value in what has also been given besides that bigger and the best one, which is maybe the smaller variations had their purpose and their uniqueness. And I think because we're overlooking that and only wanting the biggest, best, and the most strongest to succeed, I think we're undervaluing creation as it should be, which is in the myriad of different ways that the Creator gave it to us. And I think that's what you might not see it like as in the middle finger to God kind of thing, but I see it as it's like, well, He gave this to us to kind of just take care of, not to mess with. It's like, so if we're going to be stewards to the things that He gives us, do the right thing, like, which is just take care of it and plant the seed, and it makes whatever crop is going to produce, and then you eat that crop, or you know what I'm saying? Like should be the normal way to do it. And if you're looking at it in a more kind of like a lawyeristic kind of, well, let me give you another way. What if this guy is a botanist and you're looking for another way to say that I'm wrong? It's just not going to win the idea that if God has given this earth to us to take care of, He's given it to us in His way to just watch over the things that He gave it, like in its pure form.
Wait, hold on. Don't compare botanists with lawyers. That's not fair to the botanist.
No. The idea, when you start saying that, let's get into talking about, well, was a botanist incorrect for doing what he's doing? It's kind of like if a lawyer was to say, well, what do you think about this case? This other scenario, is this wrong also? Because you're trying to correlate that instance with what I'm saying now. So it's like, I don't think that's fair, because you're trying to make some other thing become immoral, justified with what I'm saying. And all I'm telling you is that I see it as the purest form of what God, the deity creator has given us. And in any way that we're trying to alter it by using only the biggest and the best, we're not allowing the other things that were in the same realm, in the smaller apples, let's say, be the things that can be useful, which everything was meant to be. Like, it was all given to us, by the Creator. So we're supposed to be doing the best that we can with what He's given us, and not trying to say like, well, I'm going to make this bigger, badder, stronger kind of thing. I think that's where we went wrong. The whole idea, it's like, you know what? But to each their own. Like, if you feel like that's the way you want to live life and you're not doing anything wrong, then by all means, do you. I'm just telling you my perspective of how I see it. So anything that's altered, that to me is like, if you're just making a selection of getting bigger apples and only planting, you want to yield bigger apples, like, that's you doing something that you want to have a better result from.
Have you ever had a pet dog?
Yeah, I got 3 of them.
What kind of dogs are they?
One is a York. Well, 2 of them are Yorkies. But the animals that we are getting, from whatever animals you get, I guess, as pets, they've already been domesticated for I know who knows how long they've been domesticated.
We were on a week again.
I can't actually say how long because I wouldn't be able to tell you.
There's a greater chance, it's more than likely, whether you have a schnauzer or a German Shepherd or whatever, you have a dog that's gone through the process of artificial selection. That's why we have pit bulls. In fact, I can give you a good example of artificial selection being abused. So we were originally creating pit bulls to kill bears. A pit bull is designed to latch around the neck of a bear, and when the bear shakes back and forth, it rips out the throat of the bear. So pit bulls are designed originally to kill bears, which is why it's so stupid that people today just decide to have them as pets until they bite someone and then they have to put them down or they get sued. But so many stupid people just have them as pets. That's an example of artificial selection gone wrong just because of stupid people not knowing what a pit bull's for.
You see actually turning back on people and actually hurting them, even though they've been in the family for quite some time. But you give it like a bad scenario, and it turns on its owner. I mean, I've seen instances like that. It's like it's a very dangerous thing to kind of like have something that has an instinct to be aggressive, and then all of a sudden you've had this animal for a long time, and then it reverts into this like natural instinct of like defending itself or something, and then you get hurt by it because it doesn't know. It's reacting. So
whatever. Pit bulls are the
most of those examples are not reacting. Like you can't breed that out of a dog. Like they'll attack people without.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, some people get along with them really well, and I've seen instances where people can harmonize with them, but it's still we're not saying that it's any animal. I should say, like, that's not negating the fact that any animal that has been domesticated could, run on its instinct and probably harm its owner. Like,
but I mean, you got to keep in mind it's a biological tool that mankind created through the artificial selection process, and we created it for one purpose and one purpose only: to rip the throats out of a grizzly bear, to kill a grizzly bear. Like, and people let their children play with these things, until they mangle their arm, and then like, oh, maybe that wasn't a good idea to have this type of dog as a pet. It's stupid people.
Are you from Canada? Who's that? It's not bears that the pit bull was created for. It was for bull baiting. Bull, not bear.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I haven't looked into this topic, so I don't know. That's something beyond me. I don't know about bulls or bears.
Hey, I think we're all talking about the same thing, fellas.
I know we're in a bear market.
We want to glorify God. We all want to live and die well. That's the basis of all philosophy. And I think that's what happens on this channel. Thanks, guys. Hey, I don't know if y'all have heard it enough lately. I love you, and people love you, bro, and you're never alone. So that's for everybody, right? We're never alone. God willing, we'll all make it. You were created for such a time as this. I'm just trying to encourage everybody.
Unless they're from Canada.
I love you all too.
Unless they're from Canada, is that what you said, Heretic?
Yeah, just joking, because he started out with that. Are you from Canada? But yeah, just
Canadians get anathema. I'm just kidding.
Hey, I can say that because I am Canadian, so no big deal.
Oh shit, then you're anathema, bro. I have to remove you.
This is what happened. This is what happens when you're Canadian.
It's weird though, because you don't speak the you don't say A with every other thing.
No, I never got into that. I don't get that.
Oh, did you grow up there? That's weird.
He gets hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Us Alabamians down here like saying y'all and yuns.
Word. That was funny. The Albanians like saying y'all and shucks. So I invented a new word. It's called plagiarism.
You stole that.
So I found out why You cannot teach the meaning of a pun to a kleptomaniac. It's because they take everything literally. Hey, what do you call a black man who flies an airplane?
Racist.
A pilot, you racist. Yay! These are the jokes, people. A skeleton walks into a bar, he orders a beer and a mop. Yay! Okay, I got a good one. How many... Y'all want a good one? Never mind.
What did I do to the chat? My bad.
Thanks, Heretic.
Oh, no.
What? Okay, knock knock.
Who's there?
Control freak. You're supposed to say control freak who?
Oh, control freak who? Control freak who?
Hey, good night, guys. If you're taking off.
No,
Drace.
Miggy, don't leave, man.
No, Drace is saying good night.
Oh, good night, Drace. Drace is the man.
Good night, Trace and Karma.
She's already napping right next to me. But good night, guys.
Oh, that's cute.
Later, dudes.
Next time, I will. Salem.
Appreciate y'all.
This is Miggy with the Midnight Love Hour, and we're waiting for the next Glober lover to come in here and tell us how much they love the globe, because that's just what people like to hear. Ooh, can you feel the vibes? I can. I want to push their buttons before I go to bed, man. Jeez Louise.
You got those warm radio style vocals too. Is that like an SM7 mic you're using, or what do you have for a rig?
Rode pod mic.
Sounds good.
This mic work. Well, that mic.
And you give me a chance to play that clip, I'm playing. So they'll be talking about no mics.
Yeah, this is a shout out that goes out to all you liars out there. We like to dedicate this one especially to you from CB. Don't come in this chat and be lying. Don't do that.
Oh my God! Stop fucking lying. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God! Stop fucking lying.
Dude, it's so true. They're always lying, dude. Oh my God.
We're going to have to play that clip, CB, on these guys.
I know.
It's just, are we going to be like, okay, guys, just like give us like 40 seconds, just a small little break in this conversation, and then you just got to play that clip.
Why the fuck you lying?
Perfect.
Oh, man. Somebody just joined. I'm going to see if I can get him to come back in.
Oh, Sanchez, dude. I was about to unmute his mic, but he took off.
They might have left the server. Hold on.
What the hell?
You spooked him. You spooked him with the clipboard. Yeah. He got spooked, man.
He's like, dude,
What's his name?
I was about to lie, and I heard that song, and I'm just like, damn, I got to get out of here.
He's like, shit, I'm a liar. Unknown user, yeah. Did he leave the server, bro? I think he left the server.
That was weird.
There's his tag right there. I mean, I'm not even able to ping it or anything, so I'm guessing he left the server. Wow.
That's weird.
Beta!
Don't ascribe to malice.
Beta!
Beta.
He likes to bring an end to opponents in quick fashion, and Curtis Harperton has walked out of the ring.
Wait, what?
I cannot believe
I've never seen this before.
He walked out of the ring.
He's not fighting this guy.
He walked out of the ring.
I've never seen this before in my life.
Wow. Curtis
He walked out, man. He just walked out.
Yeah, the worst part about it is you got to live with that stuff, man. Wow. That's the hardest part, right? That's why experience. Oh man, experience is great, but geez, you got to live with it. Isn't experience the only way to train an idiot? Correct me if I'm wrong.
We have 19 people watching the YouTube live stream chat right now. So all you globe lovers out there, we are entering the midnight love hour. It is about 10 o'clock in the evening today, and we do want to have you guys come in here and give a special shout out to that curvature that you love so much.
Yeah, argue with Matt, bro. I'm telling you, the stars, they all rise in the east and set in the west. If you don't think that's the truth, you come in here and tell me about it. Yay. Come on, the stars rise in the east and they set in the west. Can I get an amen? Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get a Salem? I'm making a claim. Yeah. You got 19 people out there, and I'm telling all 19 people in YouTube land that the stars rise in the east and set in the west. Come in here.
I disagree with you, Matt.
Do you now?
Yeah. I do. Sorry, mate.
They don't rise in the east?
No.
They don't set in the west?
They do in most places. If you're looking at a...
Let me ask you, who am I speaking with?
You asked me first. It's Timbo.
One question,
the bleeding hell? We were having
one question
on air, and then this podcast shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
It's good night, Irene. When Timbo shows up.
Timbo.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Have you my two celestial poles? Explain that.
Yeah, exactly.
Asking you, no, Timbo. Have you ever witnessed? You're claiming you've experienced.
Let me explain it to you before you go any further. All right. So you can point your camera south from the south, and the stars spin in a circle. So those if they're going in a clockwise direction, and you can see what they rotate around, the stars at the bottom are actually going from west to east. If you understand what I'm saying. Can you picture it?
Timbo, the stars rise in the east and set in the west. I don't give a shit about clockwise. I don't give a shit about counterclockwise. I don't give a shit about looking south. Nobody was talking about looking south. I'm talking about the east.
I'm looking south
and the west.
from south, mate.
No, I'm talking about the east.
When they
talking
spin,
about the east. Timbo.
When they spin in a circle, mate.
Don't tell me about south when I'm talking about east and west.
Yep.
Don't
so
tell me anything about south.
Determine east from west when you're not looking south?
All right. So South City is to the north, North City is to the west.
East and west, and it doesn't do. East remains east, no matter which direction you look. Timbo.
I've had this discussion before. If you can picture stars in the south, if you can picture stars in the south rotating around,
why are you talking about the south?
Around a point, because I live in the fucking south, you moron.
No, south is.
What else am I supposed to talk about?
The east and the west.
North, where I don't live, or what?
You don't have east and west in the south, Timbo?
Hey, listen to me for a second, mate. All right? The stars rotate around a point in the sky in the south as well as they do in the north. All right? The top of the circle rotates east to west. You can still see the bottom of the circle because it's rotating around a point. When they turn around that point, at the bottom, they start going west to east. You can see it. I capture it on photos. It happens. All right? So you can't tell me that at all points they go from east to west,
Yeah,
because it's not true.
He's talking about circumpolar stars. And
Wait,
some
no,
of the circumpolar stars never set. That's what he's asking
Timbo
about.
is talking about facing north and facing south. That's all Timbo's talking about. He's not talking about east or west. He's definitely talking about
I don't think
facing
you're
north
understanding
and
it,
facing
mate.
south.
I don't think you're understanding.
No.
You know that there's stars that never set.
So South City is to the north, North City is to the west, and East City is also to the north. Where the am I?
Do you understand? Can you picture it in your head?
Oh, are you talking about facing south?
Of course. That's the way I'm facing.
There's stars that never set. Circumpolar stars don't ever set. So how could you say they rise in the east and set in the west when they never set?
Exactly.
I always thought they were balls of gas burning billions of miles away. Oh, don't say something like that.
I didn't come on. I didn't come on to argue with you, Matt. I just came on to point out that it's not necessarily true all the time. I'd love to draw you a picture.
Oh, well, I can give you a description of that in the north. I can point to Polaris and say the same thing. What's your point?
Well, exactly.
What's your point? You're facing south? So you're facing south?
Yeah.
I can face north, and I could have a star that doesn't rise or set.
Yeah, and what's the bottom of it doing? What direction is it rotating?
The bottom of the sky? What are you talking about?
What's that rotation around that point?
What
point?
Can
you, you can see the whole Polaris? You just mentioned Polaris, didn't you?
So wait, what rotation? Which way is it rotating?
So you're saying that the stars don't rotate around Polaris?
When you say rotation, do you mean east to west?
Then I can explain it to you.
When you say rotation,
Matt,
do you mean
you're getting a bit excited, man. You need to calm down, mate. You're getting a bit excited. All right.
I am. Oh, my passion bubble's very near the surface. I don't know.
Okay, awesome. So let's look up at the sky at Polaris. If they're all rotating around, are they going east to west?
Yes.
They are. So what are the bottom ones doing?
The same thing.
But they're going the opposite way.
No, dumbass. They're going east to west.
Oh, my God. I don't know how you cannot picture this.
I don't know how you cannot picture it. It's fucking east to west.
Draw a circle. Draw a face. All right, let's do it facing
east.
south.
Face east.
What if you face east, you can't see the polar
If you face
you can't
east,
see it.
you can see the stars rising.
But if you face south, it goes around in a circle.
And if you face north, it goes around in a circle. What's your point?
Exactly. So what's your point?
I asked the questions.
Look at the circle. The top of the circle's heading east to west. The bottom of the circle is heading west
east to west.
East. It goes around. How can the bottom of a rotation go in the same direction as the top of the rotation? It's so fucking stupid.
We're talking
That's the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life.
Cardinal direction, Timbo. You ever heard of that? Down under.
What are you talking about, mate?
Cardinal
you face south.
direction.
You're looking at listen. You face south. You're looking at a point in the sky 45 degrees above your head. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you face north.
Sky rotates around that point. The top goes east to west. The bottom goes west to east.
No, it doesn't, dude. No, it doesn't.
Okay, I don't live in reality, mate. That's what I see every fucking night, all right? It rotates around a point, all right? And the top of the point, when it goes around in a circle, you know what a circle does? It goes around 160 degrees, yeah?
No.
360 degrees. Sorry, I fucked that
Here's
one
a
up.
time lapse. Here's a time lapse. What he's talking about. You have stars that are circumpolar stars that are going around the celestial pole, and some of them never ever set. They're always above the horizon. So sometimes they're going east to west, sometimes they're going west to east, whether they're above or below the point of rotation.
Exactly.
Strong.
Exactly.
No, east remains east, no matter if you're facing north or south.
Man, do we
Are
have
you
to
looking at the
picture,
man?
Works? Matt, do you need someone to explain how a like spinning wheel works? You don't grasp the idea of above. You're going to have a rotation one direction. Below, they'll be in the opposite direction.
Do you need someone to explain to you how east is
Really?
east?
Are you kidding me, bro?
East remains east, no matter if you face north or south.
Yeah, we're talking about a point in the sky where you have some sky above the point of rotation and some below. If you have those lights rotating around that circle, above they'll be going one direction, below they'll be going the opposite direction. Do you not understand that? I guess not. Okay.
Who's driving?
All right, at least someone understood me. I'm not sure how that cannot be understood.
What are you saying? What are you saying? The sky is flat.
Get up out of bed to tell this.
Are you claiming the sky is
how
flat?
a fucking circle works. I mean,
Yeah.
Are you claiming the sky is flat? That's madness.
What are you talking about, man?
East
Look
and
at that.
west.
Okay, Jake on the plane posted a picture. All right, let's just walk through this picture. All right, it's a time lapse photo. All right, so above that point that they're all rotating around. All right,
where's this post?
They're heading. It doesn't matter where it's placed anyway. It happens the same in the north, the same in the south.
No, live stream chat. It's in the live stream chat. He's asking where it was in the live stream chat.
Go, Timbo.
Yeah, so if you look at that center point, the stars above that center point are rotating east to west. The ones below the center point are rotating west to east.
Wait, hold on. Where's this post? Okay. West to
voice text 26 minutes after the hour.
10:26.
Jake on the plane.
No, the whole sky is moving east to west.
What about below the point of rotation?
The whole sky is moving east to west.
No, that's a fixed point in space at all times. The center of that doesn't ever move. It's
I'm
always
sorry you don't understand that.
It's always pointing due north in this case. The center of that rotation is always due north. It doesn't move anywhere else in the sky. It's always due north. In that picture. The center of that circle is always due north. That's the location of due north.
In the north, you have a celestial point. In the south, you still have a celestial point. I don't care what anyone says. There's a celestial point in the south.
I don't care what anyone says. The sky moves from east to west, whether you're in the north or the south.
My conversation with you is done, man.
Real quick, we got some new people in here, Matt. Yeah.
What?
Let's take 5. We got some new people in here. We can come back. We can circle back to this argument later. Sorry, I had to say that. But yeah, we can talk to Billy Sanchez. I just unmuted you, Billy Sanchez. You have control of your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And if you're new here, we like to know what you think about the shape of the Earth topic and what you think the Earth is and why. Thanks, CB.
Hey, who's doing the soundboards? They're doing a great job.
Good one, bro. That was a good one, CB.
All right, so Billy Sanchez, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hi, pretty good. I'm just trying to listen in. I wasn't really trying to. I believe in the Earth is flat. I just was listening, and I wasn't really here to argue.
No, that's not the point of this introduction. The point of it is so that we can get to know what you think of the shape of the Earth is and why. And so that's the reason
That's all
why
right. We're arguing amongst ourselves at the moment anyway.
Timbo's. Yeah,
good,
well,
mate.
you know, it's good form if you're like somebody that's new to the server that you talk about like, hey, look, hey, my name is Billy. Hi, Billy. We'd like to know what you think the shape of the Earth is and why. Okay. So yeah, just go ahead. How'd you wind up being a flat earther? Like what led you to that? So if you don't mind me, It's pretty good, Miggy. I was a
no pressure.
flat earther because you know, back in the like 2014, I looked at a video and it was like, wow, I just started researching things. No kidding. That's crazy. But
bro, they had me under the ringers a second ago. If you feel so led to share,
he left.
Go ahead and.
Yeah, he wants to bring an end to opponents in quick fashion, and Curtis Harper has walked.
That was quick. What happened there?
I cannot believe
I've never seen this before.
He walked out of the ring.
No idea, bro.
I've never seen this before in my life.
Curtis Harper has.
Well, I tell you what, we got Lower Jersey in here. Lower Jersey, are you there? See, I just unmuted you. Go ahead. I unmuted you, Lower Jersey. Are you there? And welcome back. This is 24/7 play, win, lose, or draw. Let's go.
And 9 out of 10 doctors smoke Lucky Strikes.
This message brought to you by Indio Never Fails. Welcome to the new age. Sorry, I just had to say something, Indio. But Lower Jersey, go ahead. Unmute your mic. We'd like to hear what you think the shape of the Earth is and why. All right, then. Keep your secrets. I'll have to start saying it now.
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
Hey, let me log on to this Discord here, and you know, when they're asking me questions, I just rather stay quiet. My best tactic here.
I can't believe that other guy left.
What was the other guy's name?
Billy Sanchez.
Billy Sanchez.
GTA PFP. That's usually telling.
Is that what that was?
That usually tells you what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Good old Billy Sanchez. We had that Joe Cool character guy that was in there just a while ago.
Well, he had a listening pass. I mean, he
God-fearing.
Couldn't even fake it for 5 minutes in the chat.
Bad actors. What about Lower Jersey? Oh, okay, sorry. You guys already tried to talk to him. Damn. Might have to go fishing back in the lobby.
Oh, man. That was great.
Thigh Saggy is on the fence.
This just in, a clock face, the hands on a clock, when they get to the 12 o'clock position, are moving in the same direction as they are when they get to 6 o'clock. Wow, I know. Who would have thought?
Right.
East to west?
You know, it's all in. By the way, guys, if you didn't notice this, it's all in his name, though. It says it right there, Matt Will East. I wouldn't know. That's why you named yourself that, Matt. But isn't that why you would? Isn't that why you named yourself?
But where's Magnetic West?
Oh, we'd have to wait for the other guy for that.
In circles. We're talking in circles. Change the fucking subject.
Yeah, that's like a moment you just said. Hey, yo, got 1 million of them. We're talking in circles here. And I mean, the circumference of the... You get no respect. No respect.
Oh, maybe it's too fucking...
The papers. come on, Lower Jersey, don't be shy. Chime in.
Hey, I get no respect. I told the cab driver I go where the action's at. He drove me to my wife's house.
Yeah, like that, bro. That's classic, man.
That was pretty good.
Dude, Rodney Dangerfield's a man, bro. He's a man.
Absolutely. Here. I second that, Miggy.
Yeah, he's
Get somebody in here and trigger him.
Well, go fish for someone, Matt. Bring him in here.
How do I fish? I don't have
fishing rods, folks.
I don't have a hook.
Oh, you do. Just got to put some bait on
it. Go talk about Star Trails. Go in there, Matt. Let's see what.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk about Star Trails. Let's go.
It's so easy to bait them, honestly.
Do they actually? To be honest, the two of them already came in here with that. Well, I think the best evidence we have is the stars. No shit, dude. You think actually looking up at the sky is going to tell you what the shape of the Earth is? How's that work out for you?
If only if it were that easy. I mean, Miggy. Maybe we need to have an event or a day where we just get as slimy and as ridiculous as they do. Oh, well, I just pointed the sky and that's how I know it's flat. I mean, they would never accept that, but that's what they do all day, every day. Oh, just the sky, therefore it's, that's the proof it's outer space is real. Look, just look up. No,
Platter, don't make it a thing, dude. Platter's already naming it Slimy Saturdays? ?
Slimy
I don't want to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to do that shit, dude.
It's like they're trying to avoid looking at the ground at all costs. They want to look anywhere but there. So they're not going to find what they're looking for.
Dude, well, so what you're saying is when I look at the moon and it's a sphere like...
that's how I know that Earth's a sphere.
So what you're telling me is that... I can't follow you, bud. I'm looking at the moon. Like, I just got to go with the moon. At that point, Indio's just like hitting the roof. He's like, oh, I just want to clobber this guy.
Well, it doesn't even make any logical sense, man. Like, put the best proof, Star Trails prove a globe. Okay, yeah, put that in the form of a logical syllogism.
If A, then
it's
B,
not even possible.
B, therefore A.
Yeah.
It's not even possible to I looked away from something and that proves this thing I looked away from is this other thing. It's dumb, dude. It's doesn't even make sense.
It's the same thing with the gas pressure without a container thing. They're just pointing at... We talked about this with the guy from earlier today. They're just going to raise their arm and point at the sky, point back at the claim, and just declare it to be proof of the claim. That shit pisses me off.
Well, just think of someone showing up at your house, right? And you're like, well, my house is made of bricks. And then you point at the house that's across the street that's made of bricks. That's my proof my house is made of bricks because that house is made of bricks.
Hey, we do have This Is Fine in here. This is fine. You got VC verified, bro. What's going on in the world?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
What the hell was that?
I don't even know why that's a stock sound on here. It's some girl being like, you're just not fine.
This is fine. Are you there? How's it going, man? Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we make all your dreams come true.
This is fine. Hey, is there a lot of gas in Uranus?
Oof.
Oh my!
Did I or did I not just eat a burrito?
So apparently This Is Fine is not here. So he might not be fine.
I'm sorry, but if this shit goes any further south, we're going to hit Space Mexico.
Space Mexico? That's funny, dude. That's funny. However, let's get back to Timbo and the star trails. I'm just kidding, Timbo. Back to you, Timbo.
No, he said there's a point in the sky. I've never seen this point. I don't know what it looks like. What color is it? Describe it to us. I don't think we're going to get a description.
You actually can't see the point, but there is a place that the stars go around in the south. They call it Sigma Octantis, but I don't know if there's a star there or not. But there is a place that rotates around. Sorry, I'm making a lot of noise. I'm at work.
What the bleeding hell? We were having a right rip snort here, and then this biker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
Always good night, Irene, when Timbo's in here.
I just love that word "rip snorter." You know,
I like the word piker, dude. What the hell is piker? Is piker an actual derogatory term that you tell somebody? You just a freaking piker. You piker.
Yeah, piker just means you're a quitter. Like you never finish anything, you know.
Oh wow.
They're pikers then. I want to start calling every one of these Globers pikers. Freaking pikers.
This piker shows up, and then just like that, it's good night, Irene.
Sir, you are talking to a piker.
Oh man.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet.
Wait, hold on. You're from Australia?
Spice Australia.
Oh, look, God-fearing is back. You done with World of Warcraft, God-fearing? No, I'm in the second level.
Gotta get to quiet. I will be, though. I just had to join a rated arena Discord.
Dude, you already gathered all the gold. You've already talked to all the wenches. Like, yeah, it's time to talk about flat Earth now.
Sorry, oops, my bad.
Or not. Who else can we pick on in here? How about let's talk to Matt Willis about East again?
East and West. I'm just going to frustrate everybody again, especially everybody down under.
West?
How many Easts? Well, let's play trivia. How many Easts are in the globe model?
1.
No, it's 3.
3?
3. There's magnetic East.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's the geometric East. And then there's the East as defined by the sun.
You're not a Trinitarian, are you? Yay!
No. So where the actual definition of East is where the sun is on the horizon at the equinox. You can Google it. You can look it up in the Oxford Dictionary. That's the definition of East. But that's not the same East as if you look at the globe, right? The latitude and longitude lines. That's not the same East as those. It's only the same East as those in certain locations. And if you take the compass, right, you have magnetic declination, so then you have the magnetic East, which changes depending on where you are. So there's 3 Easts.
All right. So South City is to the north, North City is to the west, and East City is also to the north. Where the f*** am I?
Punjab, what's up, man? Holler at us one time. What's on your mind?
Nothing. Just here.
Just here. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We'd like for you to tell us what you think the shape of the Earth is and why. Go ahead, Punjab.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing in my swamp?
Yeah, you go ahead, Punjab. What do you think the shape of the Earth is, man? Come on. Just tell us.
I would assume the spheroid.
All right. So why do you think it's a spheroid, Punjab?
Because that's the leading scientific consensus.
Leading scientific consensus. What body of scholars told you this? Can you point to any one of them? Which one?
Any scientist I've ever known.
Oh, crap.
How many is that?
I don't know. My brother.
Oh,
your brother?
Science.
So is he a
science.
geneticist? What kind of science does he do?
Wait. Me that it's not the leading scientific consensus that the Earth is a spheroid.
No.
The claim that the Earth.
What you claimed.
Hold on. The claim that the Earth is a spheroid is not
Let's get back to the original form of questioning. Wait.
Yeah, hold on, Matt. One second, Matt.
Yeah.
We got the big
claim. The claim of the shape of the Earth is not a scientific claim, so it doesn't matter what the scientific consensus is because it's not a scientific claim.
A consensus isn't a scientific claim either.
Yeah, and nowhere in the scientific method does it say thou shalt have consensus.
A consensus just means a lot of people agreeing on something.
Yeah.
No. Well, a lot of people agreeing. Was that the standard of evidence that you're going to?
Consensus
we all
used to be the Earth was flat, right? That was the consensus.
That's
at one
not
point
what I'm talking about. The person has to have some style of reputation and a good way of analyzing data and a good understanding of how the universe works.
What if he works at Taco John's, bro? Like, and he's just like a fry cook or something. Like, he just makes stuff. Could he be somebody?
Actually, it would depend. Does he also study science?
Well, he can.
He also have access to really good research techniques. If he doesn't, then I might not agree, might not trust him as well as I would somebody.
So Punjab, is the claim based on science, or is it based on a bunch of people going, yeah, this is science?
I'm assuming it's based on science. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I told you your table is a square, would that be a scientific claim?
If you looked at my table and it was a square table, that would be.
That would be science. Looking at your table is science.
No, but having an observable and repeatable thing is science. So
yeah, an experiment.
What if I looked at the table?
Say, hey, it's square.
Yeah, what if I looked at the table twice?
Say, hey, it's square.
Punjab. Yeah. What if I looked at the table? Punjab.
It is a scientific claim.
Yeah, you're running away from the idea that. What if I looked at it twice? Would that be your standard for saying it's scientific then? Because I did it twice.
And it would only be square from a certain angle, so that wouldn't be science, right?
Well,
like if he moved like 20 feet to the left, then it wouldn't look square anymore, would it?
What's Punjab?
How would you? Well, he muted himself. So, looking at the table would not be science. It's not objective. It's subjective. Because if you look at a table from different perspectives, it has different shapes.
Right.
Sometimes it looks like a trapezoid.
That is because you looked at it. If there was
the only way you
if looking was thrown out, don't interrupt me.
No, Punjab, you jumped in and
tell me not to interrupt you.
Wow, he left. Wow.
I think the Reaper got him.
Went right to the spiral. Jesus Christ, he didn't even. He skipped a couple
scientific
steps.
model I've ever seen was
But he literally unmuted, interrupted you to say, "Don't interrupt me." What the hell is going on, man? These guys need to come back to reality. That's
because he knew the next part I was going to chop his head off. He was about to lose his head because the next part was, well, because that's subjective, then the only way to know the actual shape of the table is to actually measure it, and yada yada yada.
Come on, Indio, let's stir the pot.
None of that's science. No one ever said measuring something was science ever.
I'm like the guy
worse than that. He even said looking at it is science.
Hey, you know what, man? I'm like the guy right now from Star Wars, Star Wars. Yeah, he's like more. Like he's. I need more of this. We need more of these guys. Come on, where are they? More. Yes.
Something is observable and
I can feel the heat rising.
If something's observable and repeatable, why would you need a consensus about it anyway?
Well, because they said so, Heretic. That's why.
Oh, enough people agree. It's observable.
Well, I love that clip.
Let me tell you this. When I was growing up, the word, in school, no one ever said scientific consensus. It was never a thing. No one ever talked about it. No one ever talked about scientific consensus until climate change and global warming. That is when
man,
that term was invented.
didn't have that
I'm
good
dead serious, man.
propaganda. We had
Listen,
the good.
I was born in the 70s, man. I spent 3 decades never hearing scientific consensus. That was never a thing. Was never anyone used in an argument.
Did you have
ever?
corporal punishment?
What?
Did you have corporal punishment?
Oh, at school, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're
That makes
talking
sense.
about these guys, Matt. Like, isn't it crazy? Like, they come in here, and this piker shows up, and it's good night, Irene. You know, like, come on. Like, they don't have a leg to stand on. They're just all about, like, man, everybody says so, so that's the truth, isn't it? Like, come on.
Sorry.
If enough people agree, it must be science.
Oh, I hate that so bad.
We just count. That's what we do, right? We just count the number of people. What do you believe? What do you believe? We'll have a vote, right? We'll just
More
have
than 10.
We'll put up voting booths. Do you think there's a ball? And if and if everybody votes for the ball, then it's true. Is that how we do things?
They always make it into a rhyme. No more than one, it's not fun, right? So, that's what you got to do. You got to have it to be where more people are involved. And, if there's enough people, then there's we got enough people that are making an observation. Thus, say at the consensus, let it be written.
So what if it's 50% plus one person?
That's what I was going to say.
And then they change their mind like 3 weeks later.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, that's how science works anyway, because science doesn't agree with anything, so it's just ambiguous.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Dude, that's
Science is always evolving.
Idiots always say that shit, don't they? They're like, well, that's how science works. We don't ever know anything to be true. That's how science works. And it's like,
Science doesn't prove anything.
Who's that? Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, is it one of the clowns that were in here? Because I hope it was.
So let's take this logically, right? Science doesn't prove anything. It only tells us what's likely. And then scientific consensus tells what's true. So basically,
you're not serious.
As long as you have more than 50% of the scientists that believe something that they can't prove, then it's true.
I'm waiting for the
Yeah, Gucci Gold. Punjab is back in. Punjab, what's up, man? Unmute your mic. Let's hash this out, man. We really got to talk about why you think the majority of people have a bead on what science is, bro.
I want to go back to the table.
Punjab, come on, man. Why are we not talking about rational people? Go ahead, Punjab. Lay it on us, man. What do you feel like?
Well, now he's back. I'm going to say my piece about the table. Listen, looking at a table is not science, and neither is measuring the table. But that's how you would tell it's actually square. You would actually take a tape measure and you would measure it. And when all the sides are equal, that's what you measure. Then it's a square, because that's how we define square geometrically. The claim the Earth is a ball, that's a geometric claim. It has nothing to do with science. Science is about cause and effect relationships. Science deals with phenomenon, right? The shape of the Earth is not a phenomenon. Phenomenon is rain falling, wind blowing.
What say you, Punjab? Go ahead and mute your mic.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Punjab, speak to us. Speak to me, Punjab. What do you have to say?
Speak up, boy! Something and telling what it is isn't scientific evidence, then looking at that measuring tape and telling the thing wouldn't be scientific either.
Great, you're right. You're correct. 100%.
So what's the scientific evidence for a table being square?
There is none. It's the wrong tool for the job.
Okay.
Punjab, in other words, that you just passed his test, and he was
the word science is just thrown around everywhere. All knowledge is science. That's the common delusion, is that all knowledge we have is science. No, science is following the scientific method. That is observing natural phenomenon, making a hypothesis, creating the hypothesis being the prediction of the cause of an effect, doing the experiment, figuring out if that is the cause of the effect, and then coming up with a theory if the results of your hypothesis are correct. Those are but that's for phenomenon.
Yeah. I also have another thing to say. Why do you feel the need to immediately cut people off when they speak?
Because you're saying things incorrectly, and sometimes we have to correct you because you don't have.
But you shouldn't cut
It's
people
not a
off
need.
immediately when they speak. Maybe
Yeah.
Let's not pretend
Why
like
do you
you
feel
just
the need to
unmuted
concern
Timmy.
troll?
give them a second to stop talking.
Hey,
Let's just get to the point.
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. So we know this little troll. This is called the concern troll. Like you don't actually.
No, I just think you guys are assholes. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, we really don't
what?
give a fuck what you think.
I don't care
Let's
what
not
you
have
think.
double
So what?
standards.
You were such assholes. You came back, right?
There you go. I just wanted to.
You
say
just came
it,
back to take the piss out of us, right?
And I thought you might give a shit.
We do. But that's
I don't
why
give
you're
a
gonna
shit about your feelings.
You said you didn't give a shit.
Not about your feelings.
Not about your feelings. The content we do. Absolutely.
Nothing more than feeling.
Sorry. I'm not trying to troll, by the way. You guys say a lot of stuff
Just
quickly.
stick to the topic. Let's stop.
Speak about the
getting into your
content,
feelings.
man. That's all you got to do. You're in good hands.
He'd rather debate about
Well, if
debating.
anything can be made about it, it's a hypothesis, right?
Yeah.
And a hypothesis
For an
can be
experiment.
made about almost anything. Like, for example, I can make a hypothesis that says air is matter.
Okay, go ahead. What's your
Would that be a
independent variable?
scientific hypothesis?
No, what's your independent variable?
I have a question. If anybody would like to answer.
Okay, so you made a
you don't have
logical
a
error.
hypothesis.
Where the parts are the whole and the whole are the parts, right? So you can have a hypothesis, but it's not a scientific hypothesis.
Is your question a how or a why?
All hypotheses are not science. Okay.
Well, let me ask you guys: do you guys think the term science is descriptive, or prescriptive?
It's a method.
Yeah, let's wait until because we're asking like a bunch of things. Jake, just hold up a second because we got Indio on a roll here, and like two people have chimed in. Let's let this thing run to its final.
There's a scientific method, and that's what science is. If you want to claim the certainty of science, you have to follow the scientific method. You can't just be doing every willy-nilly things, like looking at tables from all different angles and claiming that that's science. Can't watch frickin' Pornhub and say I'm doing science. It's not science. You have to follow the method. Once you follow the method, then you can claim with some sort of certainty that you know things, right? But people try to take this word science and sprinkle it on every...
All right. And how does this?
They try to sprinkle it on everything because they want. There's a purpose to it. It's not just accidental.
Well, can I come in
They
and
want
bail
to
him out if he
stifle
doesn't want to
debate,
answer?
right? They want to say this claim is science, therefore it is above reproach. We are not debating this anymore because there's some sort of consensus that everybody agreed that this is not a debatable topic anymore. That's horse shit.
That's horse shit.
Okay, so let's understand it in a different way. And also, whatever. You're just very hard to talk to. Anyway, it's about science. If a bunch of people have done a test, and those tests lead to other things, and those things lead to other things, then shouldn't we at least take some authority into it?
Let's be
specific.
That's a perfect question.
Around all the time, then you're never going to go anywhere.
No,
you're just going to be staying in the Stone Ages.
That's a perfect question, the Stone Ages. Anyway, that's a perfect question. Miggy, give him the 3 points. He said other people did it, so we should trust their authority. So go give him the 3 points, and let's find out what the other people did.
Well, we will find out. This just in. Yeah, this just in. We're going to speak to you about an exercise that's pretty easy for anybody who knows that the Earth is a globe, like yourself, right, Punjab? I would just imagine that you're a fellow who knows the Earth's a globe. Could I say that you do know the Earth's a globe, Punjab? Is that mistaken?
No, because I don't believe in absolute knowledge. I would say I know to a certain degree, but I don't think absolute knowledge exists.
Ooh.
He believes he's sitting in his chair, Miggy.
You can't know. You can't know you're sitting in a chair.
Okay, let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming it.
Assume. But so... how are you able to tell me what you're doing, mean what you say, and say what you mean? Hold on, guys. If you're chiming in, I'm running through a method. Please allow the method. All right, so Punjab, once again, how can you say what you mean and mean what you say when you don't know what you're saying? If you're just assuming the thing that you're telling me.
Okay, here's something. We can have certain degrees on something without totally accepting it. Like, for example, I could live in the...
What is the exception here?
Can you let me finish?
Because I'm just trying to find out the exception from you lying on your bed to what else are you doing? Because you're just telling me the thing that you're doing.
If I was going to... See, how this conversation is not going to go is you're going to tell me what my answer is. I'm going to give you an answer, and if you don't like it, whatever. But you're not going to tell me what to say.
Okay. I'll listen. Go ahead.
All right.
Not. Hey, numbnuts.
Are we
You
entertaining
told me you're
this?
lying down, so think about it like this. If you're lying down and you're telling me you're lying down, what did you mean what you say and say what you mean? And you're not flying a plane, you're not driving a car, you're not swimming in an ocean or any other thing. You're telling me what you're doing.
I'm not absolutely certain.
Listen, if you're telling me that you're assuming that you're doing that, you're a freaking moron. Then I can't take your word for anything that you say, including your knowledge of whatever you're saying. So really, I can hand wave. I can hand wave dismiss your entire being of existence.
You're a dumbass, maybe.
No,
because you're not sure of your own existence, dude.
Yeah,
I'm not. Okay.
So check this out. Let me
Can
end
you
this.
let me finish before assuming what?
No.
I want to end this by pointing out the contradiction of your position.
The damn argument is stupid.
Your position has a contradiction.
You don't know my position. All you know is
you just said that there's no absolute truth, dude. We've heard this 100,000 fucking times.
You don't know my position.
That there is no objective reality. That you can't be know anything.
There's a consensus of people who think my position is right, so it automatically is their hypocrite.
No, it has nothing to do with the consensus. It has to do with we've heard this argument thousands of times.
Yes, and I've heard 1,000 times that the Earth is round. So should I believe it too?
No, we already know what you're going to say. You've already said it.
So I know
you said you can't be.
I've heard it 1,000 times. What type of argument is that, numbnuts?
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
No, you can be Here's the problem. You can hold a claim that you're not absolutely certain of, and you can leave room for that claim to change in the future.
That's so stupid.
It's important for you to hold a claim. For example, I would say that, like, for example, for a long time, people thought the Earth was flat. I would say that would be a reasonable thing for people to say without the correct technology. Looking around, it seems fairly flat. So that's an inference. Later, if you assume you're absolutely certain about that, you wouldn't test it. So then a person tests it and says, like, okay,
dude,
then
you're
how come
spewing out horse shit, dude. Everything you're saying right now is gobbledygook.
Like when we go into rockets and
gobbledygook.
like a spheroid.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear your nonsense. You are filled.
Automatically assume our assumptions are completely true.
Hey, Punjab,
right?
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're
Shut up.
He muted you.
Shut up, dude.
He muted all of us so he could just spew his shit.
Yeah, he's not gonna do that. Not on my watch.
But come on, guys. You guys were asking for a Glover to come in here. And as soon as he starts talking, you guys are just...
Are you white knighting? I love white knights.
I'm just, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some...
It's muted.
So Jake,
what if we just muted... Sorry, go ahead, Central.
No, so Jake, did you test the flat Earth and find that it was actually a globe?
No, here's the thing. I know everybody wants to chime in, but with the white knights and people that come in, they don't know our culture, they don't know our methods. That's fine. And Jake was probably away for a while and didn't know how we're doing things. But lo and behold, you're probably going to get a crash course here. If you like your stay here, please fasten your seatbelts because Kansas is going bye-bye, which means that whatever you think this chat is about, it's not that. It's what it is right now. And so we're going to crack open the vault and open Pandora's box and get down to the nuts and bolts of why people are so confused and the method in which we are doing it with, which you heard me and Indio do it right to this guy, is apropos for the situation. So whether you like it or not, it's not going to be tolerated in this server. So your white knight can go out to another server and be a part of another place. This place will, however, not tolerate that kind of business. So
I want to say this, Jake. Maybe you should really think about the conversation that just happened. I said a bunch of things to him. What did he address?
Nothing. He deafened and then just
he addressed absolutely nothing I said. Nothing about the table, nothing about science, nothing about the scientific method, nothing about hypothesis, he addressed nothing. Okay. Now you could say we're rude to him, but don't you think that's a little rude?
Absolutely. And I want to add one thing too. Yes, we were asking for new people, but think of it like women, right? So if you haven't had a woman in a while, you're just going to lower your standards? Hell no. You don't lower your standards just because you want some activity, okay? So if someone comes in here and just deafens and speaks like rumpus through the entire conversation, I don't care. I'm not going to lower my standards for that. Hell no.
Yeah, and then like he immediately ran to like nothing's real, dude. Like I can't even believe it.
I'm pretty sure he was headed that direction, Indio, for sure.
Well, I mean, like that's like, what's the point of having a conversation? You think you can't figure anything out, and you don't. No matter what we say, no matter what anybody tells this guy, right? There's always going to be a sliver of a doubt in his head of whether he's a brain in a fucking jar. I have no time for people like that, dude. Go live in your vat. Like, dude, go try to unplug yourself from the matrix.
99% of people that come in here, you're not going to convince them of one thing or another, right?
Are you defending this clown, Jake?
Listen, I'm saying, do you guys? I'm trying to figure out what you guys.
It ain't even true.
Do you guys want interesting discourse? Do you guys want interesting discourse, or do you just want to just lecture to somebody and have them say, "Oh, okay, really? Oh, okay, yeah, oh, that's true." Okay,
no, you just can't deafen the entire live stream.
No, we don't want him to say okay. We want him to respond with a conversation, right? He didn't address anything I said.
Jake, were you not listening to the conversation? I mean, I'm just at a loss.
Listen, I brought up like five different points. Tell me which one he addressed. I don't think you were. Tell me
not the conversation we were having.
Tell me a point I said that he addressed.
Well, you guys were debating on what is science.
Okay,
and he was giving you his opinion of what constituted science.
No, I don't care what. That's not a conversation, though, dude.
Right? Of course, it's a conversation.
No, that's two people talking past each other. He asked me about science, and I told him what it is, right? He didn't acknowledge what I said. He didn't say that's incorrect. He didn't say that is correct. He just started talking about something else. Right? I said measuring things isn't science to him. I said people broadly use the term science on everything. Measuring something isn't science. Right? Science is a scientific method. I said all that spiel. He didn't say anything about it.
Yo, Indio, we were just talking about this very thing, like not even an hour ago.
I know it was just a few out, like the exact same thing we were talking about. It's happening right now again.
Exactly, dude. Freaking white knighting individuals that come in here. Indio, and I even, dude. What did I just make a prophecy? Like I was just like, dude, Indio. They're always they're looking at you like you're so mean. Why didn't you let the guy speak? Freaking clowns, dude. Are you not listening to what we're hearing?
I want him to speak until he starts saying, like, I can't know anything. Then what's the point of talking to him?
Oh, yeah. Like, that's the thing.
What's the point of talking to somebody that thinks we're all just the fucking simulation, brains in the jar?
Oh, I don't think he wasn't going down that road. He was going down the road. He was going down the road of absolute certainty, right?
You know, dude.
Listen, Jake, it's called the subjectivist philosophy, where you can't actually know anything.
He had solipsism. I know. I've listened to Bergen Kid, or whatever his name is.
Then if you know that, if you know that, then it's righteous indignation that we have for that. You do know that, right? Hello.
And then him saying like we don't know what he thinks. Like he came up with some original bullshit, dude. We've heard this thousands of fucking times.
Yeah, that drives me crazy too. It's like you're not the first contestant, bro. You're contestant number 27,000, dummy.
Yeah, they tried to pull the rug out from reality. There is no reality.
Listen, and they get people like you, Jake, for some reason or another, they get your panties in a bunch because now you're like, let the man speak. You're so mean. Bullshit, dude. The guy's coming in here with intent to be stupid and then make everybody get into a conversation that has no freaking direction. And we're all led into this stupid, idiotic conversation that everybody's just going to go spinning their wheels. Talking about what, dude? Out of what we're going to get from out of that?
I don't know. I think it's going to be more.
Yeah, you don't know, Jake. That's the problem. You don't know, Jake, and that's the issue. We do know.
How many insults did he throw versus how many we threw?
I didn't hear him use any insults. Did he insult anybody in here?
He called me a dumbass or a dumb fuck or something like that.
I didn't hear.
Of course, Jake. Because
I wasn't paying that close attention, but
that's the point, bro. Like, jeez.
But I think.
What do you think?
I guess it depends on whether you want entertainment. You come here for entertainment, or if you come here for some other reason.
All right, bud. Yeah, come on, dude. Come on, get off of that. Get off of that. Whatever you're on right now, dude.
We have standards.
Yeah, get off of that. Whatever you're on.
We're not going to slum it just because there's no Gobers around.
Yeah, that's idiotic. There's not a shit, dude. Hell nah. We're not. Oh, you guys need to come in here and talk to us. I don't give a shit. We're gonna say the truth every day, all day. And if somebody comes in here, we're gonna steamroll them with the truth. It's what's gonna happen, bro. You're either gonna get with the program and talk about what's real and realize it, because sometimes with this therapy that you're having here, and depends who it is, it's a case by case scenario. So at times we can speak to somebody a bit more civil, and other times they need a swift kick in the pants. That's what it takes. And I'm sorry that you feel like everybody just needs to be the winner here. That's not the case here. Reality is people are wrong sometimes, and they need to be shown that they're wrong, and they don't know.
Yeah, so when someone says, I'm not absolutely sure about anything, and they're asked, are you absolutely sure about that? And then they say no. Why would they argue that position when they're not even sure they're arguing the correct position? So you're just arguing to argue?
Yeah, but that's not an instance here. Am I absolutely sure that drinking that cyanide in that cup is going to kill me? No, I'm not absolutely sure.
Well, I understand that. Sure. He said anything, though. He said anything. So if I ask you, have you ever eaten food before? Are you 100% sure that you've ever eaten food before?
That I would have been.
Anyone that can speak knows 100% that they've eaten food before, because you can't reach the age of speaking and not have consumed food. You all die. Right? You'll starve to death way before that happens. So everybody's eaten food before. Everybody knows they've eaten food before. When you know it, but we've had people come in here and say, "Oh, I'm 99.99999% sure I've eaten food before." No, you're positive. You're just dishonest. Yep. And we just cut through that shit, man. We're not playing that game.
We're not playing.
They know goddamn well they've eaten fucking food before, and they know 100% they have. They fucking cross the street, and they know 100% that they're in a car coming. Okay, they don't just believe a car's not coming.
But let's just talk to them because they might have something interesting to say. Screw that.
Like how much lead paint they freaking ate as a child.
So sorry if this sounds a bit harsh, but harshness is sometimes what it takes, because people don't get it any other way. They definitely are not going to get it civilly. Oh, let's just civilly talk to this gentleman.
It is harsh to a degree, because these kids, because he's obviously probably in his 20s or something, they're being taught this garbage, man, by adults. And that's almost inexcusable, to be teaching children that nothing's fucking real. When that's absolute. There's only one purpose to it: to make it so you have no accountability for your actions. And we all know it. What this subjectivist philosophy is about. It's about not being accountable for your actions, because nothing matters, nothing's real. You can do whatever the frick you want. You can stick your genitals anywhere you want. You can kill who you want, rob who you want. And it doesn't really matter in the end, because you're just a frickin' speck of dust on another speck of dust and an infinite specks of dust in the middle of a godless vacuum, right? It's the foundation of it all. And that's really what we're actually fighting against, right? That really is when it all boils down to it. And they just reveal everything when they come in, and they start right off with this subjectivist nonsense.
Yeah, you notice I didn't go through the 3 points with them. Didn't have to. We went
Oh yeah,
straight to the
he
core.
revealed it. Like
Yes.
oh dude, he knew. He must have knew.
Yeah.
He must
And
have
he
knew.
even
Miggy's gonna nail me down on something. I'll just say I don't freaking know anything.
Yeah. He prefaced what he said by saying that I just assume I'm laying down. Like that's even I didn't even go to the second question, which was like, are you 100% sure? Because he was already just like happily saying, no, man, I'm assuming that this is crazy, right? So how are you then going to have some type of cordial or otherwise fruitful discussion with a person that has already their mind made up as everything's just like, we don't know anything? Then why is he in here? Then why does he have a position? Because if he doesn't know anything, then he should shut his pie hole and go back to a place where he's just listening to other people tell him what his paradigm is of his life. Other than that, he's not going to get anything in here except for everybody getting frustrated because we can't have a conversation. Not with someone like that. And so, yeah, it does take some harshness to actually get through that. And if that doesn't get through to him and he leaves and for whatever reason he's not coming back, that's on him.
Yeah. Like
but we're not
end up, where do we end up though? Like, oh, the ocean's not really water. I'm only 99.9999% sure it's water.
Yeah.
So it's not really water. So let's just agree to disagree. No, I don't think so.
Well, they're not even sure that they're sitting in their room on Discord, but they're 100% sure of the globe.
Yeah.
Something never experienced, never
People
tested.
are on fire today. You guys are on fire.
Because we talked about this. We already talked about this like 3 hours ago, and it just happened again.
Yeah, it just exactly. And you know what? It's almost as if we predicted exactly what was going to happen. India was going to argue with somebody, and then somebody was going to white knight for that person. And sure as shit, dude, it's like, wow, like we were just saying this, and here comes Jake on the plane going like, we should let him speak. Why are you guys so mean? It's like we have to explain to everybody who doesn't know the culture, who hasn't been in 24/7. This is how we run shit. I mean, it's going to happen this way every time. So we're going to...
But Jake, we're listening carefully. You might not be listening, but at least I am. I'm listening carefully to what they say. Very carefully. I'm not like playing like, Grand Theft Auto, in another window.
All right, well, let's get into it. He brought up something that I think would be a good discussion, which I don't think all flat earthers agree on this, and that's... this very rigid Nathan Oakley quantum eraser interpretation of the scientific method.
The hell?
Do you guys subscribe to that, or do you guys?
Wait 1 second. The Nathan Oakley quantum eraser interpretation of the what the hell
of the
are you on about?
Method.
There's only
the
one
scientific method.
I heard you guys. Well, I heard you guys start up on it, asking about.
Yeah.
Not an interpretation
method and stuff like that.
Freaking hell,
okay,
man.
listen.
Well, can I read something to you? Can I read something to you guys? I have a few quotes for you guys. Can I read them to you? They're from top scientists in various fields.
Yeah, about how they can't prove anything.
No, not that. Here's one from Nobel Prize winner, physicist, and I can give you guys links to this stuff in the chat if you guys want. Physicist Percy W. Bridgman, he's a Nobel Prize winning physicist. Science is what scientists do, and there are as many scientific methods as there are individual scientists.
Yeah. Okay. So that's all post. So there's actually a history to this, right?
But think about it logically, right? Most of the things that we've learned in our lives that are true about the world, we learned without going through the methodology of this, 5-step scientific method of forming a hypothesis.
Oh, I disagree completely. I disagree completely. So there's physics. Well, listen, I'll tell you why I disagree. Okay, it's real simple. A lot of the things that have been quote unquote discovered were discovered in the past, right? There's less shit to discover.
I'm not talking about things that you personally have learned about the world. I'm not talking about stuff that we've been told growing up. I mean, things that you personally learned about.
Well, give me an example.
Think of a good example to give you. That is something that you would have personally, like, for example, drinking too much and then getting sick afterward.
You're cutting.
If you go out. Like if you drink too much and then you get sick and then you throw up, right?
Yeah, that's cause and effect, dude.
Right, but you didn't go through a scientific method to determine that, and you also didn't go through a scientific method to determine how much alcohol it takes to get there, right? You
That
kind of
is the
figure it
scientific.
out, and it's something that you tend to happen more when you're younger. But then as you get older, you're kind of you know how to moderate yourself a little bit better, so that doesn't end up happening, right?
That actually is
And
the scientific method.
right, but you didn't form a hypothesis and then test that hypothesis and then have a dependent and dependent variable
Yeah,
and
but
then
your
have a
dependent
no
variable is that
hypothesis.
how much alcohol. Your
Yeah,
dependent
the more
variable
I
is how much
drink, the
alcohol.
drunker I get, the sicker I get. The less I drink, so it's the alcohol's the independent variable.
So alcohol, therefore, sickness.
You're cutting
No.
out.
When you consume alcohol, depending on the amount, you'll get sick. And then you can go like into deeper analysis of it because you can figure out how you get sick or why you get sick, right?
Right, you
Hey,
can enter
Jake.
other variables.
Jake, you're gonna just real quick because we got some really new people coming in here. So
But I just want to say one thing. So
Yeah,
this
go
is the problem with the modern scientific method is they establish its inference and correlation. That's not the problem. It's the problem when you sit here and say, I know something, and this is what I said to the other guy. The problem is when you start saying, I have the truth because I made a bunch of correlations with my data or my model or whatever, but you start screaming truth. No, there's no truth there. Okay? By a matter of logic, because inference doesn't prove things. Deductive logic proves things. When you use the regular scientific method, the rigorous scientific method, for cause and effect relationships, then you actually prove things. Saying the earth is a fucking ball isn't even a scientific claim in the first place. But when you start saying mass attracts mass, causes things to fall, yeah, that might be in your mathematical model, right? And you might have a correlation, but you have no cause and effect experiment that demonstrates that, which is why gravity is got gazillions of freaking theories behind it, because there is no cause and effect relationship that can determine why an object falls. So what QE and Nathan Oakley are saying is 100% on point. People don't want to take the effort to figure out the nuance of the argument.
Well, what about if you're learning about the life cycle of an animal, of an animal you've never observed before?
Hang on, Jake.
Is that not science?
Jake, all right, so you're not going to stop. I'm going to have to mute you.
I guess the life cycle of an animal. I guess that would be science.
We got to get to some new people just real quick. Jake, you can still be in here, but you didn't stop, so I had to mute you. Roland's in here. Roland, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you back? Roland, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going well. Can I just sit back and listen?
Yeah, just real quick, though. We do want to get an introduction, for role purposes anyway. What do you think the shape of the Earth is and why? And this is just due to the fact that this server is speaking of this subject, so we can give you a role and then you can just sit back or whatever. But can you tell us what you think the shape of the Earth is, and maybe evidence of why you think that? And that's just to identify you with the role. That's it. So go ahead.
I think it's a globe.
Okay, and what evidence do you have of that?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And just if you want to just sit back or whatever, listen to conversations and chime in or whatever. I've given you the globe Earth role, so we can have a discussion with you if you like, or if you hear somebody else chiming in or whatever, you can talk or whatever.
Yeah, I'll just sit back and listen.
Fair enough. All right. Sorry, Jake. Back to you.
Yeah, we're trying to delineate this. I mean, you would call observing the life cycle of an animal, that's just bookkeeping.
That's science, though, right? And it doesn't involve.
But it's observational science, right? So you're just. But listen, they're not going to make claims.
I agree.
But they're not going to make claims like let's take a butterfly for an example. Eating this plant causes the caterpillar to turn into a butterfly. right? They're not going to start making claims like that. Or the caterpillar walked over there, so it turned into a butterfly. Or the caterpillar, climbed upside down, so that was the cause of it turning into a butterfly, right? It's just a normal life cycle of the caterpillar. They're not making causal claims. The problem with the globe is they're running around just making all these claims that this causes this, and this causes that, and this causes the other thing. Right? What's the cause of hurricanes? Oh, the Coriolis effect. What's the cause of falling objects? Oh, gravity. What's the cause of the motions of the planets? Oh, that's gravity in orbits. Right? And that was caused by a protoplasmic disk, and that was caused by the Big Bang, and that was caused by frickin' who knows what, nothing creating something. So, right, there's just all these causes. They make all these claims. None of that shit is science. Now, they might have models, right? And all those models might establish correlations. But when they start attributing causes without the requisite experiment, it's not science. It's pseudoscience. It's just gibberish. So it isn't. Listen, this is a famous issue. It's not like Huey and Nathan Oakley invented it. It goes way back to the philosophy of science. Basically, they gave up. I wouldn't say gave up, right? But they were like, so Hume wrote a book. It's about the problem of induction. Not everything is available to be proven by deductive logic. So they were like, fuck it, we'll use inductive logic. We won't be able to prove things, but we'll have faith in, if we do enough experiments, we can say what is likely. And they only cared about it for one reason, because they wanted to engineer shit. They wanted to make money. They wanted to use that method, right, to make predictions about the world and be able to make, gadgets, devices, machines, whatever, right? And it works, but that doesn't mean the stories they give to the variables in their equations are actually real. They're just stories, right? This causes this causes that, this causes the other thing. This is what it says in my equation. These are all the causes. But that doesn't make it true, because they're just correlations.
But do you agree though that you can learn cause and effect relationships in the real world without ever forming a hypothesis, ever setting up an experiment, and still learn truths about reality? A cause and effect relationships in reality without doing those steps of the scientific method. Would you agree there?
Yeah, to a point. It wouldn't be natural science. It wouldn't be in that framework.
Well, what would it be? It's still useful knowledge,
so we can,
right?
Yeah, it's still useful knowledge. Yes.
Like if I had never seen a Venus flytrap in my life, and I saw one and I stuck my finger in there and it immediately clamped down and stuck my hand with a bunch of spikes, I'll know not to do that again. I learned a cause and effect truth about reality, but I would never. But I never set up an experiment or never had a hypothesis or anything. But I felt like, I could say, if you ever see this plant ever in the wild, don't ever stick your finger in it because it can bite down on you. That's still science in my opinion. It's still useful information about the natural world, which is really what science is.
But I mean, what you're saying.
So that's why I don't like those rigid.
But what you're saying kind of is a cause and effect experiment, whether you cause it or not.
But it's not formally set up. There was never a hypothesis.
Yeah, it's not rigorous.
Never.
It's well, I guess you would call it anecdotal, maybe. It's not formal. And
it doesn't need to be to get useful knowledge. And I feel like we as humans, we learn a lot about the natural world that way without going through these rigorous steps. And I still think that can be science. I don't think we need to go by this book, this rigid definition of, science is only if you do this, that, and that's the only way to really know something true about the world you live in.
Well, I don't think anybody's saying. I don't think anybody's saying that's the only way to know things. Like specifically the example I gave with that kid in the table, right? So you can just take a measuring tape and measure a table. You can know the shape of the table 100%, not 99.9%, not assume it, right? You can measure it with a certain degree of certainty, right? Depending on how precise your tape measure is. depending on whatever, right? So there is going to be uncertainty in the measurement just because of the nature of reality. Everything isn't in a static form, right? Everything's dynamic. But you can know something, but you're not doing a scientific experiment. You're not saying anything about what caused the table or why the table is
circling
square.
back to the same
It'd be still like
Jake, you're just circling back to the same thing we've been saying this whole time. So even making knowledge claims, you don't need the scientific method to do that. And I don't know why. Maybe you're trying to say it in a different way.
It's almost like a cultural thing, dude. People like really think that all knowledge is science. That's like everything all human beings know. That's science.
And I don't know, maybe because it's to me, I'm listening to you're hearing things that you want to hear, and then interpreting them in a way like, are you guys with the QE and Nathan Oakley method of scientific method? It's like you're thinking that method is applied to everything, and it's like that's not what they're saying. And I think that's why you're missing the point, and you're coming in here saying it. Look, and we're not even saying it. So
if you've heard QE enough, he specifically says why he says that is because globe earthers, just like this person that came in here, says all the scientists say science proves the globe, science this, science that. When science and the scientific method are not even applicable to the problem. That is why he says it. It's not any other reason.
That's it.
He said it. I've heard him say it dozens of times. Less lately than, I maybe just got sick of saying it. I'd be if I was him. But he said it lots of times. Glober said the scientific proof of the globe, and that's what he's attacking. Specifically, that one thing. Globers say the scientific proof of the globe, and all the scientists agree that the Earth's globe. He's saying, no, this is the wrong fucking tool.
Yep,
it's not that's not the tool to use. Except for he doesn't do it as nicely as that.
That's pretty much it. You're like, that's it. I mean, that was all. But
I asked him once if he thought studying the migratory patterns of birds was science, and he said definitely not. See, I don't agree with him on that. I think that's science. I think it's studying the natural world.
What's your independent variable?
I mean, that's
exactly. There is none. It's observational science, like the other guy.
But it's like categorizing information, right? That's all that really is.
Gathering information, observational science, gathering information about the natural world. It's still science. It still gives you very useful information, right? Like if you want to kill those birds to eat them, you'd study their patterns. When to hunt them.
Let me give you a little. Let's call this a little thought experiment or a scenario. Now, instead of observing the birds' migratory patterns, I put up cameras, and no one ever looks at the cameras. Are those cameras doing science?
No.
They're recording the migratory patterns of the birds. It's like, when does it become science? When the scientist looks at the camera? When does it become science? Going from the observation and the recording and the observation of whatever is happening in the world and just looking at it and recording it and saying, this happened. That's almost like a historian, right? So a historian kind of does the same thing.
Actually.
Really but science's definition is learning about the natural world, right?
Yeah, but did you see the comparison he just made, Jake? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, well, if the camera is just recording
Jake on a plane. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, if the camera's just recording, what did you say? Go ahead. I mean, if you're agreeing with Indio, I'd like to hear it because it's pretty much what he's explaining right now.
Yeah, if the camera is just recording and then nothing is done with the information that the camera records, then no, that's not science. But if that information is then used, cataloged and passed on to other humans so that they can use that information to do something useful with it, whether they want to hunt the bird or do whatever with the bird, pluck their feathers to make pillows, whatever, that becomes useful information for humans, which is the whole reason why we do science, is to learn about the world so we can do useful stuff.
Okay, Jake on a plane, you can stick your finger in a Venus flytrap. It closes. Look at your watch and say, 3:45. This plant closes at 3:45 and my finger was in it. You're just tapping into what is already known about. about Venus flytraps and that they're sensitive and they close upon touch. So you could come in here and just you could come here and tell us, hey, didn't you guys know that Venus flytraps close at 3:45?
Right, but the thing is,
you're doing the scientific method in your head, and you're tapping into the knowledge about Venus flytraps that already exist.
No, not necessarily. You can make an inference based on the way that you know that animals and plants.
Yeah, you would observe the phenomena,
and you would know that
bug lands on Venus flytrap. It closes. I wonder if the fact that it was 3:45 caused it to close. You can test.
Yeah, but nobody would think that because we would inference it against what other things we know about.
That's what I'm saying. You're tapping into your knowledge of what a Venus flytrap already does.
No, not necessarily. You're tapping into the knowledge of how other animals and plants behave to stimulus. And you can make an inference there that the trigger of the closure is you stimulating it with your finger.
If you want to break it down and do the experiment, take it back to, I'm going to have some beers. You know, that could be an experiment too. You can make an experiment out of it.
You could make an experiment, and then you'd have more evidence to support your belief. It would be much more grounded than getting it clamped the one time with your finger and saying, "Oh, they must all do this."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the beginning of the scientific.
Yeah, it's not just observation and cataloging. Is what Olhaus is and everybody in here is actually stating. It's not just observing and cataloging, because you could do that with a camera. A camera can observe and catalog.
And cataloging is super subjective too, right? So, like, you can catalog. So we have the what is it called? The International Nomenclature of Zoological Animals or something, right? So, they have the genus, the taxonomy, all those things, right? And how they've categorized animals and plants for, a couple hundred years now.
Yeah, the Linnaeus is the one that came up with that.
Do you think if, like, the categories that people have put them in actually has anything to do with how those plants are actually related, like genetically?
Nope.
Or do you think all of them are wrong?
What was your question?
Like they have these plants, like they'll have these animals, right, related in their taxonomy, right? But if they look at the genetic code, they're actually not related. So the most closely similar plant to a marijuana plant is a strawberry. But it's not in the same genus. It's not in the same category. They didn't even know they were freaking even closely related. So what I'm saying is all they did was categorize stuff in a way that makes sense to human beings, right? Whatever criteria they have to put something in a particular genus and taxonomy, when they discovered it and then they stuck it in there and then this is how we categorize stuff. I know what to look for. So it's organized, right? We organize it subjectively. And that's just not science, man. That's
Linnaeus, he's the one that came up with it, and he did it via phenotype, right? Via physical characteristics.
Yeah. That's like bookkeeping. And what you probably don't know this, so I'm going to blow you away. The form of a body has nothing to do with the genetic code. Yeah, dude. I just found this out like a week ago. It blew my mind, dude. The form of a animal or a body is not determined by your genome. Yeah. It's determined by the electric field created by the cells while they're growing. So they anyway, maybe I'll send you the video. It's fucking mind-blowing shit, dude.
One thing I do want to make clear is that this culture doesn't stand for white knighting. So hopefully in the future, it's going to future-proof us in here, Jake, from us having this conversation.
Pay attention first.
Yeah, because it will now go well the next time. This might be a freebie, but the next time won't be. Hopefully you kind of see what we're doing here. And that will be that. All I got to say about it is that. That's it. Moving right along. We have Roland in the chat, and we also have...
Are you sure? Are you 100% sure we have Roland in the chat? Because I think you're just assuming that, Miggy.
I think what we need to do, man, is gather them all up together and say, how many of you guys actually think your reality is malleable? How many of you think that 99.999% of the time? Let's find out, shall we?
Look, if we take all the subjectivists in the world, right, and then we add their probabilities together that they're sure of something, right? And by the time we get to the last person, they've got to be 100% sure of something because the probability that they're unsure, because the probabilities just add up, right? So it becomes more and more improbable that that person is going to think that everything is improbable.
Indio, when it matters, these guys, their probability bullshit goes out the window. That is definitely a train coming directly at us. We need to get the hell out of this car because it's not moving off these tracks. They're realists at that point. 100% sure we're about to die. Let's get out of here. So when it counts, you bet your bottom dollar they're gonna be like, oh no, that train was gonna smack into us. And so when their car looks like a mangled piece of meat after it's been hit by that train, they're gonna thank God that they have senses to guide them out of that situation because they relied on that. And so when it counts, they will submit to that. They understand.
So, imagine if they had a loved one dying, right? Like, say, like the dude had a loved one dying of cancer. You're like, are you sure it's cancer? Are you sure they died of cancer? Maybe you're 99.9999% sure. Or of a car wreck or some other thing or an airplane crash. Like, maybe she died of COVID in the airplane crash, right before she hit the ground in the airplane crash. Maybe she died of COVID. There's a probability that they didn't die from the airplane crash. Imagine how offended they would be if someone suggested that.
It's the level of confusion,
they would freak out, right?
Yeah.
But they think they can just come in here and spew this garbage, and we're just supposed to take it, like, dude, like as if this is an honest argument. It's not an honest argument. So far, it's the exact opposite of an honest argument. There's probably 5 people in the world that actually believe that bullshit.
Yeah, this is it's what's wrong with society and why people are the way they are. Coming into this, it's like if you want somebody to believe anything you say, get them as confused as you can possible, and then spew out some nonsense about what they don't perceive, and they'll believe your shit. They'll be like, I'm all about the globe because I can't perceive it spinning or know that it has any curvature. Can't see any of that shit. But I do know that expert who studied this over 20 years is telling me the truth. And they're just like, without any question, man, like the experts must know. They just have to know this. So like, it's just, oh man, it you hate to see it, right? Coming into the chat like this.
I just thought maybe that like somehow they're related since this person, all his knowledge is based upon the knowledge he believes that somebody else has. Maybe he needs to keep that 0.1% reserved because it's all faith, right? It's all faith in another person. It's none in himself. So he has to doubt his entire existence. Maybe I'm not sitting in this chair. An expert didn't tell me I'm sitting in this chair. There's not a consensus of scientists that said I'm sitting in this chair. So maybe I'm not.
It's like, I assume I'm laying down. Freaking hell, bro.
I need a consensus of scientists to tell me if I'm laying down or sitting up.
Oh my God, dude. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the only thing that's coming to my head right now, you ever heard the Ramones? That song Lobotomy?
Jeez, man. What am I going to do with all you Globers out there, all you 27 people watching the YouTube live stream? What am I going to do with you guys? Shall I be kind and civil? Or should I bring a sledgehammer every single time you come in with your nonsense? You just tell me what you want. And, obviously, if you're saying that you don't know what your reality is made of and you're not sure, then how are you going to then proceed to tell me what you think you know about the shape of the earth? I mean, we're just going to go in a bad way here. There's nowhere to go. I can't have a discussion with you because you don't know anything. What do you think I'm going to get from you? Knowledge claims about something that at the end you're like, well, we really don't know anything because that's how science works. Has somebody really confused the hell out of these people, man, to have been this mind. I even call it a mind virus because like they start spewing this nonsense long enough in this chat. It'll get some of the flat earthers to be like, you know what? Like, you think he's got a point? Like, what's his face? Percentage? Because, he was charismatic in this chat. And, he got, I think, Gizbo to start looking at like how dreams, or no, excuse me, what was he saying? dreams are physical.
Oh God.
And we went down this like, I was with every word, dude. I was flaming hot, dude. I was like, yeah, I couldn't take it, dude. It was so much. It was just like, and then everybody was like, oh, no, I think he's got a point. Like, he does not have a freaking point, man. Why? What? Oh man.
Well,
it was like thoughts are physical, but only to yourself.
Yeah.
That was it. I was going, what?
Oh, you were here, Timbo?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we had to open up a can of whoop ass on him because it's what must needs be done.
Yeah, that Chat GPT AI bot told me that governments are physically real. Yeah, pretty creepy, man. I know that was inserted. That is not natural.
I wonder if there's going to be.
It literally said they exist in the physical world. Government.
Indio, I want to make another prediction.
I want to couple government, man. That's all I know.
I want to know if somebody else is gonna white knight for the next Glover to come in. Because if there's somebody else that white knights, dude, I'm gonna fall out my chair. But like, Indio, man, like, come on, dude. Let's kind of be reasonable with the guy. Let him speak. Let him. I want to hear that more, just for old time's sake. Come on, some for posterity. So one of you guys needs to chime in and tell Indio that he's not letting him speak. Because
I want them to speak, man. But it's no fun kicking them out.
Rolling my balls speak. You're not letting rolling my balls speak.
I don't want to speak, bro. I don't want to speak. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, Indio's being accused of being a bad guy. So
I'll take it.
it's just and the guy called you all kinds of things, but we're not looking at what he's saying.
I didn't even ban him.
No, he's not banned.
I don't ban people for calling me names. I just ban them from being freaking lying sexist shit, that saying things that they don't even believe.
Dude,
they don't believe that stuff, dude. Like,
CB, what say you, man?
There's a really funny thing, right? So I'm sure everybody's heard of Descartes, right? I think, therefore I am. So this is where all this nonsense started way back then. But there's Thomas Reed who wrote Inquiry into the Mind on the Principles of Common Sense, and it's exactly as it sounds, some common freaking sense. And basically the entire book is dedicated to basically laughing at them, basically saying, if nothing's real, why did you even bother writing the books you wrote? Like, what is the point, right? You don't believe what you're saying. You don't believe any of your own philosophy. You don't actually believe it when the rubber hits the road. It's nice to talk about, sell some books, but other than that, it's you don't actually believe it. Just like you were saying, right? Get hit with a chair, or if someone throws a chair at you, you're gonna duck. You're not gonna be like, that's a 99.9% chance that chair's not really there, aiming at my face.
That shit goes out the window, bro. When it matters, it goes out the freaking window. They're just like, hell no, we need to get out of here, man. Like, if somebody's walking in somewhere with a gun, you're not gonna be like, that's a 99.9% chance that's not a gun. Like, you're gonna be like, dude has a gun. Let's get the hell out of this place. Like, you're not. There's at what point, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like they don't believe the shit they're saying out that comes out of their mouth when they're.
Imagine that, right? You're walking down the sidewalk, a big Rottweiler jumps out of the bushes. You're like, that dog ain't real.
Yeah.
That dog's my imagination.
So the type of stuff they're doing in here, whenever they're saying that, that's the reason why I get onto them. And everybody's like,
sure. Oh, Miggy, they come looking for us.
That's right.
So it's not like we treat them bad when they come into our house and be disrespectful. I mean, as if.
Oh, according to Jake, he was white knighting for the guy. He's like, well, aren't you guys waiting for globe earthers who come in here and need to get treated so mean, like Indio? Like, what's going on? It's like, freaking idiot, dude. Why? Oh, dude, white knighting people
even qualify as a globe earther. He's like I don't really know earther. Just like
he's unsure.
The Earth might not exist, earther.
So this belief in like
silly. It's silly, man. It's altogether silly. It's just like, why do you think? I mean, I guess they're used to going to other discords and they can talk shit all day, but you can't do that here. You know?
Exactly. I think that's the issue here, Helio. They're coming from other servers and like, why are we? Is this not the place for logic and reason? Like, are we not talking about what this guy, his solipsism is like a way of view? Can he have that opinion? And it's like, we're talking about truth in this chat. And if that's not what you're about, then kick rocks. Because if you're going to be in here saying, well, this is what the guy said before you came in here, Helio, the other guy we're speaking to. I assume I'm laying down.
No, I was listening.
Oh, well, then you know that if he's assuming that he's laying down, how are you going to have a conversation with someone like that? They're assume that they're telling you what they're. So I even said, like, how can you say what you mean if you don't mean what you say? How is that possible? How is it that you're going to tell me you're doing something and then you don't know that that's a thing you're doing? That's a load of shit.
And then he went off because he didn't want to answer that question. He went off on some other tangent and then he just left.
Well, I mean,
I heard what was going on.
Yeah, that's just him showing his hand and where he's at. He knew he was pinned against the wall. He's like, "I'll see you guys later."
Yeah, we do this as a public service for everyone. If you're curious about flat Earth, we do this every single day, 24 hours, so that you can say, "Hey, why do you guys talk about this flat Earth?" You know, it's because it's what's real. Anyway,
shout out to Simcord. Simcord, keep doing your job, getting those clips for us, man. If you can, Simcord, if you're hearing me right now, see if you can hunt for that one clip where the guy was just in here, like, was it 30 minutes ago? And he said he assumes he's sitting down or laying down.
Laying down, yeah. He doesn't know for sure that he's laying down. That is a red flag, man.
Man, like, how does anybody, like, what do you think you're going to end up? What's the end game there with a conversation with that type of person? Do you really think that at some point they're going to see the light, be like, dude, I was wrong in my ways to think this way. Thank goodness for you to show me that I'm wrong and you're right. Do you think that's what's going to happen? No.
And the other guy that was white knighting for him was saying, no, he wasn't trying to say that, or no. Indio and Miggy, you were calling out exactly what he was about to say. And so he called him out. Just like, I mean, what are you going to waste an hour talking to this guy about that?
Yeah.
It's been done before.
Yeah.
Just try not to do it again.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, don't waste
get right
an
to
hour
it.
with that bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get to it. Are you laying down or sitting down? What are you doing? Oh, well, I don't know. Fuck, done. Zip.
Yeah. There's
Are
no.
you 100% sure
you know what? I'd rather shoot him in the head and a couple in the knees. You know what I mean? Fuck it, yeah. You're done.
Well, that's the way. Like, how can you? I mean, people like that are like, but these people are great to have a discussion with. Yeah. What are you trying to do? What's this argument? You know this.
It's total distraction from the original argument, which was not an argument at all. It's Earth. I mean, we.
But these are the same types of people, and it's an exercise in futility, because what's going to happen is you're going to have other people. Let me speak to him. Maybe I can talk some, and then the flat Earth point comes up, and it's just like, yeah, but I look at the world as in we don't really know what it is, because that's how science works. And then here we go, spinning the wheels, and the flat earther gets frustrated. No, but you're not listening to me. It's like, well, no, duh, because he just finished telling you that he just assumes in his reality. It's all subjective, man. It's like, that's how you gonna. What's the end game? Well, what are you gonna do with this guy? Is he useful for a conversation? Absolutely not. Until he reconciles with himself that he's talking utter shite. Until that point, I mean, he might as well just mute up or, leave the server or whatever, like, but on his own volition, because it's like, why are we going to engage? Why would you? What's the purpose of your engagement? Like,
we're not hot on banning people, unless they're just being overtly rude or something. So yeah, we want new people to come in and get involved in the conversation. We don't look to ban people. We have a public link out there for them to join.
That's not the aim. But when somebody's in here endlessly spewing like a hand wave dismissal to what you're saying, because their viewpoint on reality is malleable in that it's all subjective, then to what end do you think that's going to reach in this logical, consistent, discussion? Are we then going to have like it's good content? I think to a certain extent, you're going to allow the conversation to go forward until it reaches a point where it's like, okay, dude, that's enough. And if they're like, no, I thought this was a server where you allow people to speak what they want, and then they try to get to your emotional side where you're like, yeah, we might as well just let them stay.
And for the most part, no, you can't stay. You do get to a point where you get frustrated with somebody. You let them spew their nonsense for a little while, and then you get to a point where it's.
Who was the guy that was upset with that you were upset with him, and then you wound up calling him all kinds of names, and he still called me the asshole? Like there was a guy that was he hated
you. They hate you, Mickey.
Dude, they hate me like my whole being, dude. It's the hate that he had for me was so bad that it was like I just pushed every button that was like wrong with what he was saying. And then yet you like, dude, I hate you. I just don't want you being here. Get the hell out of here. Like, and you cussed at him and everything. He's like, and Helio, dude, you're such a nice guy. And Miggy, I hate that ass. Like, I'm like, freaking, wow, bro. Yeah, he had some daggers for me.
Yeah, I mean, when they talk shit about you in the YouTube chat too, it's just like, Miggy's not even in here. It's like, well, Miggy said this. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Suppose I muted. Enjoyed you or anyone can ask. Okay,
it'd be a very confusing way to live your life. You wouldn't know whether you went to work on Friday. You wouldn't know whether your kid's in bed. You wouldn't know nothing.
What's up, Flying High? Yay, man. We got the Aussie crew coming in. We got Flying High, Timbo. Where's T-Watt? Is he in there? Freaking Aussie's taking over. It's about time. It's 12 o'clock midnight over here. Morning. Yeah, welcome to the chat, Flying. We got Roland asking a question. It says, Miggy, suppose I am muted and joined voice, and you or anyone can ask me anything, and I will answer according to my truth, period. And I don't want to make any points at all, just answer questions and fully, honestly. Would it end up me being muted or accused of trolling or banned? No. Here's how it goes, man. Like, basically, you're just honest about what your perspective is. Like the question that I asked you when you came in here, Roland. And so all it is just you being honest. And so whatever it is, what you think the earth is, that's it. It's when you start to lie that it becomes an issue. Don't lie. Okay,
well, if you don't going to happen,
if you don't know something, just say, "Hey, man, I don't know." And
that's trauma banned from here because of the same nonsense.
Yeah, it's intellectual honesty. It's what it is. So,
I can see, if you guys want to let him back in, I don't have a
who.
Rolling my boulder, that dude.
No, he's in. Rolling's in here right now. Not rolling my boulder, just rolling. So go ahead and unmute your mic, Roland, if you're there.
It's the same dude.
Is it him? I don't know.
Well, I think
Helio is not kidding you.
Is that you rolling my boulder?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know who this guy is. Anyway, I don't know who you are.
I thought he was permanent, but okay, go ahead and speak your mind. We'll give you a chance again.
I want to ask him if he's drinking tonight. Are you drinking, Roland, tonight?
Not tonight.
What? What?
He said not tonight.
Not tonight. You sound really quiet. Okay.
Well, he's probably under the barrel right now with all the people that are in here. But like, still, Roland. So, what did you want to speak about? There's something because sounds like people already know who you are in here. I don't. So,
I'll answer anything. I have no point to make.
You have 1 point.
No point.
No point whatsoever. All right. You said,
but I'll answer questions.
Well, you just want to listen. I mean, you can listen on YouTube, and I'm sure you have.
I have listened on YouTube.
All right, cool. So,
I don't just want to listen. If you've got questions, I'll answer.
The Discord and listen.
The question has always been
again on another alt account.
I haven't never made any alt account by choice. Discord
by choice.
Discord has.
Discord. What did Discord do to you that you had?
Quarantine.
The same. Discord
quarantined me 5 times in a row.
4 years.
I don't know why I'm getting quarantined.
I'm glad you got another account. I'm glad you're back. I just want to ask you: you got 3. Are you standing up, sitting down, or laying down? And are you 100% sure of that?
I'm sitting.
100% sure.
Yes.
Okay, cool. We can carry on. Go ahead.
That's better than the last guy.
The Helio. This account I made tonight. The last account I made only lasted 6 hours before Discord quarantined it. So I don't know what's going on.
So yeah, let's move past that because I think that's a bit getting.
Well, you're here now. You're
down.
speaking to us. All
right. So
that's your issue. That has nothing to do with me.
All right. So
I don't think it has anything to
all
do
right,
with me.
then let's move past that, please. All right. So let's go to the bit about maybe I don't know who you are and what you think the shape of the Earth is, but so I asked you earlier with the opening, and so that's why I gave you the globe earther role, right? Pretty simple.
And I said to you, I'm a glober.
Right. But so now let's get to the fun topic. Why you think you're a globe earther? And do you know that if you are actually 100% sure that the Earth is a globe, or maybe you're not really sure about that either?
Can I get the 99% sure?
You can say whatever. That's your claim. Whatever it is, I don't care. So you're 99% sure. So there's a sliver of a doubt that you could be wrong. Is that correct?
Of course.
Okay, so why would you think that it is a globe if you're that unsure?
Everything that I've seen says it's a globe.
Okay, let's talk about one thing. Just bring one subject up that you said you've seen that points to a globe.
I grew up on the beach. Ships.
Okay, what about ships?
They go over the horizon.
Okay, and what is the horizon to you? What do you mean you go over it? What are they going over?
I guess my line of sight. I never really thought about exactly what's the horizon to me. I guess my line of sight. They go beyond my line of sight.
They go beyond your line of sight. So what are they going over, though? You said they're going over. So the term used is over. Over what?
Water, I guess.
They're going over water. Well, they're always over water. Both aren't underwater.
Yeah, ships can't go anywhere.
Come on, man. Like this, we're just...
This was your question, dude.
No, the question is, well, the horizon. You said they're going over the horizon.
Over the horizon.
Yeah. So why
the horizon's just blocked? That's the end of my line of sight, I guess.
Sure, it's the end of your line of sight, and you can't see any farther. But what does it lend to your mind to think that it's a globe because the boat is, going past the horizon? Like, what is it telling you? Go on, be honest. What is it telling you?
I don't understand the question.
Well, okay, so let me change it up a little bit. But what I'm doing here is honesty will keep you in the game. Lying to me won't. I hate liars. So
I will not lie to you.
That's great. So do you think that the horizon? I'll speak plainly. Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth?
I don't know. I guess.
Well, you either know or you
really.
don't. So if you don't know, then if you don't know, then you're unsure. Right?
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
It's pretty easy. So the horizon being the physical leading edge of the sphere, the limitation where you can't see any farther because of Earth's obstruction, blocking your view from the boat on the other side of that hump. You understand now?
Yeah, if the Earth was,
that's what
anything,
I mean.
If I was standing on any ball, then
no,
I could only see so far.
We're not talking about any ball. More specifically, we're talking about the Earth, that you're seeing a ship go over the horizon. So, once again, is the ship going over the horizon?
What's wrong with any ball? I mean, the thing.
So we're not talking about any ball, Roland. We're not talking about any ball. So we're talking about the Earth. We're talking about the Earth in which you're standing on. So the Earth in which you're standing on, you're seeing in the far distance a boat going over the horizon. Yeah. So that boat is going over the curvature of the Earth, and then you can.
I grew up on the ocean.
No, that's not what I'm asking you, though. I'm very specific on what I'm asking for. Okay. Is the boat going over the curvature of the Earth?
I guess so. How could it?
Why are you guessing? Else? I don't understand why we're guessing.
Unless
you're
the boat's going over the water, and the water conforms to the Earth, and so I guess
is it going?
The reason I said I guess is that your question feels complicated and weird. Nobody's ever asked me that.
It's not complicated. What it is,
no one else is.
I know it's holding you accountable to what you're actually making as an observation. Either it is going over the curvature of the Earth, or it's not. And it's holding you accountable, and it's making you feel uncomfortable that you're being held accountable for answering a question that you think is a logical question as to your point of view. And we can rewind the tape because you said it.
I see. No, I get it.
I know, but let me just go through it because I think you're not getting it. You said I there's many evidences that point to the Earth being a globe, which I'm like fine. And I said what? And you said the boat's going over the curve. And I said okay. Let's examine that. And now we're at a guessing game. I guess.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I've hesitated many times.
Exactly. So let's remove the hesitation and let's get to the bit where let's remove the hesitation and let's get to the bit where we're either saying we know or we don't know. But so
I don't know because can I talk for a second?
Yeah, but I want to remove all doubt so that you can have the ability to clearly say I know or I don't know. Right? Let's do that. Let's be honest with ourselves. Does that make sense, Roland?
It feels like a trap, but yes.
It feels like honesty. That's what it feels like.
No.
And if it feels like a trap to you,
here's the thing.
That's why.
Here's the thing. I feel like I know stuff. But
but you're guessing.
But I have been wrong about things.
But you're guessing, Roland. You just guessed at whether the boat was going over curvature or not. I just told you.
Oh.
And you told me that I guess it's going over the...
Slow down. And I have many words as you have.
No. I'm pointing out to the fact that you're just guessing at this whole thing. It's a guessing game for you. You're not really in it to understand. You're just guessing. And we don't work with people that... It's hard to, right? Because you just guess at things. So what we're doing now is revealing the fact that you've been guessing all along, perhaps. And that's not a very good thing to say, make a knowledge claim on guessing games. So what we're doing is giving you the opportunity to realize that and then come to your senses and say, okay, maybe I'm wrong and I don't know. Right?
Dude, I live my life by the mantra, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, let's solidify that, shall we?
Every step I take is with the idea that I might be wrong. And even if you convince me of something and prove something to me, no matter what happens next, I will live my life tomorrow by the same idea that whatever I believe might be wrong. That's baked into me.
Every step I take.
Yeah, all right, every step I take. I might be wrong.
Yeah, no, but like I just want to make a point with this because you said, ask me any question, I'll answer honestly. I got to replay a little bit of the words you said to kind of make you realize that you really don't know what you're saying, and also for the audience purposes too. So what we've achieved so far is that you said there's many evidences that point to the globe Earth. Which ones, I asked. You said, well, let's talk about ships going over the horizon. Okay, let's talk about it. And we did. So now we're at the point where I asked you, are the ships going over the horizon as in the leading edge of the sphere, or formerly known as the curvature of the Earth? And what was your response to that? Well, it was, I guess. I guess? That's how you stated it, and with the same inflection in my voice you used in yours. I guess? And so your guessing game that you think the Earth is whatever it is, it's not going to work in a logical discussion where we're talking about the really is level. So, just getting back to the point, you really don't know what you're talking about. And also, you're playing a guessing game as to what you think the Earth is. So, you're right. You don't know what's going on. And it's really obvious to everyone here that you don't know what you're saying because you're making guesses at things. So
I'm glad that it's obvious. I'm glad it's obvious to everyone.
Well, it is, Roland. It is. So I'll allow. Well, I'm going to allow other people to come in.
You've said a lot of things that I don't understand. And
yes, you do, sir, but you don't want to be held accountable to it. Your non-understanding. Your non-understanding is for you. It's a safe space in your mind that you can actually go to where you're not going to be held accountable for the things that you say. And this place here holds you accountable to what you say. And that's the reason why people shy away from it. So
hold me accountable.
I'm holding him accountable because he's been here before several times on different accounts. And so, yes, you definitely know our point of view. So don't feign ignorance when it comes to please.
That doesn't work in here, by the way. We do. Jedi, did you want to come in? I'm sorry, brother. Like I just wanted to bring this point. Jedi or CB, I think one of you guys wanted
to. Mickey, I've got a question for you.
Shoot. I don't know if Jedi wants to come in and say something before you do that, but
let him ask his question. That's fine.
I am a Glober. Helio obviously knows who I am. But I'm not the most closed-minded Glober you'll ever come across. I wasn't lying about the 99%. I reserve that 1%. I've been wrong before.
That's fine.
You say things that are maybe buzzwords or things that other Globers would know or that flat earthers would know, like leading edge of the sphere. But I really, truly don't understand what you're talking about.
Right, but
some of my guesses are that I do know that word games here matter. And I don't want to be walked into a trap. I don't want to be.
You're not going to be. You're not going to be. But let me just say, I have to say this because I'm sorry. You said that I only use the leading edge of the sphere. I qualified it by saying formerly known as curvature. Did you not hear that part?
I did, and I still wasn't. I still didn't quite understand.
No, you don't know what curvature is.
Wait a minute.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Is that sometimes? Oh my.
Why Jedi wanted to come in here, bro? But I didn't want to disrespect because Jedi was gonna get onto him about something, but he let him.
Roland and I go way back, so I just want to.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, brother. But I know you really do want to come in here, but I do want to
clarify one thing with him. He knows this argument upside down, backwards.
Sorry, brother. I don't mean to do it. Like, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jedi.
You do understand that the exercise is to find out whether you have first-hand knowledge or a belief. You understand that, right? Do you know something? Yeah, so do you know something, or is it just a belief you hold? That's what we're trying to figure out. That's hopefully what you should be trying to do as well. So I can get your 99%, and that's fine, but it's knowledge. Do you know, or are you taking a guess?
If you push me on anything, I will fall into this 99% thing. I don't know if I know things.
Do you know if I cut your arm open, you'll bleed?
Look, I tend to reserve the right to be wrong about anything.
Fine. Okay, that's fine. But in an intellectually honest exercise, we do know things can be true, and you can be certain of their truth. Like an apple's an apple, right? You don't have to be 99% sure the apple's the apple. It's a fucking apple, right?
Pause. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
You're holding it in your hand, and I'm looking at it. I can be fooled. You could trick me. Have you ever seen? Have you ever seen? Is it cake?
Hold on. I'm not trying to Hold on. I'm not trying to trick you. I've given you an apple. You can take the apple apart. You can taste it. It's an apple. Is it an apple? If I give you the apple.
And you want me to say 100%?
Because it's an apple. I want you to understand that there are truths in the world, right? Things are things. Doesn't matter how you feel about a thing or whether people can trick you. A tree's a tree, isn't it? The ground's the ground, isn't it? A car's a car,
that's the whole
isn't
point.
it?
That's the whole point, is that people can trick me, and I have been wrong. And so no matter how right I feel, I tend to reserve.
Okay.
No matter how right I think I am, maybe I'm wrong. I just
okay.
So back to Miggy's original question, the first one about the curvature of the Earth.
Can we agree? Can we agree that I could call 99.9% sure about the apple good enough, and agree that it's an apple, but that I didn't get to 100?
Yeah, but let's not play semantic games and use it as your exit. Right? We know things to be true, don't we?
As long as you allow that knowing something to be true doesn't require it to be 100%.
Did you know that 99.99999 actually does equal 100, and that's actually a fallacy, and it's well known in academia? Thanks for playing, though. So move on.
A 99 point what? Say that again?
Yeah, 99.9999 is considered 100.
Sure, I would consider that to be 100.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
So
consider doesn't mean is, right?
Okay, back to Miggy and his first question. If we can start the exercise again and not try and jump around it.
Okay.
Just be honest, okay?
Yeah, I will. And anything that is 99.9% sure, I will say is done. Doesn't even have to be 5 nines. 3 nines will be enough.
That's fine.
We've all got that point. We need to go back to the first point. We know at 99.999, you're just going in circles here.
Yep.
No, people are trying to make me say stuff that is only 3 nines is sure. And
oh my god! Look, do you know what Occam's razor is? Do you know what Occam's razor is?
I think so.
Okay, that which requires the least amount of assumptions is most likely true. Okay, it's called Occam's razor. So we're going to apply this to the Earth super fast, right? So you have a belief. We've established it's just a belief. You're kind of like, instead of fully absorbing it's just a belief, which Jedi and Miggy are trying to get you to admit, you're basically trying to find a little exit, a little getaway card by saying, well, technically I can know nothing. But what they're trying to make you be honest about is that, well, you believe the Earth's a globe. Everyone told you the Earth's a globe. You were raised in a school that said the Earth's a globe. Well, just a belief you have. You probably don't know a ton about it, and it's just kind of a belief you have. Can you just admit that it's like a belief you have, that just like all of us used to have the same belief, please?
Take him.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So now what we're trying to point out to you is you have a belief. We used to have the same belief, but what you may never have thought about, dude, is that belief is actually antithetical, fancy word for opposite. Okay, it's the opposite of everything that you experience and observe. Okay? Do you understand that?
No.
Okay, so can you give us an example of some firsthand experience that shows you that it's not just a belief you have, it's actually supports the idea of it being a globe?
I already did.
What was
like
that?
What?
Sorry, yeah, what was that? Because we got to the horizon bit. Now, we started guessing.
Horizon.
Okay, cool. So that is your understanding of curvature of the Earth. It's not a guess, right?
Whoa! Stop! No.
This guy.
I offer you a piece of evidence, and then you say that's my understanding of this broad topic. No, I'm just offering a piece of evidence.
Okay, Miggy, you got to jump back
in and take your question.
Yeah, we were warned about this guy, by the way. So what's it? I don't know. He's
But I think he could be good for the edification of the room, right? Like, this is just what I'm trying to point out to you, my guy, is that, for example, the horizon is a perfect example. Did you know that the word horizontal comes from the word horizon? Just look up, where does horizon come from? It'll tell you that you have the Latin etymological origin. It's coming from the word horizontal, actually vice versa. Okay,
I don't know any of that etymology. No.
Well, now you know. The reason it's called a horizon is because it's horizontal. Okay? So you believe it's actually curved. This goes perfectly with my point, which is you have a belief. The horizon.
I believe the horizon's curved. I do.
Yeah, if you think the Earth's a ball, exactly. So this goes back to my point, which is
I don't get it. Why do I think the horizon is curved?
You do get it, but you're just trying to make this like, and it's true. What everybody's pegged on you is that you're just some guy who's just spinning everybody's wheels and saying, "I don't know," and you're claiming ignorance. That's your shield against what everybody's saying is you're claiming ignorance to things. And it's not going to work. It's only going to last probably maybe a few more conversations, and then I'm going to get tired of it, and you're going to be out of here once again. And then
what do you want me to say, Mickey? Do you want me to take it's a globe
I'm going to lay it to you like
anything
this.
else?
Roland, I'm going to lay it to you like this. Maybe you like coming in here. I don't know. But every iteration of your accounts that ever set foot in this server ever again will be banned the instant I hear you speak. Or I will know if you have a sock account made. So this is like your golden moment. So if you ever wanted to ever stay in this chat and be honest about things, I consider you to ship shape up right now in this conversation. And if Witsit does have a more conversation with you, that you should apply that honesty. And if you don't, you're going to be in the wrong end of a perma ban by me. And that's the worst place, too, because I hear people when I'm not at work, when I'm here, and you will not survive ever. None of your sock accounts will survive. You can try me if you want, but they won't.
Mickey,
that being said,
I don't want to try you.
That being said, go ahead, and I'm going to allow. But if I keep hearing it over and over again, this panel will not tolerate it. So it's up to you, man. Stop playing and get real. Go ahead,
Roland. You got to also like not interrupt so much, right? Like I was trying to make a point, you're just interrupting, and I get you just kind of like to debate and stuff, but frankly, and I don't mean this really disrespectfully, but like it's really low level debate anyway, right? Like I'm pretty familiar with high level debate, and this is not it. So I need you to just listen to my point, please, and think about it, and just try to just be honest about it. Okay, you believe the Earth's a globe. I get it. Okay. It's the easier position to hold, and everyone believes it, blah, blah, blah. But what you may not seem to fully grasp is it is the opposite of everything that we see. The horizon is one example, okay? It's horizontal, but it's believed that it's actually curved. It just looks that way. The sun moves in the sky. It's believed the sun is actually at rest relative to the Earth. It looks like it's moving because we're moving, but we can't feel it. And during a sunset, we're falling backwards away from it. During a sunrise, we're nosediving towards it, but we can't tell. Whenever there's an eclipse called the stellar eclipse, and the sun and moon are in the sky, it's an illusion, and actually the sun and the moon aren't in the sky. And when the horizon's too far, it's an illusion. It's actually closer than that. And when we see things hundreds of miles away, it's an illusion. So my point is, and I could keep going into more complex things like Michelson-Morley and length contraction, and it's an illusion. And the point is that you have a belief that everything is an illusion. Now, this is the top level of your side. Stephen Hawking actually has a book called Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, which he gets from Einstein, and that's what it's about. It's about how somehow the world has conspired against us to make us think that it's a stationary plane in the center of the universe when actually it's a spinning, tilted ball in space. So can you at least admit that you have a belief that's antithetical to all the evidence, and that you believe that basically we are in the midst of like the most complex illusion ever?
I can say maybe.
Okay, so
I can say that I'm curious.
Yeah, so like it's pretty interesting, right? Like most people don't really know that at the highest levels of academia, the scientific quote unquote claim is that everything's an illusion. And like, bro, that's kind of crazy. And I think the part that's crazy about it is some of it claims it's an illusion that you could never prove. For example, they did a test called Michelson-Morley. It showed that the Earth was not orbiting. And so what they said was, oh, well, the length of the apparatus contracted. It's called length contraction. It's in relativity. And it's an idea that matter contracts in motion, but you could never tell, you could never detect it, and you could never measure it. But it's going to contract just the right amount to make it look like the Earth's not moving, right? So, like, that's a kind of crazy belief, right? And you didn't know that. Most people don't know that. But they taught you this belief as if it was fact, right? As if it had been proven or something. When, in fact, the actual theory is it's unprovable and that it's a giant illusion. So you have to admit that on a surface, that's kind of a different narrative than what we were fed, right?
Yes.
So do you agree that if you're going to make claims like antithetical to all the actual observations and evidence, because that's what that is, then like you have a substantial burden of proof, right? Like if you're going to claim that the horizon's actually curved, just looks horizontal. Well, you're making a claim opposite to what the default position is. So, like, we need substantial evidence. So I think most people come in here and they're kind of like, the flat earthers need to convince me that the earth is flat. They need to convince me that the earth's not a globe. But in reality, you need to actually convince the flat earthers the earth's a globe. Meaning, like, the globe is the claim that has to be substantiated. The flat earth is the default position, right? You're claiming that everything's an illusion.
I don't know about that statement exactly. I think both positions need to be substantiated. Yeah.
Well, I think, sure. You agree that things can be self-evident, like evidently true, self-evident.
Well, I think that the idea that the Earth is flat, and then the idea that the Earth is a globe, are both good ideas. And then we take observations and we see, are they compatible with one idea or the other?
Right, but it's a little deeper than that.
I don't think that, like, the flat Earth is somehow a default truth, and then globe is posing some default truth. I think that flat is an idea, globe is an idea.
Well, it's not. They're not ideas, though. There is a physical reality. You would agree. Like, you would agree that there's a physical reality, right? You can use your knuckle and knock on your computer, right? On your screen, on your desk,
pound on my desk right now and say,
right? Okay, so you agree. Yeah. Well, but you can agree that there's a physical reality, right?
Like the pencil in my hand.
Right. You can agree to that, right? Right. You would agree that that exists, right? Yeah.
Do you exist, or we're talking to a hologram?
I believe I exist.
Okay, so since you agree there's a physical reality, right? You understand that ideas are not reality. So physical reality, when you observe it, everything you observe indicates that it's a level plane. See, that's what Witz is trying to tell you, right? There is no idea of the flat Earth. It is a thing. We can observe the thing. The thing can be, well, I guess you can call it measured. So it is that thing.
Me that things I can see 2, 3, 4 miles away are a certain thing, and
no, 255
asking me to believe hundreds of miles away something, but I can't physically observe hundreds of
miles. Do you believe there is a country called India, or do you know there is a country called India?
Actually, try and follow the conversation, guys, with him. He's made a decent point on that point.
I just want to like make sure I drive this home to you, man. Maybe you're not understanding. Okay, so this is definitely not straw man. This is just me being accurate. The options are this. Option 1: the Earth presents itself as a stationary level plane because it is a stationary level plane. Option 2 is the Earth presents itself as a stationary level plane because it's actually a ball that's so big it looks like a plane. It's so big relative to its angular rotation that it feels like it's stationary. So the Earth's a ball and it just looks like a stationary plane. These are our two options. Do you understand that?
I side with option 2.
That's fair enough. But the point is that in both options, the first set of data points shows us stationary plane. Globe model claims, well, it looks like a stationary plane, but it actually is not one. So if we were going to boil it down to a default position, like as in where do we start from? What's the default that we start from? In both options, it is stationary plane, right?
Sure.
Okay, that was my point. So now if you're going to claim option 2, which is, yeah, everything shows a stationary plane, but it's actually spinning ball, you have to substantiate that with substantial evidence because it is antithetical. It's not just like veered off the path. It actually claims the opposite of what we see. Okay, so it's like you have the burden of proof. So like until we can verify that, the default is where we're always going to be standing. So we need to verify it. That's my point to you, right? So we need evidence.
Don't boats and wind farms and oil rigs all sort of concur with at least the globe? I don't know about the stationary part, but the globe.
What do you mean? So things at distance over the sea. Are we back to the horizon again, blocking the object so we can't see it, as we were talking about earlier with Miggy? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, geometry would say that
Gotcha.
flat things wouldn't be blocked, and globe things would be blocked.
No.
Okay, so
hold on.
Go ahead.
Sorry. That's not necessarily true. But what you are doing when you say that, as in I can't see the bottom of that boat, is you're making a claim to the physicality of the curvature of the Earth. That horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. You know, that buzzword we were talking about earlier. That's what you're saying. Do you understand that?
I guess. So you're saying that, like, on any ball, like, if I'm standing on any ball, imaginary or otherwise, then the place where my eyesight intersects the surface is the horizon.
The horizon. Right? Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And so is that physical? That's a physical thing?
Well, within the claim, yeah, it would have to be physical because you can't see beyond it, like something getting in the way, like a hill.
Then I agree. Yeah. I agree.
Cool. Okay, so that's a claim to the geometry of the Earth. Mm-hmm. Now, that means that physical location must be a mathematical calculation away. If we know the size of the ball, the radius, our altitude above it, it's just a quick mathematical calculation to figure out where that horizon should be for your altitude above the known size of a ball.
Well,
so that calculation's one.
Yeah, but there's a refraction to worry about.
Okay, but let's just go through one claim at a time. Okay, because it's said to be, physical obstruction. So that calculation's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that means for an observer 1 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon's 1.2 miles away. Okay. Now,
and what about 6 feet above?
6 feet, we're going to be talking about maybe 2 miles, 2.5 to 3.
Okay.
Yeah, close to 3. Yep.
Yeah. So 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. Now, if we can demonstrate, which we can, that the horizon from these altitudes appears further than the maths dictates the physical curve of the Earth, then what we're demonstrating is...
We got two choices. We've got two choices. Could be flat, could be not a globe, or refraction could be important.
Well, refraction is always important because no matter the idea of the Earth, we're always looking through the atmosphere, aren't we?
Yeah, so either refraction could be the reason, or the reason could be that it's not a globe.
So we understand. Go on, that's fine.
Well, we can go back to my point. This also fits within it, right? Which is there's two options. Option one, the horizon is just an apparent place. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground, but it doesn't actually physically meet the ground. It moves back and forth. It's just an optical place. It's not physical. Then you have option two, Earth's a ball, and the horizon is a physical, tangible place. When we go look at the horizon, we see it constantly move around. So that fits perfectly with option A, which is that the horizon is not a physical place, right? Option B, once again, claims it's just it just claims it's an illusion again. Do you understand? Do you understand that option B is claiming it's an illusion again?
No, because the guy I was talking to before you, I said, if I'm standing on any ball and I look over yonder, the place where my eyesight intersects the ball is the horizon. And he said, yes, exactly. And that's physical. Yeah. And I agreed. So
that's my point.
You're trying to say that place where my eyesight intersects the ball moves around?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, so according to the globe, like you said, it's a physical place. Right. According to flat Earth, it's just an apparent place. When we go look on the real Earth, we see that it moves around, which means it can't be physical. The Earth's not breathing in and out and stretching and doing yoga, right?
No, but light is doing yoga.
So there you go. So you agree that the horizon is just an apparent. The horizon that we see is just apparent.
I mean, isn't that the whole point from the previous conversation? I'm standing here. I'm looking over there. Where my eyesight intersects the dirt is the horizon.
Yeah. But what we're telling you...
I don't get the trick. What's it?
I'll help you. So what we're telling you, and hopefully if people in the live stream can help me by posting images of the black swan, what we will hopefully be able to demonstrate to you is the horizon does in fact move around. It's an optical. Yeah, it's an optical phenomenon. It's literally as far as you can see. Yeah, of course it is. But if you were to live on a ball...
We'll go back to what we talked about before. I said, I'm standing here, and it's where my eyesight intersects the dirt. And you said yes.
Cool.
Excellent. My eyesight is optical. It's clearly an optical thing.
Dude, listen to me. When we've got this little experiment of a ball, and we're imagining looking at that, curve of the ball when we're standing on top of it, if we know the size of the ball and our altitude, does that curve move? Does it get closer to you, or does it move further away? Or is it just a tangent line from your eye line down to what will be the physical limitation of how far you can see across the ball? Does it move?
If we were to take the air away, then it would not move. If we put the air back, we put the air back, it might move.
Yes. But when we're just drawing circles on paper and doing the math doesn't make the horizon move around when we plug the same numbers into it, does it?
Depends on which math you use.
No, we're just going to be using the same math. We've still got the same altitude. We're still going to plug in the same bloody radius. The curve doesn't move, does it?
Did you plug in refraction?
Dude, we're not talking about refraction. We're talking about the geometric physical claim. Stop now being slimy. Follow the conversation. You understand that when we plug in the same things to a calculation, the answer is always the same, right?
Unless a mistake has been made, yes.
Yeah, so that's what we mean.
I don't trust your ability to plug a thing into a calculation, but yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't move then, does it? That's what we mean. If the Earth was a ball and you were standing on it, the physical horizon wouldn't move. What we also mean is you need physicality for things to hide behind. Okay? Physical curve of the Earth, I can't see the boat beyond it. Physical curve of the Earth, I cannot see the boat that has gone beyond it. That's the claim, right?
I'm not sure. That's not my claim.
Hold on, you started off with horizon boats. Yes? That's where we started with this.
Well,
with Miggy.
Yeah, but refraction.
Yeah. Okay.
You can't strip refraction away from me and talk about everything. Like refraction affects everything.
Wait, but you're just saying refraction. I mean,
yeah, but if it's optical, if somebody says it's optical,
hold on,
and then
I didn't take it away from you. I applied it to both ideas. It's always going to be taken into account whether you're on a ball or the Earth is flat, because we're always looking through the atmosphere. So don't start putting words into my mouth. Follow the conversation. If you're going to repeat me, do it verbatim. Don't be slimy, mate. Come on, this is hold on. I can get kids to do this. It's very simple, and you're taking a long time. Yeah, we're going to talk about refraction, but we just need to get you to understand what we're saying about the physical claim that the Earth makes. If we follow the geometry, the curvature of the Earth will be in a mathematical location. So from beyond it, we can't see boats. Good.
The second part.
So the horizon moves.
I disagree with this. See, you see two things. I agree with the first. I disagree with the second. There you go.
What, that the horizon moves?
You said geometry, we can only see so far. If we only take into account geometry, the math says it never moves and blah, blah, blah. I totally agree with you.
Good.
And then you said, so we could never see something. And then I disagree, because it's like if you want to talk about what we can see, then refraction. Then talk about refraction.
Okay. So
that's it.
Okay.
I agree with your geometry. I agree with your geometry 100%.
Good. So that's very simple. So what we demonstrate here is the horizon moves around as isn't physical, and that's when we start talking about refraction.
Horizon.
You just got to follow it logically, mate, and I will get you.
Okay. I get you. So you're saying geometrically the horizon should be here, but when we look But then when we look, the horizon is not at the location predicted by geometry. I agree.
Awesome.
Now the question is, can I presuppose? Is the horizon not where it should be geometrically because the Earth is flat and refraction, or because the Earth is globe and refraction? Who wins?
Well, with this one, you would have to presuppose that the Earth was ball because it's not presenting itself to be one in this instance, is it? So many different days.
Because I have an observation that I've made personally that I should have been able to see on the flat Earth, and I could not see it.
Did you go back the next day?
Yes. Actually,
check this out, bro. I went
did 3 days. I did 3 days, my friend.
Nice, cool. I don't know what you mean by should have seen on the flat Earth. A lot of people think you should see across the world and all that stuff, but
no, that's silly.
Just so you know, I went and looked at a lighthouse in Key West, right?
Yeah.
And I couldn't see it. Okay. The next morning,
how far away?
It's like 50 miles.
50.
That's a lot for a lighthouse.
It's on the margin, yeah.
For a lighthouse? Yeah. So anyway, I went the next day. It was early in the morning, and guess what? Guess what we could see?
The lighthouse.
Now, the lighthouse should have been significantly obstructed by Earth curvature.
Sure.
Okay. Right. So if I had just gone the one day and not seen the lighthouse and been like, oh, first of all, that would have been stupid because I could have gone back the next day.
Indeed.
Right.
I'm troubled. I'm troubled that you were at Key West and didn't do the observation that I did, because I also was at Key West, and I guess I was there for longer than you because.
Sorry. Before we start,
I made observations across 3 days.
Before we start talking about. I've made this observation and someone's made that observation. Can we just get to the understanding that the horizon isn't physical anymore? It is demonstrably moving around. Same observation on a different day. The horizon is either in a different location before. That's the point. So within this point, you have to...
Dude, I will allow you to use the word physical however you want. To me, can I speak freely?
Are you?
No.
An optical horizon is just as well a physical horizon. We're still talking about light rays, photons, electrons, EM waves. It's all physical. And it doesn't matter if refraction is involved as well.
Don't overwhelm us with pseudoscience, all right, man? I don't want I'm comfortable with the idea of little physical balls hitting my eyes, okay?
Are you saying that I'm getting smacked in the face by a light right now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And I just can't feel it? Is that...
Yeah.
Is that what's going on?
Let's just drive this point home. Check me. I think Jedi is right. We need to drive the point home, okay? And this goes back to my point, which is, again, we have two options. Option A, that the flat earth says the horizon is just an apparent optical phenomenon. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. It doesn't actually meet the ground, just an optical effect. We go out, we look at the earth, we see that it moves around, okay? Just like it would, proving that the horizon we see isn't a physical, tangible location because it moves around. Option B is, there's a physical Earth curvature like a hill. You can't see through the hill. And it moves around, and we just never see it.
But you could go touch the hill.
That's right.
Seriously, no one has ever made it that clear to me. I have not ever understood what this physical horizon shit meant until right now.
There you go. You can't see through a hill. Okay, so the point is that
pause, dude. Celebrate.
Yay!
I understand better what you guys mean.
Right, so basically, when does the hill move around so you can see what was behind the fucking hill?
I need to assimilate this new knowledge. For fuck's sake!
Assimilate it quick. We've been doing this for half an hour. Here we are. All right, I'll let you assimilate it. Here we are.
Half an hour.
Yeah, that's fine. Here we are. The realization that horizon's a fucking hill if you think you live on a ball. Let's get to that realization. Yeah.
Wow.
I understand better. Carry on.
Okay, so if we want to believe the Earth's a globe, step one, we have to believe, well, there's a physical hill.
Well, why do we
curve.
have to believe there's a globe? Why can't we entertain all these things at once?
Well, we are. Well, I'm trying to make a point. So, like, if we want to believe option B, which is that, if we want to believe option B, calm down, man. Don't get too lame, okay? So, option B is that the Earth is curving and there's a hill in front of us. There's a physical horizon, but we just never see it. And the horizon always is apparent when we see it. So it's basically like the follow-up would, of course, be if we can't ever see it, how do we know it's there?
You can't see the hill because of fucking refraction. How do you actually know the fucking hill exists?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, God. It's it. Just say, try to go verbatim. Say that one more time, Chris.
Okay, if we never see the curvature of the Earth, we never see the actual curvature of the Earth, the physical hill, the horizon, then how do we know that it's there?
Period? Or question mark?
That's a good question, yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Don't feel bad, man. I'm 7 years in. I've never got an answer, so.
I'm before I try to answer you, which I've made the mistake many times of just I'm trying to visualize what you're saying. So humor me, will you?
Yeah.
Okay. We're at Fort AP Hill in Virginia, looking west, and there's a mountain between us and Kentucky. We can't see there's a guy, doing light signals or whatever. We can't see him. Lo and behold, it's because Blue Ridge Mountains. We go to the top of the mountain, we can see the guy. Is that a thing?
Yeah, sure. On either situation, the higher you go, the further you can see.
Hold on. Just don't. I'm not trying to trap you. No trap.
You can't trap me, bro. I'm untrappable.
Okay. So then just chill. You're saying guy in AP Hill, guy in Kentucky, trying to talk to each other. They can't because Blue Ridge Mountain. Guy in AP Hill travels west, goes to top of mountain, can see guy in Kentucky because Blue Ridge Mountain was physical. Now, just humor me. You're talking about guy in St. Louis and the guy in wherever the fuck is in the western part of Kansas are trying to talk to each other and they can't. And guy in St. Louis travels west and now he can see him, but it's flat. Kansas is flat as fuck, so it didn't have anything to do with the mountain. It wasn't physical.
This is painful, just in case you were wondering.
Is that the point? Is that it?
Sure, not really. Let me give you an analogy. I'm standing in Kansas, and I look out.
Kansas?
Doesn't matter. Directly in the Wichita.
Oh, St. Louis.
I thought we were looking at the fucking horizon, guys.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to do. So we're in Kansas, and we're looking out over Kansas, super flat. We're on a plane, okay?
Yeah.
And we see where in the distance it looks like there's a horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, okay?
Yeah.
And it looks completely flat. The globe is claiming there's actually a huge hump in between us and what the horizon is 50 miles away. There's actually a huge hill there. Okay. It just looks like it's completely flat between us and the horizon, even though there's actually a hill there causing the horizon.
Whoa. There's a hill in Kansas.
Well, that's what the globe claims. The globe claims that if we're looking out over this huge...
What's the flat claim?
That it's just what it looks like.
So beyond that hill, whether it's what it looks like or otherwise, there's a guy trying to message you with a mirror. Why can't you see it? From Fort AP Hill to Kentucky, we get it. There's a Blue Ridge Mountain in
No, don't divert, man. Don't divert. Before we get to that, I need you to fully soak in what you're saying you believe, right? What you believe is that we looked out over 50 miles and we see it looks completely flat. And the globe claims, yeah, it looks like that, but there's actually a huge hill in between us and what we're seeing 50 miles away. What we're seeing 50 miles away, it just looks invisible.
It doesn't look invisible, and I agree.
It does,
with it. And
you
it's
can't
not
see it.
that
You can't see
huge.
it.
It's actually pretty tiny in the big scheme of things, but it's enough to block your view.
And it looks invisible. Yeah, it looks invisible.
It doesn't look invisible. It's clearly visible. It's blocking your view.
It isn't blocking our view, though.
Oh, you can see the guy?
Horizon? Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude. Am I the only one, I'm like, bro, I tried to call you.
I'm the only glober here right now. You're not the only one.
Yeah, but I'm like, am I the only one that's like, bro, come on. Like I know Glovers. I know many Globe. You know, I talk to many Glovers, right? Like, that's like kind of a thing. So this is bad. Okay, what you think is, even though it looks like it's flat, there's actually a hill there in between us and the horizon that creates another horizon. Okay, but because of what the air's doing, the hill disappeared, and it looks like we're on a flat Earth, and the horizon is just where we can't see any further. But actually, there's a physical hill blocking us, but the air made the hill invisible. That's what you think is happening. Do you understand that? That's not me strawmanning the globe. That's me accurately defining your position.
You know what? Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So you see,
can I say something else?
Crazy?
Can I say something else?
Yeah.
What would make me especially happy is if we took any observation of any distance over any days, and then we tried to fit flat, globe, and refraction to the observations. Like, just we put a guy here and we put a guy there, and the guy here has a camera and the guy here has a light source, and we just spend 5 days looking, and then whatever we saw is what we saw, and we take flat, globe, refraction, and see which one works.
Let's wrap this up.
I would love that. That's science to me. That, to me, is
science. That's not science.
No, not science.
Don't use the word science. Bad word. Let's just wrap this up in a nice little...
Whoa.
Yeah, the way you use it's a bad word. Let's just wrap this up in a nice little horizon refraction bow, okay?
I don't like horizon refraction.
Listen,
I don't like those words.
Listen, dude.
I don't like those words. Those are
$ Wits It Gets It on Cash App, okay? You owe me tuition. Sit down and take your notes, and there will be a quiz, okay? So, when we look over there, you think the hill's invisible, but it's just because the air does it. You call it refraction. Okay, this is the problem, right? This is the problem. Listen carefully.
Listening.
We see that the horizon is just an apparent optical position. It moves around. You think, well, there's actually a physical horizon. We can just never see it because of something called refraction. So now we need to figure out, well, what is refraction? Technically, you got Snell's law, which is from one medium to another. That's actually refraction. They take a differential and apply it to the atmosphere because it's one medium. And actually, it doesn't work. They have 5 different types of refraction they use for the atmosphere. But anyway, I digress. The point is, how did we determine what the amount of refraction is that's happening? Because if we're going to claim that refraction is happening, we need to know, well, how did we determine how much is happening? And this is the actual answer, okay? They went out on the Earth. They saw, wow, Kansas looks super flat right here for 50 miles. And we see the horizon way over there. What we're going to do is we'll do the math for the globe. Okay, there should be this big of a hill here. We don't see that. So how much would the stuff behind the hill need to come up and then stop to make it look like it's flat? They did a little subtractive math. They got the difference, and they said, okay, this much refraction must be happening. That's literally what happened. And I know this because I emailed the subject expert, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State. Okay, the subject matter expert for your side. And he openly admits we do not understand refraction, and we start with the baseline of calculating the difference, and then we try to figure out how to explain it because this much must be happening. Okay, so when you say refraction, it sounds good or whatever because it's an idea people can wrap their mind around, like, oh, well, things look like they really aren't in reality. But do you see why that's a problem? That's actually what's called a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Okay, it's where you shoot your gun at the wall, Then you walk over to the wall and you draw a target around wherever the bullets hit. Instead of actually shooting at the target, you just drew the target around what you needed it to be. What you needed it to be. Do you get it? You get why that doesn't work?
Yes.
Okay, so now it's getting really crazy. If we wrap this all up with what I told you earlier, the default position for both sides is that, well, the Earth presents itself as a stationary planet. One side, the globe, claims, well, that's an illusion. And then it claims there's a physical horizon. We go out, we see the horizon's not physical, it moves around, goes up and down, it goes front to back, it moves all over the place. It isn't physical, it's apparent. And in order to say, oh, well, actually, there is a physical hill there, you just can never see it, we came up with an idea called refraction. And the way we came up with that was we did the math on how far we see, and then we said, oh, there must be this much of refraction so that we can say the Earth's a ball. So what the, I mean, we got nothing. So we're still left in the default position. You agree?
No.
Oh my God.
Why not?
I thought for sure I was going to have you be honest there, right? I mean, I really took a pretty rudimentary approach here, my guy.
I agree. You tried.
Do you not see why we're clearly in the default position still? Like, we're clearly still at the default.
I don't know if you remember what I said to you like 10, 15 minutes ago, but that's where I'm hung up.
Oh my God. No, do I remember what you said 15 minutes ago?
Well, I don't know how long ago it was. I tried to talk to you, and you said shut up, so I did. And I've listened to you, and now you say, do I agree? I don't. And the reason I don't agree is because of what I said before.
Which is what?
Happily.
Specify. Yes, yeah. Specify why you don't agree. We're still at the default position.
Yeah, I would personally. I want us to say the Earth could be flat or globe, refraction or not, and whatever combination and whatever. I want you and me to go and make observations. You know, like real observations together, so that it's not.
I have a wife, bro.
Not some, whatever. You, me, some other pair of people, but a globe and a flat earther, especially, so that it's not a cherry picked bullshit. Yeah, you know. And so now we've got data. Now we have data. I was standing at this location. Somebody's talking. Who's talking? Go ahead.
Me. I'm trying to understand why you're trying to pull another flat earth in this to help you not be biased. Just go out and make the observations yourself. That's what we tell you in this server. You know, these long distance observations.
Good enough. There are many.
Go and do it yourself.
Doesn't matter.
I've actually already made observations.
I've made observations myself. I have made them myself. I have pulled in observations other people made. Zero of them matter.
All right, whatever. Can you just answer my question? Why are we not?
I didn't even get to finish the sentence. Jesus,
but you got to learn how to be effective and concise, man. You really talk slow and you don't say anything. I'm trying to be nice to you, man. Can you just say why is it? I explained specifically why it was a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. The way that we came up with refraction.
I understand that.
You keep using that word. So can you admit that we, based on our observation, we're still left at the default position? What is the default position?
I don't know. I don't know what
I thought we just covered that. You see what I'm saying? We covered it.
Okay, default is flat. Default is flat.
Stationary topographical plane is the default position.
Stationary flat is your default position.
Okay, so refraction
See, I don't
is
have
just
one.
an excuse. You agree that refraction is just an idea we came up with, and we did the math to explain it. Refraction as it pertains to the Earth observations. Okay, what we did was we came up with a mathematical. I'm almost done. We came up with a mathematical explanation to explain what must be happening in the hypothetical scenario that the Earth is in fact a ball. That's what we did. Do you get that?
No.
Why not? Because do you disagree with the people that actually do it?
Can I answer your question? Why not?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay. Because, Alec, 30 minutes ago, you asked me about something I did myself. I stood at Key West, your Key West, and I looked for Havana. How far away is Havana?
I don't know, man. Is that Cuba?
Yeah, Cuba.
Cuba's 90 miles away from Key West.
90 miles. And I couldn't see anything. Havana is a huge city, brightly lit. And I watched it for 3 nights. And I couldn't see anything. Why?
Yeah, I get it. Okay, were you at the surface?
I mean, I was at the beach. I was on the I was.
I know. I was going to do the same thing. I was going to do the same thing with infrared, and I was going to get in a helicopter to do it.
Look,
and I didn't get around to do it. The reason you didn't see it is because there's tons of atmos, and Key West is super humid and has very dense layer of atmos at the surface. And the temperature differential.
Clear weather. There's clear weather.
No, it's always humid in Key West, which is why it was insane that I saw freaking the lighthouse from 50 miles away.
What do you mean humid? There's clear weather days. You can see planes in the sky. You can see stars.
Dude, Key West is one of the most humid places in the world.
It is true.
Okay, so
you
are you saying that if we can see Cuba, it would debunk the globe?
The horizon moves. That's
if
the
you
physical.
could see Cuba, if you
Why can't you see it? Why can't you see it? What is your claim?
Because of refraction.
You can't see it because of refraction.
You're supposed to say because of the curve, man.
Yeah, you're supposed to say because the curve of the Earth, the hill's in the way. That's what you're supposed to say. I can't see this island. It's beyond the curvature of the Earth. But what we've demonstrated
is it's beyond the classical model. Sure.
Yeah. But the horizon moves around. We've got that, and what we should also understand is we can't measure to the physical horizon because the atmosphere refraction is always in the way, right?
No, so look. Take what's that beach on the other side of Chicago?
Yes or no? You understand that or not?
No, I don't. I don't think you want to hear anything I have to say. Honestly, I think.
Honestly, at this point, I kind of don't. Right, like. I just want to let you know, man. I debunked. Okay, cool, fair enough. I debunked the globe in Key West many ways. One of the ways was I saw a lighthouse 50 miles away. We wanted to break down the fundamentals here, which are making a claim antithetical to empirical observable evidence, and you have a substantial burden of proof. And actually, all you've done is invoke a mathematical construct to explain away why it looks like it's flat. That's what refraction, terrestrial refraction is. It actually invokes the R value, 7/6R, because on an average, it looks like it's 15% too far away, the horizon. That's why the average is that the horizon looks 15% too far away, right? On the Black Swan, it's something like 64 or 66/7 or something like that. Or it's just 66 times, and it's like 400 something over 7. It's insane, okay? The point is that it's just a construct. It's just math. Something else I did in Key West was I took time-lapse of star trails over the ocean. And in many different places in Key West and in Florida, I took time-lapse of star trails over the water. And the star trails never intercepted with the marine horizon, the water, the ocean horizon. On a globe, the reason we can't see all the stars is because the physical hill, the hill we're talking about, the curved horizon, is blocking the sky, which means there's actually stars underneath your feet. And there's stars all around us. On a flat Earth, the stars are above you. On a globe Earth, the stars are all around you. Stars are all around you on a globe Earth, right? So I took the time lapse, and that means that I should be seeing stars until the Earth's curve blocks the rest of them out, which means the star trail should come down and intersect with the water. But out of like 10 different times I did this, they always disappear just above the horizon. They never intersect. So what we find with all the observations is the horizon is not a physical, tangible place. There's no evidence that it is, and we had to come up with some way to make it make sense that it never looks like it's supposed to. Okay, so the horizon does nothing but hurt you. You have to be able to admit that. You have to have something else. You have to admit there's no evidence for a physical, tangible, actual obstruction of a physical geometric horizon. It doesn't exist. I know that was a lie, but by the way, I'm like 2 years in bringing that up, and no one's ever explained to me why the star trails don't intercept the water. And they should, and they don't. So, like, the real question you need to take in, I'm just gonna big bro you at this point, is like you need to ask yourself, like, would you really want to know what the Earth is? And I think that maybe you do. And then you need to ask yourself, like, well, why does everything in nature on the Earth show us that the Earth's a plane? You know, like, is there some type, wouldn't you have to believe in a creator for this? Like, some creator's trying to intentionally deceive you and make everything look like a plane. It's weird. So, you know, I've never got an answer. I've asked for 2 years, can someone show me where the star trails intersect with the horizon? No one has one that exists ever. They only drop like fake pictures, which is weird. So, I mean, you know, I can keep going. I could ramble all night. Everyone knows that. I just drank an energy drink. So I'm going to chill. But you get the point, right? Yeah.
Is that why we never see shooting stars rise, like shoot up from the horizon?
Dude, that was my second point I was going to bring up. Something else is you never see shooting stars or meteors shoot perpendicular up from the horizon.
And I've only seen shooting stars in the north hemisphere. I don't know if about you guys. Anybody see them in the south?
I think you can see some in the south. All shooting stars is different, but all meteors come from the same 6 spot. So I don't know. I don't know. I think you can see them in the south, though.
Do we have any idea what shooting stars could be if they're not meteors and stuff?
Oh, so the globe claims that they're little tiny pieces of debris in space, and as they enter our atmosphere, they catch on fire and we see them. Right. But we can't verify what they are. I mean, they could be electrical discharges. That's one thing that I think kind of makes sense. Like when you're welding, you have sparks, you have like electrical discharges. I don't really know. I don't know. But I know one thing is on a flat Earth, the stars are above us. And so for them to always be coming from above us makes sense. But on a globe, they're all around us, which means they should be coming up from underneath they should come up from underneath our feet, right? I mean, but they don't. So never had a rebuttal to this one either, other than, oh, it does happen. And then they drop videos where it doesn't happen. You know? So I don't know. It's like this alone, it's ironic. Flat Earth doesn't like to talk about the sky. The sky debunks the globe, though.
Yeah.
No, we love to talk about the sky. Come on. You know that.
Have you taken time-lapse videos yourself of like the stars?
Yeah, but like shooting star wise, no. Every time I've done it, I always get star trails.
Yeah, no problem. But as far as the time lapse of the stars, when I see those pictures of the circles, how long does it take? How long is that time lapse? Like, is that one night?
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. It makes those circles.
It connects. Yeah, it'll finish off the circles after it gets enough data. It finishes the circles for you. It takes 2.5 hours on the P900. And you have to make sure there's no other light in the view.
I always thought it was interesting how when the constellations are being filmed, or like the Milky Way, basically, or whatever it is, it never dips below the horizon either.
Well, yeah, like you everyone sees what I'm saying, right? The stars should be all around you.
Yeah.
So when you take the star trails, they should go into the horizon, which is supposedly the Earth's curvature. They should intersect, right? They should meet.
Right.
But they disappear right above it. This is the point. Things disappear into the horizon, which is a vanishing point, not behind a horizon, which is a curve.
Right.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to drop a video of a sunset that shows that.
Perspective, baby. Don't believe us. Go stand in a long hallway. You can see it for yourself. Right, Matthew? Perspective.
Yeah, look at the evidence.
Yeah. I mean, you know it's real. We all know it's real. But whether you admit it or not, that's... The sky meets the ground. Oh, my goodness. What an incredible observation we all observe.
Yo, if you guys go to that video, it's only 2 minutes. It's like incredibly beautiful. My homie Rakia Life took that video in Louisiana. And if you go, maybe 2/3 through the video, if you want to skip the 2 minutes and you can watch it, the sun disappears up above the horizon. It's very crazy.
There you go, Matthew. That's one of the proofs you were asking for, right there.
Yeah. So this proves that the sun can disappear without like some physical curve blocking it. It disappears at sunset up above.
This is David's video, not what. It's David. He's down there in Louisiana.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Louisiana. You got to say it.
Yeah. This video is like one of the prettiest videos I've ever seen, I think.
It's incredible, man. I'm watching it right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure Matthew, man. There you go. That was one of his like things, man. If he could see the sunset and then, raise up a little bit and see it again, he's like, dude, I'm a flat earther.
I think it's interesting when you can see the sun in front of clouds, like it's obviously passing through clouds.
It's an interesting phenomenon.
Yeah, that's definitely an optical phenomenon, though, right? Like the sun's not actually in the clouds. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, you can reproduce it. I've seen it done right here on Earth.
Another thing that I think doesn't get brought up enough, because this is like the normal person's, like one of their first go-tos is like star trails in the south and the sunset. You can like show the classic Rob Skiba video where he shows the sun disappear with a hard line from the bottom up above a flat table. Like it's not even the table that's black; it's like up above it.
Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah,
Matthew, this is exactly the point I was trying to make to you. That distortion because of where it was, where you could see the sunset and you could see the distortion at the bottom, and it should have been clear to you what I was talking about. But there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. There's lots of distortion at the horizon. I agree.
No question.
Does anyone know if there's any good footage of the moonrise taken at the same time from different locations to try to see, why we all see the same side of the moon?
No, I mean, we could do something like that, but I don't make assumptions about physicality and sides.
Yeah, because again, it could be just like a projection or something.
Well, have you seen lunar waves?
So which one?
Have you seen Jupiter waves?
Mm-mm.
I have not, actually.
You have not seen Jupiter waves? All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
What a noob!
I'll be right back.
I can also show you. I can show you where Mars was supposed to be in transit behind the moon, and you can actually see it through the moon.
Mm.
So that kind of really doesn't work with the whole like it's a physical object thing. It definitely looks like. I'll give you that.
I'm trying to understand more about the moon because when I watch the moonrise from where I'm at on the West Coast, it's obviously two-dimensional and it's rising up from the horizon line. It looks like I need to try to see it from a higher vantage point. But as it's making its way towards you over the course of the evening, it just it still looks two-dimensional. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I'm really asking. Because it's not like it's rotating on its side over, like hovering parallel to the Earth, is it? Or what do you guys think?
Think about it, man. You take a coin and you put it on the horizon on your left, and you raise it up and you bring it all the way to the center. You can kind of see like the face of the coin will rotate, right? A little bit. And as it sets, it's going to rotate even more. So it rotates it from your perspective, not it's actually physically rotating. It's not doing that.
Right.
Just take a coin, take it from horizon to horizon. You'll see how the face will change your perspective. That's it. It's a simple
I guess because the flat Earth model shows that it's basically like a two-dimensional moon.
The flat Earth models, that we see what we see. We all see the same reality. I mean, it's undeniable. Even Matthew will agree with that. We all see the same sunset, sunrise, moonrise, moonset.
Yeah, we have different explanations for
exactly. But we all do actually physically see it with our own eyes.
Yeah, we have different observations. You believe everything's an illusion.
No, I mean, who said that?
Matthew believes everything's an illusion. Like, everything's an illusion. Matthew. So basically, and you believe in God also, right? So, like, you believe that God made everything an illusion.
That's
not everything. It's just important to understand how our senses work. That's all.
Oh, well, I thought God made us where we could never understand how our senses work, and science still can't explain how the eye works.
My eye works. I'll be 50 this year, and so I think my eyes don't work as well. I have presbyopia. Have you guys ever heard of that one?
No.
Presbyopia, that means it's nearsighted. It's just like, that's why people have reading glasses. They have them in Walmart when you walk by the pharmacy, the reading glasses.
Okay. Yeah.
But as far as like street signs and stuff, 20 feet away or 30 feet away, I can see them fine. I can read them fine. Never had an issue with seeing until I got older, and now I have to use reading glasses.
Your eyes suck.
Well, it's because your eyes too. It's too round. Your lens is too round.
That lens is too round.
Your lens is too round.
It's a fact of aging. No. But I own that. Now, I mean, some people when they're little kids, they can't see shit, and they have to get prescription glasses. I was never one of those guys. I could see everything just fine from far or near, and now, like something that's like 2 or 3 feet away from me, I have to squint. Oh, we were talking about squinting earlier. Last night, was it last night?
I wasn't here. I was not here last night.
No, it was me and Matthew. Yeah, me and Matthew were talking about squinting.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 nights ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it was last night or the night before. So squinting can. I've used it for squinting, but you can't squint on the horizon and make anything happen. That's why I call bullshit on that when you.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, I have, I'm super, super nearsighted, man. I can see the smallest printable, man. You print it, I can read it. I have absolutely microscopic, up close vision.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I can see right? Everything far away. Something that's really close now, I can hardly read it. It's blurry now to me.
Again, it goes back to what we can observe in reality. The sun coming closer, gets hot, summer, gets winter.
Well, this is actually a deeper conversation than you may realize. Science doesn't know how the eyes or the mind works, and you obviously interpret what you receive in your eyes through your mind, which is the perception study, and that's like that's crazy. And actually, evidence shows that we perceive things hyperbolic, and we see in 2D but can interpret in 3D, which is why someone can draw on a 2D piece of paper but make it look 3D. Matthew, real fast, Matthew, do you agree that the Hebrew cosmology was a flat Earth with a dome?
Probably so. It could be.
Probably so.
Well, that's what all the depictions of it are.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. I think the standard way of depicting the Hebrew cosmology was that way, that the sun would go over the top and then go underneath the earth at nighttime.
Underneath, right? Yeah. Gotcha.
It doesn't even it doesn't say that at all.
I wouldn't agree with that.
It doesn't say that. The Hebrew cosmology doesn't say anything about the sun going under the earth. But anyway, Matthew, this is my actual question. So the Hebrew cosmology was that there's a firmament over a stationary plane, and that it's immovable and fixed on pillars, and that shales underneath you, and that we're surrounded by water.
Yeah, those are false.
Now, okay, I get that's what you think. Now, here's my question for you. You believe in Jesus, right?
Yes, of course.
100%.
Okay. So you think Jesus was the Messiah, and he came...
Yes, he was actually the creator of the world, too.
Okay, well, I won't get into my theological differences with you.
That's just what the Bible says. The Bible says...
No, it literally doesn't. It doesn't say that. It actually doesn't. It says he was present there, the Word was present, but we won't get into that, okay? And believe it or not...
It was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and...
Yeah, as in like your voice is you. Your voice is part of you. Yeah. So anyway, that's why the Messiah wasn't talking to himself and saying, "Why have you forsaken me?" to himself. He wasn't like multiple personality disorder. Okay? But anyway, the point here is that do you think that the Messiah came to Earth and didn't tell the Hebrew people that they had misinterpreted the first book of the Torah?
Apparently so. He also didn't tell them how modern medicine works, or how electricity and gravitation works, and electromagnetism. There's lots of things Jesus didn't.
Oh, you know why he didn't tell them about how modern medicine works? because that same book says the herbs are for the healing of the nations, and pharmakia means sorcery. So your argument, more elegantly put, is, well, sure, there were many truths that the Messiah didn't reveal to those people. Okay, the reason that doesn't actually address my argument with any substance is because we're talking about the first book of the Torah that describes what the Creator made. So the very beginning, it tells you what the Creator made and how long it took him to make it. Okay, so the question is, again, why would the Messiah not tell the Hebrew people that they misunderstood the very first part of the Torah? I'm not saying the Bible or scriptures, because there was actually more books back then, but why would he not tell them, like, look, you think that you understand Genesis, the first book of the Torah, and you think that this is what it says the Creator made? Because creation is a big part of the whole, like, there's a creator, right? So why would he not let them know that they grossly misunderstood the very first book and the very first thing detailed in that book, which is the description of creation? Description of creation.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
Have you ever, like, really thought about that? Because, like, that sounds... For me, that was, like, really crazy. I asked my dad that, and he kind of said, like, the same, like, terrible answer as you, which is, oh, he didn't tell him how to cure polio either. I'm like, polio wasn't even a thing, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Wait a minute. It sounds like you've really kind of been looking into this a lot, because a couple of years ago when I was hearing you talk, it sounds like you researched this more and more.
Well, this is actually a question I asked my dad, like, 2 years before I ever even came online. Like, just because I knew that he believed in the Bible. And so I'm just curious, like, how does someone reconcile that belief? If they believe in the Bible and they believe the earth's a globe, first of all, Joshua gets really sticky, right? But my question is just, like, how absurd is it to think that the Messiah came and he corrected everyone's interpretation about the scripture? That was his whole point. That was literally everything he did, was like, the religious people say this, that's wrong. The Jewish priests say this, that's wrong. The Sanhedrin says this, that's wrong. This is what the scriptures actually say. This is what they actually mean. You need to study the scriptures, this is what it actually means. But he didn't tell them about the actual creation bit.
Ooh, so that's an interesting point. So notice
I like the Joshua part. Yeah, that's
right.
really...
Matthew said that's an interesting point, man.
Part. Go ahead, brother.
Matthew, what were you saying?
Go ahead, Helio.
It's an interesting part that Jesus only brought up the law, the moral teachings, those kinds of things about how to live, instead of talking about all these other topics like science.
What? Right. No, he says if you can't understand the earthly things, how can you understand the heavenly things?
Right. Yeah.
He said, if you don't understand the earthly things, how can I even talk to you about heavenly things?
Yeah,
that's what I love about the Joshua story. You know, with Joshua, the angel came to him. It was just like, I didn't know I was going to be part of this. And it's just, okay, here we go.
Yeah, so Jesus went around healing people to show his power. He talked about the law and their misinterpretation of the scribes and Pharisees, and so he was correcting all of their religious teachings. It seems like he wasn't there to correct any scientific misconceptions.
What? No, dude, this is about creation. So he actually did correct them. So do you remember when the Sadducees cornered the Messiah and they said, oh, okay, you claim you're the Messiah? Well, Moses says that whenever a guy dies, that his brother has to take his wife. So what happens if 7 brothers die? Who gets the wife in heaven? Do you remember what the Messiah's response was?
Yeah, there's no giving and taking of wives in heaven.
What did he say before that?
He called them fools for thinking there was no such thing as a resurrection, I think. Something like that.
No, okay. He said, you know not the power of Yah or the scriptures. So he corrected them on many understandings of the scriptures, not just what they were teaching. Okay? That wasn't a teaching. That was like a question they didn't understand. So they came and tried to ask him like this tricky question about how he didn't understand. They thought no one but the Messiah would know the answer. But really, they were just ignorant, and they didn't read the scriptures, and that's actually evidence for Enoch, because he claims that it's in the scriptures, and that's not said anywhere in the book before that except for Enoch. But anyway, do you see my point, bro? He was correcting their misunderstandings about everything, okay? And the part that's interesting about that is dude, apparently they completely misunderstood the very beginning of the book. So, like, if I'm going to tell my daughter, right, she's like 3 weeks old, I'm going to teach my daughter about, like, what was made for her, right? Like, the first thing I'm going to explain is that there's a creator that made you, he made me, he loves us, and he made where we live, right? So, like, that's the first fundamental thing that you have to understand before moving forward. It's the most basic, crucial aspect of it. So it's like, you're saying the Messiah knew that all the Hebrew people for hundreds and thousands of years, misunderstood the description of creation, and they just didn't correct him because, in fact, one thing he says is, for they are willfully ignorant, right? They don't even know that they deny that the land, the earth, was raised up out of water. They don't even they ignore the fact that actually the earth was raised up out of water. He uses this as an example of how they're ignorant and lost.
Started with the covenant, the blood covenant.
I see what you're saying, and it's a forceful argument. So I see what you're saying. I think there are ways around it.
All right. Well, don't you think maybe instead of trying to get around it, we should just try to figure out what the truth is?
Of course, I want to know what the truth is. So
are you gonna pray? Would you pray about it for me?
I will, for sure.
You should seriously, bro. I'm being serious, bro. Like brother to brother, bro. Like I'm telling you, you should just, why not, right? Like just pray about that.
No, I do. What's your opinion about why Jesus didn't correct their beliefs about the circulatory system and how blood works?
Does the first book of the Bible describe the circulatory system?
No, but it talks about blood sacrifice and stuff like that.
Okay, so they didn't actually misunderstand the scriptures regarding the circulatory system, huh?
Yeah, so I would say that maybe he wasn't there to correct all their misunderstandings about every single thing. That's one option. The other
you heard my rebuttal was that that's not the same. That's not analogous, bro. Because it's
it could be.
That's not
man, what are you talking about, Matthew?
It could
that's
be
not outlined in the scriptures, bro.
It could be that many of them actually believed that the Earth was a globe. That's a possibility too.
Oh my gosh, bro! Now we've gone
Paul,
off the road.
who's educated and spoke Greek.
Paul specifically thought that there was a firmament over top of the earth that was physical that held back water. So that's weird.
I think Paul might have been a glober because he was aware of the.
Paul might have been a glober.
Why would you do this, dude?
Because
come on, Matthew. Come on.
Wait, you're going to say, just let him. I guess you're going to say because he was educated.
Yeah, he was educated in sort of the Greek learning and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay. Well, like even when the Greeks postulated that the Earth was a ball, they were a minority, right? Like it was only like a mystery school teaching. So I don't know why.
He was raised as a Roman, but he was a Jew, and he was training in the Pharisee under the Pharisees, and so. But then he went through the process where he had the scales on his eyes and he couldn't see, and then he was met by Christ.
Well, yes, Paul was very learned. That's why he was able to connect with so many people, and so many people wrote him letters. There's no doubt about that.
He wasn't Greek at all. I don't know.
Yeah, he spoke Greek. He spoke Greek and wrote Greek.
Well, no shit.
Dude, he spoke multiple. He spoke tons of languages.
Pardon my French, but no, he was definitely not Greek.
Actually, the study has shown that it was like commonplace that people back then in the Mediterranean area, almost all of them.
He was half Roman and half Jew.
Did you guys know studies showed that it was like the norm that almost everyone knew multiple languages because there was such a integration of different societies that really to go through life and communicate with people, you had to have a grasp on 3 or 4 different languages at least.
Yeah, and it's still sort of the norm in Europe right now.
Yeah, but if you're saying Paul was Greek, I mean that's nowhere in the scripture. It doesn't say.
No, I didn't say he was Greek.
He's not saying that.
He spoke Greek.
I thought you said. Well, no.
But, unfortunately for you, dude, you're not actually bringing up. You're not bringing up a good. I'm sorry, but you have no rebuttal. The circulatory system doesn't help you, and actually, modern science is wrong about the circulatory system. But we won't get into that. As of course, your heart actually doesn't pump blood, and it's basically electromagnetism that circulates via the torus field, which has been proven, and you can go to heartinstitute.com to look into that. But of course he didn't tell him about the pseudoscientific pharmakia explanation of 2023 because it's wrong. But anyway, bro, like my point is the first book of the Bible doesn't talk about your circulatory system, right? So it's not comparable to like creation as a whole that is specifically described. And that's why we rest on the seventh day, is because of creation. It's like arguably the most important part.
The first book of the Bible would be the foundation, and if there's no foundation, the book falls apart.
Right, bro. I mean, the whole thing is like there's an idea, right? That there's a creator and he made this world. Like that's the idea. It's like there were religions all over the place, and this idea is that this creator made the world, and it gives very specific, detailed claims as to how he made it, as to how he made the world and what he made. So this is like the first part of the belief. Like this is like page 1, like literally.
Well, but the creation is the evidence for the creation. So people that exist across the world, actually, that's where the religions came from.
See,
from
here's
the evidence
the thing,
of creation.
Here's the thing, Matthew. The globe and everything that has to do with the globe is so convoluted, and that it takes away people's ability to even believe that they are actually here doing something right now, like we are on Discord all together. It makes them question creation. It makes them question anything. It makes them question everything in their reality. Do you not see that that's a problem? Like that
Sure,
would what
if you,
you would be.
if you
that's
follow the
exactly
standard science, yes.
That's what you would consider kind of like a spell, right?
Well, yeah. So if you follow standard scientific narrative, which is that methodological naturalism describes that everything came about with no need for a creator, then yes, that's obviously a problem. That's not what I subscribe to.
But there's no place for the creator in such a convoluted narrative.
Not in their narrative, but in my narrative, there is. I think God.
I got an idea real fast, and then I'm going to stop talking. Think about this, okay? So if there was a child and you didn't tell them about the globe, you didn't tell them anything, and they just went into the world to experience it, right? And they saw that the sun moves in the sky through the day. They see that they look over the ocean and the horizon is flat. They see that the moon moves. They see the sun and the moon at the same side. If you don't tell this child anything, what's the child going to think?
He would think the same thing that the ancients thought, that the sun comes up in the east, goes overhead, then sets in the west, then goes underground and comes up over the east again.
Okay. He would think that the earth is flat, not moving, that the stuff in the sky moves.
Right.
Okay, that's what the child would. Okay, so who is the author of confusion?
The devil is the author of confusion.
Okay, so obviously not the creator, because Satan means opposition, so it's the opposite, right? Of the creator. Okay, so here you go. Do you remember when the Messiah said that if you were to lead one of these little ones astray, it would be better that you have a millstone tied around your neck and you be thrown to the depths of the sea?
Yes, he was talking about causing them to sin, especially.
Yeah, just leading them astray, deceiving them. Deceiving them.
Causing a little one to sin.
Yeah, if you actually read the Hebrew, it's just deceive them. So anyway, the point is that your position is that the Creator himself has created the world in such a way that it presents itself very confusing, and it misleads a child until someone comes in to correct them.
No, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say that God gives children intelligence and smarts and mind to figure things out. Like he delights in us finding out about his creation. He told us to have to rule over it and have dominion over it, and part of that is understanding it.
Yeah, what age do you think a child would determine that the Earth's a ball that spins if you never told them?
If you never told them, probably most of them wouldn't figure it out at all.
Okay, all right. So then the Creator has created the world in a way that deceives us and confuses us, and is the opposite of the way it presents itself.
I don't think I would say it deceives us. No, it's just there are mysteries in the world, sure.
I don't know. I was just really hoping that would resonate.
Wait, just because there's mysteries in the world, you think God is deceiving us? I don't think so. I mean, we can't see radio waves, and people didn't know about radio waves for 1,000 years, thousands of years.
Okay, just forget it.
That's not a deception. It's just us coming.
He's clearly saying that he wouldn't deceive you. He's not deceiving you with creation. It is what you see.
Okay, so Kim, why did God make radio waves work?
God didn't make radio
You're
waves.
utilizing the creation. When you use radio waves, you're utilizing the creation. You're not making something out of nothing.
Exactly.
Radio waves, we can't see radio waves, so using Witzig's logic, God is deceiving us because we can't see radio waves. I don't think
No, because you're...
dude,
that's not synonymous.
You're stretching that one, Matthew.
It's the same thing. There are things we don't understand. So what?
Back up. Let's back up. Just
that would be completely different, because a child would understand that he's in a flat Earth, and he would never pick being on a globe. That would be a completely different realm.
Yeah, so before the discovery of radio waves, for thousands of years, children and adults had no idea how light.
Have you looked into those line of sight transmissions? Because that would prove the flat Earth.
It proves the Earth is flat, or there's some other mechanism causing the radio waves to bounce.
Thank you. Hey, Matthew, you and I have had that conversation about the bouncing radio waves.
Right.
We know about it. Yep. So, yeah, is there another mechanism which the radio waves bounced off the atmosphere and just propagated themselves 10,000 miles? What?
Yes.
On a ball? On a ball. Okay. I mean, that's a hell of a claim, right? It's a hell of a claim.
Well, yeah, normally I wouldn't believe that, except there's experimental evidence that they were able to send radio waves that far.
Well, of course.
But not with line of sight transmission.
No, not line of sight,
yeah. Right. It was intended, the absolute intention of was line of sight from the beginning. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to shoot this thing around the globe. No. It was straight across, bro. You know that. It was 100% line of sight. That was their intention. That's what they built. That's what they executed. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to shoot it off the atmosphere. Their intention was to make a communication across an incredibly large distance, which we all have. A lot of us have probably traveled those distances. And heck, we're on Discord right now talking to each other. We've got people in, all the way, 12,000 miles away from us. Tim, are you there? No, not Tim. But he's not 12,000. He's only about 6,000 miles away from me. But there's people in here that I've talked to almost instantaneously at 12,000 miles away. That's a great phenomena that we can all observe. And if anybody wants to deny that that's possible, I don't think there is. We can communicate across this great place we live in many different regions, whether it's in the southern hemisphere or northern. That's what they call it, the hemisphere. They always got to throw that sphere thing in there, man.
I know. I hate saying atmosphere. I've been trying so hard not to lately.
I had a conversation.
I seriously believe it's kind of like a spell, man. It just seems like it is, and they've inserted it everywhere.
No doubt it's a spell. I have no doubt. And Witzig will back me up on that. That it has been a casting spell of absolute phenomenal execution. These Mongos have absolutely figured it out.
I consider that we are blessed that we were pulled out of it.
Yep.
Somehow. I mean, you see Matthew in here, and he's a great guy. He's sweet. He's nice.
I love Matthew, man.
We can't seem to. He's gonna be drug out like kicking and screaming.
No, I say the same thing. I consider myself blessed to understand the true nature of the globe Earth and not be sucked into these flat Earth falsities. So I consider it a blessing also.
Matthew.
Okay, whatever you
that was, Matthew.
Okay, whatever you say.
Dude, Matthew, that was a little bit of a cock jab right there.
No, you were saying that you consider it blessed to be to know about the flat Earth, and I say
I was blessed that we all have Discord to talk with each other.
And being pulled out of the globe spell.
Yeah. No, you're saying you were blessed to be pulled out of the globe spell, and I say I feel the same way, but just sort of the opposite direction.
Well, I appreciate your input. However, reality will present itself to all of us in the same manner, and no one can disprove that.
The Bible talks about the delusion, right? And the devil's pushing the globe model, so that was enough for me to be.
There you go. I mean, It's that simple, man. It could be, dude, some dude came to me and said, hey, man, satellites are fake. They're not in space. I was like, what? Shut up. I got DirecTV, man. Fuck off. And I went home and I started looking for satellites in space, pictures of satellites in space, from space. And I ran into page after page of CGI. And I'm like, no. Come on. There's got to be a real picture of a satellite in space, from space. There's got to be one. Nothing, man. And that perked, obviously perked my curiosity. I said, hey, man, I'm going to go out and check this out, man. What?
Check it out.
Just check it out, man.
Just go check it out. We all live here.
Can I prove that satellites are actually in space? Matthew can't. I can't. None of us can. Not one of us in here can say, hey, man, I got guaranteed proof that I can prove 100% that satellites are in space. And that would be, it'd be great if you could stand on that rock and say, yeah, man, I'm going to plant my sword right here. I know for a fact, 100%, that there are objects floating above my head at 20,000 miles an hour, shooting around the globe or whatever. And I'm like, dude, no, you cannot prove that. You can't. Nobody here can. And if you can, man, let me know. Because we've been here for 8-10 years saying, hey, man, where's this proof of these satellites shooting around space? Now, I got DirecTV, man. That's the proof. I got DirecTV, and if I live on the equator, man, my satellite dish is pointed straight up. That's proof. What? I believe satellite dishes work, man. Shit, I had one on my house for a couple of years.
If Satan reigns on Earth, then pretty much the popular belief is probably the wrong one.
Well, something's raining here on Earth, and actually, it's raining here where I'm at. Is it raining where you guys are?
No, it's kind of cold there.
Yes, it's raining where I am.
Yeah, it's been raining for a few days, all weekend, right?
Yeah, but Kim, there are some things that everybody believes that are true, right? You can't just say that just because Satan rules the world, that everything that is most popular is false.
Yeah, the truths that we're talking or discussing right now are things like water boiling when applied heat.
Yeah,
those things are truth. Everything else is subjective to your experience.
So last night I went to a magic show in Las Vegas, and I watched a magician by the name of David Blaine.
Oh, I've seen him.
Sew his mouth shut right in front of me, man. Sewed his mouth shut. And he had some people come up and tear part of a $100 bill off. And they sewed his mouth shut before they even did the trick. And at the end of the trick, he unsewed his mouth, and he had a corner of this perfectly matched the $100 bill. I was like, damn, that's a hell of an illusion, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's great.
It's pretty good, man.
You saw the David Blaine act in Vegas?
Yeah, it was in Las Vegas last night. Yeah. At, what's it called? The Hilton Resorts. It's a pretty brand new theater. It opened up maybe like about a year ago or something.
Nice. How long was the act? Like an hour?
It was 2 hours.
2 hours.
I'm not going to tell you guys too much about it in case I don't want to be a spoiler alert, but
That's okay. I'm not going to go.
He'll change the show up from night to night, but he swallowed some frogs, man. I watched him. And I was like right there, dude. I was like 12th row center. I'm like, motherfucker swallowed some frogs, man. I was like, you have to be kidding me. And he puked them back up. Like, oh my goodness. What does it take? What does it take to do that, right? And I found out last night is that you cannot eat for like 3 days. You have to absolutely empty your stomach to be able to pull off this trick. And you have to be fed through like a IV. You cannot consume food for like 3 days. And that's the only way you could swallow some frogs live and puke them back up. And it was a fascinating to see somebody do that. Anyway, thanks for
we all just unmuted.
It was amazing, but it's an illusion, man.
Matthew, have you seen that film, The Principle? Have you seen that one?
Oh, I started watching it. I'm about halfway through.
Oh, you got to watch it. Yeah,
it's good.
It is really good, Matthew.
So what do you think? What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think it makes some good points about there's some irrational reasons why people think that we can't be at the center of the universe. So I'd be open to the idea that the solar system is at the center of the universe.
All right, so you're talking about Earth being, or at least Earth being center. Center. I mean, it's, even if you think it, just like what's that Catholic guy that debated Rob Skiba at that one Flat Earth conference? What's his name? Oh, shit, I can't remember his name. Anyway, he was debating for geocentrism versus Rob Skiba, which I mean, there was a lot of information brought out there. But yeah, the principle is kind of on that vein. I mean, the guy that made the principle isn't a flat earther, but yeah, I thought it was.
That was a good debate.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find that one.
I had a question for Witsit before he logs off, then maybe he can just direct message me.
He gone.
Okay.
He gone. He bounced.
He checked. Dude, I think Witsit's been sitting here all day.
Really? Dude,
yeah, he was sitting here all day.
I've only been here a couple hours. I'm like,
no,
I came in.
I don't know if he was listening or whatever, but he
wasn't in here when I joined earlier.
Yeah, I think he was muted. He just he was in.
I don't think he was in here.
Oh, really?
Maybe he's been in and out all day.
Yeah, maybe so.
I was trying to warn Miggy about rolling my balls, and I said, "Hey, man, watch out for this guy." And I got muted. Like, I was trying to
but
guys,
it's just like I'm pretty sure Miggy's talked to him before, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just
Miggy
he exposes himself every time he comes in here.
Every time, man. And it was absolutely, I'm like screaming at my top of my lungs. I'm like, dude, you keep an eye out for this guy because he'll just like divert everything you say.
He just sent you a message in the live stream voice text.
Whatever. Roland, listen, man. I've known enough of your shit, man. I've seen it. I was trying to warn Miggy and everybody. I'm like, hey, man, this guy will not admit to anything. At least Matthew admits to a lot of stuff.
You heard Jedi talking to him earlier.
You know what I'm saying? Jedi's coming in.
Don't waste your time.
We're talking powerhouses are coming in on top of my rolling my boulder.
It's like when I saw him, I was just like, I thought he was already permabanned. I mean, why is he still in here now?
Well, he had some excuse about, well, my things are getting deleted and I've got deleted and I got a different account.
That's what you heard me ask him that, and I was
yes.
Like,
did you hear his answer?
He was like, I was trying to create another account, and then
the answer was, I don't know.
It got deleted.
The answer was,
I've had the same account here on Discord for the entire time that I ever joined Discord. It's the same fucking account.
2017, man. I've been out here on Discord. Same account, man. It's not. This is my old account. It's my sixth account. Fuck. I've had the same account. I talk about every truth in the world.
The entire time.
I talk about every truth in the world. You guys pick your fucking truth or conspiracy or whatever. I'll talk about it. I've never been.
You can't say shit, Roland. That's why it's like I think it's probably more than 6. It's probably at least double that.
So Roland, man,
nobody really wants to hear what you have to say. You're just a waffler. You know what a waffler is?
I do.
Well, I'm wondering if Roland knows what a waffler is.
So if you ask me a yes or no question and I answer no, did I not answer your question? These people over here on that Tartaria server are driving me insane.
Do not
I said, it's like, no, dude. And he's still saying that, like, yes or no. I'm like, no.
Hey, Kim, were you in here the other night when we went over to the gem server and freaking they were just like hanging out, doing shit. And they're like, it was me and Creation Bear and Flatter Day Saints. We all jumped over in the gem server.
I didn't.
Oh, it was so fun. It was so fun.
I should have.
So Roland thinks he's not a waffler. He's a glober. And I call him BS on that shit, man, because you've been in here. I'm open to everything, man. I'm open to like flat or round or square or whatever, man.
It's not a glober then. That's a Google Earther. We like to call them Google
total bullshit lie, Roland. I'm sorry, brother.
As a matter of fact, I bet you Matthew's heard his bullshit before because Matthew's been here when he's been in here before too.
Space does not exist.
Yeah, I've talked with Roland quite a bit. He's a good guy. How's it going, guys?
No, he's very. Come on, Matthew. I want you to admit that Roland's a little bit waffly. Okay.
No, he's not. Can you give an example?
Okay. Well, he's like, I don't know if reality is real.
He just backed the stream up about.
I mean,
about
we're take that, Matthew. I don't know if reality is real.
Shush! You don't have to back anything up, Matthew. I'll say I don't know if reality is real.
He'll say that. He'll say that all day long, man.
That's the globe spell right there.
You go. I don't know.
I don't like the word no.
That's what Miggy's been bitching about in here for the last fucking month. Is that
I don't like the word no.
I don't know if reality is real. And
I don't like the word no.
Immediately, man. You're fucking done. You're out of here.
Like that word.
You don't like the word what, Roland? He said I don't like the word what? What did you say?
Don't like the word no.
Roland, do you believe that reality is real?
KNOW. I don't like committing myself 100% things.
You're like, I'm not going to commit to anything because I don't know if anything's real. I don't know if I
might be wrong.
I don't know if I'm sitting in a chair. I don't know if I'm driving a car.
Do you not see, Roland, do you not see the danger in that kind of thinking on a widespread?
Horrible thinking, man.
Like for people to think that nobody will ever be truthful, you're just going to have to deal with a bunch of crap and no accountability for anything because it's not real.
You have to be accountable what's real and what's not, man. If you're driving in your car and say, of course I'm driving in my car. I know this for 100% I'm driving in my car. Don't kid me. And you're like, I don't know.
You two, Kim and Earth.
Listen, Roland.
No, let me talk. I was quiet.
Nah, I'm not going to let you talk.
Well,
I've been around with you, man.
Hold on. Let him talk for
if
30 seconds.
If I was like, I know the Earth is a globe, and I won't hear anything else. I won't entertain any other thought. I won't look at any other point of view. I won't look at any other evidence.
That's
it's a
ridiculous.
Globe.
See how the waffling happens?
No
waffling. That's how I was when I joined Flat Earth. Look.
Where's my waffle? I need some
maple syrup on my waffles.
Maybe got any syrup. I need some butter over here.
Listen, when I saw Netflix Behind the Curve, that's where I was. I was a staunch Glober. I had
there,
never,
man.
ever
remember.
entertained anything. Netflix Behind the Curve. I was like, it can't be true. Those people can't exist.
No, those people actually do exist, but that's a propaganda film. Why would you even consider it altogether?
Do you want to hear my personal journey or what?
Well, I think I've heard it before, but
I was just a guy. I was just a guy watching Netflix. I saw Behind the Curve. I was like, wow, that can't be. I sought Flat Earth out on Discord. Not Discord. Reddit. And tried to ask questions. And I was banned in like 2 hours. So I kind of gave up. But then I was like, well, Discord, here I am. Maybe there's people. I found you guys. I'm curious. I could have just watched Behind the Curve and laughed my ass off because Flat Earth is stupid as fuck. But I am actually curious. I still think Flat Earth is stupid as fuck. I do still think it's stupid as fuck.
Why?
I'm actually curious.
Why do you think it's stupid?
Because it doesn't seem to match anything.
Match what? Anything? Meaning what?
Stars, boats, theodolites, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Oh my
It doesn't
gosh!
matter.
If I hear
Maybe I'm
theodolite
wrong.
one more time, I swear.
I'm still curious.
Why would you use a theodolite to find curvature when there's way better instruments to use?
Anyway, go.
Good grief! Sorry, I might have.
You were
I
talking
might
over
have
each
gotten
other. I
a
didn't
little
hear you.
emotional. Okay, because they've been hammering me on the Tartaria server about Jesse Gordon's stupid theodolite experiment, and they act like I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, well, whatever. I'm not going to entertain you if you think I'm stupid.
Oh yeah, theodolite it's only designed to measure over at the most a few hundred meters.
It's meant for elevation, finding elevation.
Well, yeah, you're not going to find the curvature of the Earth.
And like construction, though, like not over big distances.
It's not designed for that.
No, exactly.
Who shut you out of Tartaria?
Nobody shut me out. They've just been over there messaging me and pinging my name.
Gotcha.
Like they don't even know me. I don't even think. Maybe I talked to the Jesse guy in here.
Don't get sucked into this bullshit.
It's fine. I can handle it. It's not like it's unhandleable. But like there was a guy over there telling me that I didn't answer his question, and I answered it twice, 3 times.
Him, Miggy, Elio, him, other guy. No, other guy. Flat Earth professor.
Macho.
Look.
Yeah, what's up?
You know who I am. I'm still curious. I'm happy to sit back and listen. I have no more point to prove. I came here with point to prove. I lost. I'd just like to sit in the background and listen.
I would prefer that you, if you want to listen, hang out in the YouTube chat and.
I have.
Right there. Well, do that. Do that. Because you've been banned from here several times. So why don't you just hang out there?
Only one time.
That's bullshit. But anyway,
I was only banned once, and multiple people tried to fix that.
You're lying. I know that you've been banned more than once from other accounts. Anyway, I would prefer you hang out in the YouTube chat, and I'll do my best not to ban you from there.
Did you guys know that I got kicked by Miggy earlier this month?
Hey, Matthew. I
banned Matthew a couple times.
I got kicked by fucking Miggy, man. So don't take it personal, man. Do not.
Yeah, that's
pretty sure I banned you a couple times.
Thank you. I got kicked by Miggy tonight too. So
yeah, if you click on my profile, it says I've only been in the server since January 6th of this year.
That sucks. I'm sorry. Really? Oh, that does suck. You've been here way longer than that.
So what does Matthew do?
Matthew is
that I do wrong.
He's a math professor.
A computer and math professor.
He professes math.
No, Miggy was in the middle of talking to some other new person or Glober, and I
threw in a couple of zingers there and made him mad. So
wait, you guys think that Matthew knows math more than me?
Oh, 100%, without a doubt.
Well, I'd love to hear a debate between Matthew and Roland.
I think
Matthew.
I think we agree.
You guys, all right, I'll see you guys later, man. I love you guys. Have fun with that math shit, all right? I'll be back.
Love you. Bye.
You guys want to talk about physics or something, man? I'll jump in.
I want to just, Matthew, let's go to the mat.
No, you're. I already admit you're better at math than I am because you work at it you're doing your PhD right now. So.
They don't know that.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we do now.
Oh,
so it's this nothing. PhD in which aspect of mathematics are you doing?
I'm doing a PhD in Oberism.
Yeah, he's doing a PhD in anti-flat eartherism. It's like the special program that we have.
It's a special branch of mathematics that uses.
It must be brand new. It probably came up in the last
totally
few years.
uses spherical trigonometry.
No, I may be his boss.
There's no such thing as spherical trigonometry.
I may be his boss in NASA Shill organization, but he's smarter than I am, and so he's one of our best recruits.
You fucking guys.
Matthew, you're going to get in trouble.
So tell me about this spherical trigonometry.
Matthew just DM'd me to shut up about spherical trigonometry.
Duty just called you out, Matt. What are you going to do?
Oh, and then I accidentally posted a definition.
You accidentally said it before he actually told
about triangles.
Told him to shut up.
About triangles.
Let's talk about the spherical trigonometry.
Matthew, you are like the worst handler ever.
Hey guys. Jedi's trying to talk.
Go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, we're just not going to talk about triangles. Let's definitely not talk about trigonometry. Yeah, is that the DM you got? Don't talk about that.
No, he said don't talk about
Matthew
spherical
DM'd me.
Trigonometry.
Matthew DM'd me STFUA triangles, which I understood to mean shut the
Matthew
fuck up.
got a little trigger the other night. I remember that shit. Don't
Did he
think I
get
don't
triggered
remember
or
that
did he
shit,
get
Matthew.
triangled?
He got triangled the other night.
What?
Anyway,
that sounds
he's messing you, telling you to shut the fuck up about it. Go ahead, Jedi.
Why would we not be allowed to talk about? Well, why would he not want you to talk about triangles? Why do you think that is?
Spherical triangles.
There's no such
question. Who is Jedi talking to? Jedi, who are you talking to?
Oh, anybody who got the DM not to talk about triangles.
Okay, so Chris, we're talking about spherical triangles. I say they exist, and Helio just now said they don't exist as evidence for the existence of spherical triangles. I'd link.
All right, Matthew, show me a spherical triangle.
Look at One Past the Hour. There's the Wolfram Alpha page that describes them in detail.
So, okay, Wolfram Alpha page. Let me make sure I
Matthew.
open it in the wrong tab.
The word spherical and triangle is a contradiction.
Wait, Matthew.
Yes. So should we have Wolfram Alpha take down this page because it's all wrong?
No, Matthew.
No, nobody's had a chance to look at it yet. God damn. Give us a chance.
Matthew.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
When can we do our math debate?
Take it somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd win for sure.
No, I can't win. You're a professor.
Yes, but I teach like basic math to undergrads.
Wait. I don't even. I've already looked at. I clicked on your link. So now, what's the definition of a triangle?
Wait. I got this.
The angles add up to
180
degrees.
180 sides.
So a spherical triangle is not. I mean, that only exists in a 3D concept,
right? Yeah, you're getting it. Now they're different things. A spherical triangle is not a triangle. A spherical triangle is a different type of thing.
Well, no
regular
shit.
Triangle.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, that's all there is.
You have a cold.
You got me on that one, didn't you?
I should go to bed. I do have a cold. I should drink more water and go to bed.
Yeah.
Should drink more beer, and I can get you on another one. What else you got?
Can somebody please tell me the entire number of pi? Have you memorized every single number?
No, but I could prove to you that it doesn't have an end. How's that?
I've memorized every single number.
There is no possible way anybody could ever remember every single number of pi. It's like pages.
Prove that. Prove it.
No, it's literally infinite.
No, wait. She says a thing. Prove that no one could memorize
If
that.
it doesn't end, how could you remember it?
Prove it doesn't end.
Hey, whoever
I've
knows
seen
pi,
the pages of
can
it.
you? Isn't it 3.141295?
What do you believe? You believe something someone else told
it's
you?
like 1295. That's as far as I go with it.
No, I don't know.
But
I've looked up the number. I've looked up the
Kim
number.
Hopkins looked something up on the internet and believed it.
Okay, yeah. I didn't just look it up on the internet and believe it.
Okay. What are the numbers of pi?
Doesn't prove anything.
There's no possible way that I could recite that stuff.
Yeah, but it really has
Way too many numbers involved, and there's no pattern. There's no pattern to it
How do
at
you know
all.
there's no pattern?
Because I've looked through the numbers.
When? How did you come up with the numbers?
I
didn't come up with them, buddy.
Who came
There's
up
a
with
pattern to pi, but
Wait. Kim is looking through some numbers. Kim, where are you getting?
I'm not looking through them right now. No.
Oh, where did you get them from, though?
I just refreshed my memory on it not too long ago.
But okay, how?
All right, I'm gonna say good night.
How do you know they don't repeat?
Good night, Matthew.
Roland, it has been a while. See you. I'll be.
I've got to go too. So
stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Peace,
y'all.
guys.
Bye, guys.
Ooh,
slippery, slimy motherfucker.
Yeah. Look, I was dealing with it on 2 different servers tonight.
Nope. Couldn't keep a straight face.
They both left at the same time.
Yeah, that was funny too.
Yeah, they started messaging each other, and he's like, "Stop talking about this." And it's like, "What? Thought you guys were on the up and up." Nah, you ain't.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Bullshit.
He was just sitting there taking the piss out of everybody. I mean, I'm not talking Matthew, the other guy. Matthew always does.
And I called him out as soon as I saw him, and it was like, "Nah."
I mean, the way that he asked me that question, like,
you can.
What, you don't trust that I can go and find?
And then he said Matthew messaged him and said, "Don't talk about that you're doing your PhD on so and so." I was like, man. These ass. Roland Boulder has been in here he was lying about, this is my second time I've been in here. Bitch, you've been in here on like at least 3 or 4 different accounts you got banned. So don't try to lie to me. I know what's going on. Anyway.
People.
They're not here anymore, so anyway. Who else do we have? Any new people want to talk to us? Wasted enough time with Roland. As soon as he jumped in, I was like, shit. I thought he was permaban, but I was like, all right, you guys freaking have at it.
I missed a lot of the discussion that you guys had with Roland.
Well, I didn't have much.
Well, that's because I was
Miggy started talking to him, and I think even India was in here when he was talking. I was like, dude.
I was getting pinged over there on that Tartaria server because somebody, or that Jesse Gordon guy, was wanting me to get him unbanned here. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to vouch for you over there. I don't even know you. And he was talking about his dang theodolites, and I'm like, dude, the instruments are what's in question here. You wouldn't use those to try to find Earth curvature. Like, it's just like a go around here.
It's just like, I'm begging to come to somewhere I've already been banned from. I want to introduce myself again, so I can get banned again. Which it's just like, why do you want to go to a party you're not invited to?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
Why would you want to be in a room filled with people that you have personally said that you think are idiots? Hey, let me go hang out with the village idiots today. Like that. Why would you want to do that if that's your perspective? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's just like, dude, so I started ignoring emails, from people from YouTube and stuff. They were just like email me all the time. It's like, oh, they're treating me bad over there.
That's
it's like, you know what? Fuck you, man. If you've been in here, if you behaved well, had a sensible demeanor, you came in here and had a good conversation, nobody would have banned you.
Yep. Nobody gets banned for being awesome and cool and chill and nice.
Yeah.
Nobody. There's no law against doing that.
Nobody bans you for disagreeing with us.
Yeah, like you have the right to an opinion. Just don't be an ass about it.
So why do they just like message people that are in the server all the time saying, "Get me unbanned," or they email me? Freaking, I get emails from people.
They take things too personally. People are just always spiraling and are triggered these days.
Yeah. So dumb. Anyway, so instead of bitching about the trolls or detractors, what do you guys got going on? Been happening. We have we're halfway through the first month of the new year. What do you guys anticipate is going to happen this year?
Everything happens.
No.
It's been kind of a strange. I live in the Midwest. It's been a pretty strange. It's been pretty warm here compared to what it usually is this time of year. It's usually pretty cold, but it's not. I mean, it's not warm, but it's.
I'd say the same thing that happens every year. More weirdness.
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, we're on the Gregorian calendar. How can you predict anything? You're using that shit.
They have such short-term projection for anything because they disregard all ancient calendars altogether. They throw the baby out with the bathwater and then follow whatever this new random thing that this dude wants to give because whatever his empire.
Yeah, I think you're better off getting the Farmer's Almanac every year and following that shit.
Dude, that's funny though, because there's some stuff in there that's one of them made a prediction that it would snow in the middle of the summer in a place where but it did.
I have a feeling, since January's been so warm, February and March is gonna be horrible. We're gonna have
I think that they're
12 inches of snow where I'm at.
Not about that, but the whole climate change crap. I think it's cyclic and it happens, and they know that it happens, but they're lying about it to try and point a finger, blame, and harp.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And I'm not saying we're going to make it a little worse, but this is a normal thing like day and night. I like the seasons in the year. Every 500 years, stuff changes, and then it changes.
It seems to me like when you have more carbon in the air, you have more lush greenery and good stuff going on.
That reminds me, there's this video where this guy's talking about an experiment done with tomatoes, and they increased that, and they had it kind of in a closed environment, and that's the only thing they did was change that. And apparently it didn't change in size. Like the plant grew bigger, but the produce did not actually get bigger. It just made way more.
Yeah, of course.
It's just
a lot of times if there's more nitrogen introduced into the soil too, you'll get huge yield.
I think it's so ridiculous that mankind on a large scale has fallen for oil fuel to be fossil fuels. I mean, come on. Fossil fuels, just that entire term sounds moronic.
I mean, what do you think coal is? Obviously, coal is created by
what they are claiming is fossil fuel is something that is not.
Pressure.
What I'm saying is that what they're saying is fossil fuel is not made from fossils. It's a replenishable thing that we have here on the earth. It's an element,
The blood of the earth.
Yeah. And it's always replenishing. It's not like finite. We're not running out.
No. I mean,
And I know
certain different
somebody that
places. I mean, like where the reason that we get them from the fossil, what they call fossil fuels, or the oil, the oil from the Middle East, is because there's so much pressure. Once they tap it, they don't even have to pump it out. It's just they actually have to regulate it because it's once they tap them.
abundant.
Yeah, once they tap it, they have to actually regulate it because it's ready to come out. Where like if you go through like different parts of the Midwest, Texas and stuff like that, they have these pumps that were pumping the oil from the ground. Where in the middle, in the Middle East,
I know
they have regulators to keep the oil from shooting out. Because once they tap it, it just shoots out. So they have to have regulation on top of it.
I know a coal miner also, to go to your coal point. He's bitching all the time to me about how they say that we need to stop burning coal. We need to stop burning coal. He's like, that's the cleanest way to like do anything for any of the alternatives that they're putting forth.
Dude, they're not gonna.
He's bitching he's bitching about it to me a lot, so that's why I want to bring that point up. And I know it's kind of one of those things. Like, I know a guy, but he makes a point to bitch to me about it all the time because of how clean it is to burn coal.
Yeah, especially with the filters they have on the factory. The electric factories. I mean, where they're producing electricity and they're burning coal, and they have the filters to clean the exhaust from burning the coal. It's essentially doesn't affect the atmosphere whatsoever. And there's
stinks though. I grew up in a coal mining town. Everyone burned it in their fireplace, and the whole town stunk of it until
but that's not what I'm talking about, though. We're talking about producing electricity in a plant. You put the coal in there, and then you burn it, but it runs through filters before it goes through the chimney. So the exhaust isn't just like throwing it in your fireplace, I mean, you can buy coal at Walmart, charcoal,
the filtration system.
Charcoal is burnt wood, and then they put in little briquettes, call them briquettes.
The filtration system with coal, burning coal is, I mean, literally what is emitted is clean. It is clean. There's no toxins.
It's like water vapor, basically.
Yes.
They have a water filtration system they run it through before, and that's how they it works similar to a nuclear power plant. It's just they heat up a generator and it runs the turbine, and that
yeah, my husband's a millwright, so he works in all different types of power plants. He's been at a nuclear power plant. That's how if I know anything about theodolite, I mean, I can ask him because he uses them all the time.
It's funny. Before I even joined tonight, I'm about let's see, about 20 minutes from the last episode of Chernobyl. I was watching that shit all day today. That HBO show, Chernobyl, and it came out a couple of years ago, and I haven't watched it. But I was like, well, I ran out of shit to watch, so I'm gonna watch Chernobyl. It's a pretty good show. Don't lie. And
nice.
It just shows how the government was trying to cover the whole thing up, how they fucked everything up.
Oh yeah, well they do that. They tend to do that a lot.
They tend toward that.
Yeah, you
they
just
have
reminded me.
Scientists going, here's how they messed everything up. On this last episode, they're just like, he's standing for the I guess it would be like the Congress in Russia or whatever. And he's just like, here's what they actually did, and they were like, you have to shut up right now. It's like, no, I don't. And yeah, dude. Anyway, no spoilers if you want to watch it. It's a good show.
I may. I do know. I do know that you just reminded me that I haven't seen the newest episode of Chosen, because you talk about that show a lot.
Yeah.
They streamed that
watch
today.
all of it? Did you watch?
I haven't seen the last one. No, I didn't watch it today.
The other 2 seasons?
I've seen it all so far, except for the newest episode.
Yeah, it reminds me. I didn't even look for it's supposed to come out today.
There's something about it rubs me a little bit the wrong way. But when I'm watching the show, I like it a lot. But there's something about it, man. Can't put my finger on it, and I don't want to bash it or anything.
No.
It's like a eat the meat and spit out the bones kind of thing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Exactly. Dude, the first part, like where what he tells Simon to cast his net on the other side, and they're all just like, "Holy smokes!" You remember that? That was one of his first miracles. But they couldn't even bring enough fish to shore.
Yeah.
And
I really enjoy it because it's not like the trash that's on TV these days. But I don't know. There is something about it that is rubbing me the wrong way, but I can't put my finger on it.
No, I can tell you why it can kind of rub me, but I still love it. I love the cinematography and all that kind of, what they're doing. It's cool. But as far as like the spiritual part of it, the story goes, it's still sort of Hollywood cinematics. Yeah. But anyway, I'm not gonna trash it.
Like The Passion. Because, that movie was good, but they added in theatrics. It wasn't.
Passion of the Christ is a really good movie too, but
it had good parts, but
you just have to be. You have to be careful when you take somebody's interpretation of the Bible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
They could be pushing a narrative.
If you watch it out of ignorance and think that that's literal, then you're.
Think about the way that people think these days. They think they live on a spinning ball.
Jim, you can tell anybody almost anything these days. So.
It just makes me worried that if there's a narrative being pushed in there, I don't know what it is, but something is rubbing me the wrong way. My discernment pinging is happening. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I still like the show for like a TV show's sake.
Yes, me too. I'm not trying to, but there's a lot of people that aren't us that are watching that show that I worry about.
Oh, well, me too.
I'm switching over to YouTube, guys. I'll talk to you later. Roland, I'm watching you.
Well, good to see you, T-Dub.
Hey, peace, brother.
Yeah, bless you.
Bless you.
What's this? We were talking about pi earlier, right? The infinite number. Like, who can read out pi to the infinite? I mean, a lot of people can read it to 100, 200 points.
Hey, Jen. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, what's up, Jen?
How you doing, everybody? Happy New Year to you lot. I'm doing okay.
You as well.
Brother?
Yeah. 2023, more flat earthers are coming. That's for sure. That's my prediction.
I heard about the bad moon shadow from you first over there on the Tartaria server.
Which server?
Cosmology Tartaria.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard about the bad moon shadow from you first, and then QE was talking about it on his channel.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for the and wicked. But it's all from a guy called Logic. Yeah, he was guy actually observed that and brought it to our attention in the science versus pseudoscience server. So, I thought it was good.
Yeah, I got
To
you.
bring
Yeah,
that was really good work. Yeah.
I may have heard. Sorry.
Go on. No, go ahead.
I was saying I may have heard of moon dials in the past, but I never gave it a second thought. So that was really cool that it was something that I was able to give a second thought.
Yeah. I also like the Japanese torpedo that proves flat Earth as well, because that was pretty good. In that back in the 1920s,
also
torpedoes were a thing then. Yeah.
Yeah, also Marconi's line of sight radio transmissions.
Absolutely.
Definitely proves flat Earth.
Yeah, all the way back then, you see. And when I dropped that one in the Gempan, when I torpedo them in the Gem the server, where it does sink their spirit somewhat. I'll give you that much. Yeah. Purely because the thing, it was the best torpedo in the world at the time when the Japanese actually got it working, and that it was the best one, longest range. So it had double the range of all the regular torpedoes for the Americans, the British, and they were quite surprised because they were of the opinion that the Japanese were incapable of making a torpedo that could rival them. So they proved them wrong by making the best torpedo in the world. Range was 42 miles. Sorry, that was the speed. Speed was 42 miles per hour. Range was 25 miles, which was double of the Japanese rivals. And then it had a length of 9 meters and a weight of 3 tons. And as I said, a speed of 42 miles per hour at a range of 25 miles. Or if you're going to shoot fire it at 10 miles, it could go up to 60 miles per hour, which is like, wow. Yeah, that really got them upset anyway.
Good.
Yeah.
Let's upset the water a little bit.
Yeah, we've got to upset, of course. And then I hit them with, towards the end of last year, I was hitting them with Pearl Harbor, and that the Roosevelt and his entourage, they all knew that the Japanese were coming for the last months. And then I discovered a video from Flat Joe stating that Pearl Harbor proves flat Earth. So towards the end, the last few days of the last year, I hit them with that as well. Pearl Harbor proving flat Earth. The flight paths that was taken wasn't taken on over and everything else. And that was just like a capping stone to the last year's ferocity of arguments that I was giving them. Yeah.
You're doing good work, man. Keep it up.
Well, I mean, it's only courtesy of all the others that are doing good work and bringing them to my eyeballs. And then, I can use it. Yeah, so I can't take the credit for the work, but I can take the credit for the attack. I'm using the work to attack those who are lying about the earth, and that's what we got to do,
Yeah, that's why we all need each other, that's for sure.
That's for sure, yeah, no divide. I mean, in that server, you've got characters that are saying that, flat earthers are in disarray and we're all divided. And I said, no, ladies and gentlemen, that's not correct. Because in the flat earth community, you've got people from all walks of life. They're going to come with different methods to deliver the flat earth truth. But what you must remember is when it comes to speculation, there's always going to be disagreements and that, because it's speculating. We can't prove anything. There are different theories, different hypotheses. You're going to have a little bit of disagreement there, and that's to be expected. That's normal. But that's one thing that is for sure. We know we're not a ball spinning through the universe at 2.2 million miles an hour. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, how have you proven that the universe exists? You haven't proven that it's a globe yet, ladies and gentlemen. And you're talking about universe. It's like it's a place we can go to. So no, ladies and gentlemen, we are not in disarray at all. Each day, more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day of the week. That's the beauty of this. We're coming. Yeah.
It is beautiful. It's great.
That is absolutely
Yeah.
true. And I can personally testify to having witnessed such a thing. Like, there are more and more. And they're not talking, but these militant anti-flat earther globies, they're mistaking silence for agreement. That's what's going on. They're mistaking the silence of people who don't want to have to deal with that crap for agreement. Oh, yeah, everybody knows it. No, you have no idea that the tides are turning.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I mean, when you're reading this Japanese university English textbook, a book for learning the English grammar, and in that book it stated what I said, more because looking at the anti-vaxxers and they're looking at flat earthers. Now we all know that the media they were calling us that, the media, yeah? Okay, but in the Japanese university English textbook, where you're learning the English grammar here in Japan, it stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. I was shocked to see that. That's shocking. But it's good news, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a course of study. It was a course of study in Japan here, and they gave an honest answer. They've said that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. And I thought, well, bloody hell, well, that's nice. We kind of knew it, but to read it in a book here in Japan, I was stoked. I thought, yeah, man, we know we're coming. Get out of here, people. Start waking up.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm planning for the weather gets better. I mean, it's raining now. It's not that cold, though. So I've been, for the third year in a row now, wearing summer clothing in winter. That I'm proving that I'm not going to get that horrible disease that's out there. And if I do, let's see. Everybody's dressed up in their winter clothing. Jin's got summer clothing on, sportswear, shorts, lycra, short sleeves, doing my exercise, my jogging. When the weather gets better, I'm going to go into the local parks with my globe, my toy aeroplanes, and the Gleason's map. And I'm going to go out to the kids. It's the kids that I'm targeting, but if the grown-ups come along, albeit, but it's the kids that I'm targeting and asking them which is correct. Where do we live? Do we actually live on a spinning ball, or are we actually living on a flat earth? Which one?
I love how kids are just more simple and honest. People should be more like kids are.
Yeah. I always think that. And remember, they taught us about the globe when we were kids. 8 years old, 7, 8, 9, 10, we're learning about the globe. Now, at that age, we're not able to critically think of questions like, can you show me evidence? Because you're a child uploading. Right, you're uploading the information that they give you. You're trusting the teachers. It's your first experience of learning. So you're skipping home every day. La 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 la. You learn something new. You're not suspicious because that's not on the radar. You have no reason to distrust. So you're not going to be thinking what you're learning is not correct. That's not on your mind at all. You see, it's been and then as you're growing up, it's reinforced all through your cartoons, children's programs, adult programs as well, TV space programs, music, news, billboards, it's everywhere. Okay, this globe thing, right? So it's all being reinforced. You carry that belief, but it begins at elementary school, and that's where the burden of proof lies. If a child had the intellect to ask for that proof, the teachers would have to prove it. They didn't give us any proof at school, did they? Didn't give us any proof, did they?
No, and if you asked for it, if you were brave enough of a kid to ask for it, they'd shut you down.
Yes, they probably would shut you down if they couldn't explain it. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say is even if you did question it, your peers would act like you're dumb for questioning it. The teacher would correct you openly in front of everybody and then point right back to the book. If it's not in the book, you're wrong.
That's how you know it's spell casting. Yeah. That is the first spell cast on us with this globe.
Yeah.
A witch brings a book of witchcraft out and then starts chanting random mantras to little impressionable souls.
This is what we're dealing with, man.
That's right. Do you remember when you were growing up, you said, don't criticize your teachers? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. Don't criticize your elders. Don't criticize your teachers. That was always said when I was growing up. You know. So you don't criticize your teachers. And at that age, you're not able to really formulate the question anyway. But that's why I think it's important to teach the kids the truth. So you catch them as early as possible. And I think elementary school kids are a good target because, like you said, they're honest. So they can easily work it out. They can easily work it out. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and get a video up on that one as well. Try and do a video. It'll be when spring kicks in, really. When the weather's better and the kids are out playing and, their spirits are high. Yeah, let's see what they know. Because I'm sure that if we were all asked when we were young, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is the Earth a globe? You would probably say no, or I don't know. You wouldn't have said yes. Because the question would then be, how would you have known that? What evidence did you have? What clues did you? How would you know?
Yeah.
Right. So your existence was level. You wouldn't be thinking the Earth is a ball that's spinning in space. I don't think you would never have that idea.
Yeah, and the spell goes deeper. It makes it like these kids grow up to not believe that their reality is real. Like they could be a brain in a vat or in a simulation, or I don't know. It's breeding out. This spell, it goes deeper than just the globe Earth. It makes you question your reality, and it's bad. It's bad. We're doing good work though, guys. We have to be provocative about it. We have to say the words flat earth to trigger people, and it does. People get angry. And people also, like tonight, we were dealing with some people that are slimy. That was the best word used for the people that were in here. Slimy.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, some people, even if they are whatever flat earthers or whatever, I don't want to call myself a flat earther. Well,
I don't care. I
don't
like
care.
the provocativeness.
Yeah, me too. That's what I was about to say. Because dude, are you a flat earther? Well, yes, I am. What about it?
Sometimes the best way to get people's attention is to, be profane. I've had this conversation with you before, Helio. I was like, there was this one man one time said to eat my flesh and drink my blood. And that was pretty profane to everybody listening to him, but he was getting a point across. He was trying to be profane.
I have a modern account of something that's kind of funny. There was a new pastor, right? He was a recent convert, but he had a sermon. It was not really a new pastor. He had something where a pastor would let him speak. And he was kind of still relatively, he just still cursed a little bit occasionally. So he got fired up. And he basically, I can't remember what word he used, but he cussed in the middle of his sermon because he was talking about the devil, and he was kind of really, really pissed. And the pastor was kind of comforting him, like he'd rather him be angry at the devil than cursing at the devil than cursing for him, kind of thing, like using that word in service of him.
My understanding.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Sorry.
That was during a sermon.
Sorry.
It was just one. It was like one word, and it wasn't an F-bomb or something, but I didn't hear it. It was an account of a sermon that happened, and it was just funny. The pastor's response to what happened. He didn't get disparaging or angry at him. It was like, "I'm glad you're angry at the devil."
Sure, but I mean, you could say something like, "Unless you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have no part of me." No, he didn't say that. That's what Jesus said.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's some next level stuff, and the King of Kings said that.
What were you gonna say, Jedi?
You mean Jen?
Yeah, no, Jen. My bad. I thought it was Jedi for a second. Never mind. I'm tripping. Had so many people in here tonight.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I had a Wi-Fi glitch there. That's all. Yeah, I'm listening. So yeah, they reckon that when we teach the kids, the two schools of thought, the heliocentric model, which they're already learning, and then the flat Earth truth. Now they're saying that's child molesting. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Oh
yeah,
my.
Us
teaching children. Well, even the hardcore atheists think even taking your kids to church is child abuse.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's all child abuse. Yeah, stupid.
Yeah, it's freaking crazy.
It is very stupid.
Yeah. I think it's good that the children should learn. You see, in English law, okay, education law, it states clearly, and this is thanks to Anthony Riley, okay, because it was my input in the Roxanne Glenn's channel because I was back in the beginning of this 2015, 16, I was saying it's a flat earth revolution. This is what's going on. It's a revolution. And they didn't like the word revolution as much. And they kept asking me, why do you keep saying flat earth revolution in your comments and when you're talking and that? I said it because it is a revolution and we the people have the right to question the authorities. It's your legal right to question what the education people are doing. And when you're doing that, it's like you're having a revolution. I don't mean in the angry mob with picket handles, forks and guns. No, I mean a revolution in that you're changing your thoughts and what's being taught. This is a revolution. It is. Okay. And then Anthony Riley, who was studying law at the time, was prompted to look into the education authorities and what they were supposed to be teaching. And it stated that they were supposed to teach the geocentric model as well as the heliocentric model. But we only learn about the heliocentric, you see. You see what I mean? So by law, they're supposed to teach both anyway.
But when they do teach about the geocentric and the flat earth, they ridicule it. They assassinate the character of it completely. Mm-hmm. So that's how they get away with it. That's their loophole, is that they ridicule it.
Jen.
And they have everybody on their side. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
When you said revolution right now?
Yeah.
You said revolution. I was thinking that's our time. What we're doing is we're revoking Lucifer. And that's the revolution.
Get it, Flatter Day.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. I'm talking it as a changing of my thoughts and re-educating everybody properly. And that is a kind of revolution against the satanic teachings that we're getting, if you will.
You know that changing your thoughts like that is the definition of repenting, right?
Right. Well, there you go then.
Yeah. Cycles of thought, more than like literal thing. It's changing your mind is a
changing your mind.
Revolution. Yeah. Revolution and cycles of thought. You know, when I used to think this, now I don't anymore. It's cycles of thought, and it actually has something. It's definitely directly connected to your spirituality. So, because when you can become aware, I mean, you can't have your own spirituality because we're all in this together, right? So that's the way I see it.
Yeah. We're all into this together. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. So we've all got to come together on the same page and the same cause, as it were. You know. And I'm always reminding them, although I'm not a religious man, I say to them, remember, no man made this earth. When you look at it, it's God's work. So we know God exists. Look at the magic of the earth we live on. Remember, it was the gift of life. Everything on it was given to us for free. The only thing we have to pay for was our labor to maintain this earth for the generations yet to come. It was all given to us. We shouldn't be buying fruits as such. It shouldn't be something
Jen,
we have to buy.
On that point, I mean, you often hear us talk about Christianity and stuff, you know, in the Western world. I mean, what's it like raising people, raising children in Japan, you know, when it comes to spirituality and stuff like that?
Oh, no problem at all. It doesn't really, it comes in. It's a. When
Are there
they
a
come
lot of
into contact
Christians
with it.
in Japan?
Oh, in Japan, there's loads of Christians in Japan. There are loads of
Okay.
Muslims and Jews. You see, it's all there. But when I say loads, not like in the West. You know what I mean? When
No, of
you
course
all
not.
come right.
And there's a lot
So
of Buddhists there too, right?
that's correct. You took the
Yeah.
words out of my mouth. That's the number one is the Buddhism, you see, and then
Yeah.
closely followed by Shintoism, which is the original. That's the Japanese original. It's Shinto,
Yeah.
right? And then there's this large movement of the
Yeah, I'm just curious
Buddhism,
about that.
which is coming from.
Because you have what?
No,
like
it's there.
three?
The people
You
are-
have three children, if I remember right. Three.
I've got 4 boys.
4 boys.
Four boys.
Holy
Yeah,
shit! How
yeah.
did you? Holy shit! 4 boys. Oh man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it was easy because like I said, it's about educating them early as you can. And I said to them, one, your existence is not to be scared of your dad. That's not why you're alive. So you do have your voice. You have rights. So when you're in this house, you have rights to speak. If things are not going well, you should be speaking out as you're growing up. So they had the freedom to speak. Yeah. No teacher can tell you that you can't go and see your friend, or you can't have a certain hairstyle, which is what is going on in Japan. They're teaching their children not to go to their friend's house, and certain hairstyles are not suitable. But I totally went against that, and I explained to them that
Culture in Japan
you're an education authority.
Dude, especially I mean, you're a black dude and you have a Japanese wife, and all your kids look different than everybody else in Japan.
That's right.
This is kind of I'm curious. This is interesting.
Yeah. I mean, we with that, what I said there, our house was always busy when the kids were in elementary school and kindergarten. They were always busy. Parents would bring their kids here. They're learning English anyway, so they bring them here to play as well. It was brilliant. So they learnt that the Japanese education system, they sometimes cross over the line, they overreach. And they don't have the right to do that. So they learn all that. Then I explained to them the different religions that are out there, and I said to them, it's up to you. I was born under the Muslim religion. You have Muslim names. Whether you follow that religion or not is up to you. That's all I said. You follow. I don't really follow any religion, even though I was born under it. So, but I know that God. Yeah, go ahead.
Just so everyone knows, you teach English language in Japan.
That's correct. I do teach English language at an elementary level,
for Japanese
high school
students.
level. Yes, Japanese students and Brazilians as well as Peruvians as well, and Indians, one or two. Yeah. Now I teach elementary, junior high, university when they want to pass English proficiency tests, business English, and also holiday when they want to go on holiday, preparations for going on holidays, that sort of stuff, hotel uses of English, airport use of English, that kind of thing. Okay, so English for traveling, survival English, let's say.
That's good. That's awesome. You have 4 boys, and I have a 4-year-old boy.
All right, well, congratulations. I'm glad that he's a bouncing boy. Nice, good, healthy, bouncing boy. Yeah.
He is, and he's I taught him how to say the earth is flat in Spanish.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
La tierra es plana.
Yeah.
Yes, la tierra es plana. Yes.
Yeah.
La tierra
es plana.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yo primero.
So plana is the planet. The planet, the earth is flat. Yeah. Brilliant. So they know it in Japanese, Chikyu wa taira. Chikyu wa taira. So Chikyu is the earth. Wa means is. Taira means level. Flat, level.
Thank you.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chikyu wa taira.
Jenkins.
So yeah, they know.
Chikyu wa taira.
Yeah. As soon as I knew.
Japanese, I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
Japanese, I really think so. Don't. Yeah, when I discovered the flat Earth back in 2015, I spent 8 hours looking at videos from Generism, Celebrate Truth, Eric Dubay, ODD, Dave Murphy, Mark Sargent. Okay, and after that, it was Mark Sargent. I watched about half an hour of, but it was the Mark Sargent video that got that I was watching at the very beginning, and within 3 minutes, I'd realised that I was in error. 3 minutes into the flat Earth clues, I was smacking my head, saying, "Shit, it's flat, man!" And it all happened in one big warp speed of my life. All my experiences, whoosh, bang, it's flat. Shit, it is. Fucking hell, it is flat. Fuck.
It is.
Yes. It didn't happen that fast for me, but it was about 2 weeks, looking at a couple of Eric Debate videos and Mark Sargent. I was like, oh, now I see. Because I avoided it for a long time, and because it was popping up on my YouTube feed. But once I really took a look at it, I was like, wow, now I see what they're saying.
The series of events.
I ignored it. Yeah, go on.
Sorry. The series of events that happened that I researched with Operation High Jump and Operation Dominic and Fishbowl and all that. That is what convinced me.
Right. Well, you see, you saying that, I said 3 minutes, and I knew I was in error. Now, why was that? Why was it only 3 minutes? Because Jin had experienced 3 years of Army cadet life back in the 70s. Then in the 80s, I was in the Royal Engineers in the Army for 2 years, territorial, like the Home Reserves. So that's part-time, okay? 2 years of that training, which exposes you to nature, outdoors. You're doing mountaineering, rock climbing, canoeing, shooting out, missions out there, training outdoors, survival, this stuff, jumping out of planes. Okay, so you're exposed to nature and you see nature in all its glory, but I didn't connect, did I? Because I never saw the curvature of the Earth ever in my life, but I didn't realize that. I hadn't seen the curvature 53 years of my life. I wasn't thinking about Earth's curvature at all. So when I was out there looking at Earth, I loved it. So that was my connection, because I never severed my connection from Earth. Okay, and when I watched that first 5 minutes of Mark Sargent's video, I felt totally inadequate, because when I actually clicked on the video on Boxing Day 2015, after ignoring this, like Helio said, you're getting the suggestions, flat Earth, flat up. I was thinking that's idiotic. Who would put this material up? What fools? So I said to myself, on the day I clicked on the video, I said, right, let's click on this flat Earth video, see what they're talking about. What the hell have they got to tell me? And I'm thinking I know it all. That's my brain there, thinking I know it all. Let's click on this for a bit of an entertainment, for a laugh. And as I clicked on it, getting into a minute, I wasn't laughing. In fact, I got this feeling of I was an idiot, a hole of an ass, a dickhead, because I'd missed all those clues. And I thought, bloody hell. I researched the Operation Dominic, Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. I researched all that and the moon landings, and I still never connected. I felt stupid.
Yeah.
And I went, it's flat, man.
It's humbling, isn't it?
Yeah, it was like a Mike Tyson punch. I was on the floor.
Yes. That's a good one.
I had to pick myself up. Yeah, I had to pick myself up, man. Flat Earth knocked me to the ground. I went, fucking hell.
My husband.
What an idiot I've been, yeah.
My husband had to watch me go through that process. And he may not be completely convinced, but when he's, alone with friends and stuff and I'm not around, he'll argue my points for me.
Yeah.
And talk to people about it so that, he's still doing what I would be doing. And so I think that's precious.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, that's good. That's really good. We want that. That's excellent. So he's a flat earther, really, because he's doing what the flat earthers are doing. Brilliant. Really.
Don't get me all excited, okay? He plays devil's advocate all the time.
It's excitement. This is what flat earth is. It's excitement. It's like you're a helium balloon. No asteroids are going to come in and destroy us. That's because even though I didn't realize the Earth was flat, okay, I was always worried about the asteroid coming in, earthbound to destroy us, because obviously I bought into the dinosaurs and how they were extinct by the 65 million year old ago event that ended their lives. So I was always concerned about that. But I know that that's never going to happen in a gazillion years. That's not happening. Never going to happen. Never. There are no asteroids heading for Earth. God, the creator of Earth, didn't create Earth so that asteroids that we haven't verified are rocks that we've never been up there to go up there and touch to say, yes, those rocks are coming from space hitting us. Because I'm still out. The jury for me is still out as to whether rocks are actually coming from space, or is that a man-made event that's keeping everybody invested in space. Okay, I don't believe rocks are raining on Earth. Okay, I don't believe that. I don't think rocks are actually falling from space, hitting Earth, hitting the land.
Yeah, we know better. Yeah, we know better.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, right. So that's for me. When I clicked on that video, I was shocked. I wrote it on the board because it was Boxing Day, remember? And then the children and the adults, students are going to return January 6th of 2016. So I already prepared the lesson already. What is the shape of the Earth? How do you know? Yes. That was the beginning of the awakening for my students. I spent 8 to 9 hours looking at those videos that I mentioned. And once I was satisfied, I went straight upstairs and I said to the children, right, bang, what's the shape of the Earth to my kids? As soon as I knew and I was satisfied, I went upstairs. My little toy planes that we got from the Japanese airlines, took them up there and I said, okay, now, what's the shape of the Earth to my kids? And they all said, it's round, it's round, it's a globe. And how do you know this? Show me how you know. And then they showed me their textbook. That's when I explained to them for the first time in their lives, they're learning about CGI and Photoshop and composites. I showed them that. And I took a picture of them and I said, is this a CGI image of you lot? Or is this a real photograph shot that I can download onto the computer? And this is real. Okay, that's not real. You see that one there? All these pictures, they're not real. In fact, there are no real pictures. Okay, so if there are no real pictures, and you've never seen this cover, isn't it not level? Isn't it not level? Show me how the aeroplane flies. Show me how, when we went to Hawaii and all around the world, how the plane flies. And they showed me that they take off, they're flying horizontally across the living room and then landing on the table with the nose up. I said, okay, but shouldn't the aeroplane follow a curved trajectory? I said, curved path, because we're living on a ball, yeah? Is there any, I asked them, is there any level surface on a ball? No. Okay. So that means the plane must fly like this. If the plane is flying like this, that means we can't take the seatbelt off. We can't go to the toilet. We can't have any meals, can we? But we did, didn't we? It was all level, wasn't it? Yeah. So are we living on a ball? Have you seen the curvature? The children said no. They'd never seen it. I got the kids at the elementary school, junior high school and high school to draw a picture of the seaside, okay? So they drew the picture of the seaside, the beach, the yacht spinning, seagulls in the sky, sunshine. Two of the best pictures would be winning a pen from Hawaii, okay? The two best pictures. Now, they all drew a straight horizon, but Jin Sensei's drawn a curved horizon on the whiteboard or on the blackboard, on the green board, depending on which classroom I'm in and which grade. I drew a curved horizon, and all the kids, including the teachers, laughed at my picture because it was silly to see a curved horizon with all the ships on there and people swimming. I asked them, what are you laughing at? They used the word Jin Sensei. Sorry, what chigao? That's wrong. Chigao means wrong. It's incorrect. I said, what do you mean? And they said, well, look, the horizon is not curved. And I said, really? But we're living on a globe, aren't we? And I pointed to the teacher's globe on the desk there. Right, pointed to that. And then they went quiet. Some of them had their heads holding their chin as they were thinking. Because if we're on the globe, we're supposed to see a curved horizon, aren't we? Okay. And then I wrote my one out and said, you're right, I'm wrong. Because that's all we ever see is a leveled horizon. We don't see the curvature. I've more than proved that the children know the environment is level as opposed to it being a globe. They already know. It's just that the education is, what's the word? Diverting them away from the truth.
I've heard you talk about this before, Jen, and
yeah,
didn't you say that, like, you talked about this on other platforms, and they said you were abusing children by doing?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah.
That's
they were
crazy.
saying it's a form of child abuse, and I said, no, not really.
You're protecting them from having the
In the
spell.
school. That's not your job.
Yeah. No, who else was trying to talk? No, somebody else was going to say something before I said something. I interrupted. Who was that?
So go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't you, Kim. It was. It seemed like somebody else was going to say something. Okay, maybe not.
Aethergrass, are you still there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm around.
No, but
just kind of working on something that's.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm listening to y'all
Jen,
working on something else.
Jen, 2 nights ago, I think, Kim, you were there, right, when we went to Gem's server?
I wasn't there, no.
Oh, shit. Who was it? It was me and Creation Bear and...
I should have.
Oh, it was Flatter Day Saints. We were sitting here talking shit on here, and I was like, hey, man, let's go see what's going on Gem's server. And,
if you guys had sent me an invite, I might have went with you, but I'm not.
Oh, it was fun. It was fun. We had a good time.
I'm just messing.
Because I went over there, and they were just like, you know how they just hang out talking shit to each other, and all of a sudden 4 flat earthers show up in the room. So fun.
I got a new role tonight.
Jen's over there all the time, just like talking to him. He holds his own against like 15, 20 globies at a time. Jen does that all the time.
Man, I'm not good at that.
And I'm addressing the ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. No, we've got to do that. I love that. I say to them, I train to do this. You know how physically fit I am. You guys are just drunken bum keyboard warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, you know who has the integrity in this server. You know my name. You know my face. So you can trust me at least, and you're getting the other side of the story. It's not how have you proved it to yourself, ladies and gentlemen? How do you know you're living on a spinning ball?
Yeah, it was just, I mean, we weren't like rating. We weren't
a belief.
Yeah, we weren't rating them or anything like that. It's just like, I could tell when I first jumped in that they were just kind of bored talking to each other, and then all of a sudden four flat earthers jump in. It wasn't a raid, because I mean,
y'all like, behold,
they want us to, the freaking server's called Flat Earth and More. So now, all right, now you got 4 flat earthers to talk to. And Jem wasn't there that night, which it would have been better if Jem was there, but it still went pretty cool.
They want to be entertained anyway, don't they?
Yeah, because they're bored talking to each other all the time.
I never get bored in this server ever.
Well, it's just even going to Gems sometimes. I mean, it's not boring over there either. They do disrespect. They can disrespect you if they. It depends on who's in there, but for the most part, they're curious about the conversation altogether. So.
All right, go to bed, guys.
They're not going to be rude.
I love you all, and grace and peace to all of you. I have got to go to bed, but you guys take it.
They're intent. We love you too, man. We love you, man.
Yeah, love you,
and you too.
Bye.
Okay, you have a peaceful one.
Peace.
You too.
Bye.
See you later.
Nice one. Yeah, their intent is to slag off the messenger, to discredit the messenger and to discredit the message and to discredit those who are proving that the earth isn't a spinning ball hurtling for the universe. their intent. And when you, like you said, when you go in there, they're sitting there talking shit. And I said to them, so this is how you address your listeners in the live stream, is it? Talking shit like this and dumbing them down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Gin CBR1 here. Welcome to the debate, Flat Earth and More. And I am the more you're going to get this evening, this morning, or this afternoon. Right
I'm
now,
the more.
how is it you know you're on a spinning ball? Let's take this to the next level,
when we jumped in there,
ladies and gentlemen.
there was no
Wakey,
live stream
rise
going
and
on when we
shine.
jumped in. Which is cool. But yeah, I didn't record it or anything. We just went over there just to kind of see what was going on, and it was cool, man. It's fun.
Yeah, they have their live stream and that on the YouTube. Yeah. And I say to them, ladies and gentlemen, it's Gin CBR1 here again to rock your world. Let's go with this stuff, because we're definitely not an oblate spheroid. You've never measured it. You've never seen it. You've never experienced it. You're carrying a wish, a fantasy. What you're doing, you're wishing it to be a globe. Well, that's not living. That's contradictory. That's going to the asylum kind of mentality. That is. All right. So let's see what you got. Come on. Okay, I've got a question. You know, when the heliocentrists talk about Earth as a ball in the affirmative sense, well, we know it's a globe, and you know the curvature, you know, when they speak like that, and you know the universe, yeah, we know because we've got the satellites up there. That's how we know, yeah? Saying that that's a begging the question fallacy and affirming the consequence fallacy. Am I wrong?
What's affirming consequence? Say that again.
Yeah, am I wrong when I say that?
Affirming the consequent, which particular point?
When they're saying that the universe exists, for example, or they say the Earth is a globe, as it is, it's a globe. Or, we know it's a globe because we've got satellites. So my point would be like saying they've got satellites, one would be begging the question, and affirming the consequences, like they're saying it's up there, and that's how they know that the globe exists. But they haven't proven. There's no proof
of course. Yes. That would be an affirming the consequent. Yes, of course.
Yeah. Now look, you know what? Gem Panda for the last 4 to 5 months, because I've been hitting them hard with their fallacies, trying to say that I'm wrong with the fallacies. Nothing but lies. I said I'm not wrong, and I'm still saying it. Yeah, but Jin, we're reading the book. It states here that that's not what we're doing. I'm sorry. That is what you are doing. I care not what you read. I care not what you're reading and where you're reading it from. You are most certainly affirming you're saying to me that the universe exists. You fucking proven that. Have you actually been up there? They're saying, the cosmologists are saying that they can see 40 billion light years. Don't bullshit me. You're affirming the consequence.
The ultimate affirming the consequent will be like, we've done this, we've been there, we know. Like, are you we? I mean, are you we?
Yeah. That's what they do.
I'm me. I'm here on Earth. Just the only thing I can ever experience is what I experience here on Earth. You know, we've done this and we've done that. What? Who are you? Who's we? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Hey, Jen, are you looking at live stream voice text?
Yes, I'm looking at live stream voice text right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tony's apparently something. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm looking at the live stream voice text. I see Helio. I don't see anything else. I see one big pond.
Yeah, that's Tony.
Oh, one big pond. Oh, Gene CB on Tony. Tony, nice to see you too, sir. I didn't realize. Yeah, I'm not looking at that. Yeah,
he's in Australia. But I was
nice one, Tony.
I don't even know what that's about. I don't even know what that's about. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew it was there. Does that mean, Tony, you can jump in here and I don't even know. Do you know what that means? It might be a personal thing between you and him. I have no idea what that means.
I don't know what he's going on with there. I don't really know. What does he mean? Best stay out of the servers where you live.
Yeah, I've known Tony for like a few years now. So,
you see, the reason he says that is because he's like the ether. He's everywhere. You see what I mean? That's why he says that. And wherever I've gone, I've wrecked the foundation.
He might be giving you a compliment, or he might be saying, so. I don't even know what that means.
I hope it's a compliment, Tony? Because it's a bit vague there, yeah. I hope it's a compliment because he knows that wherever I go, I'm leaving wreckage behind because the flat earth is the flat earth has come through.
Wherever I go, I'm there.
I'm there wrecking. I'm a wrecking ball. That's what I call myself sometimes. CBO, I'm the wrecking ball, the undisputed champion of the flat earth. The loudest flat earther you will ever meet. That's what I told him, yeah. I don't lose debates.
No,
don't lose them. Sorry.
I was just wondering if it was something like that you talked to him before about or whatever. I didn't know if you saw it.
No,
we and Tony have been friends for quite a while on here. No, he's a cool dude.
Yeah, nice one, Tony. Anyway, he knows me. If he knows me, he knows that I've gone it wherever into any server. I take no shit. I don't give any shit unless someone starts. And once that happens, you insult me, I'll insult you, your mum, your grandparents, your whole race. Don't fuck with me because I don't want this war. But if you bring it to me, you're going to be finished. Count yourself lucky that I'm not in the same room as you as well. Because it will be real.
Stop addressing him, and he deleted the post. So
yeah, whatever. Anyway, but CBO1, I don't go around causing trouble for anybody. I bring the truth, and it's usually we get in. I mean, look, we got PLM server right now. I went to them maybe 4 months ago. I was introduced to the PLM. Now I took untold insults for days, weeks, right, as I'm trying to deliver the truth. And you know what? About 15 to 20 of them have become flat earthers because of and so on. Some of them have come to this server. Some of them, So I've turned a few just by going into their server each day, reminding them. And they're saying, "Oh, fuck off, Jim. Why are you here? The Earth's not a ball." I said, "Sorry, the Earth isn't a ball. That's correct." He goes, "They say the Earth is not flat. Where's your evidence for your globe? You're carrying a belief, blah, blah, blah." All every day like that. In the morning and the evening, a double hit. So I hit them early in the morning, and then I'm hitting them in the evening as well. And they're saying, "Jim, you're on this server 24/7.
Your active idea is just run around to different servers or different platforms.
Correct.
Yeah. Whereas mine is just I open this platform for people to come and ask us about flat Earth. Which I mean that's a different strategy, but yeah.
Well, this is your home ground, Helio. This is your home ground. You've got the door open. So come in and discuss. I will learn, pick up material from you guys, confirm certain fallacies with you guys. I've got another question coming up in a minute. So then that sharpen, because I can go into a server like Jen Bander's and they're saying they're reading official things. And if you're not strong of mind, you could be waylaid off of your cause. Because I'm saying they're affirming a consequence. They're trying to say I'm wrong. I said I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong. You are definitely affirming. You're saying universe like it's as common as a front door, window, cup of tea, bread. Open the car door. Let's go for a drive. No, universe is not like that. I'm sorry. You have no right to be talking about the universe in that fashion. That's bullshit. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. You have no right. You haven't been to the universe. We don't know how if there is one. When I look at the sky, I don't think, wow, that's billions of light years. No, I do not. How could I know that?
And I always say, I keep it simple, stupid. What globe?
Yeah.
What globe?
Yeah.
Where's this globe that you keep talking about? Where does it exist?
Yeah.
What globe are we trying to find here? I mean, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm quite familiar with the standard idea of the globe model, but I can't find it. What globe are you talking about?
That's right. Now, I like that approach from you, that keep it simple, stupid approach, because you're on your home ground. I imagine you're on your throne, like kind of thing, and you're saying, "What?"
No, but I can do the same thing on with the enemies. I mean, I was just looking at Jim's,
on the move.
I was looking at Jim's server just now. I mean, it's just like they have more people in their voice room now than we. As a matter of fact, Roland just left here and went over there, and there's 37 people in Jim's server right now, but I have no desire tonight. I have to be in the mood to go over there and talk to those assholes.
Oh, I as soon as I go in now, I wait to listen to the shit they're talking, and I say, so this is it. Is this how we educate the listeners? Talking shit like this. Do you not realise that time is precious? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. Fasten your seatbelts, because you're going to learn how you're not spinning on a ball.
I bet you there's a good portion of those guys that are listening to our live stream and probably talking shit about us, but that's okay.
Yeah, they do. But they do. That's what they do. They sit there, they listen to what's going on here, because they often talk about 24/7. And then they say, Jim, why are you not in 24/7? Well, yes, I go in there. But in there, there's not enough meat for me. Here, with you lot, yes, now I can get under your skin. Because I'm the loudest flat earther you'll ever meet. And you don't have the right to spread the lies. So your poor listeners are now waking up. Oh, Jim's back. You see, because they know that I bring the truth. It's compelling. It gets you all rattled up. You have to mute me. They were going to make me a mod, right? They were going to make me a mod, actually, because I've been asking for it. But then I said, no, I don't want to be a mod.
That's like
that's going to change my part.
I already, I'm not a moderator over it or anything, but I have a role where my mic's open or whatever, and I invited some people to, hey, let's go over there, and I was the only one that could open my microphone, and so I was like, hey man, can you open so and so's microphone, this microphone, because we want to talk about flat Earth, because they were just talking about something else. I don't know what they were talking about. And then
I go in there. My mic is always open, of course, but
me too.
I know. I mean, I know you told me the story where you got banned from there. A number of years back.
I don't think Jim's ever banned me. I mean, I've known Jim since way before Discord. So
that's right. And I thought you said that he banned you, or was it?
No, it was probably no. It was one time when he was doing a live stream. I got banned on the YouTube chat from some of the asshole mods, and then he made me a mod on the YouTube chat one day to fuck with them. Me and Jim, we have a decent relationship as far as all that shit goes.
Oh, well, that's cool then. Yeah, because I thought that
I'm cool with Jim.
I thought there was bad water between you two.
No, I'm cool with Jim.
Oh, right, yeah. So I'm he's my nemesis. I'm his nemesis. So I mean, if you hear us going at it, because he keeps muting, and then I'm saying, well, look, you cannot have your best.
Jim's got thick skin. For all his faults, Jim's got some fucking thick skin, bro. And he knows the game altogether, man. He does.
Yeah, he does know the game, and I know the game just as well as he does. You see, that's the thing. So we clash. The only thing is, he has the mic button. He said, Jim, if I make you mod, it's all over. I cannot control you.
Well, I wouldn't expect him to make me a mod over there. For one thing, I'm never there. But if somebody fucked with me over there, I could just message him, and he'd be like, "Oh man,
Yeah, I mean, I do that as well. I mean, I message him when it gets a bit much with the muting and that, and it's expected when he's not there. But at the end of the day, it was offered, and I kind of like turned it down in the end. I said, I don't really. I am a mod already in my own right. You see what I mean? You've got to listen to what I've got to say anyway. So if you keep muting, it exposes you're censoring the truth. That's what it proves, especially those who are listening, because they're hanging to every word I say. And just when it's coming to that compelling point, you mute me, and then you start saying I'm lying and this and that. And then you've got to
your attitude, though. I mean, you being a Brit, he probably likes the fact that you come in there and destroy him. Yeah, that's what I know about Jim, because I've known him for several years now. He probably, even though he might give you a little bit of shit sometimes, I think he likes you being there.
Oh yeah, no, he does. He does like me being there. He knows that. He's always calling me, "Welcome, Jim. Come in. What have you got for us today?" Kind of thing. What content? Yeah. And I always bring everything, you know, all sorts. Oh, this is a question. Now, this is a question that I've noticed. I've noticed some flat earthers are saying exists, and I think maybe you might be in agreement as well. That they're saying there's a downward bias and there's an electrical magnetic force pulling things.
That's an
down.
old question. That's not new. Go ahead.
No, it's not new. Yeah, I know it's not new yet. But what do you think about that?
Downward bias?
Yeah,
I mean, you know,
a slight,
as opposed to gravity.
magnetic.
You're talking about gravity
Not
versus
gravity,
electromagnetism.
no, electric. Yeah, this is what Wismith gets it, always talking about that slight downward bias. What do you think about that?
This has been a question from first time I ever thought about it. You know, I used to think, well, when I first started looking into this gravity, what is this? So, you know, just like if gravity doesn't exist, which it took me quite a while after Flat Earth to like let go of gravity altogether. But downward bias, you know,
a downward bias, yeah.
Right, but a physical or non-physical object doesn't have, and this is where I got in trouble when I first started talking about this. An inanimate object or anything can't have a downward bias. We're just it eventually it ultimately comes to it's the weight. It's weight.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So because it took me a little while to get rid of the downward bias or idea of gravity, you know, but it ultimately always comes down to weight, because if something weighs something, it tends toward the ground. I mean, this is just like, you know, density and buoyancy. Tends toward the ground or toward the sky, depending on the density and buoyancy.
Yes, that's right. And according to Pete and Pete, okay, each object has its inertial mass, because in a vacuum and in Earth's environment, in the air we live in Earth's medium, objects will fall at different rates, especially in a vacuum. The heavier object will always hit the ground first, as long as you've given the object enough room to reach its terminal velocity. Okay, because you know the Brian Cox vacuum
terminal velocity is not something that can be reached. It's never been measured. That's not real either.
Well, it's maximum drop rate, because it's going to accelerate to a point where it cannot, you know, it will reach its maximum acceleration rate. Surely, if there's enough room for it to reach that.
Yeah, but nobody's ever measured it, so how can you say
Right. Yeah,
nobody's ever measured terminal velocity.
No. So I'm just going with the fact that the idea that objects fall different weight objects fall at the same rate, in particular in a vacuum, is wrong.
Why? Well, it has nothing to do with nature in a vacuum, does it?
Right.
No. So why would you even introduce a vacuum into the conversation at all when we're talking about nature?
Well, yeah, but this is what they're saying, that objects.
The only reason is because of their mathematical calculations. They need the vacuum to make their math work.
Yeah, but it's still been proven wrong anyway, because if you give these objects enough room to fall, let's say you take that bowling ball that we had, right, and we take the feather that they had, right, but we made a vacuum chamber the size of the Twin Towers, that size. Okay,
well, they didn't make one. It's about 200. The biggest one they made is about 200 feet tall. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm saying let's make it the size of the Twin Towers, though. For example's sake, the bowling ball will definitely hit the ground first before that feather. Definitely. There's no way.
Sure, even if they evacuate, they can't evacuate all of the air. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, as close to a perfect vacuum as we can get. Yeah, okay, as close to, and that's pretty close. Okay,
to what?
Because
pretty close to what? To their calculation about terminal velocity.
Pretty close to. No, what I'm trying to say is that it's pretty close to having nothing in there, so we can prove that objects of different weights do not hit the ground at the same time. That's the point I'm making here. Do you know what I mean?
Because what does that prove? What does that prove altogether? I mean, what does it mean?
We're disproving the idea that objects fall at the same rate, and in nature as well. And in nature, objects of different weights will fall at different rates, not landing on the ground at the same time. You see, this is what's being postulated by these.
But what does it prove? Doesn't prove anything about Earth being a globe. It
doesn't prove gravity. No, it disproves gravity. Yeah, it disproves gravity. It doesn't prove gravity. This is what we're saying.
Well, I mean, it just proves that you evacuated most of the air. Of course, feathers are going to fall slower than a freaking bowling ball. But you can't evacuate all of the air from a vacuum chamber.
No, you can't.
All right, anyway, but it really has nothing to do with gravity at all, because there's no such thing as gravity.
That's right. I know that. I'm aware of that. I'm just saying that this is what's being postulated out there, though, yeah?
Oh, yes, I'm quite aware. That's why I know what the test that they've done. They've spent millions of dollars building this huge vacuum chamber in Ohio. And that's where they did the bowling ball and the feathers test, right?
That's right. That's right.
So
and it was a
it really has nothing to do with shape of anything.
That's right.
So, here's another thing. I mean, a lot of times when we talk to people about the density of the atmosphere, it's like, oh well, we have. Don't you realize that once you get higher in the atmosphere, you can't breathe anymore because the oxygen? It's like, where the fuck do you think that the gases come from? Do they come from outer space? No. They come from Earth. All of the gases come from Earth. Every single gas that you ever experience, that you'll ever measure, all of them come from Earth.
That's right.
The atmospheric gradients, if you want to call it atmosphere. I mean, I just use it, just because it's a general term. But you're not getting gases coming from outer space introduced into every gas comes from Earth. It's produced from Earth. It's utilized by Earth. I mean, like oxygen, we breathe oxygen. The trees, when we expel carbon dioxide, the trees and all the plants, they utilize that as energy, just like we do with oxygen. I mean, this is simple chemistry. You're not getting gas from outer space. That's the explanation. I mean, and a lot of people they wait to tell them that. When we talk about the gas pressure without a container, Well, I'll tell them straight up front. Bro, where do you think the gases come from?
Yeah.
Where do you think
exactly.
the gases come from?
Exactly.
They don't come from outer space, do they? They have
Most
to say
certainly not.
no, because there's no evidence that gases come from outer space. They only come from Earth.
That's correct. Where we are, right? Exactly. So with the going back to the objects thing now, yeah, we know, and like you said, it's all about the weight. It's the weight of the thing. It's not mass as such, because they like to use the word mass, but they don't know what mass is.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, stupid bastards. You know what I mean? It's the weight of the object. Keep it, like you said.
Mass isn't
keep
weight.
It stupid. Keep it simple, stupid. Keep it stupid, simple.
Just look up a couple of articles where you talk about the difference between mass and weight, then you can just really show them that they're making shit up.
Of course they are. And when they go into that making shit up mode, I say to them this: the old adage, the bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. I say, bush in the hand is worth two birds over there. You can kill one bird with two stones. Sorry, no. You can kill one stone with two birds. Oh, no, that wrong. Do you know what I mean? Yeah? I'm winding them up.
It's like, should I feel bad for just telling you that mass is not weight and weight is not mass, and you're pulling shit out of your ass even though you think you're smart?
Exactly. And then when like Trouble, the Australian woman Trouble's about, keeps going on about the Southern Cross and the celestial stars, I say, look, the ground under your feet are worth all the stars in the sky, okay? Measure the ground on your feet. Don't look to the stars to know whether you're curving or not, because when I look at the stars, I don't think I'm on a planet. That's not what comes to my mind. When I look at the stars, I don't think the Earth is a ball. There's no correlation there, okay? So you measure the ground on your feet, as in the old adage, bird in hand is worth two in the bush, yeah? So why are you not using the ground to hand underfoot, the ground to foot? Start measuring. Start measuring the ground.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
You know what? She called me a piece of shit, so I called her a slag of the whore.
Trouble about it. Yeah. It do what it do there, but anyway, as far as like some of the guys that want, some of the guys that think they have something on us, it's like, you flat earthers are saying this, but you're contradicting. No, we're saying the same fucking shit every single time, over and over.
Yeah,
you're the ones that are making shit up.
You keep repeating yourself. I said, let me tell you something. I will be repeating myself every day of the week. It's repetitiveness breeds. You want to be good at something, you have to go through the ritual of repetition, and repetition is necessary. The heliocentric model is an everyday thing that's not real. You better believe I'm going to be repeating the wheel for the next 53 years.
What heliocentric model? What globe? We can't find it.
Yeah.
And you can't either. So why are you so frustrated? It's like, well, you guys just don't realize. It's like, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
What we realize is that you can't find it. You haven't been able to present it to us. And as in the documentary, and I keep winding up with this documentary, convex stuff, the full documentary. The first
one
60
from Brazil,
seconds,
from the Brazilians.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. The first 60 seconds states that there are many theories about the globe, but there is no scientific evidence to that regard. And all evidence that have been presented thus far are not proofs. First 60 seconds, and then that compelling guitar lick comes out. Down, I love it. I actually got that on a podcast.
Oh, I need to grab
when
that
I'm jogging,
one. Send me a link. I need to grab a clip of that and give it to Stevie.
I'm actually jogging listening to that. When I go out for a run, that's what I listen to, blasting out of my pocket.
I don't like that whole documentary, but I like a lot of it.
Yeah, I like the first.
I especially don't like
45 minutes.
The alien part, but whatever.
Yeah, well, it's not. You see, in the documentary I have, there's no alien part there. But the first 45 minutes I like, Then the latter half of the video
it gets
goes
pretty
into the
weird.
realms of speculation. So there's a few things I disagree with there. But the main crux that I like, the first half of the video, is the 7 technological equipment that they bring, of cutting edge technologies that they bring. And remember, they are heliocentrists. They said they cannot believe the Earth is not a globe. All the knowledge we have, all the science and physics we bring to this, I cannot believe the Earth is not a globe, and we're going to prove that today. You know, I want to know whether my knowledge is worth something. That's what he said. I want to know whether my knowledge, what I have as knowledge, is worth something. And they were all eating flat Earth humble pie. I fucking loved it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. They were measuring over across a bay or something, where they were measuring,
Lake Titicaca,
a building, building from one building to another, from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, 1,830 miles apart. Those buildings were 1,830 miles apart using GPS. Yes, brilliant. Then they used radio signals. No, it was.
Radio signal. I was just talking about.
Yeah, it was 3,060 odd miles away.
Well, I was talking about when they were measuring the distance from the bottom of a building to the top of a building.
But the buildings they selected were 1,800 miles apart using GPS.
Not in Brazil. Okay, well, we're talking about two different things then. Never mind.
Yeah, because when they measured the buildings, right, they measured the distance from the top of the building and the bottom of the building. Now, given the distance, 1,830 miles, the distance at the top of the building should be greater than at the bottom if the Earth is curving. That's why they chose that distance. You see?
You can't fucking see a building up almost 2,000 miles away. That's impossible for anybody.
But they were using GPS, weren't they? Is what they said.
I guess, like I said, we're talking about something else.
Yeah, they said they used the GPS to do that.
GPS isn't going to help you, because what is GPS?
Well, the coordinates, they were doing the coordinates and that. That's what they were doing, weren't they? Coordinates and distance.
I don't know. I watched that fucking movie like over 2 years ago. So anyway, but I know it. I mean, GPS ain't going to tell you shit about, from the top of a building to the bottom of it. Even if you had any faith in GPS, it's still not going to tell you anything about the top of a building or bottom of a building.
Well, yeah, but that's their claim, is that they did that and it proved.
Okay, well, that's not the way I remember it when I watched the film. So I'm not going to agree with you on that. So anyway.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to agree, but that's what they said. 1,830 miles using GPS. And they measured the distance from the top, like you said.
Anybody, for the record, anyone that claims that you can prove anything through GPS, 1,800 miles, two buildings, 1,800 miles apart. Nobody should even consider that a globe or flat side.
Well, that's what they were obviously measuring the distance from the top to the bottom. Unless I got the distance wrong.
No, you got the whole test wrong, bro. Anyway.
Okay, well, that's what they said anyway. But they also use radio signals. They also use laser beam tests, 35-mile laser beam test they did.
But it wasn't no fucking 1,800 miles.
Yeah, I might have the distance wrong.
Dude, how big do you think Brazil is?
It's big.
It ain't fucking 1,800 miles across.
No, it's not 1,800 miles. That's correct. Yes, then
why the fuck did you say?
It could be 1,800 kilometers. It could be 1,800 kilometers.
It's a lot less than that. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, we can confirm.
I might have the distance wrong there. Yeah,
they were saying in that documentary. I know it's not that far.
Yeah, I might have the distance wrong. I might have that distance wrong. Yeah, it could have been 1,000 miles. Maybe it's 1,000. Yeah, that's a lot of
halfway
mileage.
across
Yeah.
the United States.
Yeah, I could.
Well,
I might have the
Brazil's a
distance
big
wrong.
country.
It's big, yeah, but not
It's
3,000
probably
miles big.
about
No,
three
obviously
quarters
not.
the size of the United States. But
Yeah, it's not that big. Yeah, agreed. It's not that big. I wouldn't think it was that big anyway. But,
so
I might have the distance wrong.
It's like that shit is freaking big.
Yeah, I might have the distance
Miguel
wrong. I thought they
knows.
said it was
He's
1,000
Portuguese.
and so miles away. But yeah, anyway, they used the latest cutting edge. They did it was a GPS they used. They said anyway.
Shit, yeah.
That's what they said. They said they used the GPS and then some other equipment to go with it. They proved that they were plumb horizontal and there was no same distance top to bottom anyway. But that documentary gets them upset anyway.
Here you go, Miguel. Brazil is the 5th largest country in the world.
Right.
Exceeded in size only by Russia, Canada, China, and the United States.
Okay.
Though its area is greater than that of the 48. What the hell is that word? Conterminous or conterminous. I think it means the
the continent, size of the continent. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's one of the largest countries in the world.
Does it give you a measurement? Does it give you a measurement, a number there?
Like you'd be able to see 1,800 miles across Brazil. I mean, just go back and watch the film again. That's not what.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for it now. I'm going to check that distance again because I thought it was. I thought they said 1,800 miles, 3,000. I thought they said 3,000 kilometers.
Conterminous United States.
Are you talking? Hello, jeans.
We call it here in America. We call it continental United States because we have Alaska, which is still in North America. No, there's another word for it. We have Alaska and Hawaii. That makes up 50. There's 48. How am I messing this up? I never call them conterminous, continental, but that's not true either because Alaska is part of the continent, so it wouldn't be. We have 48. No, we have Alaska and Hawaii. Those are 50.
Yeah, there's that documentary, right?
Hello, Jean. Hello, Helioseptic.
Hello, how are you doing, sir?
Are you talking about the geodesic? At Brazil. I think I have the distance.
The name is.
Yeah, what's the distance? Go on.
Let me see.
Somebody help me.
1877. Sorry, 1877 miles.
I guess
See, 1877 miles. I was right, wasn't I? 1,800. I was right. 1,800. Is that the distance between the building, or is that the size of Brazil?
No, between those two buildings.
Contiguous.
Yes, I was right. It was 1,000. Yeah, I put it down to 1,830 miles. Okay, so it's 1,877 miles. Thank you very much. That's the distance.
Yeah,
I was right. That was the distance.
Yeah, the exact distance is 1877.64 miles.
There you go. Between two buildings.
Yes, contiguous.
Yeah, that's right.
Contiguous United States consists of the 48 adjoining U.S. states and the Federal District of the United States of America.
So 30,
Yeah, so
30
it's
21
contiguous, but
miles,
it can
kilometers.
also be described as
Yeah, that's right.
Terminus. Or
So
conterminous. Or conter.
yeah, you're looking up that word, yes.
Terminus. United States.
But yeah, thanks for that, my man. That was brilliant.
Contiguous.
Because I knew it was that distance. I knew it was 1,800
Contiguous
miles for sure. And
United
because
States is the
that would be a
48
suitable distance
that
to
are
notice curvature,
in North
even within
America
a few meters, they said.
that are
Okay, even within a few
connected to
meters,
each other.
there would be
And then we have there's 48
a
of
noticeable
those, and
measurement.
then there's
And it was
Alaska.
plumb level. And they were eating humble pie there
Contiguous
immediately, and I was
versus
laughing.
continental.
That's why when I'm
Continental.
jogging, I listen to that documentary on a podcast. I've got it on a podcast, so it's in my
How
pocket.
do you
The
use
music is quite
contiguous to
motivational,
describe
and the information is
a
inspirational.
region when
Do
it
you know
comes
what I
to the
mean?
United States? Contiguous refers to all of the
So
states
I
that
use that video
touch one
as part of
another
my
without
exercise
another
music
country or body of water
and information.
coming between them. Each of
Yeah.
the U.S. states is contiguous with one or more other states, except for two, Alaska and Hawaii.
Hmm.
Alaska and Hawaii are therefore not contiguous. If the
Yeah.
rules of a giveaway say that entry is open to residents of the contiguous United States, they mean that residents of every state except Alaska and Hawaii are allowed to enter. Usually the District of Columbia is also included, although it is not a state. Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the other U.S. territories are not contiguous, so their residents are generally not allowed to enter under contiguous U.S. restriction.
Right.
There are other ways to refer to all states except Alaska and Hawaii, including the lower 48, or the states, the term conterminous United States. Some rules will be more specific to avoid confusion, referring to the 48 contiguous United States.
Okay, we got it.
Continental
Fantastic.
United States definition, you can also use that. The term
Yes.
continental U.S. refers to any state on the North American continent.
So yeah, they used so Helio. They did use GPS. The distance
we call it the lower
was
48
correct.
for the most
Yeah,
part.
can you hear me?
As far as
Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
We're in North America, but we're not the only country in North America, so it's the lower.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, but can you hear me now, Helio? Mic check. Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, you can hear me. So that documentary we were talking about. Yeah, it was indeed 1,800 miles. Okay, 1,877 miles, actually. So that's correct. And that's the equipment they used proved that the buildings were plumb horizontal. The same distance from the top to the bottom were the same. There was no curvature there. So they were already starting to eat humble pie. And I thought, and I'm laughing and, thinking good, because these individuals were adamant that the Earth is a globe. They cannot believe the Earth is not a globe. All the knowledge we had from thousands of years, all my job, my profession, been doing this for years. I can't believe that the Earth is not a globe. I want to know whether my knowledge is worth something or not, is what he said there in Brazilian, translated into English. And I'm jogging, I'm laughing because I know you're going to be proven wrong. And boom, it's fucking no curvature. Right. There's eat that cake right now. Good. Next. Then they did the Lake Titicaca test where they fired a laser beam. Now this laser beam was customized so that it wouldn't diverge outwards. Focus beam, having to hit a total station. So they're not hitting a placard board. They're hitting a total station, which is on a pole. And the station, the size is like a 3 inches by 3 inches by 3 inches or so, square. And hit that over 35 miles. Boom. No curvature there. Beautiful. Another fucking humble pie. Eat that one up, you know. Then they did they did a radio signal over 14 miles. That would prove to be perfect. No curvature. They did the theodolites across a lake, a dam somewhere. That was all level. Okay, good. You know, horizontal all the way there. Long-range telescopes and short-range telescopes proving that the Earth is indeed a flat, level plane. Beautiful.
Hey, bro, I'm not tripping on anything except for this 1,800 miles claim. I really don't.
Well, that's what they did. That's what they said.
Where did they say that?
In the documentary. In the documentary.
Anybody in their fucking right mind wouldn't be able to claim that they looked across Earth 1,800 miles.
They used the GPS, apparently, is what they said.
Oh, Jesus.
And you see the computers. You see.
I told you why that's not possible either. But anyway, we already went through that, so whatever.
Okay, so you think GPS is not possible? Okay. I mean,
no, I didn't say GPS isn't possible, but I mean, what? I'm just talking about direct. Are you? I don't even know what. If you're using GPS, are you using satellites?
No.
Okay, then what the fuck are you using if you're using GPS?
Yeah, I don't know.
1,800 miles?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Okay.
What they said. What they said. 1,800 miles.
In that convex Earth thing, from the top of a building to the bottom of a building.
Correct.
1,800 miles.
1,800 miles.
Yeah, that's not even.
What they said.
I don't think you're talking about the same thing I'm talking about. I watched that fucking show.
We are. I mean, look, what's his name in the server just checked it out, and I was checking it out myself. It's what they said, man. I've watched that video more times than you've had hot dinners.
Probably.
I shouldn't say hot dinners. I've watched it more times than you have, though. That's for sure.
Acquiring coordinates through GPS, but it wasn't observation. It was just
a measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah, where am I going wrong with this? Where am I misunderstanding this, Miguel?
Yeah, they did. Okay, Jamsi and I did talk this. We accept, these measurements and observations they did, but they, in the last part of the documentary, they did some speculation, because they didn't know. They were thinking about space and etc. So, but now they're sharing. Sorry, I'm hearing my voice at the background. Now they are sharing information with flat earthers from Brazil. So yeah, I think they should.
But is it coming from GPS?
I have the.
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, because we were talking about. I remember looking at the film. We were talking where they measured top of the building, bottom of the building, but you won't be able to measure that. And if you try to use GPS, it's not going to matter anyway. From one, across a bay or something, they're supposed to be leaning away from each other. I remember that part of the video, but what am I missing here when it comes to
that was the
GPS thing
that was the distance of 1,800.
They did this equipment, but I don't know too much. Maybe Kiwi, the other guy that works with topography, maybe can help.
Yeah, that was the equipment they said they used. That was the equipment they employed to measure and to find the curvature of the Earth, and it didn't work. 1,877 miles. They were surprised to find that it was all level. The idea is it's supposed to be curving, and then the distance at the top would be greater than the distance at the bottom, but it didn't. It proved to be perfect. Plumb vertical, no curvature.
And
they said they used.
They did ask to engineers from from INCRA.
Yeah, INCRA. That's right. Yeah.
And these guys, they were Globers at the beginning.
That's right.
All these measurements and observations they did, that you can see in that documentary. At first they were Globers, but now they are not more Globers anymore. So
they're flat earthers now, yeah. And they spent 7 years doing this. They also went to France as well. Okay, 7 years. They went to France, Peru, Brazil. Okay, so they covered quite an area of the earth. Okay, and 7 years in the making. 7 years, man, and they became flat earthers. That's why I like it so much, because it's their position, their attitude at the very beginning of that documentary was the earth is definitely a globe. It's impossible that it's not a globe, is what they were saying. They couldn't believe it. All the knowledge, all the technology, all this, that, all their profession, their jobs, and then, they're flat earthers now. I just love it. I just love it, man. And they're using cutting-edge technology. So it disproves the Eratosthenes with his loincloth and battered sandals took sticks and the wells. You know what I mean? Get out of here,
His observation of the bottom of the well.
Yeah. That's right.
No, I think I know what you're talking about now, because somebody was giving me shit. Tito was giving me shit. For fuck's sake, he's talking about coordinates. No, I just don't think you could get exact coordinates from the top of a building to the bottom of a building with GPS. But I could be wrong. But you guys, let's just run with it.
Again, with an open mind. Look at the documentary again. What you need to do, because I love it. I'm using that documentary as my exercise piece when I'm running down the road, blaring out, full blast, no headphones. All right.
I get it. But hey, I have to do what I have to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
We check each other, man. Yeah, I'll
I know you do. But
I have to watch it again.
Solid. When I'm solid, I'm solid. Yeah. When I'm wrong, I say yeah. I didn't know it. I missed that part. But
I thought you were talking about something else. I remember that part of the video, but it's been like 3 years since it came out. I can't remember.
That's right. It's only been like a couple of days ago for me. Yeah. It's a regular watch, and if I don't watch it, then I'm listening to it on a run, because I run every other day, you see. So the podcast is right there. I load it up, and I listen to it, because it's the music itself is very motivational.
Okay. Okay. So,
Jim, I can send you some videos to listen to on a run if you don't, if you want to.
Yeah, I've got a lot. I'm that man, I'm the man that blasts flat earth everywhere. In the laundrette, in the shop, supermarket, it's blasting. If I'm on the aeroplane, and I don't watch their videos, I'm blasting up the flat earth there, right? It's coming out there, and people are the passenger next to me. Yeah, it's a flat
You exude flat earth everywhere you go.
I breathe, eat, breathe, live it. Exactly.
Flat.
That's what you've got to do when you breathed at it for 53 years. Do you know what I mean? You've got to get it out of the system. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. Solid.
Well, yeah, man. I'm sorry if I was just being a little rude. I just wanted to get the rest of that out.
That's okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yes.
Apology accepted.
But it sounded like bullshit to me, and it still sounds like bullshit. But Definitely should. It sounds like bullshit to the Globies, but whatever.
Yeah, it does sound like bullshit to them. I mean, it does rock their world. Definitely rocks their world. I'll give you that much. And that's my aim, is to rock their world. In fact, it's to sink their world. So they sink in their service. And I remind them, remember, I say to them, you've seen the photographs of me exercising out there. So you know I'm a man of my word. Yeah, I train to do this shit. Believe that. Yeah, when I come to your server, I come pumped up. And I come here fucking weak. And I'm 61. I'm not dying that quickly. In fact, you bums in the Gem Panda server, as I say to them, you're all deteriorating faster than I am. When I have 1 year, you've gone 3 years. That's really wind them up. Because there's some of them throw the insults, so you've got to throw those insults thick and fast right away. And I love it. Just love it, man. I love this debating. I just love it. That's why I go into Gem Pandas. Sharpen up my knowledge and destroy their dreams and their deception. Give people the opportunity to think both ways. Is it a ball? Why are we not seeing the curvature then? And it cannot be that we are on a ball and not notice it. That would be impossible. You cannot fly 19 hours from Los Angeles to New Zealand or Australia and not encounter a single degree of curvature. That's impossible. That's almost 180 degrees there from point to point on that magical spherical ball. You must encounter curvature. That's God's natural law. Fuck physics law. That's the law of nature, mate. If you're on a ball, you must notice it. You will experience it. But we don't. We don't experience existence on a spherical ball.
Gravity's magic. Gravity's magic. You forgot to bring that one up.
It's a kind of magic. It's a kind of magic.
It's magic when I'm with you.
That's it. It's a kind of magic.
Like yeah, man. The plane's level flight.
It's a level horizontal flight. That's
level
right.
Horizontal flight, but it's actually curving, but you don't notice it because gravity knows what to do.
That's absolutely absurd, ladies and gentlemen. It's lunacy. If you believe that, you're ready to go to the asylum, I'm afraid. Really, because you're not. That's the white jackets are coming to get you. The men in the white coats are coming to pick you up. Really.
Or the big education system lets you believe that just by religion, and the people that don't believe it are the ones that are crazy.
Well, no, yeah, but I see what you mean. But that's not true, ladies and gentlemen. That's not true. You know that. You know that. You can work it out for yourself.
What's obviously right in front of your face. They call it an airplane for a reason. It flies over a level stationary plane from one airport to another. But unbeknownst to the pilot, the passengers, or the airplane itself, they're actually flying over curvature from they're flying in an arc from one airport to another. Nobody knows, and so it's all good altogether.
Yeah. In recent months and recent years, professionals like pilots, flight instructors, submariners, and aircraft carrier naval personnel, they're all speaking out saying that the Earth is, it's not a ball. It's the Earth is flat because their equipment couldn't work on a ball. It just wouldn't be able to do it.
Sure.
So that's pretty good. Yeah.
It's come out. I mean, people that do want to speak out about it, the pilots and engineers and stuff. But I'm talking about there are hundreds of thousands of people that travel every day in airplanes, and unbeknownst to the pilot or the passengers or the airplane itself, they're flying over a magical curve even though they're traveling in a straight line.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. The only way that could happen is if the aeroplane was just levitating and the Earth was rotating underneath it.
Oh, that's even another. That's not even an aspect that I brought up yet. Because that was I wasn't even talking about the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, right. Right, you know, I mean, come on, man. You know, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous, this thing. This thing that we can't see, measure, or feel.
What cartoon spinning globe does everybody think we live on? Especially when it comes to airplanes.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You know. Come on, man. Yeah. So it's nice. It's nice that I've discovered this. You know, I mean, we're into the 8th year now, which is nice. And yeah, the future's bright. Future's bright, ladies and gentlemen, because we, the flat earthers, we have the power to get the powers that shouldn't be panicking. They can't shoot up enough rockets to keep you lot invested. It's becoming a regular highway now, space. In fact, North Korea have got, you know, the Johnny's come latelys. They've got a lunar orbiter, actually, apparently around the moon as we speak right now. And they hitched a ride on the SpaceX. But the funny thing is that the Artemis should have picked that up, okay, and vice versa. But that wasn't mentioned. So they're getting so busy they don't realise that their lies, they're tying themselves up now. It's too much action. Japan's got a lunar lander. Japan's going to be landing on the moon in April, being the 3rd country to do that. That's going to be happening in April, apparently. It's already on the way. The rocket's already on the way. It was launched in December, okay, and it's going to land on the moon in April, though. It's a 3-day journey normally. Why is it taking 3-4 months? It's going to do it. Yeah.
Sweet little lies. Tell me lies. Tell me lies.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Can't disguise.
Tell me lies, tell me lies. Yes, I know the track. That's
goodness gracious. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the band either, but it's like when I hear people talking, songs pop in my head.
Yeah, that's a nice track. That is Fleetwood Mac. That was it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was Fleetwood Mac. Great track, that one. I like Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, I don't think it was Fleetwood Mac. But,
yeah, I did like that track. Tell me lies, tell me lies.
Oh, no, you can't disguise.
Yeah, great track. But yeah, they're lying so much that it's becoming a regular traffic jam up there now. I mean, come on, what's going on? It's because of the flat earthers, ladies and gentlemen. The flat earthers have got them panicking now. That's the power of the flat earth truth. And it's coming your way soon. If not tomorrow, definitely this year. Stay tuned. Time to wake up, ladies and gentlemen. Flat earth truth. Yeah.
And it's like this isn't a joke anymore, you know. Oh, yeah, I was about to post it too, Miguel. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Miguel.
Little lies.
Welcome.
Tell me lies, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Yeah, Fleetwood Mac, great group.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like they still hate to love us, but they love to hate us, right? Because we're here every day. They try to shut us down, but I mean, it's just like you can look at the same information we've come across. Just like you don't like the globe. Well, I used to, but now I know it's bullshit. So now I speak against it.
Now we ridicule it because that's what it deserves. It's a joke. It's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen.
But I feel bad. But at the same time, you kind of have to feel bad because most people believe it, even though it's they're brainwashed. So I have a little consideration. Is but people that come against us that know exactly what we're saying. That it's all on for them. We can take the piss out of those motherfuckers.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
But the people that just believe it from the news and the education system, they're subjects to brainwashing. So
so basically, we need to have some compassion, and I do, ladies and gentlemen, I do have compassion because I was in their shoes. You see, but it's when it comes to ridiculing it, it's when one is being ridiculed in myself. If they're ridiculing me, then I'm going to ridicule them back immediately. And when I say them, it's those who know the truth, but they're perpetrating the lie. They're the ones that I'm talking about. They actually know that the earth is a flat
a lot of those guys actively come against us, and they're gonna receive what they get in kind every time. So
quadrupled, or if not 10 times.
Because they have nothing. They have nothing.
Yeah, that's right. So you cannot insult somebody telling the truth. They get the full veracity. You will hear my voice. In fact, your speakers may blow the loudness of my voice. And that shows them that a 61-year-old, I'm not dying yet. I've said to them, you're not receiving my full power yet. Not yet, and be lucky that I'm not in the same room as you. I think you'd be in trouble because you wouldn't insult me like that in my face. I think you'd be on liquid diet for a few months. Because I do hate it when they do that, when they try to insult you and your family and they expect you to sit there not to. So I slag them up as well, and their family and their race. So that's how it goes. And then Jem Panda's begging me to stop on all that, he has to mute. Jin, don't do this. Well, don't say Jin, don't do this. Control your scumbag cronies. They're the ones that need controlling, not me. I didn't start insulting, did I? I've told you before. Control your cronies. You invite me in. Don't invite me in to be insulted, Jem. That's not right. Yeah, right, because you know me. Oh, not only will I insult you, your mum and your fucking granddad, your whole race is going to go down. And the country, and then right through to the government. Don't push me to that button. Don't push that button then. So, scumbags, are you ready to discuss now? Yeah? Okay. Here we go then. Please show me. Don't tell me about it. Show me about it, please. You're doing a lot of telling, but you're not actually showing me this curvature that you've seen with your own eyes, with your own optical equipment that you took the picture of. Ka-snap, 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 snap. Snap. Okay, and then you bring it here and show us so we can get the coordinates and we can go to that place and take the same picture and say, yes, indeed, you have it. There it is. Behold, the curvature of the earth. Show us. Because I've introduced them to a documentary called Boldly Going Nowhere. 2005, the Space Cadets, billed as the most expensive TV hoax in TV history, where in Britain, it cost £5 million. Back then, that was $4.5 million. They converted a town in Britain, Ipswich, into a Russian space base, if you will. Okay, aerospace base. And they put a rocket simulator in there, and they fooled 3 young individuals thinking they were going to low Earth orbit. Okay, and when they saw the curvature of the Earth for the first time, what they thought was the curvature of the Earth for the first time, you saw pure, unabated honesty, genuine, of awe and emotion. In fact, one of them, the guy's name's Paul, who was 25 years old at the time, he's doing a video diary of his experience, and he was trying to explain what he saw. He was trying to say, I just saw the curvature of the Earth. He couldn't get those words out. He was out of breath. He was moved with emotions. And you know what he said first? He says, when you look out of the aeroplane window and all you see is straight lines, pure honesty coming out. Okay? And then finally he got the words out. I've just seen the Earth's curvature. I feel so humbled, so lucky. That was all a simulation because the Earth isn't curving, but you got to watch it. Boldly going nowhere. I posted it before. 2005 documentary. You see honesty. The fourth member, mind you, there was 4 of them that went. The 4th member knew it was a hoax. He was the one that knew it was a hoax. So it's an observation in psychological behavior of the human disposition. 3 of them are unaware. They've been duped into thinking they're in a rocket going to low Earth orbit. But the 4th member who knew, his attitude was cavalier, carefree, blasé. Very similar to the Apollo astronauts, mind you. Very similar. No astronaut displayed the emotion of seeing the Earth and Earth's curvature. None of those astronauts displayed that kind of emotion. It was all gun-ho and blasé. You got to watch it. Boldly going nowhere. You want to watch the full version, which is like in 9-10 minute increments. There's a condensed one of 25 minutes, but you don't get that emotional content in, what's the word? Emotionally invested. So I'll post it in the server for you again. I've done it before, but I'll do it again. Got to watch it. Boldly going nowhere. The most expensive TV hoax in TV history. A collaboration with the Americans and British. It's a British documentary, but they worked with the Americans because of all the space technology and that, because they had to do the simulator. So it was a requirement of a Hollywood producer who's an expert in space technology, what we see on TV. Right, he was invited in to take part, to make the simulation. It's fucking brilliant. If you've not seen it yet, I advise you to watch it. Understand the psychology, human disposition when it's confronted with what it thinks is a real thing and the emotional content therein. It's fantastic. Then you can see how, when you know something's not true, the behavior of the individual. He was definitely carefree, which is what the Apollo astronauts displayed. And I yield the rest of my time. Anyone got anything to say there? Please carry on. Boldly going nowhere. A must see for anyone who's interested in the psychologists, how you can face a space program. Basically, it was called Yes, We Can Fake a Space Program. The psychological ash experiment is also discussed in this documentary. Very good. Very quiet over there. Joe, come on. Ugh. Let's cancel that. Let me check that my Wi-Fi is working. Bloody nuisance. What's going on, man? Yeah, it is working. What the fuck's going on, then? Try that again. Suddenly I can't fucking post. Anyway, got to get to work soon. Right, 24/7. Yeah, got to go to work. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I was just saying, I hope you
in a minute, I'm
safe
gonna
travels there.
Yeah, no, I'm working from home, so my students coming in the next 45 minutes. So I just want to prepare the lesson, which is already prepared. Just get the rubbish out, wipe down the table, and then that stuff. But I'm just going to post this documentary now once I get the 24/7. So I'm having difficulty locating on my list. I believe this is it. Okay, yeah, it's billed as the most expensive TV hoax, so you've got to watch it. It's good. Look for the full version, okay? Okay, now I've got to put it in the live stream voice text. Okay, let's find the live stream voice text. My phone was set up for another server, so I've got to reset it all. That's the thing. I often do that, post in the wrong server by mistake, and wonder why I can't see it in the voice text. What's going on? Oh shit, I've sent it into Jen Banders by mistake. There you go, okay? There it is, yeah. Boldly going nowhere. That's a really good one. That's 25 minutes, but what you really want to watch is the full version, and it's like part 1, part 2, part 3 kind of thing. Let me see if I can give you that one so you can get you started, because that's really good. It goes up to part 9, okay, and you get the whole training and the way they get selected and that through the selecting process, the tests that they do. You go through the whole thing. It's really good, and then you get an idea of the psychology of the individuals. Okay, they're all British because it was done in Britain, but some Americans who are into the filmology, filming and that, they were invited over from Hollywood. So they're invited to Britain because they had to help with the simulator and the noise and everything else. So there's some technical aspect that the British wanted the Americans to take part in. So they took part in that and got the simulator working perfectly and everything. It's very good. They change all the street names are Russian street names. Plug sockets are Russian. Everything's Russian. So they think they're in Russia, but they're not. They're in Britain. All the aeroplane did was fly out to the sea, the Irish Sea on the English Channel and that. Okay, flew out and in a very slow circle, and then flew them back into Britain, and they landed in this village place, helicopter, and then to the actual airbase, which is in Britain, but it's simulating Russia. Very good. Very good it is. Very, very good indeed. The deception worked well. Very good bit of deception. Let me see if I can get that quickly. Hopefully I've got it. Hopefully. Just quickly, and then I'm going to call it a day. But yeah, fantastic. If anybody's interested, it's worth a watch. Here we go. Yeah, I've got it for you. You're in luck. All right, I'm going to post part 1 and go into the channel and then get the rest of them up to part 9 and 10, I think. And, it's definitely a study in the psychology of brainwashing and then the psychology of the way those who know and how they behave. When you know something's not real, your behavior is totally different. Like me, for example, here in Japan, everybody's wearing masks because they don't know that it's not dangerous. They think what's going on out there is dangerous. They're not aware. They haven't done the research. So they're displaying the fear. Jin, on the other hand, who knows, is bold. He's wearing short sleeved T-shirts, lycra, and short sleeve shorts and socks, summer clothing in winter, because he knows that he's not going to catch a cold. Haven't had a cold in 42 years. Okay, he says he's not going to get a cold. Okay, I'm not going to fall sick, and I'm not scared of what's going on out there. I've never worn the mask. I never will. Only when I'm riding my motorbike. Other than that, no. So yeah, that's because the psychology of Jin is Jin knows there's no danger. So I'm acting normal. But to those who are scared, I'm gun-ho, I'm out of control, but I'm not. You're the ones out of control. Why don't you think? What is it that he knows that you don't know is what you should be thinking. What does he know that I don't know? Yeah, start to think. That psychology is displayed in these documentaries. It's worth a watch. It's a nice one. It's really, very intriguing. It's an eye-opener. Yeah. So watch it and learn, or immerse yourself in what you already know, basically. That's what I'm saying. It's really nice. Refreshing. And the ash experiment is quite interesting as well. The psychological experiment, where people do things just by copying, you know. It's quite interesting, you know. One guy goes into a lift, okay, and then presses the floor he wants, stands there, and then it goes to the next floor, and two people come in, right, press the floor, but then they face opposite, they face the back wall, in fact, of the lift. They both face the wall of the lift. So they've come into the lift, press the button, and now they're facing the wall of the lift, right? And the guy who's in the lift first looks at the two of them facing the wall, and then he faces the wall. I mean, why would you do that? Crazy, but that's what the ash experiment is all about. How people copy your own judgment. Okay? That is a thing and a weapon that they use on us. That psychological twisting of reality right in front of your face. So says Jin CBR1. That was all I've got for today, guys. Got to get ready for work now. I might pop back after that and see how you guys are getting on. But enjoy the rest of the day, boys and girls. I'll be back. Yeah!
Weird silence.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round?
it's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
I was gonna. Word.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
What globe? What curve? Where's this curve that we're talking about? Haven't found it yet. Like a magical unicorn. All unicorns are magical. They have special horns. And rainbow tails.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
Very long time.
It's so silly that they speak with such authority. Like, we know, like, they're a time traveler. who went back in the past and interviewed people.
That's what I was saying earlier with the rest. We know. It's just like, do you know or do we know? Who's we? Who's this we you speak of?
I hate when people use the word we. Unless I consent to being part of that we, don't we me.
But tell me why.
So I found this thing where I can basically get it to speak in whoever's voice I want to. And so I picked the Snoop Dogg thing where it's like he's rapping. And I have like 20 different lines that I wrote, and it's awesome. It's pretty funny.
You know, I got kind of distracted. I went out to go smoke a cigarette when Jen was talking, when I was listening for a little bit, and then I got distracted because I was looking at my Facebook feed, and a friend of mine from high school, like, was really kind of like family, family. You know how it goes. They're not blood, but family, whatever. She found a freaking video of a Metallica concert in Little Rock, of all places, where I grew up in that area. It was a concert that we went to. I can't freaking believe that somebody put this freaking Little Rock Metallica concert up on YouTube. I was like, holy shit, I was there. That was 1992.
That's funny.
Yeah, so awesome. And what happened is, like, I remember like being at the concert and they had these screens up and they were showing everybody. Once you got inside, they were showing video of people coming in through the gate and stuff. And back then it was general admission. There was no seating. You just walked into the arena and just when it was, if you got a place on the floor, you had to fight for it, you know.
Yeah.
And but anyway, there was in this video you could see her coming in through the gate, and they were showing that on the screen. I remember that we made a big deal about it back then, that we could see her and her boyfriend. We were both close friends. Well, as a matter of fact, I'm godfather of their daughter. But anyway, she's supposed to. I was like, how did you find that video on YouTube? I didn't even know somebody put this Metallica concert on YouTube. So anyway, so that's why I got distracted a little bit again.
There's a lot of things that the only thing in existence, the only copy, is like some VHS that somebody found and they happen to record, and then they upload it.
But it's not the greatest quality. I was watching it though. It's not bad though.
It's still cool. It's interesting to find out what happened to make it through to the internet.
From 1992, I'll post it. If you guys want to see what we saw in Little Rock in 1992.
So I made something that's kind of funny but weird, and it's using like one of those AI things. But I think it's kind of cool. I was gonna, well, let me see how long it is. It's not that long. I think it's less than a minute.
Watching. I was at that concert when I just posted, and I think this YouTube channel, I think it's a Russian channel. So, has somebody in Russia or find this Little Rock video from 1992 and post it on their YouTube channel? Crazy. I've seen some weirder stuff on the internet, though, anyway.
Yeah, there's fans everywhere.
Dude, I had, at that time I was in a band called Lollygadget from Little Rock. I had a dude contact me on Instagram from Russia a couple of years ago. He was like, are you the Dennis Cash from Lolly Gadget? And I was like, yeah, and he didn't believe me at first. I was like, well, just call me, man. Well, we'll have a call. He was like, it's me, you know. So yeah, there was I mean, he's a huge fan of, you know, my music from that time, you know, back in the early 90s. It's like, man, I can't believe it's you, you know. It's like, yeah, it's me. And then he was he was in Moscow at the time, but he's from Siberia. I was like, how the fuck did you guys in Siberia find some old school little rock music? We never even got signed, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was like, and he's a singer for a band over there in Russia. He's like, man, you're such a big inspiration to me and stuff. And I was like, I didn't even know. Thought that was pretty cool. Some dude from Siberia found some of my old school music and was like, man, I love your music. All right. Fuck yeah. I love it too.
So obviously, after you told that story, I immediately went to the internet to go look you up, and now I'm watching some of your random videos of music and stuff.
Oh, Lolly Gadget?
Yeah. Well, that, and I found I guess this is your Facebook page or something.
Yeah, Dennis Cash.
I get into some digital forensics. All I need is like a word and a search engine. Let me roll.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just picking.
Dude, I mean, it's just like nobody can dox me. I already dox myself all the time. So
I know, right? Like, if you're already out there, then what the hell can anybody do?
yeah, it's like, don't dox me, bro. So I mean, shit, I dox myself all the time. I ain't fucked up about it.
It used to matter, but now it kind of doesn't if you don't care. Like, it only matters if you care.
If you care, yeah.
Like, back in the day, it would matter because you could get swatted or other stuff, but they kind of caught on to that and they investigated
my Facebook page has my real name and says Helioskeptic. You know, so it's like, I mean, it's both. Yeah, my Facebook page is Helioskeptic and Dennis Cash. Yeah, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I have atheists on mine too. Why would I care? Anybody can take the image right here and do a reverse Google image search and find anything that it's connected to, so, like, obviously.
Yeah, check out some of my old music, man. I mean, all that stuff's on my Helioskeptic channel. There's a playlist on there that has most of the music I've ever recorded. Original music, I mean.
That's pretty cool. I'll check it out more later. I'm still working on stuff. I was just kind of curious.
Yeah, if you haven't listened to it yet, check it out.
Look, I know he's told me he used to be into music more heavily. Now he's singing and stuff. And,
there's some parodies that I've done on my Helioskeptic channel too, just for like flat Earth parodies and stuff. You know, which is. But yeah, back in the 90s, I was pretty active as far as like writing original stuff.
I have something that's kind of funny. It shouldn't take too long to play, but and some of it needs to be fixed, but I want to play it through and see if it works.
You gonna play it on here?
Yeah, well, it should work. I did the thing where you can listen to your own mic, and so I went to the settings on Discord, and then I played it through this big speaker, and I can hear it pretty well, so it should play through. But it's not music or anything, it's just kind of a spoken word thing. But it sounds like Snoop Dogg saying it.
All right. Go for it.
Clearing the way, stumbling blocks. Yeah, we moving the obstacles. Water seeks to find level when stopping it is impossible. May as well say this is just like Where's Waldo? Being born into the last, not your fault though. You still think you're living on the ball with your friends. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles an hour. Never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools. Now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools. Now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devils dealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat with scribe meter signals as you walk down the street. If the Earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishy lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific globe models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
That's all I got so far.
It does sound kind of like Snoop.
And yeah, if iLevel wants to make a V2, I can send them the actual file, so it's not, you know.
It definitely needs a beat behind it.
I'll send you a link so that, yeah, I got you, man. Hold on. There's a ton of other voices that you can work with too, but this is.
Oh, so that wasn't you, or it was you, but
it's my words, but his.
It was you going through a filter.
No, I didn't say. It's a text-to-speech thing, so the lyrics are all mine, but I'm using his words to do it. Sometimes you have to write things a little bit weird in order for it to say it the way that you want it to say it, though. So you can't really.
Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
I was saying this in case iLevel wants to use it too, like just kind of a hint. Like if you type it like you would normally type to a person, sometimes it'll read it weird, but you can change certain words and it'll say it like better. It'll say it like how it should be.
I bet you could do it yourself though too, and it'd be even better.
What J.E. just said, there actually is a way to auto-tune stuff on Audacity. There's a plugin that you can download for it that has auto-tune type things for it, so you could actually auto-tune some of the stuff the Globies say and turn it to a song.
Resolve said, I thought Snoop was based in Truth Pill for a second.
Yeah. I wish. That would be awesome, though.
I think Snoop's way beyond that. He's too Hollywood now. He's way deep.
Yeah. I have a couple other lines that I'd say that I didn't use in there because it would have been redundant, like rhyming impossible with impossible. So I just kind of. Like this one.
Yo, no, there has never been a scientific model. No measurements for curve because curve is impossible.
Opted to use the one about water and stop, like water finding its level and stopping it as impossible instead of that one. I'm trying to think of how I can send all these sound files to iLevel Up. I guess I can just do them one at a time through the messages.
I think in DM, I think it's limited to.
All the files should be small enough. So.
Yeah, in audio should be small enough. On this server, we should actually create just a like a dump folder, I guess, on the server, because you can send up to 100 megabytes on the, to any room on the server. Maybe it could be a dump site that we can just create a open folder for whatever files. Not whatever files. I mean, not freaking kiddie porn or anything fucking like that, but for trusted people, it's just something you dump in there and it's like, hey, something to share, because on the server, since we have the server boost, we can send up to 100 megabytes on the server. Wouldn't be a bad idea to just have, like, for trusted members to go ahead and just kind of throw some files in there. I'll talk to Indio about it and see. Yeah, I want to share this with somebody, and anybody can kind of download them. I'm sure it's 100 megs. What you can share on the server with the server boost. About that, dude. This. No, result. Shut up. It's Monday. I was gonna be going to work today, but it was canceled. That's why my alarm's going off right now. So I just go ahead and stay up. Yeah, Snoop was never well. At a certain point, he might have been kind of, I don't know what based necessarily means, but yeah, he's been a Hollywood sellout for quite. He's funny, but that's about it. Who's this guy?
I feel a little down and I'm frowning and I'm feeling
That's my guitar solo.
Nice.
I feel a little down and I'm frowning and I'm pillow talking alone. I'm afraid it has left me bored out of my mind. The stranglehold of a divided conscience, teaching me a lesson I won't forget, exposing all uncertainty. I found my way through thick and
Let me check this out. I level up. Here, let me check this. From SoundCloud, it should work. Let me check. This track's not available. Yeah, it says that track's not available, brother. Even when I click on it and open in my browser, it's not. Yeah, it would be interesting, wouldn't it, Barry? Yeah, I level up, man. That link is not working. You might have to listen to another one of my songs. Forbid. Unless you all want to start talking. Hmm. Here's a good one. This ain't my song, but awesome. From our old friend MacGyver. Oh, let's see if I can play it with that link. That was trippy, bro. You say that you produced that for someone else? I mean, it was a collab. Oh, you and Wish. Oh, cool, cool. Pretty cool, man. Now we gotta do this one for posterity. Shout out to MacGyver and Son.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their wells and their gyros. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round, cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Shout out to MacGyver, man. Wherever you are, if you're listening. I messaged him the other day. He got back with me. He's still out there. To MacGyver and Son. This one, I don't know if Alex actually put it on his album that's on Like sometimes you get like a copyright claim or something, but this is a really good song. One of my favorites that Alex did. Put it up on my channel, so I'm playing it from my channel.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. Yeah, I told you so. You didn't listen. I told you so.
Hope all is well with everyone. Got pretty quiet in here.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Z is for curvature of the Earth.
E is for curvature. That's good enough for me. What are you guys waiting for? I just went out and smoked a cigarette. I was waiting on my seat.
I know, it got quiet.
I thought somebody was going to take over.
Now, what starts with the letter C? C is for curvature of the Earth.
Good enough for me.
Show me the curve. That's good enough for me.
What the shit? Who has messaged me on? Who's gonna fucking message me on Facebook at 5:30 in the morning? What the hell is going on? Let's see. I did respond on Facebook. So shit. Oh, it's what? When I was talking about that Metallica video earlier, her son. She just sent me a picture that her son is 6'8", and his girlfriend is 4'10". The fuck? Like half his size. So interesting. The fuck, man, that's crazy. That's she was messaging me. I haven't talked to her in a while. Last time I saw her was played a show in Little Rock, like 10 years ago, and she was there. So I saw her. I didn't even. Well, I knew her second husband or whatever, and they had some kids. So I guess I never met those kids. Only personal.
I reckon everybody's asleep right now.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I've been up all night.
Yeah, me too.
Bedtime Bonzo.
Yeah, I would have been asleep, but I knew I wasn't going to have to go to work today, so I just stayed up.
I didn't. Well, I went to sleep for like an hour or two, but then I woke up sweating. I guess I have an infection or something because I couldn't go back to sleep. So
I have an infection.
I have like.
Is it some type of globe-tart infection?
I have over 1,000 kidney stones in each kidney, so infections just come back. There's nothing I can do about it.
Oh man!
I could clear it out. It'll come back next month. It's whatever. Yeah. It's like the picture of the dog sitting in the house and it's on fire, and it's like, this is fine. There's nothing I can do about it, so whatever. I mean, there is, but it'll take time. I'm working on it. It's just, I can't rush.
Do you have to have surgery?
I'm too young to do
like
that.
That little laser shit where they blast them apart and
sucks.
shit?
Yeah, I've done that multiple times. It sucks.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit, I'll be 50 this year, and I've never had any type of issues with stones or anything.
That's
like
good.
That.
That's good. I unfortunately have two different kinds of kidney stones, so I have the little sharp ones that look like meteors, and then the ones that shape like a ball that have spikes going in all directions.
I've had some friends that had kidney stones, and when you try to pass them, it's like you almost want to die.
So it gave me ability to have like an incredible. I already had sympathy or whatever for, but now empathy as far as like women having like going through birth. Like holy crap, everything hurts in such a way that's inexplicable. As far as with the kidney stone stuff and those procedures, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Like, no, that stuff's bad.
Yeah, but the only thing I don't know if it's not comparable in the same way, but I've had some back issues where it feels like somebody's pushing a knife into your spine and twisting it.
Ooh, like a nerve
that's
thing?
not fun. Yeah. Like lower back pain, where like just barely crawling across the house to go take a shit or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's
we
that's
went all the
pretty
way to,
excruciating, but I haven't had that in a while.
like, we drove across the state to go to one of these big hospital places, and they didn't want to do. It was to see if they would do the surgery where they actually cut from the back and remove stuff, but because I'm so young and because of like certain things, they didn't want to do it yet, or trying to avoid doing it. I'm okay with that.
Well, let's send some pressure your way, man.
Hey, I'm not complaining. I just
if
like
the doctors can't fix it, I
explaining.
mean, that's all we can do is like send good vibes and prayers your way, bro.
Yeah. Well, I ain't complaining. I'm just explaining. Like that's why I get the infections. It's just the kidney stones that can't be got out. It's all good though.
Cool. I know that can be.
It is what it is.
It do what it do, don't it?
Yeah. Really being kept awake in the middle of the night actually helps though, because I get quiet time where I can just create things without distraction.
Just some reason I was looking at my Facebook and see Derek Nelson. He's a member here on the server.
Yeah. He's a good friend of mine. I've known him.
Oh, you know Derek?
Yeah, I've known him for a while.
Yeah, just for some reason I was going through my Facebook and he's on there now. I mean, we've been friends for. Well, shit, I've known Derek since I think almost since we started the other server. He was on there.
Yeah.
Derek's cool.
I met him right after the other server, that schism happened where people did that thing. Like, I actually met him at that other server.
So I'm saying he was on the other server before all that other shit happened.
That's where
I think
we
he was
became
actually
friends.
in here. Wasn't he in here the other day?
Yeah.
Recently. Cool.
When I basically got back into FE stuff, and he's the one who sent me the invite here to join the server.
Oh, sweet.
I know like half of the older members here. Well, not older. That's the wrong word. Like half of the old school
original.
Flat Earther. Yeah, like at least, and if not, I've seen him around, kind of thing. I've probably seen you around. We just didn't talk until like recently.
Oh, you're talking about from the old
like back in the
Google
just being
Hangouts
on the internet
days?
Oh no, I mean like just around Discord.
Oh,
like,
Discord.
Yeah, because there were so many. You know how many servers got shut down like over the course of the past couple of years.
I was just going through. Well, not just, but like the other day, I was clicking on because I don't know if this was a thing before, but you can click on someone's name and tell when they joined the server. Ever since.
Yeah.
It was probably a thing, but I never paid attention to it. But it's just like if you notice, like most of the admin and old school mods or whatever, we all joined the same day because, because of the other server getting taken down, we just moved to this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. You see, we all joined the same day. Like me, March 7th, 2017. Miggy, March 31st, and Indio, March.
Yeah.
Well, Indio was the first day, but that's a different account.
My server was made about 3 months after this one. But I don't really invite anybody there. It's kind of a dead server. I got a bunch of stuff archived there and leave it sitting.
Yeah, I have one too that I don't use very often. And that's almost exclusively, flat earthers,
Yeah.
No, I don't use it very.
Or the people who are on the fence and they don't really actually, like, they're not negative. They're not anti-flat. They're just kind of whatever. And those are okay. I can hang out with just about anybody as long as they're not using a bunch of logical fallacies on everybody around them. Especially ad hom. That's like the number one that everybody hates. Like, you do not have to insult people to get your point across.
Yeah.
Now, as fun as it is, it's very fun to insult, but you don't have to do that.
There's no reason to.
I wouldn't say no reason. If somebody's being belligerent and you can, like, you know, basically beat the crap out of them just with alone, and yeah,
you give what what they're trying to give back. I mean, yeah. I can be a big asshole if I need to.
The funny part is if you can like replace curse words with the actual original word, like the F word with fornication, and it'll mess with people's minds because they expect you to angrily curse to them, but now you're using big words.
Big words.
It starts tripping them out, yeah. And you're not really doing anything except for just using the actual full version of the word that they're using.
E is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
I've been collecting random sound effects from various children's shows, like theme songs and sound effects and other things.
I like that meme that I posted. See if I can find it really quick. It's the one where, it's on the Muppet Show where I think it's when George Carlin joins, and it's like in a library, and it says fiction, and it has a globe and a rocket right above where it says fiction. I don't know if you've seen it. Let me find that. It's from when he was on, not in the Muppet Show, on Sesame Street.
I don't know. I might have seen it. I just don't remember.
I've got it in here somewhere. Yes, George Carlin was a guest on Sesame Street. And they were talking about the moon landing. And he, I bet I can find that clip on YouTube too. That Carlin, Sesame Street. It wasn't Sesame Street. It's a Mad TV. I think. No, find it. This has got to be it right here.
President. With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary.
This one's pretty good too. That one's on. Yeah, I'm mixing shit up, I think. With George Carlin was talking about the moon landing on Reading Caboose on Mad TV.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that's the Mad TV one. It made it look like a kid show.
Yeah,
that was so funny.
Here's that one, but yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Cut off the knee. Yeah, that was Sesame Street. Elmo, and it says, it's like the library. It says fiction. You see the rocket and the globe.
Oh yeah,
right above where it says fiction.
It's on the fiction shelf. Yeah.
Beautiful. But yeah, I was getting it mixed up. But yeah, this this George Carlin on Mad TV is pretty funny too. Can't play it on here though. You can watch it.
I may have to take a break for a little bit. I'm feeling weird.
Hey, bum bum bum, got any grapes?
Have you guys?
I can't.
Anyone? What?
Oh, I was just gonna. Never mind. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, Mr. Robinson. Remember Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood or whatever?
Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
Roger Robinson. I think that's isn't that a Saturday Night Live skit?
Probably another
Eddie Murphy.
Mr.
Robinson's. Anyway, Mr. Rogers had this thing. It's been going around Facebook where he's like, "Boys are boys." He has this little song about boys being boys and girls being girls. It's just like people have been sharing that around. It's like, damn it, Mr. Rogers. Don't you realize that boys can be girls now?
You're not allowed to say such things these days. How dare you?
How dare you? Good thing he's dead. Otherwise, he might be transvestigated.
Dang.
Like boys are boys, and they'll grow up to be men, and then girls are girls, and they'll grow up to be women. It's
I've got so many
like no
clips.
shit, man, no shit. I mean, I thought that's how God made us. It's not saying hard to figure out.
Life could be a dream, sweet.
Life could be a dream.
That's what
if I could take you up in paradise up above. If I could tell you I'm the only one that you love. Life could be a dream, sweetheart. Hello again. Shaboom and hoping we'll meet
That's one of the
again.
songs that comes to mind when people start talking about that. Like they're only 99% sure where they're like
99.
That clip will play. Life could be a dream.
95. Life could be a dream. We need to do that every time they say it. Maybe like get them like. So are you 100% sure? Or are you like not so sure that you're laying down in bed, or you're sitting in your chair in front of the desk talking on Discord? Life could be a dream if I could take you up in paradise up above.
Another one's the Patsy Cline one where she's like crazy. That was funny. Just clipping it right there was just like it plays the whole intro and the.
For feeling so lonely. I love that song, yeah, but I don't know if she wrote that, but whoever wrote just the tones, crazy.
Yeah, it's just funny the pitch that it reaches.
Crazy for feeling. Just like the pitch differential of the tone. I love singing that song.
Fly me to the moon.
There you go.
I got this one. I got from Ricky Bobby. Like I'm saving it, but I should have played it the other day.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Oh, dude, that whole
Like a spider monkey.
that whole scene.
Kick you in the back of the head.
Yeah, that whole scene is so funny. It's messed up, but
It's just like there's so many clips you could pull out of that whole scene on that movie, man. It's
Here's one that I got that I don't really have the heart to use on anybody because it's that insulting, but it's hilarious.
He's not just a regular moron. He's the product of the greatest minds of a generation, working together with the express purpose of building the dumbest moron who ever lived.
don't know if you heard that, but that sounds like it'd be a little bit too mean sometimes to use for most of the people.
A little distorted, but I heard the dumbest moron that ever lived.
Yeah. Yeah, it's GLaDOS from the thing. And when her voice on that, like, it's like she's in a potato, so it's even worse. It's not as clear as what her normal voice is on the game, so it's hard for me to send that through this. It's weird. Like, this would be, her normal voice would be this clear.
Don't press that button.
I got the Bill and Ted thing. We're like, be excellent to each other and party on, dudes. But I'd probably said it at a better quality than my thing actually is, anyway.
Did you watch that new Bill and Ted's movie?
I did not.
Came out last. Yeah, don't watch it.
It wasn't too. Yeah, it's just they've made a lot of crappy reboots that are pretty much just rehashing old jokes and they're boring.
And they brought robot George Carlin in there because he was already dead. You know.
I don't mean that. I just mean Hollywood in general. You know.
No, I watch a lot of shows, but as far as my critique of that show.
I've got another puzzle for you.
I want to get all the Oompa Loompa intro things. I got the other one that says I have the perfect puzzle for you. I need to organize all my files though, because my desktop's just cluttered with a bunch of sound files at the moment.
I love the music in that movie.
You might know us.
What was that?
I was saying I love the music in that movie.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
You want to view paradise? Simply look around and view it. Anything you want to view it. Want to change the world? There's nothing to it. Gene Wilder was, oh man, so awesome in that movie.
Pretty legendary actor.
Yeah, that and Blazing Saddles, remember? You gotta get some Blazing Saddles clips. I don't know how many you can play on here, but wow.
Well,
in a world of pure imagination, yes, living there, you will see truly wish to be.
Oh gosh, I have so many songs. I forgot that I downloaded 3 gigabytes of music, and I really only want like one tiny, probably 3 to 7 second clip out of each one of these songs. I have so many songs to go through.
I think I love every song in that original Willy Wonka movie. It's freaking. Oompa, loompa, loompa dee doo. I've got another puzzle for you. You can live in happiness too, like the Oompa Loompa Loompa Dee Doo. I think I'm gonna watch that freaking movie again for probably the 50th time. Remember when the fat kid got stuck in the chocolate river tube?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you...
Augustus Gloop.
Augustus Gloop. It is such a pompous little asshole. Then he falls in the river. He's like, yeah, help me.
Augustus Gloop. Augustus Gloop. Such a greedy nincompoop. starts lapping up the chocolate out of the river. My favorite one though is when it talks about the like it talks about a child being a brat, and then it directly blames the mother and the father, and I'm like, these Oompa Loompas are savages. Like, dang. It's like who?
You'll get your son back when we're damn good and ready.
It's funny. There's a meme where it's like kid dies, Oompa Loompas just immediately start singing. They just like.
He didn't follow the rules.
It's just singing, like dancing around his corpse and singing about why he deserves to die. If you cut off the ending of the movie, that's kind of what implied. Like you take out the part where
ultimately
they actually bring him back. I'm like, yeah, everybody's okay. Bye.
Great.
This is before lawsuits, because like straight up, every single one of those things. Say it would be like something you would take a company owner to the court over.
And
all of our children got.
It's like when some of those songs come in my head from that movie, they never leave. It's like I still want to go. If you want a view, paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world.
I found the theme song.
To eat.
I found the theme song for when a bunch of these clowns start rolling in. Like there's a ton of them. Like like sometimes I come in 2, 3, 4 of them just clowning, trying to do their globy mess.
Yeah, didn't he write James and the Giant Peach too? Roald Dahl.
I'd have to look it up.
I think he did. That's
a
weird
the author of the
show.
Are you talking about the author or the one who directed the movie?
No, Roald Dahl, the guy that wrote the original story.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate. It was called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
That's what's weird about those movies is the Gene Wilder version
No, it wasn't
not actually like lined up with how the book is. Like the new one's closer to the book, but the Gene Wilder movie's better than the book and the version that's closer to how the book is. It's just weird. Maybe we're all just biased because the Gene Wilder version came out first or something.
I mean, that's when I was a kid, that's what I saw. Okay, so
I'm just saying Gene Wilder was kind of like, you could tell that it's like a weird, demented kind of, not really demented, even though eccentric. But then when you watch the other one, the way that Johnny Depp plays it, like he's just straight up crazy as hell.
I like that one. I mean, I guess I was kind of biased of it, but I guess some people, if you didn't see the original.
To me, the original's better. That's all. It's just classic.
Way better.
I'm just saying that if I met that dude that he was like, I met the modern version in person, I would never take my children into that dude's factory. I trust the Gene Wilder guy though.
But they were begging. It's like, I got a golden ticket.
It's be so weird.
Yeah, dude, it's the craziest thing.
If my son brought home a golden ticket, I'd be like,
"Damn, son, where'd you find this?"
That's still a great freaking movie, man. Even with Charlie, he was just like was it the Augustus? Didn't his father owned a factory or whatever, and they bought shitloads of the chocolate bars to try to find the golden ticket. They had like teams of people opening chocolate bars trying to get his fucking golden ticket, and then then Charlie just happens to get one, right?
Yeah, he just finds a coin in the buys one. And I think the other one,
that's the brilliance. What Roald Dahl is, is kind of getting you know. With
And the other one, I think there was like the daughter was spoiled or something. That was the spoiled daughter one, and he had a police. There's supposed to be some other job, but instead he had to hire. He paying all of them just to open up chocolate so that he can get his daughter her ticket.
Yeah, it was
That
both
is
of them, I
spoiled.
guess. But it was just Charlie just happened to.
Yeah,
come
they were all
across
spoiled.
one. No.
Different kinds of spoiled. Charlie was the only one who wasn't spoiled. And Charlie would have been spoiled too if they had the money to spoil him.
Yeah, but he was totally destitute. It was just like all his grandma and grandpa, both sides of the family. They were like sitting, you know,
And his grandpa
barely eating bread and water. That's how they.
Yeah, but okay. He got them all laying in the bed. Then his grandpa just hops out like he's just fine, so just kind of runs off to the factory like I'm good. Like, bro, you told everybody you were bedbound, like you're bedridden, you can't even go anywhere. Now you're running off to go play with Willy Wonka.
Still fun though.
It is. It's hilarious.
Well, it's just like, man, I love the Mary Poppins, the old Mary Poppins movie too. It's really freaking.
Oh, dude, that one is funny. In fact, like that. No, the scene though.
Especially Dick Van Dyke, man. I mean, that dude is one of the greatest actors.
I think I got some clips from that movie, but the I Love to Laugh song where they're like singing I love
to laugh. So loud and long and clear.
So if you apply the definition of gravity, meaning weight or seriousness, that's what they imagine will happen if you stop believing in gravity. You just start floating up.
The more I laugh, the more everybody can hear.
That's just, I envision that's what the Globies think will happen if they stop believing in gravity. Just float away up at the top of the room.
That's the brilliance of it. I mean, it's just like they don't make shit like that anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Oh, and the stepping time. These people.
Stepping time.
But the funny what the whole scene's hilarious.
Dick
It's
Van
great.
Dyke is a freaking genius, bro.
They're stomping on the roof. They're stomping on the roof in the middle of the night. There's a bunch of people inside either eating dinner or trying to sleep, and all of a sudden they're like, "It's stepping time!"
It's stepping time. I gotta watch that old shit again. I used to love the Annie movie too. You seen Annie, right?
Yeah, I should get some.
That was a
from
great
that.
movie too.
That would be a funny one.
It do what it do. And they're so good.
What in the heck is this? It says that there's a new mention, but when I scroll down, it's nowhere. What the? Oh, okay, there. Yeah, exactly. Dude, that was back when I believe there was a time where Disney was actually like at its peak, like a golden age of Disney. Everything sucks now, but that was at the time when things were actually awesome. I think one of the last good Disney movies was Aladdin. Everything went downhill from there. But this is back when they used the cartoon layering over real world stuff, and it was awesome.
Poppins.
You get the
just a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. The medicine go down. Medicine go down. Just
you get the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious.
No, that's like that's what happens when they invoke the word gravity, though. They may as well just be saying supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yeah, it's quite atrocious.
I've said the magic word. Now submit to my argument.
we need to hit him with that one too. Gravity? What do you mean? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yeah.
God. That's fucking hilarious. Well, I think it is. You don't have to think it's fun. But I'm still looking for this gravity thing that everybody keeps talking about. Oh, full of sugar. What's the medicine? Go down. Medicine, go down.
They're talking about science, man.
Go down. Jay, yeah, I grew up in the Little Rock area, but I live in Fayetteville now. So that's about 3 hours from Little Rock.
We have a Fayetteville over here too.
Oh, do you?
It's kind of, well, I mean, I'm not too surprised. There's a Greenville, South Carolina, and a
Well,
Greenville, North
I live
Carolina.
where this is hog country where I'm at now. It's where the Razorbacks are from.
Yeah.
Fayetteville, Arkansas. It's northwestern Arkansas.
I think there's a lot of duplicate names of certain places.
Sure, yeah, of course.
throughout.
I mean, I grew up in Jacksonville, which is right outside of Little Rock. Well, there's Jacksonville, Florida, which is a lot bigger than the Jacksonville, Arkansas. I'll tell you that much. And Jacksonville, Arkansas has about 30,000 people, where Jacksonville, Florida has over 1 million, I think, at least.
Yeah.
But Jacksonville, Arkansas, where I grew up, it's Little Rock Air Force Base. And that's where Little Rock Air Force Base is. Largest C-130.
Yeah.
That's where they train if you're going to train to fly C-130s, you do it in Little Rock Air Force Base.
I've been to the Air Force Base here in North Carolina before. I think I've only been there once. But they did this show where they were doing all kinds of whatever.
They had air shows there too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my hometown. It was Little Rock Air Force Base is based in Jacksonville. Like I said, it's right outside Little Rock. But yeah, it's the largest C-130.
They're pretty fun.
Base.
They're really loud though, but they're fun.
Pretty huge, man. You can fit 100,000 people on the freaking tarmac while they're doing the show. You know, it's like, and people come from all over the country to go see that air show in Little Rock, or at least in Jacksonville at the Air Force Base, which, like I said, it's only about 20-30 miles from Little Rock.
Yeah.
And that's where I grew up. But it's still just like anywhere. It's only, you can go 30 miles toward the city, or you can go 30 miles the other way, and you're in the wilderness. so we always had that option. You know, when I was growing up, you know, as far as like in high school and stuff, going camping and stuff like that, it was so fun. We had a lot of good times.
I like being around places where there's country type areas. Like concrete jungles are just weird.
Well, I like being in between, because when I feel like going to the city, I'm going to the city.
Yeah.
And if I feel like going camping and getting out in the wilderness, I'm just as far away from there as I am from the action, you know.
That's about how I feel. I wouldn't want to live in the middle of absolute nowhere, but also I don't want to be in the city either.
Where I grew up, I could drive an hour and I'd be in the wilderness and have, you know, go fishing and stuff. Tent camping. Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Central Arkansas is really, well, the whole state of Arkansas. Well, not the whole state, northern Arkansas. If you go into the south, it's all rice. You know where Riceland? You ever heard of Riceland? The company Riceland? If you haven't, it's Arkansas. It's southern Arkansas. The entire, almost, it's either, if you go south of Little Rock, It's all rice and soybeans. And rice. People in China buy rice from Arkansas.
That's weird.
Yeah, Riceland is one of the biggest rice companies in the world, and it's from Arkansas. So there's not much. So, like from Little Rock, if you go from Little Rock straight east, that's on I-40. That you go to Memphis, right?
Yeah.
And so, like south of that, and you're in like northern Mississippi, northern Louisiana area. All of that is just rice. All of it. That's rice land. There's pretty much nothing there except for flat rice water.
I think I'm about to go grab a cup of coffee.
But northern Arkansas is pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah.
So you get into the like on the eastern side, you get into the Ozarks. On the western side, you're in the Ouachitas. Plenty of cool stuff going on in northern part of Arkansas. Southern
One of
part
these
of
days we'll
Arkansas,
end
it's
up
flat as fuck.
traveling
And
around.
it's just rice and soybeans.
Like I got it. Once we get the bus finished, I want to travel around and visit a bunch of different places throughout America.
Wait.
It's all in due time. I'm gonna go grab some coffee though.
Yeah,
so
that's
that I
right,
can-
Jay Barrington. Yeah. Most rice. That's what I'm saying. China buys rice mostly from Arkansas, or maybe some from Kansas or whatever. I mean, Riceland is one of the biggest rice producers in the world, and it's based in southern Arkansas.
Yeah.
People from all over the world buy rice from Arkansas. If you eat rice, you're probably getting most of it from Arkansas.
You remember that "The More You Know" jingle from CBS?
Yeah. The more you know, the more you understand. Just look it up. Look up Riceland.
Yeah.
That's Arkansas, man.
All right, I'll be right back in a minute. For the third time, I'm gonna go get coffee. See you in a few, man.
See you, brother. Heard about that too. Cut the shit, but and if that's the case, I mean, they just make it from soy, and if they get soy, that probably comes from Arkansas too. So. This to be hilarious. The only reason you hear me just rambling is because none of you motherfuckers are in here talking. So. No. No. Can't remember to troll the shit out of everybody with some Willy Wonka music. which is my favorite song. There you go. You'll be free if you truly wish to be. What the hell is going on with Adam and Barrington right now? Hello, gentlemen. There you go. You know what's funny about that? Cut this shit is when I said hello. That's Freddy Krueger playing in a movie with Andrew Dice Clay. What's that movie? Fort Fairlane, where he was like the I don't know if you guys remember that movie, Fort Fairlane, but Robert Englund was the bad guy in the movie, and he was like hello. Anyway, so that's funny. You know, you just put Freddy up there. But England, hello. Well, why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? so many memes, Barrington. I think I have a Clinton meme here somewhere. Shit. Oh, I got one. Here it comes.
Alrighty.
See the the meme I just posted. The first time I ever voted when I turned 18, voted for Bill Clinton for president. I didn't know shit. He was governor forever, and then he ran for president, and I voted for him, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, Jay Barrington. I'm not sure about that. I haven't heard about that story. I'd be interested to find out, though. I know some other stuff about the Clintons.
Yeah, that's a very disturbing family.
Well, it's just like, I mean, if you know anything about where Billary, you know, which includes both of them, where they came from, what their story is complete nonsense. It's not true. You look into the history of Bill's family and Hillary's family, they completely fabricated a whole story about being from Arkansas and all that kind of stuff. No, it's much deeper, and that goes with most people that run for president and all that kind of stuff. Anyway,
Yeah.
I mean, I could say the same thing about now the Bushes. There's a convoluted history with the Bushes too, but they are from Texas. But yeah, It's sort of, yeah. They're actually, yeah. It just depends on because, yeah, I don't know. Should we necessarily talk about the real history of the Bush legacy in here? Is it what
I
we're
don't
here
know.
for?
I mean, is it okay if I? Never mind.
I don't know.
Is it speculation to talk about Aleister Crowley?
Well,
I'm just
it's
saying.
not speculation.
She looks
Well, it
just like
depends
him.
on if you go into how he was connected to everyone in all these secret societies and stuff, and
the implication was that George Bush is the grandson of Aleister Crowley, and that the picture of his mother she looks just like him, like Aleister. It's like it's an uncanny resemblance.
Goodness.
The
None of our
theory
presidents that are put up there, like we have a choice. Like, which one's better than the other one? I don't even think we should even vote, for either one of them.
I agree.
Why would you even consider either? That's weird.
Yeah.
It's like there's no one else that should be considered.
Because when you said that you voted for Bill, I was going to say we all did stupid things when we were younger.
No, I was ignorant. I was 18 years old. That was the first time.
And then now you're saying that voting both either side is the same. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because it doesn't.
Yeah. I'm way past that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know you are, but I couldn't time either of those jokes at the time until I can combine them together now.
Sorry, I messed up your timing of your joke or whatever. But yeah, bro. But it's just like I remember, it's like, all right, I'm 18, I get to vote, and it was at the boys' club right down the street from my house. This was the voting center. I was like, my first time to vote. And my mom was and still is a Democrat, and that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but
there's no change in her mind, and I'm not going to change her mind. But whatever.
You know the difference between the old school the Democrats, and then the actual demon rats we got these days.
That was what freaking 30 years ago. So anyway, but she still just doesn't matter. We're not talking about my mom. I'm talking about what I was ignorant about when I went ahead and voted.
What's funny, the old school, like the Republicans nowadays, act like how the Democrats, the liberals, did back in the day. It's almost no difference, almost. Meanwhile, the left party has went so far left that normal Democrats are kind of like, what are you doing?
Dude, the right is the left now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The right's the new left, and the left is so far left that I don't even what.
What are we supposed to do with this shit? So I don't even participate in that shit anymore. Well, and I stopped voting a long time ago, but
presidents are selected, not elected.
But even local elections, and should I pay attention? I guess I could if I, if I was
I get why people would, but even those.
Well, if you had a local business and you were participating in the community and stuff, I'm not, that person, so I just don't vote, But if it does influence local elections, freaking sit on the city council, if you can do something to make a difference in your community, go ahead. But other than that, I don't know anybody, that's influential in my community. And I live on the outskirts of a pretty big city. Fayetteville is about as big as Little Rock. It's almost 500,000 people. So it's just fucking, I'm just some. Nobody knows that I exist here. So
You know, it's what I've thought about, like as far as celebrity type things, or even being remotely famous. Would not want that in person. Hell no. Like, random people will bother you, either haters or people who love you. And so, like, I see these, like, you know, more the higher level famous. They can't even go anywhere. They literally can't go anywhere without somebody kind of getting in their way, bothering them or something. Like, we can have a normal day. You just go out, do whatever, take care of business, go home. But imagine, like, every single day there's always something. And sometimes they're good, sometimes they're weirdos, like trying to, whatever, like, get in your life or something. I just think that it's better that nobody know who, like, you are, rather than have a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with living in the country, and
I'm sure when you're younger though, you like imagined, oh, it could be great to be famous. And then now, looking back, it's like I just want peace.
Well, I think I'd probably be dead if I actually achieved what I thought I was gonna do when I was, what I thought I was gonna be a rock star and shit. I'd probably be dead right now.
Maybe, yeah, because when you have a bunch of peer pressure amplifying and encouraging you to already, like, you got already destructive behavior.
You just got,
you go further, like with the party,
or just gumption or whatever. It's just like, oh yeah, and you're invincible. You know, you can do fucking 18 million pounds of cocaine and still be alive.
That's what I was saying. Like, you have that, and then you got the peer pressure of like you're showing off in front of all these people who probably don't actually care, but.
Oh, they do care. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to see you play. No, I mean, you know what I mean, dude. I'm more alive. I can still like. It's a different persona, even though even just talking on here, I'm a different kind of persona. I'm really kind of shy. I'm kind of a shy guy. But when I'm performing, music, it's
I really wasn't even talking about you at all, bro.
It's just like a performance, it becomes a different thing when I'm on stage.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of all these celebrities though that they've OD'd, and it's like if these people, and they died, and it's like if these people were actually their friends, though, that wouldn't have happened. Somebody would have intervened and said, "Look, there's a lot, enough.
You can't.
But I know, because if somebody's that in their head, that's true. Because somebody's gonna do it, they're gonna do it. But it just makes you wonder.
All day. I mean, you're gonna make yourself weak by trying to help them.
Then I agree with you though that you can't stop unless they want to stop, I guess. But also, I think we should try. Like if you feel like that, there's like something moves in your spirit.
No, if you don't try, then you're gonna be like, well, I didn't.
Yeah, you'd be like, man, I knew I should have said something, reached out, like maybe bro could have gotten some help.
I get shit from people. I drink a lot. Or people give me shit all the time. Not give me shit.
Well, I'm not talking
like, hey man, people, but no, and I totally get it.
I just mean that most dudes don't have anybody to talk to when they got something going on in their mind, and usually if they do talk to somebody, whoever it is weaponizes that against them, so they keep their mouths shut. And it's hard. Like that's why depression. That's why suicide's so high in males.
Especially if they're famous. Or like,
exactly. Who are you going to talk to then?
Yeah, don't fuck with them. They're above everything.
Yeah. Everybody gets like those rose-colored glasses on, thinking that they're around some kind of god, and it's like that's a human being, though. It's a person like you.
So I'm sort of, like I said, if I'd have made it, I'd probably be dead right now.
Well, then God probably prevented you from going that level so that you could still be here today. And the devil was like, yeah, we about to harvest this guy. And nope.
Well,
what's funny to me is I was actually having a conversation with my wife about what the difference between Lucifer and Satan. And I was like, if you pay attention to what Jesus said, like basically anytime that you or anybody else does anything against the truth, that's Satan. Like you could be Satan. I can be Satan. You can't be Lucifer, he's somebody else. But Satan's an entire army, like anonymous. Like anybody could be Satan. That's why he said, "Get thee behind me, Satan," to his literal second in command type friend there. Like dude, you are not understanding the plan kind of thing.
Yeah.
My point is, it's not like that. That word, ironically enough, that word gets demonized.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like, you talk about Satan, Lucifer.
They paint
a
a
lot
picture.
of people think it's synonymous, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, Lucifer is an ass, but Satan's just generally anybody who opposes the truth.
Interesting.
Just means adversary, and what's the adversary of, or what's the adversary of truth? A Satan. But then everybody visualizes the damn like red imp with the pointed tail and a little pitchfork, and yeah, I'm gonna poke it in hell.
Sometimes you can be your own worst enemy, right?
Yeah, well, that's the point. Yeah, every morning we have to wake up and basically you have to put the flesh down. Like you have this zombified version of yourself that wants to rule and do whatever it wants to do, and the spirit man's got to be like, nah, you're going back in the grave, bro. Kind of like an old habits die hard thing. You wake up every day and kill the worst version of yourself while being the best version of yourself. That's how I look at it anyway.
Not a bad way to look at it, I don't think.
Everything's about moving forward. Another thing is having no worries. In order to have no worries,
or standing still is not a bad thing either.
Well, I don't think we can afford to be neutral on a moving train. But then again, you do got to stop and smell the roses and dig your feet into the sand of the stationary earth we're on. So yeah, sometimes it takes time to peace be still, relax a little bit.
Just like if you're already blessed and you're living well, let it happen. We're in here. We're in here because we enjoy talking to each other about this topic, and we want new people to come in. Hey, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? We'll answer their questions and stuff. But for the most part, I'm standing still. So it's like, we're kind of waiting. God damn it! Cut this shit. I love that. The dude just facing the sand, just plowing forward.
Yeah.
I love it.
You're just scooting in. What's funny is I've actually done that as a kid.
Did you?
Yeah, well, it was little, but yeah, I can remember being like, I remember doing that, and not that far, but closer to the waves, and then right into the water kind of thing.
It's just funny, man.
Remember how I told you I had a surgery on my right knee, like a Fulkerson procedure? Now, you know what a skimboard is? That weird oval-shaped thing that you go. That's how that happened. I tried to use the skimboard, and it like nosedived like right into the thing of sand, and my leg was sideways, and it ripped.
You landed a little early, and you just went.
Yeah, I tried. It was the first time I ever tried to use a skimboard. I jumped on it, it nosedived, and then it broke the tendon in my knee, and I was like, "Oh, I'm never using one of those again."
You just didn't do it right.
I know, but I'm not going to ever do it right now. My body's messed up.
I know what you mean, bro.
Oh, well, that didn't go as planned.
Hey, I'm going to take another smoke break, and should I play a song, or you
I should get
is somebody else going to start talking?
Well, I'm around, but I can't talk to myself.
I know, me too. That's what I was saying.
I mean, I can monologue, but I don't have anything to talk about right now.
Morning, guys. Hey,
there we go. We got a stand-in for you while you go take a break.
Yeah, I heard you. What's going on, man? I'm Wes, bro. I'm new to the VC, but I've been listening for about 2 years.
Awesome.
Wes, yeah, I remember you, brother.
What's up, brother?
How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Getting ready for work.
When people say that, like, I'm new to the VC, I think of those old radio shows where people be like, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah, right. Every time.
Yeah.
No, but I've seen the name. I don't know if I've ever talked to you before, but I've seen you around.
Yeah, I'm Wes Fe on YouTube. I'm always in the YouTube chat, but
Oh yeah. See, I knew it. I told you.
yeah, not many Wes's.
Wes Fe. Hey, good to see you in here, bro.
Yeah, man, I listen all the time. I learned about it maybe about 2 years ago through WhatsApp, and yeah, I love listening because I'm always trying to sharpen my sword.
Awesome. Well, I'm taking a break. Ether Grizz is.
Yeah,
Cool,
I'm
man.
around. I'm chilling.
Hopefully, Jay Barrington, if he open his mic,
Yeah.
he can talk too. He's great.
He usually speaks a little bit on his way to work.
Over that.
Hey guys, the boys are asleep, so I'm trying to be quiet, but that's why I've just been listening this morning and jabbering in the chat.
I was wondering why you weren't talking. You try not to wake up the family.
Yeah, I got the
Let's
same
take it
issue.
rolling. Mama doesn't get any more sleep.
It's all good.
Only time I could talk is during the commute. Otherwise, it's either real quiet or real loud.
Cool, man. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, good to be here. So, what do you do, Ethergrass? What's your job?
I don't really have one. I have a lot of medical issues, so I'm on disability due to that. But I try to make myself useful by using my talents to create things and do stuff.
Awesome.
I have a bad habit of not attributing my time to having any value, though, so I usually just give everything away for free.
Yeah, I can resonate with that. I'm a carpenter. I build lots of shit.
That's awesome. I went to college for various things, so I have experience. I know how to do things related to graphic design and a bunch of other stuff, but I just never... As my health decreased, I couldn't really do what I originally planned on doing.
Yeah, I feel that. I didn't think I was gonna keep building. About 6 years ago, I had a pretty bad back surgery. I didn't think I'd come back to doing it, but I just kind of changed the way I do things, and because I'm kind of limited with my options here.
The ability to adapt to change is basically, that's the measure of intelligence. That's how you determine if somebody's intelligent or something is how they can adapt to change and continue to survive.
Well, because when I was in the mindset of thinking I wasn't going to do it again, I was studying to be a pilot. And I still have all my notes and shit, but during the recovery process, I got to a level where I was confident, where I was able just to go back and do it, but not, obviously not, lift anything out of my, like I don't pick up a sheet of drywall by myself anymore, Be like, oh, you need help with that? I'd be like, I don't need to, but I prefer it, so I don't end up in the situation I was in.
Yeah,
I just make little decisions like that. Right.
Then as you get older anyway, there's the kind of the degradation through health where you can't really go as hard as you used to.
Yeah, I'm trying to start a business so I don't have to, so I can teach others and have it benefit my business rather than using my skills to benefit somebody else,
Well, if I could say, the one thing that I've learned from observing what my grandfather does, because he's a private contractor, does construction stuff. He has experience with masonry, all kinds of things. Like, he knows how to lay brick and whatever. But the way that he built his business is just word of mouth, like helping people out, and then his work spoke for itself. And now he's constantly got people still asking him to go do like he still does stuff, but he's not like he ain't gonna keep going like he used to. So there's people who are standing in line waiting for a chance to get him to do stuff for them, which is kind of cool. He never has to worry about that.
Yeah, it's especially if you do good work, because your work speaks for itself. You know,
Yeah.
that's kind of where I'm at. But I work full time for someone else. So like I have people in line, but I don't have like I can't quit my job just to start a business because I can't really afford to skip a beat. You know what I mean? Like it's like I
Yeah.
have to get jobs lined up, and then I got to get all my ducks in a row in order to jump ship. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm waiting for the weather to get a little better so I can,
Kind of
get
like
some
in
jobs.
like a little bit of a catch-22 until you get everything organized. Like you can't quit.
Yeah.
You can't work because you got to work a job, but you can't quit your job because you need to work that so that you can start the business.
And I got to do it legally. So I have to have all my insurance and like I'm in Illinois, so you can't perform any work uninsured, otherwise they will fine your ass. So like, and I can't really afford any setbacks, man. I got 4 kids. I got to do it legit, you know.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Didn't catch it. What kind of work do you do?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a carpenter. Remodeling, mostly do decks and porches, but we do kitchens, bathrooms, anything a carpenter's required for, that's what I do.
Remodeling insurance, that sort of thing, shouldn't be that much anyway, so shouldn't be like terrible.
It's not crazy. I mean, I have it. It's about $300 a month, but I'm not claimed on myself. It's strictly just for tax purposes. If I were to,
you said it's $300 a month. Holy crap!
Well, that's for general liability and workman's comp. Even
I
though
would have
I'm
never
not
thought it was
included.
that much.
Yeah.
I would have thought about $1,000 a year is what I would have thought.
Yeah, it's a little over that. Or I think I just renewed it. I forgot
Well,
what
if
it
it's
was.
$300 a month, it's $3,600 a year. Holy crap!
It probably varies from state to state.
Well, then I have to fill out the audit, and then I get some money back at the end of the year.
That's good.
Because I don't use it. You know, I suppose if I used it, maybe I'd get a better rate. I don't know. Like I only have it for tax purposes, just so I'm able to, say that I'm insured.
No, you need it. It's the few dollars, because with construction work, hopefully nothing ever goes wrong. But if just once in a career, it could make all the difference in the world. The few $100 you spend a month. I didn't realize it. I would have thought if you'd have told me it was maybe $100 a month or something, I'd have been like, okay. I sell insurance in Indiana, but I didn't realize it was that much more crossing the state line in Illinois. I would have never thought that.
Illinois sucks for everything. It's hard to have a business in Illinois.
That's why I know the state of Indiana put up all those billboards urging Illinoisans to come over to Indiana.
It's funny because we got billboards here saying, "You realize why everybody's moving to Indiana?"
I drove through Indiana once, the highway, just cutting through. And on the toll road, I've seen like better roads in like war zones.
Yeah.
You'd have like a 4-lane highway, toll road, and everybody would have to go over to one lane because the other 3 lanes are just a massive pothole.
Yeah.
It's like really, their freeway looks like it got bombed.
Well, that's just, the other interstates here are pretty nice, but that toll road from Chicago pretty well all the way to Pennsylvania, that's one of the busiest stretches of highway in the country. It's not good anywhere across the turnpike, all the way across, from Illinois to Indiana to Ohio to Pennsylvania. It's,
I'm saying, but like, I traveled from DC all the way to Minnesota. And going through Indiana felt like I was going into a third world country.
Yeah, that toll road definitely. The toll road up there is awful. The Chicago Skyway is awful as well.
They got about 5 to 10 years more of construction. They got construction everywhere.
Yeah,
At least through Chicago.
those
That's
triple
where I'm at.
trailers, because they had that toll road that like coming out of Chicago, heading up to Michigan and such. There's so many of them triple trailer trucks and the big double 53-footer trailers. Holy crap, that's such a busy stretch of highway.
Yeah, and everybody's in a hurry.
And those potholes up there, like you say, you get in the passing lane and one of them potholes will just demolish your car on the toll road. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, the traffic's made worse because not all the lanes are even navigable. Some of the lanes are just so badly destroyed. You have the traffic is constantly moving like a wave, in and out. Trying to move around. You just can't pick a lane and just go. Just set the cruise control to 80 and just go. You're gonna have to stop
that
constantly.
Pennsylvania Turnpike, which is the extension of the same highway. Holy crap! That's I don't know if you got to drive on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, but oh my God, it's just as bad. That's the same stretch of highway, more or less. That's 76. Holy crap! It's all the way across Ohio and all the way across. I'm glad I don't live anywhere near that thing. I have to drive it on a daily basis. I tell you what, that whole, but I will say this, even in Florida, Interstate 95 was really nice, but the Florida Turnpike had lots of potholes on it. And lots of people would crash into the canals and such off the turnpike. Holy crap, that's awful down there.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you can say, like, government can't even keep a roadway clear. But yet somehow people are supposed to believe that they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. Get out of here. They can't do anything right. Adding government to any situation doesn't make a situation better. It's always worse. Always. All you're doing is adding layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy on top of already complex problems. That's not a metric for increased success. That's a decrease in success.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear about Mussolini and him making the trains run on time in Italy?
I think I vaguely, kind of anecdotal sort of, bar trivia question story about that. So
the story goes, which isn't true. The story is that if the train was late, you'd get hanged. But the truth was, he made the trains run on time. He just adjusted the schedules. He just literally, instead of saying, okay, well, we'll fix the roads, if it took a day to go 100 miles down the highway, the railroad, so to speak, he just changed the schedule from, say, how much ever to, just that much more time. And that's the way government does it, is say, oh, we made it much more efficient. See, the trains run on time. No, you just, instead of fixing anything, you just change the schedule. You just, we don't count the number of cars that are in accidents anymore. Those are, or whatever, they just change the statistics and change whatever. And like you say, they always make it worse. It's just they know how to fudge up the numbers to make the foamers believe it.
Lie with statistics.
Yeah, and to make the point, and you're really making the point, because on the nearly every toll road I've ever been on has always been worse than all the other roads, and that's always that's always a real head scratcher for me because you're paying extra money to be on that road, but yet it's in worse shape.
Weren't they supposed to be temporary? Like tollways were supposed to be temporary, and then I think that was how they sold it. You know, as with everything, it's only temporary, but then every couple of years they raise it up, and it never goes away.
Well, I guess it's kind of like the Spanish-American War. They put a tax on telephones that was supposed to just help finance the war, and it'd be done with after the end of the war. Well, that's still on phones today.
Yeah.
I mean, you're absolutely correct that all that stuff's supposed to be temporary. I think even I think that you'll have to correct me on this because I'm not 100% sure, but I think that income taxes were originally sold as like it would be a short-term thing that would be used as needed and then set back to zero when not needed.
Yeah, and I guess it is voluntary if you can find it. Something I don't know too much about that. But yeah, that seems to be how they sell it, is that it's temporary or like, oh, it's not forever, you know, and before you know it, you give your consent and it never goes away.
Well, like the camel's nose in the tent. Oh yeah, just let me put my little nose in so I can warm up. Just let me warm up my nose a little bit and that warm air will warm my whole body up. And then the next thing you know, the camel's sleeping in the tent and you're outside freezing yourself.
Yeah. All right, man. It was good talking to you guys. I'm gonna pop off and get ready for work here. I'll probably be listening then, and maybe I'll pop in later now that I broke my VC cherry.
All right,
I
take care.
appreciate it. I know I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Good talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Conspiracy, do you live in the DC area?
No, I used to. I live in northern Minnesota now.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I stayed several weeks in like 2000 and 2001 in Fayetteville.
In where?
Fayetteville, Maryland.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, I guess I should say College Park, because obviously right next door.
People of the internet, welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we are debating Flat Earth, and we are starting right now. I am Kaz, host of the Atheist Edge, and we have Witsit Gets It versus Delcos. Tonight, each person is going to get 10 minutes for their opening statement and 40 minutes for their open discussion, and then 35 minutes of Q&A. So I believe Del is going to be going first. Del, so at your first word, I will start your timer. The floor is all yours.
All right. So I was going to start off with a diagram, but my computer does not want to share that screen onto here, so we're not going to do that. Instead, I think we're going to take an approach that I've never heard before. I don't know. I've listened to a few Flat Earth debates in preparation of this. I'm trying my notes, and so there's an interesting question I've never heard anyone ask, which is why would it be flat and we would pretend it's a globe? So something that I teach people and myself I use to debunk whatever is you don't think about it as in, can I find evidence for it? You think of it in the sense of, what would the world look like if this was a true, real thing? And so you basically go from the bottom up, right? And so you start at flat Earth, and you imagine we have a flat Earth, the Earth's flat. If they were trying to hide that, if that was a conspiracy or whatever, for whatever reason, why would you come up with a ball as the answer to your conspiracy, right? Why would you come up with space and you would put all this effort in? Because if I was a big evil person in charge, no matter what I was trying to hide, whether it was extra land or whatever, God thing doesn't work because most people are religious, so that's a non-starter. But if I was trying to hide something like that, I wouldn't come up with this whole, guys, we live on a ball that spins, and then we're going to build thousands of industries that also utilize these facts every day. That's silly. You would just say something like, well, across the ice wall is super radioactive. You can't go there. Problem solved. You can stop. There's no exploration. Everybody believes you anyway. You're like, there you go. So from the get-go, it's fairly goofy. I don't have any other words besides goofy. I don't know if this is a family-friendly stream, but coming from that point of view of a fresh person, it's like, I don't even see why you would make the Earth flat, right? If you're trying to hide, you could check Antarctica for yourself. You could take a boat. You can go around it. You don't need to go on it. You can just sail around it and just keep it in view. And if it's giant, you're going to notice, wow, guys, we've been sailing for like a while and we've still not reached the end of this ice wall, right? But no, we can go around it. You don't need a permit to go around it when it's in view. You can use binoculars, a telescope, whatever, and just circle around it. There's no need to go in it. So yeah, it would be interesting to have that addressed, because I feel that all the flat Earth arguments have already been, the science ones are already been repeated again and again, and it's an old debate, if that makes sense. There's no real new ground to tread on that. So I guess the question would be for this is, why would it be flat? Why would we come up with this whole thing, right? So I make autonomous inertial compensation for bipedal locomotion platforms. We were in the RoboCup 2014 for the full size, which are like 4 foot tall. I have part of it back there, way back there. This is a garage, sorry. And they use things like gravity, not only for compensating for downward forces, but also side to side, which is not density because it's not bidirectional, or, well, it's down, right? If it was density and buoyancy, it would be going like that, but it also applies, right, side to side. So that's also something that needs to be addressed. But the main thing I'm interested in hearing about is, why would you come up with a globe concept to hide a flat Earth for whatever reason? The reason is, it's not necessary. We're assuming there are people in charge hiding the shape of the Earth for God, money, Jesus, whatever. Why would they choose this shape? Why would you have companies? I think Sony actually in a few months is releasing microsatellites that you yourself can pay to have time on and do whatever. You can take pictures. I think for a certain price they let you send up your own. I would use a CubeSat for that, but that's not relevant. The point is, you can use it to take pictures yourself of whatever you want. It's, there's all these thousands of different things that rely on this, and it's very silly if this was a conspiracy to go, we're not only going to make this completely weird, because the geometry is not the same at all. We're not only going to do that, we're going to make it so that we use it constantly for everything. And not only that, we're going to permit private companies to go explore it. And I guess in the flat earth view, pretend to go do that. So they're just burning their own money because they're private companies. I guess maybe they're in on it, but they can't be bribed. You're not going to bribe Musk. He has more money than God. What are you going to tell him? So I don't understand that. That's also very silly. But I think the main point here is the shape. Why would you say it's flat if it's not flat, right? If you're trying to cover up whatever, why would you use a flat Earth for that? Why would you use a globe Earth for that? And I think that's about all I got on that. Got 4 minutes left. I don't know if I can hand those over.
You can hand it over if you like. That's fine.
Yeah,
okay,
I
go
can
ahead
do that.
Great. Okay, we'll go ahead and take it over to Austin for his 10-minute opening statement. Austin, the floor is all yours. It's your first word.
All right, how's it going? Let me go over here and show my slideshow, and I'm gonna share it if that's cool. All right, cool. That was cool, man. We'll get into it. So we were all told that the Earth is a ball that's moving through space. That's a bit exaggerated, of course, but anyway. So the question is the Earth moving? I wanted to throw this in here. This is hilarious to me. There's a quote from Einstein: "The gift of fantasy has meant more to me than my talent for observing or absorbing positive knowledge." And that's because the heliocentric model is a fantasy, hence why it changes every couple of days. But another quote from him: "I never made one of my discoveries through the process of rational thinking." What is it about cosmology that would completely dismiss rationale? I don't know. That seems weird. I covered this the last time. I'm going to kind of breeze through this part, but this is the infamous Michelson-Morley. It's called the most famous failed experiment in history. I showed actually that the Earth wasn't moving. So to answer one of your questions, why would they stick to this idea of space and all that? Well, it's called the cosmological principle, which is the idea that the Earth cannot occupy a special or unique position in the universe. If it does, of course, that has serious philosophical implications. So they came up with a whole new physics that space is the fourth dimension and stuff been in warp, but you can't tell, blah, blah, blah. Here's him talking about it. "Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. Though the Earth is revolving around the sun, it's him admitting he believes it but can't prove it. Here he is also saying that you can't use any terrestrial experiments to do that. And every attempt to try to detect the orbit of the Earth was negative result." Here is another quote I found recently from him. And I think it's funny because people get really triggered when I bring up quotes. I don't know why. I'm just like articulating the position that you guys hold. Anyway, but when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot, I guess, Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. So according to the current paradigm, we're actually tilted, wobbling, gyrating, spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space, but everything takes place as if it was at rest. So if someone can't actually absorb that that's what they believe, it puts me in this weird, awkward position where I have to defend, or you have to argue with you about what you believe. We can't even get to the actual substance of the conversation. So hopefully we can surpass that tonight. Here's an infamous observation. It's called the Black Swan. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away. The camera was just over the water. You see the horizons beyond the furthest platform there, almost 10 miles away, which would require a radius of 264,000 miles. It's just weird. I mean, people just say the word refraction. They don't understand it. They don't know what terrestrial fraction is or how we guide it. They just say it. They just say a word. It's like a religion, like you get words and phrases and you chant them from the stands and then you pass around the donation plate. Anyway, here is a first radio transmission sent across the Atlantic Ocean. Marconi, they told him that he wouldn't be able to send it more than 200 miles because the curvature of the Earth would block it. He actually sent it 2,200 miles successful, the first transmission, using a horizontal propagation over the ocean. Since then, we've actually done them, and even he did them as far as 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles, horizontal propagation. The curvature of the Earth should have blocked it at 200 miles. Super awkward. People also say, why doesn't Winston ever bring flat Earth evidence? That's what this is. So pay attention to this part, please. Instead of just saying I didn't bring evidence, let's pay attention to the positive evidence that I'm putting forth here instead of just hand waving it. It's awkward. All right, so plane survey data, right? So plane surveying is a survey in which the Earth's surface is assumed to be a plane and the curvature of the Earth is ignored. Survey works up to 100 square miles, and our surveys that are up to 100 square miles are treated as a plane. So this is how we actually make measurements on the Earth. This is how we have those maps you guys are so proud of. Plane surveys are carried out for engineering projects on sufficiently large scale to determine relative positions of individual features of the Earth's surface. Plane surveys are used for the layout of highways, railways, canals, fixing boundary pillars, construction of bridges, factories, etc. The scope and use of plane surveys is very wide. For majority of engineering projects, plane surveying is the first step to execute them. Plane surveys are basically needed for proper, economical, and accurate planning of all engineering projects, and their practical significance cannot be overestimated. So that's how we actually do things in the real world. So how is this not positive evidence? If you're making a claim antithetical to we have to survey the Earth as if a plane to build everything, if you're claiming it's actually not that, you have a substantial burden of proof. This is objectively positive evidence that the Earth's a plane. I know it's uncomfortable, but whatever. Here's something seen from 163 miles away. There should be 10,000 feet of curvature blocking these mountains, and you can see them. And in fact, you can see them once the sun goes up behind them, and you see the outline, the silhouette of it. These should be completely blocked. Why can't we see the mountains? See, we just went out and tested the Earth, bro. It's not what they said. Don't make it awkward, right? Like, here's Chicago from like 70 plus miles away. Why can we see all of it? It should all be blocked based on the curvature of the Earth. As soon as the sun goes down behind it, you can see it. I talked to locals here. They said that you see it all the time. You see it 3 or 4 times a week. Here's a military document, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth for ground weapon systems. It's actually a weapon system the military uses, and they treat it as a flat Earth, a dielectric plane specifically. So why would you not account for curvature if you're using a weapon system? Here's a laser test. We see far beyond the curvature of the Earth, like we always do. Here is a question that people love to ask. How could you have things disappear bottom up if the Earth was flat? Well, you can have a lensing effect. Right here, you will see that the sun on the right is moving towards you up above the table, but it looks like it's coming from the bottom up, from behind the mountains. So it's very simple. Here's the sun. It actually disappears into the horizon, not behind a physical curved horizon. You can see it. It disappears up above the water into the horizon, which is the vanishing point. So that's not a physical location. So to say it is weird. So I'm going to breeze through some of these because these are what we always get. And fallacies, logical fallacies are, an invalidation of your argument. Okay, so if you appeal to the authority saying, well, this authority said it must be true, that's a fallacy. If you say, Whitsitt doesn't have the proper credentials to talk about this, so his argument must automatically be wrong, that's a fallacy. Poisoning the well. So, all flat earthers think this. Flat earthers think everyone's lying. Flat earthers are the same one that didn't inject themselves with 47 boosters. Whatever you say to discredit that side's position preemptively, it's called poisoning the well, which if you saw my debate with Conspiracy Cats, that was his opening argument. Okay, that's a fallacy. You got it. Everyone knows ad hominem fallacies. I'm bringing these up because they are a reoccurring, it's like Groundhog Day every time I debate on here. A bunch of fallacies. So if you attack the person instead of the argument, that's an ad hom fallacy. Texas sharpshooter fallacy is like what they do with geodetic surveying. You basically draw a circle on the wall, then shoot you shoot your gun at the wall, and you walk over there and draw your target around where you shot. So that's not like you didn't actually hit the target. Geodetic surveying does this by throwing out lots of the measurements. So that may come up most of the time when people say there's evidence of curvature. This is what they do. There's a false dilemma fallacy, also referred to as a false dichotomy or false binary, or all or nothing fallacy, saying, well, it has to be this way or there's no other way. That comes up a lot as well. Appeal to emotion is one of the biggest ones we get, and that's just fallacious. Oh man, there's no way everyone could be lying, or oh man, you think everything's a lie, or whatever it is. You're appealing to emotion. That's fallacious. This is the biggest one though. And we have, a minute 40 left. Shifting the burden of proof. Now, I say the Earth's a plane. They're like, you have to burden of proof as a positive claim. That is a positive claim. And saying the Earth is flat is a positive claim as well. And flat is not a shape. That's a description of a surface, okay? Like I told you, we substantiate that every day with plane survey. That's how we do engineering. So we have substantiated that we treat the Earth as a plane. We measure it as a plane. We shoot radio transmissions as if the Earth is a plane, etc. You guys are claiming that the Earth's actually not a plane, though. It's a spinning ball that's curving, flying through a vacuum. So you have the burden of proof. You have to substantiate that positive claim that's antithetical to empirical evidence. You have to substantiate to us. We were all told the same thing. We used to believe the same thing that you think, right? So we we would love some evidence for your claim instead of shifting it over to us. Where's your model, Austin? Well, she just gave birth. So appeal from incredulity is basically like, oh, I can't understand how the earth could be flat, so it couldn't be that. A fallacy. Argument ad populum. Everyone thinks the earth's a ball. Fallacy. Strawman fallacy is one of the most popular ones. If the earth was flat, this should happen. This should happen. This is how it works on a flat earth. Witsit thinks this. Flat earthers say this. If you're not representing the actual position or argument, that's a strawman fallacy, also known as one of the most dishonest fallacies that exist. Red herring fallacy, very common fallacy in these debates. If I bring something up and then you shift it over to make it look like it's part of the subject, but actually you're changing the subject, red herring fallacy invalidates your argument. We don't have much time. Begging the question, it's a logical fallacy in which an argument's premise assume the truth of the conclusion. If we assume the Earth's a ball, then look at the sky. Then look, what we assume matches the sky because that's how we came up with the ball. Therefore, Earth's a ball. That's a fallacy. And so basically, in summary, the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving, is the definition of sophistry. So I would hope maybe we can have an honest conversation void of fallacies, and I think it'll be much more productive than usual. So that's pretty much all I got.
Cool.
All right, awesome.
Before we...
Thank you so much.
Okay. Is it open now? It's open time?
No, not yet. Let me just get my little spiel here real quick. So thank you so much for your opening statements, guys. Before we kick into the opening discussion real quick, I just want to say that if it's your first time here with us at Modern Day Debates, that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And if you have a question or a comment for one of tonight's debaters, please fire it into the old live chat, and be sure to tag me at Modern Day Debate. Super chats will go to the top of the list. All we ask that you please not, you please attack the argument and not the person. Insults will not be read, and that goes for the general discourse in the live chat as well. Our invaluable moderators are working tirelessly to elevate the conversation, so please show them and each other the respect you deserve. Our guests are linked in the description below, whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast. So click their links if you like what you're hearing. Check them out as soon as you can, and hit the subscribe button. We have plenty more debates coming your way that you don't want to miss, including tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Daniel Hikikachu will be squaring off with JF Garape to discuss religion, race, and society. So you don't want to miss that. Please subscribe immediately. And with that, we will kick it into the open discussion. Gentlemen, at your first word, I will start your timer for 40 minutes.
All right. So before we get anything else, are you saying that the sun, like it does this? Like it stops and it disappears into something? I don't know. You showed a picture of where it's hovering above the horizon. I get what you're saying, but like, what do you say? Is it what, like, I don't know. Like, what the hell is that supposed to be? Are you saying it goes, like, disappears into clouds? No, but I don't get what you're trying to say with that.
There wasn't any clouds there. What are you talking about?
You showed a picture of the sun over the ocean or something, right? Yeah. And it was hovering over it, right? It looked like it was disconnected like this, like it was that little gap. Yeah. So what are you saying is happening at that point? Exactly. I don't.
It's disappearing into the vanishing point of the atmosphere.
Right.
But you guys claim that it disappears behind the curve of an Earth. That proves that actually it'll disappear, have nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. And many people say the sunset's impossible on a flat Earth, which is just really ignorant. And you can go look at the sun; it disappears above the horizon. So that's the point. It's just to preemptively address the denialism.
It was a very interesting picture with a different story behind it. I didn't understand what you were talking about for a sec.
All right, so go behind the curve of the Earth in that video, though.
Do what?
You agree? It's clearly not going like behind.
Well, it is, but it's hidden behind it. Like that's the point of refraction, and I have a wonderful bank of clips talking about how refraction is very important.
Refraction.
If you would like to hear them. What's up?
Refraction made the sun disappear.
Well, it affects light, and what does the sun emit?
It makes things disappear.
But what does the sun emit? How do you see the sun with light?
How to make it disappear, though?
Because of refraction over the horizon. I don't know why this is difficult. I don't understand why this is hard.
I understand refraction very well.
I know, but I don't understand the concept of what you're trying to say. I don't get what you're trying to say it's doing. Okay, but is the sun physical or not? Is the sun a physical thing, or do you think it's a plasma?
I don't think
you don't have. Okay, so you don't have a view on it either way. Okay, so that's not.
Yeah, you just believe what was said to you, though. Like, why do you believe what you think about the sun?
I have a friend that works at ADS or ALS, I guess, and they launch things like CubeSats, and they even do ESPA class satellites. What?
You went to the sun?
It doesn't need to go to the sun.
So
If
why
we
are
get
you
out of
talking-
Earth,
we're
then
talking
the
about how
flat
you
Earth
get
is
the sun
gone. What are you talking about? If we have a thing in space and I can pay some dude that I know $10,000 to put one of the tests I've done into space, I don't care. That's it. And you can't falsify all that information. You can't take something that me or another engineer built and then say, oh, well, actually, it doesn't do that. You can't trick people who build things. You can't go to ALS and say, I need you to launch this CubeSat that my class has been building for a year into space and then falsify data. Like,
what?
Do you realize how many are sent up
Is
in
it a
like an
geostationary
ESPA
satellite?
class satellite? Do what?
Geostationary?
No. CubeSat. It's a. There's thousands of private companies, but my friend works for us, ALS, and we contract with them sometimes because we do robotics projects, and so they send up hundreds of CubeSats that are built by colleges and personal use, which is what I did one time. It's $12,000 to $10,000 to build one. There's kits online, and then you contract them. They even do brokerage accounts now, so you can get it like basically for I don't know what Tesla charges or whatever Elon's shit. No, it's a satellite. It's just a tiny box.
Are geostationary, man.
I know, but these aren't. That's what I'm saying. They're tiny boxes, and they orbit the Earth, and you can put whatever. I mean, within reason, whatever you want on it. No weapons or anything.
Okay.
And they're sent up hundreds at a time by miscellaneous people, and you can't just like. Do you think they're capturing them in like a net in the rocket before they hit the dome, and then they like bring them to a secret lab and just like falsify all the information for these thousands? Because they're launched constantly.
I covered strawman fallacy.
Well, that's not a strawman. That's a question. I don't know how you explain
like
the hundreds and thousands of things that get sent up. Like per year, it's a private company. These aren't
can't we
governments.
send stuff up on a flat Earth?
What? Because you
we
can't
shoot things
orbit a
up in the
flat
sky?
Earth. What do you mean?
What?
How would you orbit a flat Earth? It would
have
look
you ever seen
wonky.
the
Also,
orbits of satellites
have
on
you
a flat
seen?
projection?
Do you know what a globe? I don't even have a ball next to me. I have a moon.
Oh my god!
Do you know what a moon versus a flat thing looks like from above it? You can tell the shape from above. It's like
really.
It's not. Yes, really.
So you
can tell the shape of two objects.
The shape of the Earth is what you're saying.
Yes, because the math is needed. You can't just shoot them up and go, "Oh God, I hope it gets into orbit, guys." We didn't do any calculations. I hope it hits that.
Dude. It goes
I
in
know.
circles.
What's it? You have to do lots and lots of calculations before you even touch the satellite. You can't just shoot it up and go, okay, guys, I hope it hits whatever. I hope it starts floating around. Like, it's not just blindly shot up, right? We know what we're doing. That's the problem. Okay.
So, hey, can I ask you some questions though, man? So we can like
go ahead.
Let's just
Ooh,
get
it's a
the
light.
big part. Let's get the big part of it out of here, okay?
It's kind of cool.
So, like,
it's a lamp.
You just kind of believe the story you were told, right?
Well, no, because first off, I have a personal connection with the person who runs the company, and second off, the amount.
In general, dude.
What do you mean?
Like, you just believe the story of the Earth in general because that's kind of like what's accepted and what you were told, right? Have you ever tested?
Are you talking about overall?
Yeah. I'm
or
trying to
this
get the meta
specific
here.
topic. Oh, you're trying
Just
to
the
go
meta.
broadly, as in like the whole field.
Well, I just want to
is what
see
you're talking
where we
about.
are. We only have a few minutes. I want to see, like,
Yeah.
You agree that, like, for one, falsifications independent of replacement. The globe Earth's a positive claim. We were all told. You can go test it.
I don't know about that.
Why not?
So, because there's again hundreds of thousands of companies. There's millions of people that rely on these. Ooh, Amazon launches CubeSats now. That's cool. There's thousands of companies that do this. There's millions of humans that work with these concepts every day. That's not one guy saying, "Guys, I saw Bigfoot in the forest." That's like
I'm not
corporations
denying that
building
you
their
put stuff-
entire. Like they get paid millions of dollars per launch to bring these boxes into space. You can't just
I'm not
say
denying that stuff goes in the sky, man. How many times I got to say that?
it's not going in the sky with it. It's
It
orbiting and it's projected and you can see it. You can track them and then you can go, hey guys, my thing that I built that I'm getting this data from, usually through SSTV because that's really cheap. I am getting it through this. It will be above this spot at this time. Here's the orbited path that it's taken, and I can look up and I can get a transmission line of sight from it. Right.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the path projected on a flat projection?
Yes, it's like this. It's goofy. And again,
no, it's a perfect flower of life. Like
Well, no,
the
it
ISS
depends.
is a
It's
perfect
what?
sacred geometry.
It's a
So
what?
you can have an orbit
No,
over a plane.
I missed the word. I missed the word. What you said.
It's
a
like the
perfect
ISS,
what?
for example, has like a sacred geometric trajectory over a flat projection. You can have things
I have
orbit
no
over top
idea
of a
what
plane.
sacred geometry means.
All right, man. This is what I'm trying. Okay, how about this? How about this? What is your response to my presentation? Did the positive
I
evidence
did take
gave
notes
you
on that. So first off, where did you get all those Einstein quotes? Because they're very
from
well
Einstein?
done. But did you make the pictures or what?
Yeah.
Okay, you should go into that then. That's actually, you might make some money doing like inspirational quotes or something. Because those are
I don't do this for money, man.
Those were pretty. No, not flat Earth, just in general. Because those quotes were pretty.
Thank you, man.
So first off, for the first one, it goes, what is it? An optical experiment? Well, no, you can't use an optical. It doesn't matter. That's the key word. So you're you're cutting out this whole section. Yeah, okay. He said optical. That's not.
What about the terrestrial experiment quote? In the next quote, he says any terrestrial experiment, which means any experiment on the Earth.
For what? Rotation or the shape of the Earth?
For motion of the Earth.
For motion of the Earth, as in rotation or as in scooting around space?
Well,
there's multiple motions that it's doing.
Yeah,
it's not just spinning.
The orbit. He says that the rotation is either the sky moving or the Earth moving. They're interchangeable coordinate systems. They're identical. They're not physically different at all. So the way that
you talk about orbit, you're saying you can't measure orbit from down here. Is what you're saying?
It's impossible to tell if we're actually orbiting.
Well, I mean, I suppose with one reference frame, no, you can't. But we don't have just one reference frame, so that's irrelevant.
Well, on the Earth, we only have one. So you're saying we have to believe in outer space travel, right?
Well, I don't have to believe in it because I know the fucking person that does it. See, we always go back to that. This will always revert to, you don't know because you haven't seen it. Yes, because I've said things with people that, like colleges, like groups, do this. This is a thing. It will always
How far in
revert to that
space
topic.
do they go, bro?
I have no clue. Depends on the system.
Okay.
ESPA goes up to about. Let's see. I don't remember.
How do they
numbers.
verify the distance? Like, I've actually debated an aerospace engineer, and I've actually talked to people.
Well, I'm not an aerospace engineer. Like I said, it's my friend's company. I do robotics projects. I don't do aero. I think space is cool. I do this for entertainment. I don't really care about space. And that's another thing is like, if the Earth was flat. Oh my God. If the Earth was. Alexa, stop it.
Alexa, tell him the Earth is flat.
don't ask that. I completely lost what I was saying now.
It's okay. Why can we send radio transmissions 10,000 miles horizontally?
Well, it depends on the radio transmission. And also, horizontally as in it would be shooting off the edge, or horizontally as in if I'm here and I want to send a transmission here, I can go like that.
That's not horizontal. I'd hit the curve.
What's it? I'm talking about if there's two people, right? If we're two people here, right? Let's do it on a flat first. Let's do it on a flat Earth first.
Okay.
So if we're two people and we're standing right here, are you saying that, like, this is, imagine this is 10,000 miles or whatever. You're saying that they can send a transmission across, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's on a ball, the surface of the ball is still horizontal. It's like when you fly in a plane. It's still horizontal because you're keeping with that. I don't, what?
No.
What do you mean?
No. Okay. I got you. Okay. So, like,
I think, go ahead.
Trust me, I got you, man. You'll
I
get
don't,
there. But
I don't know
in a
what
plane. In a plane, that the story is in a plane we fly like the Earth is horizontal, but it's just because it's locally flat and it's level and it's maintained by gravity that's bending us around a ball. This doesn't work with radio transmission.
No, but that was my analogies I'm trying to say is that's what you're saying.
Doesn't work with radio, though.
It's flat is what I'm saying. On the flat Earth, you're going like this.
You want me to tell you what your side's answer is? So then you can tell me if you
ahead.
believe it. So they sent it 2,200 miles. It was supposed to get blocked by the curve of the Earth at 200 miles. And it didn't. So what they did, they then came up with the idea of the ionosphere. And they say that the radio waves go up into the sky and then they bounce up and down.
Yeah, but that's not horizontally, Witsit. You said horizontally. I know about ionic bounces. And
Yeah,
I know
so we
about
shoot
Earth moon
them
Earth
line of
bounces as
sight.
well. But that's not line of sight. You are bouncing it directly up and then back down.
No, that's not how we
Just
shoot
like when
them,
you do
though.
it to the moon, you can do an Earth moon Earth bounce, which is also something that's very interesting. And
But
only
listen,
works
man.
when the moon is there.
Marconi shot
out
the radio
moons.
transmission horizontally using line of sight. He didn't account for anything to do with the ionosphere. They didn't even know it existed. In the first attempt, it was received 2,200 miles away. So then they came up with the idea of the ionosphere because they're like, there's no way it should have done that if the Earth's a ball. So then they're like, oh, well, if it's going horizontally, the Earth's going to drop underneath it, which means it's going to start going up to space. So it must have bounced back down. So it was just an ad
Are you
hoc
talking about a
explanation.
specific experiment?
Yeah, Marconi's radio transmissions, the first
But
long
is it-
distance radio transmission over the Atlantic
Okay.
Ocean.
I have no idea how you do it other than shooting it upwards. You could bounce off a satellite. You could do whatever you want. I have no idea what you're talking about with the other.
We can move on, but that debunks.
But
it.
again, the Earth Moon Earth bounce while we're on radios is a thing that is done by amateurs constantly.
Really.
Really.
You have verification of that?
Yes. In fact, I talked to Toon because I just did a
Oh my
ISS. I just met him recently. I did an ISS. You could actually get an SSTV signal from the space station if you have a big enough antenna. And I have nasty old computers over there that are from like 2004 with a ton of old software on them. And we got it. And I'm going to be putting it on my YouTube channel in a few minutes. And basically, they send out. Do you know what SSTV is? Do you know what that?
SSTV?
SSTV is a way of transmitting images. Like very, very. Okay. It's a very basic way of sending pictures, is all you need to know for this.
Okay.
So you can actually get a picture that they send, and it has a timestamp. It takes a picture of, it's usually whatever, it's of crew members of the Earth. They take a picture, and then you can actually receive it based on when the ISS is there, and you can get that image. It'll render it out. It's not really rendering, whatever. It'll throw it out, and then you have it. And it matches up exactly with where it is, what time they say it's going to be, and it also shows what they're saying.
Oh my
so,
gosh, bro. Okay,
what?
so you don't.
Oh my
okay,
gosh!
Okay.
What do you want other than that? Which I got a picture.
I asked you for
directly
verification
sent.
that people send
Yes.
radio transmissions off the moon, and you brought up an anti-flat earther on the internet, bro. How come every time I want some actual verification?
What's it? I didn't say he did it. What's it? I didn't say that. I said
you did.
I was talking to him because he was interested in getting my footage. He is irrelevant. He was
I
not
asked you
part
how
of
you
this.
verified it, and you
I
said
know.
I talked to McToon.
I'm telling you, yes, I talked to Toon because he was very interested in this as well, because he does flat Earth stuff, and he contacted, and we discussed it because it's very interesting, and it's something that you can reproduce on your own with the correct equipment, and it's a thing. Like you could do it. It's not. You have to go into a secret NASA bunker and take drugs. I'm not talking about Toon. I don't care.
No
about
one's
him.
done it. Everyone
I
says
have
that
done
anyone
it.
can do it.
You can go on YouTube and see other people that have done it.
You
We
haven't done
stand
it.
out there. Yes, I have. I
No, you
stand out there with my fucking radio and my giant ass antenna on my back, and you can hear it come in. And then you take that data that came exactly when it was set to come out, and I come to this old computer and I run it through RTSSTV, and it generates the whole thing, and it shows me the picture. It's just sound. It is transmitted from that. I went out into a field, grabbed it, recorded it on just a normal MP3 player, and brought it back to the computer, and it shows what it should show.
What it should show, meaning what?
Meaning not a flat Earth.
That doesn't make any
sense. What do you
sense.
want to do other than that? What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
First of all, if you
Go on
could
YouTube.
send,
Hold on. I'm gonna go on YouTube right now
Dale,
and type in.
Hey Dale, do me a favor.
Hey,
man.
what?
Just try to give what's it a little bit more time to respond.
Oh yeah. I don't want to overtalk you. Sorry. What's it?
You're a little bit hype, but it's okay.
A little bit of booze.
if you could send radio waves to the moon, that wouldn't debunk the flat Earth anyway. But because like plasma interacts with radio transmission, right? If it was something like that, but the truth is that people claim it a lot. But did you shoot it away from the moon and see if you got anything back? No.
Yes,
every
that's
time
a standard operation. That's part of the teaching experience.
Everyone's
because it has to be very precise. Yeah. The same with the lasers. When you shoot a laser at the moon, you can shoot at the reflectors or the moon itself. The moon is a really shit receive, but you can actually send data if you hit the reflectors just right, and you can get it back with an acceptable range of clarity. It's a known thing.
30 million.
No. I'm talking about if you hit the reflectors specifically on the moon, you can target it. You can not just hit the moon. You can move over a little bit, and if you're lucky, you'll hit the reflectors. And in that case, you get usable. You can send up a data packet, and you can receive data that's somewhat usable, which tells you that it came back. It's not just some miscellaneous thing that's over. And then what you do is you point it away from the moon, even a fraction of it, and then you shoot it. And then I guess aliens find it like 10,000 years later, but you don't receive anything back. And that is, again, showing that it's something physical. I just Googled on YouTube ISS SSTV. That's all you do. And there's like thousands of results. The first result is some cop holding a ham radio. Officer Josh does an ISS transit. And there you go. And he gets the image. Curiosity
so it's not the
Mars
moon,
rover.
it's the ISS?
What?
So now we're not talking about the moon, we're talking about the ISS.
From the ISS, the SSTV, you said I haven't done it myself. Yes, I have, and also you can go to YouTube. Some dude did it with a Baofeng, some cheap like $30 radio in his phone. Like
I don't
it's
deny
not
that something's
difficult.
up in the sky that they call the
But
ISS.
So so it's not just something's in the sky. This is what NASA says. This will be in this spot at this time, and it's very precise.
I know,
You have
I've
to be
tracked
very
it.
precise.
Yeah.
We're not looking at the ISS. I'm not using a telescope. Okay, that's not what we're doing. I go out in the field. I have a backpack with a giant antenna, and I have my radios. and we go out there exactly when it says, and we get an SSTV signal, which sounds like a screeching dog. And you get that signal, and then you come back and you put it through RX SSTV. I think that's what it's called. I haven't used it in a long time. And it's right there, and it generates using that sound. This is how we send images. And it takes whatever image they decided to send at the time. Sometimes it's a crew member, like an ID card. Sometimes it's a picture of Earth. You can get whatever. It's varied. It's not standardized for what I know. It might be. I don't know. But the point is, we're not just looking up and saying, look, there's a thing in the sky. We are getting something back from it that we would expect at the same time that we would expect.
I've tracked it. I know that you can track it, and it's where it's supposed to be when it's supposed to be. This is the thing. You brought up the moon, then you subtly shifted it over to the ISS. I never denied
I
the
already
ISS.
told you about the
I would
moon,
much rather
but-
talk about the actual subject, which is this: is the Earth a ball that spins in a vacuum? And is the Earth's surface curving? And I asked you about radio transmission, plane survey data, long distance laser tests. Like, can we talk about
what's it? I don't care about any of that stuff because
You
I don't
care
know
about
about that
actual
stuff.
evidence?
I know about the satellites that my friend sends up that go around the curve of the Earth.
I know about my
the
friend in the
radio
military who said
that
the
I
Earth's
use.
flat.
Well, I don't know him. What's it?
See what I'm
This is-
saying? You see what
that's
I'm saying?
one
Doesn't
dude.
mean-
Yes, I am see what you're saying because that's one dude in the military as opposed to a multi-million-dollar company that has thousands of clients that do this every day. There is a difference. You can't equate the two. Those
No,
aren't the
you're-
same thing.
Your claim is dependent upon me denying you can put stuff up in the sky, and I don't
What do you mean?
deny that.
I'm not denying you put stuff in the sky.
I
I'm
know
sure on a
someone that
flat
puts
Earth,
satellites in the
you
sky
could
who
get a
says the Earth's
giant.
flat, bro.
You could get a giant suction cup and stick it to the dome. I'm not saying you can't do that on a flat Earth. What
No
I'm
one's
saying,
saying
I'm
that.
not saying that's your point. I'm just saying as an analogy. I'm not saying you can't put things in the sky on flat Earth. That's it. I'm telling you, it's not just up in the sky. It is a known location, and it's getting. Man. It's getting not only the location data, but all of the experience. Because you can put on whatever experiment you want. It's not standardized. It's not you have to do this camera this direction and you can't do it otherwise. You can do whatever the hell you want to do as long as it's not a gun. And you can put it up into space. You can take pictures of whatever the hell you want. You can do any kind of sampling you want. I don't think you're allowed to return them to Earth yet, but you can eventually, I think, with the
This is
dual
not true,
manifest.
man. Why are you spreading misinformation on the internet?
What's it? You can go. I can give you his email right now.
Please
you
do.
can go and you can ask him, hey, I want to send up a CubeSat. What is the estimated cost? And then he will give it to you, and you could crowdfund it. It's not that you guys bought didn't you have like a $20,000 gyros? Not you,
Oh
but
man,
Flat
look,
Earthers.
this is my wait. Can I?
You can
I'm-
crowdfund that
Bro,
and send it up yourself. It's
No,
cheap.
you're talking a lot about something that doesn't prove anything. I'm trying to be patient, but like,
That's it.
listen carefully, man. Please,
Go
let's
ahead,
listen
go ahead,
carefully. Listen
go ahead.
carefully. You're saying things that aren't true. You're saying going into space, and then I asked you how high did they go. You said you don't know. The truth is that there
That's
are
not
very
relevant,
specific regulations about how high you can put something up in the sky. So you're just
Yes,
saying
which is
words
why
that isn't
you
true,
do it through a known corporation that
and
deals
they
with
have
all
to
that.
adhere to the law.
Yes, but that's why you use them with it because
Okay,
they
how
deal
high
with
do
all
they
the
go?
bullshit, and
How high
I
do
can
they
just. I don't care. It
This
doesn't
is
matter. It's
specifically
not
relevant to
relevant.
your
It's it.
point.
If I pay some jackass $10,000 and they take this little satellite with a camera, this is a Lego Harry Potter. That's what I have on my desk, and I shoot that bitch up here, and it's circling the goddamn Earth, and it takes a picture. It's gonna show what it's gonna show. There's no there's no argument. It takes a picture with his little Harry Potter glasses, and he goes, wow, guys, look at this. I privately paid this other private company to look at the Earth, and that is what it shows. Like
You can't go high enough to take a full picture of the Earth with a private
What's it?
satellite.
Weather
dude.
balloons go high enough to take pictures of the Earth.
Okay, see what I'm saying? You see, just for the audience,
What's
he's
it?
claiming that somehow this proves the Earth's a globe, and it objectively doesn't. And I ask him how high is it? He doesn't care. Now
Yes,
he's saying
because
that
that's not
weather balloons go high enough. They don't. Okay, like according to your model's math, you would have to be hundreds of miles. In fact,
What's it?
according to your model's math, you couldn't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS, which is 255 miles up. So,
I would
and
love
even
to see those
according to
numbers.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? You wouldn't see it. Now, you guys disagree with Neil
I
deGrasse
don't care about Tyson.
Yeah,
He's
right.
an
You
idiot.
disagree with the
He's an
mainstream
idiot.
scientific communicator.
He's not amazing. He's a communicator.
just
Nobody.
said that.
I am in a scientific field for real. He has never been mentioned one time. He is
least
a
he
guy
knows
that
the
stands
math.
up. He doesn't though. He's a guy that goes up on stage and talks out his ass, and he's a jackass. I don't care about what he says. He's stupid. He's
But
smart.
you just
in some
admitted you don't
aspects.
even know the math.
He's
You don't even know the
he's
height.
smart. The height is irrelevant. If it takes a picture and I see a goddamn ball, it's a ball. It doesn't matter if it's 20 feet up or 50,000 feet up. If I see a ball when I take a picture of a camera with a camera that does not have a fisheye lens, it's a ball.
You mean to teach
It doesn't
you about
matter. It doesn't matter if I go from here and take a picture. This is a test tube. This will always be a test tube, no matter if I'm here or here or here. That's weird. Or here or here. It does not change. And you can go on YouTube. I think it's called Mage or something, the Mage 2 thing, and they put strings across so you know it's not warping.
Yeah.
Right?
I know all about it.
And then what
Another
did it show with it? What did the picture show?
It
What did
shows
the
that
video?
actually-
It's like an hour long.
Yeah, the strings actually are slightly distorted, and the horizon's not in the middle of frame, and the camera's angled. So the truth of the matter is that you get curvature, you get convexity with any lens. It doesn't have to be a fisheye lens. A rectilinear lens, any lens is a circle. Okay, that's in fact they imitate the eyes, right? So you have a circumference of light, you have a circumference of vision, you have an arc of vision, you have imposed convexity of any lens, and that's you can prove this by once the balloon goes up and down, it changes. That's because the angle of view combined with the convexity of the lens causes like an illusion of convexity. For you to say that that somehow proves the Earth's a ball when I'm talking about physical, tangible, empirical measurements on the surface that prove it's not one, that's insane to me. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So we're gonna do a litmus test. Do you know what a pinhole camera is? What's it? And why that would be important to have on a satellite?
I know what I know what a pinhole camera is.
Okay, so lenses are very sensitive. So removing a lens is a massive benefit.
Okay.
So that whole argument you just made is irrelevant because you are using a pinhole camera, which does not, by definition, does not have a lens to distort anything. That is the point.
Can you show me pinhole satellite pictures?
Degraded over, because the lenses, just like in the ISS, it's actually really interesting. You can see on some of the old footage, the lenses degrade over time, including the CMOS sensors in the cameras themselves, and they make little snowflakes, which is very interesting. And it's very, very harsh for computers up there. And so the minimum parts you can use is what you should use. And so when you remove a giant point of failure, if you send a thing, you spend a ton of money, you send up a thing, you don't want it to be dead in a few months because it's being hit by radiation all the time and solar rays and all other kinds of bullshit. You want to remove all the parts you can. The lens is a very big part, and because of that, you don't get distortion. Not that that's what they're testing for. You're not disproving flat Earth with the satellites, but it's just a side effect.
Okay, so what do you what satellites are you saying goes to space and sees the Earth with pinhole cameras?
What do you mean, what satellites?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking
about. Are you talking about
I just looked it up and Google doesn't. What?
It's not a mainstream satellite with it. These are personal projects.
Oh.
It's not a class satellite. It's an ESPA class satellite. It's on a multi-distribution center. So they put it in a rocket, and then they're basically just attached like bricks, and you stack them together like this, and then they get shoved into a rocket, and you shoot it up into space, and then it opens up, and they all go, and then they're all out in space. It's not like whatever satellite. I don't know the class names. There's a Japanese one that does weather. It's not a corporation. It's not. It doesn't have a class name. It's just like D3, whatever ID they gave it from the company.
Okay, so how high is it? How much curvature do you see? Have you actually seen these, or are you just saying
Google
stuff?
CubeSat height?
Have you actually seen the pictures?
Height isn't thing. Yeah, what's it? I hang out with him. I just had like a ton of.
I don't care about you having
like
friends
last
man.
week.
Please stop saying that.
No, but what's it? It's not I'm having friends. This is a direct field that is related. I've gone in. This is a thing. You can go on my Instagram, and I have pictures of stuff.
I know people that have done it. That
it's
think
a
the Earth's
dope
flat.
thing. What's it?
But
Done
that's
what?
just a weird argument.
Done what?
If you that have sent up cubes, our private satellites, and even rockets, 60
that
miles.
sounds not
I know
true.
someone that
I'm
sent up a
sorry,
rocket
but that
60
just
miles.
sounds. I don't care about rockets. What's it? What are you
Oh,
talking
so
about
rockets with
rockets?
cameras 60 miles.
Are you talking
aren't
about
as good as
Mad
satellites
Mike?
lower than that?
Hey,
Are you talking about Mad Mike?
Question. I can't hear Witsit. Can you just calm down a little bit, Dylan, please?
If I sent something 60 miles, are you saying that wouldn't give me better evidence or lack thereof than something lower than that?
No, but I don't know why you're talking about flat Earth flat earthers send up a rocket that isn't Mad Mike.
I was making a point. Mad Mike
But
wasn't
they
a flat
didn't
earther.
do it then. Oh well, I guess
I was
not.
making.
I
was making a point though.
con
You
man, wasn't he?
keep invoking your friends. I don't care.
It's not
I
my
haven't
friends with it.
said,
It's a
"Oh, I
company
have
that
a
they
friend that
own.
works on satellites that says the Earth's flat," because that's not an actual argument. That's a
But they don't.
fallacy.
What's it? I'm just bringing that up as an example. They own a company. You can go to the company right now. It's not my friend from the bar told me that he likes to build satellites in his garage in his free time. It's here's the company. I can give you their contact details. I can give you the product specifications you need to build the satellite to be able to be viable for launch. This is not dude in a bar that told me he's super epic. This is again a corporation.
Dude, the whole time we've been talking, you've been talking about satellites, okay? And you don't even know how high it is. You don't know how much of the curvature. So can we talk about actual evidence, man? Because we have direct observations on the Earth where we see mountains from 255 miles away, where the entire mountain's usually blocked by curvature. And we send radio transmissions thousands of miles. We send lasers dozens of miles. We tested.
What are lasers made out of? What are lasers made out of?
What are lasers made
out of? Starts with an L. It starts with an L. What is it made out of?
Why are you changing the subject?
What's it? You just said lasers. What are lasers made out of?
What are lasers made out of? I get what you're saying. I get you're
They're
saying.
made out of light. What's it? Yes, what's it? It's a known fact.
Yeah,
we
don't even
understand
refraction. I know way more about it than you.
I don't care what's it. I don't need to understand
So
because
you're
I know
ignorant, is what you're
what's it. What's
Okay, I can't hear you guys, and you guys are talking at the same time. What's it? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I think it sounds like you're ignorant on the position. Like, I get that you think it's refraction, but basically what you're saying is, and for the audience to understand, when we see the mountains hundreds of miles away, or when we shoot lasers too far, you're saying that the Earth acts in just a way via refraction to give us this huge illusion that makes the globe look exactly like it would if it's flat, and then shows us mountains that are obstructed by multiple miles of Earth curve, lifts them up and makes it look flat where we can see all the mountains. Is that what you believe?
No, it doesn't look flat with it. You see the tops of buildings. If it was flat, you would see the building. You don't see that. You see the tippy part of a thingy at some point sometimes. Like, that's it. In the picture you showed in your intro, with it, when you see the city, you don't see the city. You see the tallest skyscrapers. That is completely consistent. That's not inconsistent. You don't
the curve is supposed to block all of them.
What? No, it's What's it? If the Earth is flat, it's not going to magically just show what we predict on a globe. And moreover, the entire point of science, contrary to what others say here, is that you don't have to do everything yourself. You write a paper and then people test it and you can build off of that. That is the point of science. I don't want to have to go back and learn about basic refraction so that magically it can make me a headset that projects holograms in my room. We understand it obscenely well. I don't need to understand it personally to know that these people are using it in a practical way and they disagree with you.
We don't understand it extremely well.
I just said I don't understand it.
No, the people you're talking about
the
don't.
people
The subject
that use
matter
it
expert
to build
doesn't.
photonic lenses that project holograms in my room don't understand it.
Okay,
But
can I
you
respond?
do. Go
Can I
ahead.
respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the reason that's not the same is because that's Snell's law, which is one medium to another. A lens is a different type of medium. Yes, we understand how light interacts with lenses very well. That's not the same as a singular medium where we just try to guess. We emailed the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, the subject matter expert for atmospheric refraction. He explains we don't understand it. He's like, dude, we don't completely understand atmospheric refraction at all whatsoever. We have to use a differential of Snell's law. It's just okay. It has its own problems, and we don't really understand what's going on in the atmosphere. So that's not the same as someone using refraction with lenses based on one medium to another with a very verifiable, repeatable type of science. I don't deny that we understand refraction from medium to medium. You don't understand on the Earth. And objectively, when we see the mountains hundreds of miles away, you have to believe those mountains are completely blocked by Earth curve, but that the mountains get lifted up in an illusion and look like we can see them from 100 miles away, and it makes it look like the Earth is flat because we can see all the way to the shoreline of the mountains. That's what you have to believe. That's not.
Are you talking about the person that made the curve calculator that includes refraction and disagrees with you, says that you're right? The person that, by the way, check out my GitHub, liked one of my projects, and we talk a little bit. Are you really going to make that claim with it? Really? You know, the software is open source, just like mine.
The Earth curve calculator.
No,
that was Walter Bislin, and Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah.
He is
the subject matter expert in refraction. Yes, I am aware.
He admits we don't know what it is.
Yes.
So stop saying we know it exceedingly well.
What's it? I personally do not need to specialize in anything other than the thing that I do here. That is the entire point of science.
Yeah.
When there is thousands and thousands and thousands of people that say that you are wrong, that work in fields that include refraction in every single way, and light, things like what is it? I don't know where it is. It's some other hologram thing. It's a cube. And that does use one medium, by the way. That's not lenses. And that plugs directly to PC as a display. We understand this enough to build technology. You can't say it's wrong when we can take our understanding and make a new thing. You can't.
I don't think you're listening to me.
What? What's it? I just said it doesn't use a lens. I just said it doesn't use a lens. It uses one medium. There's not two. There's no lens. The Magic Leap has lenses. This does not. It's a separate thing.
So it has one medium and it's using refraction?
Yes, it refracts the light back, and it's a prism, but it's one part. It goes like this through, so you can get a 3D effect through it. That's the entire point. Yes.
Yeah.
When we understand, when we understand these concepts and we can use them to build practical things, some random person on the internet saying "nuh-uh" is not good enough.
That's not what I did.
What have you built using this? Any concept of flat Earth? What practical thing has anyone ever built?
Nothing. 99% of things built doesn't require anything to do with assuming the Earth's a globe.
Every single thing that I have in here uses things like gravity.
Gravity doesn't mean that. First of all, gravity is an agreed upon average of going down.
It's a measured average. It's not agreed upon. It's a measured number.
Okay. You think that debunks me? Do you know what my position on that is?
Well, yes, I've heard you say the same thing like 5 times.
It's intrinsically electrostatic. We have a downward electric current.
Electrostatic with it. First off, a lot of the machines I use are obscenely sensitive to electrostatics, and you would fucking know if it was that.
Name one that's not electrostatic.
Second off, name one what?
Name one piece of machinery that you use that's not electrostatic.
I'm telling you right now. Second off, they have a common ground with it. Do you know what that means?
Name one?
I just said all of them. What's it?
They're all electrostatic.
They have a common. Do you know what that means? Do you understand what that concept means?
Ground them
in like first grade electrical engineering. Do you know what common ground means? Okay, so why would something that's over here get affected by something over here if it's all common ground? They're all at equal potential. Why would, you're saying it's causing gravity. That's what you think gravity is caused by, correct?
There's a downward electric current on the Earth, yeah.
Yes, and that's what you're saying pulls things down, correct?
It doesn't pull things down.
I would assume. What?
It pushes down.
It pushes down.
We have a measurable downward electric current.
It's like, so if I was standing, this paper's getting a lot of use. If I was standing on this, are you saying that it's like raining down on to like push down?
I'm just telling you what's provable. You want to talk about science?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So if I'm standing on the Earth, and this is your thing, right? This is flat Earth. You're saying that it's pushing down on me to keep me down, or
downward
pulling
electric
me
current,
down, or it's pulling me down.
No, there's a downward electric current that goes from the sky down to the Earth.
Right, but you're saying that's what gravity is.
Is everything's electric?
In your model, are you an electric universe person? No, you can't be because that uses a globe.
Well, it doesn't need a globe, but I would say everything's electric. So anyone not claiming it, I will say this: that in your paradigm of a globe, it will shift to a geocentric electric universe, guaranteed, 100%. But the Earth's also not a globe, so. Sorry.
What? So
you'll get there.
Why'd you bring that up, Vincent?
You'll get there, bro. You'll get there, bro.
I don't care about geocentrism.
Do you agree that science doesn't care about philosophical bias or religions or anything like that? It's just, what is the facts? What can we test? If we have a hypothesis and the evidence disproves it, we throw our hypothesis out. You agree science is like antithetical to religion?
I agree that what you said as an example is like a high school level of scientific method. But if you're talking about does it use those things, no, it's meant, the entire purpose of it is to cut out biases. That's why it exists.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
Science is the process of cutting out feelings and emotions and getting the pure information.
I agree with you, but that's not what they do when it comes to the Earth, bro. Like whenever they discovered that, listen, they said gravity is the bending and warping of space-time. That's relativity. So that means this amount of mass makes this much gravitational effect. Then they looked at the sky and they saw the galaxies only had 3% of the mass that relativity predicted for the amount of gravity they saw. So did they throw their hypothesis out and say, the evidence didn't match our prediction? No, because it's a religion. They said, oh, we'll come up with a new idea called dark matter. We don't know what it is. You can't see it. It's called dark because we can't observe it, but we'll keep our religion together because we don't want the Earth to be in the center and to have a special position. That's what it is. It's a religion. It's the antithetical.
This is space. Do you see this? Yeah. There's something here. You don't know what it is. I don't think you could guess what it is. You don't know what it is. That doesn't mean there's nothing there. Just because we don't know what it is does not mean that we don't know that there's something causing something. There is something here that is bending this paper in this shape, right? We know that. We're not going to throw out the concept of my room because this shape, we don't know what's under this paper.
No, we know relativity is wrong. It made a prediction and it was wrong.
With it, relativity is one of the most tested things we've ever done.
Oh my God. No, it's not. It was literally
it's vital in satellite. That again, going back to the CubeSats, this is like it's taken into account. You can't just say
Actually, special relativity predictions applied to satellites
didn't guess that this was a hand.
See, I know all about this stuff, man. I'm sorry. You
know it was
read
a
into the
ham.
wrong one. If we talked for
What's it?
7 hours, I would correct you on every
What's
part
it?
of it. Special
What's it?
relativity's predictions for satellites didn't
Goodness.
work, actually. Someone had to come in and fix it with a brand new mathematical construct because special relativity didn't work for satellites.
I'm not talking about special. What's it?
That's what's used for satellites. See what I'm saying? And the point is that dark matter is not a real thing. It's a religion, bro.
What's it?
See,
I
if I
just
come up with a
showed you the
theory,
concept.
Hold on,
I just
Del, let's
showed you.
let him finish his thought real quick.
All right, go ahead.
think about it. If I come up with a theory and then I go find some evidence and it contradicts my theory, dude, I have to throw my theory out. Okay, that's
No, you
science.
don't.
The evidence doesn't care what you think or about your feelings or your opinions or what everyone else thinks, or we'd have to go back so much. Science is just what the facts are. When we went and looked at the facts, it debunked our claim of relativity. It debunked what we thought the universe was. And that was over a century. That was a century ago, 1933. So just under 100 years. And they still don't know what it is, still can't define it. But they, instead of thinking maybe relativity is wrong, maybe our assumption about the universe is wrong, they keep their religion of the Copernican principle and then they just make stuff up. And that is not science, bro.
Do you understand how your truck works at a very basic level?
Sure.
Like a car, okay? Do you understand it from a complex level? If I gave you a bunch of scrap metal, could you build a working Ford?
No,
Probably not. It doesn't matter if you can't, because when you sit your ass in your truck or whatever you have, it'll go. It doesn't matter if you're brain dead or a dog or a chicken hitting the gas pedal. It's gonna go forward. The understanding is irrelevant to the concepts that work. I don't care about the philosophical. I don't care about that. The point is, when you can demonstrate it practically using technology, it does not matter. You
can't demonstrate the bending and warping of space and time. You can't demonstrate length contraction, that all objects in matter are contracting in motion. You can't demonstrate these things. It's a theory. It's a philosophy.
What's it? What's it, please?
I'm sorry. Can you measure length contraction? Do you know what that is?
Depending on your reference frame, what's it? This is like
no.
This is like no. Depending on your reference frame, what's I didn't say
measure it?
no. I said depending on your reference frame.
Who's
and
measured
this is like base. This is like Googleable. I don't know why you're bringing this up. This is like I could open it and Google it. This is not.
Dude, I don't have to Google it, dude. I read your religion.
I'm telling you,
man. I don't Google your religion. I read the leaders of your religion. I don't need to Google anything.
That's not what I said.
Look. These are just
That's
a few
not
books
what I
on my-
said.
Look, I read your religion, dude. I don't Google it and read mainstream articles. I read the leaders of it. Okay.
Wait, hold up that other one. The second one.
You should read this book.
Yeah, that one. What is that?
You should read
Oh
it.
God, I thought that said Ken. I'm sorry. I was gonna have to yell at you for having a Ken Wheeler book. Jesus.
No, his books are free anyway. You should also read this one.
Do what? The mod said
Lightness
something.
and Look, all I'm trying to say, man, is like
Wait,
this
what's it?
sounds
Hold on.
crazy,
The moderator guy said something. What did he say?
that we have 13
We've got a
seconds.
few more seconds left.
Oh.
Just go ahead and wrap it up.
Oh,
Let me just say this to you, man.
okay,
I
go.
think that I think I would have a beer with you or something, man. Like I don't dislike you or anything.
I don't
All I'm
hate
saying is I think you would be surprised that it's not as scientific as you think, and maybe you're letting people make philosophical decisions for you. And if you were in a cult of philosophy, you would probably not want to just blindly believe it. I don't think so. You know, look into it or don't, man.
What do you mean philosophical?
The idea that the Earth can't be special or unique and it has to be like in this random position, that's a philosophy.
But if we're this tiny little ball in this massive galaxy and we're the ones that have life, that is a billion times more amazing than a shit flat Earth that's a tiny little like aquarium. Like as God, I would do something that's amazing and giant that we can explore for the end of time as humans, as opposed to making a tiny little like snow globe.
What if the Earth is so big that you could have to explore it for the end of time?
Are you talking about like extra land?
Yeah. Yeah. And there is extra land. That's what all the other
land.
people say. What's up? We'll get there, man.
That's what you say, or that's what the other people say?
That's what people throughout all of history said until the last 100 years.
Oh, well, yeah, because we didn't have like good maps. We had.
You mean governments telling us that we can't
had
leave a
like
circle?
Sea monsters drawn on our old pictures. Like that's not a real thing. We had the Kraken den over here that you can't go by. That's not scientific. That doesn't mean there's a Kraken and the government's hiding the Krakens. Like that's
Okay,
that's
dude.
again.
No, now we have a
goofy.
circle that says you can't leave your circle, like the Hunger Games, and the slaves are arguing with the other
talking
slaves,
about
saying, "There's no circle."
That was a
Alright,
pretty
ready
good
for the
analogy.
Q&A?
I'll give you that one. That was pretty good.
Nice. You guys ready for the Q&A now?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I do have to like use the bathroom. Is there any way I can get like a minute?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Or
If you
I'll
get
try to hold it a
more
little bit. Maybe when he gets a question, I'll dip off.
I think it's like 30 minutes, so it's not. You can just fill the whole.
If you want to go ahead, I'll just make some announcement real quick and do the ad.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, man.
Whatnot. No problem. So yeah, I just want to let everybody know once again that our guests are linked in the description below if you like what you heard tonight. So whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast, they are linked in the description. So go ahead and check them out as soon as you can. And I just want to let you guys know about tomorrow's debate once again on at 8:00 p.m. Eastern Time, Religion, Race, and Society. That's going to be Daniel Hakikachu versus J.F. Garape. And they're going to be crossing swords here tomorrow night. So just don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you can check out all those. And just want to also let you guys know that we'll be doing a after show on my channel tonight. So if you want to hear the conversation keep going, if you want to participate, it'll be an open mic. So the link to join will be there in the description below of that video. So if you want to continue the conversation, come on over and check that out. Link in the description below once again. And I guess that's all the announcements I have. Del, you want to say anything to the audience about your channel? What do you do over there?
I post not very frequently. Usually it's just mirrors of things I do in other channels. And then some of the work I do with machine learning, like a synthesized voice cloning that I'm working on that uses neural networks to generate like realistic speech. I've progressed, like shown progress of that. I posted like a year ago. It sounded really creepy, and now it's basically indistinguishable. But other than that, I don't make very much YouTube content.
Got it. Yeah, somebody just pointed out that there is no link for you in the description. So now that is fixed, ladies and gentlemen. So now there should be a link there. If you refresh it, you should be able to see it there now. And What's It is back. Awesome. So we will go ahead and get into the Q&A. Just so it's fair, What's It? Do you want to just tell people real quick what's on your channel?
Whatever YouTube allows. No, we talk about all kinds of stuff. We don't just talk about the Earth. We talk about a bunch of topics. So it's pretty cool. We have a School in the Globers session, so maybe some
School in the
can learn about their belief and decide if you think it's true. But yeah, we talk about a bunch of urban subjects.
Awesome, excellent. Okay, so I'm putting 35 minutes on the clock, and we'll go ahead and kick it to the question and answer section. So the first question comes in from Kango44. For $50 New Zealand. They say, what's it? New Zealand is 1,600 kilometers across. It's in full sunlight 2 hours before Sydney, Australia. Auckland, New Zealand is 2,000 kilometers from Sydney. So sunlight stops 400 kilometers short of Sydney for a couple of hours. Why?
Because actually the sun appears to be like, I know you guys are going to get triggered, but it appears to be like a projection. We took the azimuthal and declination readings from a longitudinal position all around the Earth for an entire year, and we mapped it out on a flat projection, and it works perfectly as a toroid, so it seems to be like a position relative to the observer in the torus field. And you can also take a container, put a light over top of it, and it covers a certain amount of the Earth. And also, I don't claim a map. If they did hypothetically lie about the Earth, it would be ignorant to think we have like a perfect map. That doesn't even make sense. So
got it. Thank you so much. Next question coming in once again from Kango44 for $10 New Zealand. They say Sony announced the launch of a project called Star Sphere, which allows users to rent a satellite camera in space to take photos of the Earth freely. So
yeah, that's I get the claim. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Samsung also had satellites in space that crashed and were actually connected to balloons. But I mean, even if they send something up in the sky, I don't dispute that you could use like solar powered drones that can stay in the sky for long periods of time. I don't dispute that you can send things into the sky. And I don't believe any type of pictures that have imposed convexity, right? We can test the surface of the Earth here. So it's a misnomer that flat earthers deny you can put stuff in the sky. We don't believe any claim about going out into a vacuum thousands and thousands of miles away, which is why I continually asked the height they go. But anyway.
Got it. From Ozian Talks for $5, they say, why do surveys only work when up to 100 miles? I'm sorry. Why do surveys only work up to 100 miles according to your evidence? What is your IV and DV to demonstrate it is an accurate measurement?
Yeah. So that's independent and dependent variable. Measurement isn't science. Math is a description. Science is an explanation of a cause and effect relationship. Measurements are not independent and dependent variable related at all. But Yeah, we take a vertical plumb, we establish a local horizontal, so the perpendicular to the plane, and we take measurements. And then, of course, assuming the Earth's a globe, as you increase distances, you're going to have to make like assumed calculative corrections. So they any practical use case, you're going to measure in small increments. So for 100 square miles, that's plenty for engineering, which is why all real life engineering, where people's lives are at stake, it uses plane survey. We take physical measurements of the Earth as a plane in order to do engineering, which is the point. So.
Got it. And the next question coming in from Kango44, once again from $50 New Zealand. They say, Witsit, given you have no formal education in math, physics, geology, surveying, engineering, optics, computer graphics, etc., someone could tell you pretty much anything and you could believe it. So why anyone would listen to you?
I covered that in my opener, my bro. Do you spend $50 to say that? That's called a credentials fallacy. The credentials fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone dismisses an argument by stating that whoever made it doesn't have proper credentials, so their argument must be wrong or unimportant, right? Nikola Tesla dropped out of college and literally changed all of electrical field theory for the remaining history of mankind. So it doesn't really matter what my credentials are. It matters what the actual substantive argument presented is and what the empirical evidence states. And then you add Hami in there as well, saying I would just believe anything that's not true. I don't believe in fairy tales about how there are an infinite amount of planets and galaxies in the ever-expanding universe of nothingness. So I don't just believe anything. I actually need empirical evidence. Ironically, you believe anything.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then from Alan Beaupre for $5 Canadian, they say, Witsit, how can the flat Earth be falsified?
Repeatable physical measurements of tangible Earth curvature. If you could physically prove an actual tangible Earth curvature, this whole debate would be over. If you could physically, tangibly verify the radius value, but you can't, which is a problem as you're making that positive claim. So,
got it. Del, do you want to just say anything about that one since we don't have many questions for you coming in?
Yeah, I'll take the next one. I have to go. Somebody's at the front of the house. I'll be right back, like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I guess just keep doing questions. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
And then I'll be up
Austin.
to say stuff on the side after he's done. I'll be back.
One comment. Okay. All right, Austin. One more for you from Malavia for $2. They say Austin showing again how remedial his understanding is.
I'll just add on, man. The truth is, man, let's be real. I understand the globe better than 99% of people that believe in it. So, like, we don't have to lie. It makes it weird.
And then from
All
Zach
right.
Harrington for... All right, welcome back. Zach Harrington for $4.99. They say, Witsit, stop cherry-picking Ken Wheeler and Einstein. Neither support your position. You are using the principles of science to try to debunk science.
Okay. Cherry picking means if you read it in context, it would refute the position that I invoke, and that's not what happens at all. And I invoke Einstein to actually elucidate the ignorance of the people that defend the globe, right? They don't have a justified belief. They believe the Earth is this globe model, but they don't know what it is. They don't even understand it. It's like someone telling me the Bible's true, but they've never read Genesis. It's just a weird religion. It's a cult. So I bring up Einstein just to show what the religion actually says, like what the belief is, which is that you can never prove the Earth is orbiting the sun from the Earth. It's just a belief that we have. It's philosophical, blah, blah, blah. Like that's the only reason Einstein's brought up is to correct the misnomers regarding the globe model. So,
all right, Del, do you want to just take a quick second to respond on that one?
I mean, I don't know if cherry picking is a good word, but maybe selectively. Does cherry picking imply dishonest? Is that like deliberately lying or?
Yeah, pretty much. Like your intention.
I don't know about that. I heard somebody call you a con man too. I don't know about that. I think it's more just, I don't want to say misunderstanding, maybe stupidity over ignorance or over malice. I don't think you're like deliberately trying to do anything sketchy. At least for, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you don't think the Earth is flat and you're just scamming people. I don't know, but I don't think that. I think you're generally just kind of off on the side somewhere.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a very profitable market plan, would it?
No, it probably would not.
Let's let Austin just have the quick last word, and then we'll move on to the next one. Austin, do you have anything else you want to say about that?
No, I mean, obviously, I went and tested the Earth, and I know it sounds crazy to even dare question it, but I went and tested it myself, and yeah, they lied about the Earth. I mean, it's not for everyone. Flat Earth's not for everyone. So,
all right. From Mark Reed for $5 American, I believe. Amazing, or maybe Australian. Sorry. Amazing work on the debate, Del. You showed Austin he had no idea what he's talking about. Would love to see a channel and see more of your debates.
Yeah, I have.
Got a fan out there.
I have one from Modern Day Debate mirrored on my channel, and then one. I don't know. I don't know if it's flat Earth related. It was with some weird schmo. His name was like Smo, and he was some religious guy that was talking about flat Earth, and he was trying to use it to justify his geocentrism that was also like heaven here. It was very odd. So if you want to get like high and watch something funny, that's what you should do. I might make debunking content if people actually are interested in that. But it's fun. I enjoy it. It's a good time.
Awesome. From Dario Durick for $5, they say all the proof that globies have is math and theoretical. Do you have physical evidence of a globe, not just CGI pictures from NASA?
Well, yeah, because CubeSats that I've done, the ISS thing that I personally did out in the field in the cold. I don't know what else you want besides like literally showing it and then also verifying that a space station is there. But other than that, no, I have no physical proof that's not from NASA, besides those things that are not from NASA.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then from Chainsaw Cat for $10, they say, Del, you should throw in the towel. You're out of your league.
I do have a towel somewhere, but it's covered in alcohol from washing my board. Rubbing alcohol, not like booze.
From Rad Crad for $5, they say, what do you think the actual reason for the world's governments lying about Earth, the flat Earth? Why would they lie, and what do they seek to gain by it? Honest question.
Why did the government lie about there being weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East? Like, asking me why the government's lie is insane. In fact, I would ask you, why would you believe that NASA is the one federal governmental agency that doesn't lie? Well, yeah, there's all kinds of motivations to lie. Like I said, if you've ever seen the Hunger Games, there's something called a 60th South Latitude. They drew a circle around you. Private, free exploration beyond that is literally illegal. They have to give you permission to do it. So in the scenario that there was extra land and they don't let you leave it, I don't see how you wouldn't put that together. And then they always say you can go, but you actually objectively can't go there without their permission. So that's one of the reasons. There are many reasons. I mean, this is one of the things. Look, I'm going to say this real fast, but say that I discovered that my parents adopted me, right? And then I go up to my friend and say, look, dude, turns out my whole life's a lie. My parents adopted me, right? And you're like, wait, that's crazy. Let me see the evidence. I show it. And you say, well, who are your real parents? And I say, I don't know. And the person responds, oh, well, until you know who your real parents are, I don't believe you're adopted. That would be really weird. And then if you say, well, why'd your parents lie to you and say that you weren't adopted? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So that's my long way of explaining with a rudimentary analogy that's kind of independent of if they did lie or not. But yeah, it's your own journey, man.
All right, got it. From Chainsaw Cat. I'm sorry, no. From Sunflower for $5, they say, Del, sacred geometry or not, the flower of life is just a geometric pattern of overlapping circles of an equal radius in 2D space. Why is that funny?
The flower of life is what? What is it? Does it have some kind of, because you're calling it sacred geometry, is it some kind of spiritual thing? Like when I go into math, I'm asking you actually, what's it? Like I am wondering. Like
it's just like this perfect balanced geometry that's seen throughout all of
Is it
nature.
called sacred just because it's like really perfect? Or does it have some kind of spiritual? Okay, so it's not literally God,
like sacred, like a god. No.
Okay, because when you said that, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? What's it? Yeah. But yeah, no, I get you. You're good. But yeah, I guess it's funny because I thought it had to do with like sacred God or something, math. I don't know. It's a funny word.
Oh, there's some overlap here. How did that happen? Okay. From Kango44 for $10 New Zealand, they say, what's it? They think that your knowledge is poor. Delco has actually done stuff and it easily debunks your rubbish. Your only response is that people who do stuff are lying.
I didn't say anyone lied though. So wow. You know what's weird is that you just lied. That's what's weird. You watched the debate and then you lied about what happened. Like actually do stuff. Yeah, I actually do stuff. I take multiple time lapse of the star trails over the ocean and they never intersect with the marine horizon, which they should if the Earth's a ball. I actually take long distance observations. We've done laser tests. We actually do actual testing of the surface of the Earth. Everyone that believes the globe does nothing but talk behind the keyboard. So it's easy to conform to consensus, and what's popular is not true, and what's true is not popular. So that's not really my problem. I don't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem with. I know he believes that his friends send satellites to space, but he's never thought to question how high do they go, and what are the limits, and what does the government allow you to do, and how long are they up there, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, yeah, I mean, believe what you want to believe, man. Just understand that you're in a belief system.
Okay. Just 1 second. Just checking to make sure I have all the questions in line. Okay, great. Halfway Crook for $5. They say a guy in the field explains in detail to Witsit, and he just denies it. One army guy says, "Yeah, it's flat." Witsit believes him. What would convince him? None.
I specifically said that I don't bring up my friends in the military, which I know multiple, or my friends that are pilots, or the astrophysicists and former astronomers and aerospace engineers that work on satellites that say the Earth's flat. I don't bring these people up because what other people think, or the fact that they have some credentials, doesn't actually substantiate the position. That's a fallacious argument. That's the reason I brought it up. And when you say he explained it in detail, he didn't even know the height that these things supposedly go. And then he went to space, which of course they claim is the Kármán line, which is 60 miles, 100 kilometers, 62 miles, which is an arbitrary determination. Not even all countries agree. So what is space? How high did it go? What did they see? These are important first base questions if you're going to say it proves the Earth's a ball. So, I mean, I guess you should rewatch the debate, maybe.
All right. And moving on. The next question from Toby Walker for $20. They say, Del, why does the magnetic field from the theoretical convection currents in your geodynamo not align with your proposed rotational axis? Sorry. Let me start.
Why does it not align?
Yeah, let me start over because
I have no idea. But if it was fake, they wouldn't make it up to be inconsistent. That would be stupid.
Yes, why does it not align with your proposed rotational axis, but also not provide a consistent field and not shift on schedule as theorized?
Well, I guess you should Google that or ask somebody who knows, because if it was fake and a conspiracy, they wouldn't make an inconsistency to where people would go, why is this obvious thing obvious? That would be stupid as a conspirator. So that's dumb. Well, I mean, if you're trying to hide something, you're not going to deliberately add these giant plot holes into your thing so the people that's silly.
They're trying to explain real evidence, like that.
No, I know, but
do have real evidence.
What's it? Just because I don't know about a specific topic, I've already given you first off a ton of stuff in my field. I don't venture into other fields because I'm not an expert in that, and I'm perfectly happy to say that.
He's asking you a question that, according to like the top levels of your own paradigm, isn't known. So to be fair,
my answer is I don't care.
Okay.
Because it's not relevant. Because it's first off, I'm sure you figured it out. Second off, it's not relevant because if it was fake, you would make it a consistent story.
No, you have to use real evidence. That's why they can't make it fake, dude. My gosh. They have to use real life evidence on the surface.
Are you saying that they took real measurements and they tried to bend it into a ball? Is that what your point is?
Yeah.
Or that they made up the entire thing and then it's
we can measure the Earth's magnetic field on the surface, so they have to try to make it work with their dynamo model. They can't just lie about the magnetic data. You and I can go take that data.
All right, let's have the last word on that because I believe that question was for him. So let's go ahead and move on to the next question. For Mark Reed for $5, they say, show the measurements you have done to measure the downward electromagnetic force you claim exists and how you have performed experiments to prove it.
I never claimed that I performed experiments to prove it, but you can just look up the Richard Feynman lectures on atmospheric electricity. It's well known. You can use many different things to measure the downward electric current of the Earth. It's very weak. I think it's like 1 microamp per square meter or something like that. But it's just objectively there. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. You can measure it. So you should just look up your own paradigm, like Richard Feynman atmospheric electricity lectures. They explain it pretty well, and that would create a downward bias. And that's all that I'm saying. All I'm doing is acknowledging what is provably there. So,
okay, got it. Then from Flat Earth Nation, I believe, FE Nation, for $5, they say, question for Del. You said scientific facts. Show one experiment with water sticking to the outside of a spinning ball.
Well, first off, fact as in colloquial, as in it's ridiculous to debunk, or it's not literally a fact. You never prove things. You want to keep things open. That's the entire point, right? That's why Einstein got famous. It's not from... That's... Okay, so why would labs pay people to repeatedly confirm the same things over and over again? I don't get why people think that. The whole entire point is to learn something new and to break what we already understand. That's the point of science, is to move forward. And just like Whitsitt said, it doesn't matter about feelings. It doesn't matter how sacred our globe or whatever. If we're presented with real evidence, it would change, right? Because feelings don't matter. The problem is there is no real evidence.
There were 10,000-mile transmissions, but whatever.
Well, we already went over that.
You ignored it. Okay.
No, I explained it. I told you 2 ways to do it. I didn't.
Okay,
I gave you 2 examples
All
of
right,
it
bro.
being done.
No.
All right.
What else do you want?
You got it.
Okay. From Dario Jurek for $5, they say, Del, I do robotics and automation, and I can certainly say that it doesn't require me to believe that the Earth is a globe. You lie.
Well, no, that's called the. I want to be mean. I'll say grease monkeys. There's a difference between taking some pre-installed selection from KUKA and installing it into a building and actually developing like an in part or an embedded system that utilizes things on like 2 micron levels to where gravity and other things do become an issue. And also I'd be interested because that's saying robotics and automation is fairly general, and I'm questioning that because that is a core value in everything, including the autonomous inertial compensation that I work on for bipeds, which requires gravity and not just down. So if those things are walking, it ain't flat and they're walking. So there's your answer. I'm not concerned with people, what they say, that they get one of the pre-made cells from KUKA and they go in and install it, or they go and update the firmware. That's not, I try not to be rude. That's not good. A good expert in the field. I'll say that.
All right. From Earth's First Space Slater for $5, they say, Austin can explain why a Selenian
Selenilian
debunks a ball Earth. Is it Dion? Because there's an E. Maybe it's
Selenilian.
One word. Selenilian.
Selenilian.
Selenilian. It's a certain type of eclipse.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Should we move on?
What was the question?
What was the question?
Was it for him or for me?
Probably for you. He disappeared.
Hello?
He's asking you, like, how does the selenilian eclipse work?
Oh, he's here. Did it just... Okay, can you hear me? What's it?
I can hear you.
Because I think things just fell. All right. So I have no idea, and again, I really don't care.
Oh. Would you want to know if the model of the Earth was wrong?
Well, yeah, I'm interested. What's it? I'm not going to come up and take my free time on a Thursday. If I on 6 o'clock started at 4. Oh, welcome back. Starting at 4. If I didn't like care, I obviously have effort put in. But the point being, I just look it up right now. Oh, look at that! They even have little graphics. That's the thing with these questions about globe Earth. You can just there's like a billion pictures that explain it. It's a diagram right here.
Your lifetime believing what you Googled in front of the entire audience, bro.
Yes, Whitsitt, because it's not my field of expertise, and I already provided you multiple examples in my field that show that the Earth is a ball. This is a secondary question, even a tertiary question that some random person's asking, and it's not my field of expertise. So what I did is I went on here and I looked at these cool pictures, and they're all the same from different sources. So what that tells us, yes, what that tells us is that if multiple companies are coming up with the same answer, that's probably the correct answer. And
they claim that even though the sun and the moon are up in the sky during the eclipse at the same time, that it's actually an illusion. And when we see the sun during the eclipse in the sky at the same time as the moon's in the sky, actually the sun isn't there. It just looks like
well,
it's
yeah,
there.
I have a picture of it right here. I have a diagram.
I've seen the
right
diagram.
Here.
It shows a straight line with curved lines below the globe, and it says it lifts up optically. It's refraction. It's an illusion.
It says
We
the
live in a
atmosphere
giant
reflects light,
illusion.
making the sun and moon appear higher in the sky. And we know refraction exists in the atmosphere.
So to move the entire sun?
Let's let Austin have the last word on that, and then let's move on.
Go ahead.
Well, they claim that the refraction moves the entire sun. So basically what that means is when you see a sunset, according to these guys, you don't actually see the sunset. It's already down below the Earth. It just looks like it's setting. You never actually see the real position of the sun. It just is always an illusion. Every single time you've ever seen the sun, it's not really where you see it. It's always being refracted. That's what they claim. And that, to me, that's just insane, bro. Like, I don't just believe whatever I need to keep a model alive. So, teach their own.
Okay, from Shawnee or Swanee, sorry, for $5. They say, Whitsit, is it possible for the Earth to be so large that you can't see the curve? You claim it's flat, but it could be just so big you see no curve.
Well, yeah, the radius would have to be like over 250,000 miles based on some of the observations we have. But that doesn't work though, because the radius value has to be correct for like the stuff he's claiming, like orbital trajectories of satellites, the radius of orbit of a satellite, for the gravity to be what it supposedly is, for the day-night cycle, for the seasons, for the distances from relative planets, blah, blah, blah. You could go all day. All of it depends on the radius value. So if that number is wrong, the entire model's wrong. You couldn't just say it could be a bigger ball. It can't be. The whole model's wrong if that number's wrong. So yeah, that's why we falsify the R value, and that's why the government censors it, and that's why they prop up flat Earth society that misrepresents what we actually say, you know? So, I mean, pretty
those are a
obvious to
bunch of
me.
goobers. Those guys are stupid. I'm sorry.
Why would they do that, though? Why would they
Because
promote like
they're
a fake story?
stupid with it. Because I think they get paid. Okay, so on shills,
Why, though?
they're definitely because they get
But
paid
why?
money. Because
Why
get
would
paid
they
money.
lie about what we say, but they not get censored?
I'm not talking
Why do
about
I
you.
get censored, but they don't get censored?
Specifically them. Are you talking? Is that the group with Mark Sargent and all them?
Supposedly Mark Sargent said, yeah, but I'm saying, yeah,
well, Mark
they
Sargent
say
is a
crazy
plant.
stuff. They
He's
say
a
crazy
corporate
stuff.
plant for advertising. So that's
I'm
why.
asking you, why do you think that I get censored, but Flat Earth Society doesn't get censored?
Because he's a corporate plant that's used for advertising, and you're a person talking on YouTube.
But why would they not? Why would they promote Flat Earth Society that says that we think we're a disc accelerating up and all
Because
this crazy
he's used
stuff?
as a marketing strategy. Mark Sargent
Oh,
isn't a
because
real flat
I'm making
earther.
legitimate points.
Yes,
and I actually have a valid argument.
Mark Sargent isn't a real flat earther. He's a person that they use for marketing, which is why he appears in commercials. And so he gets pushed up. It's not anything about if you're true or not, but that's why he's not censored, is because he's literally a marketing tool.
And I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the Flat Earth Society.
I thought that's what that was, is the whole meme of we have members all around the globe. Isn't that what they put out?
Yeah.
I thought that was Mark and his buddy.
Yeah, why would you make Flat Earth look stupid if it just really was stupid? Wouldn't you just let like me just excel through the algorithms and everyone laugh at me?
Well, no, because if Sony came up to you or whatever that company that does ads with them came up to you and said, "Do you want to make a mockery of yourself online for money?" You probably would say no. But he's done that.
Well,
like he's
but
been
if Flat
in
Earth is
ads
just
where they're
actually
like
stupid, right? Wouldn't you just let the Flat Earthers be? Yeah, all I'm saying is if Flat Earth was really stupid, you would let the the real Flat Earthers and what they really think, you'd let everyone see it and laugh at it and see how stupid it is. But I am heavily censored, bro. Like it's a laughing, like it's a joke that how censored I am. And that doesn't really make sense. I mean, we've seen the government likes to censor things that are true. I'm not saying that proves it's true, but it's just weird. It's weird that Flat Earth's propped up via Flat Earth Society, but I'm like heavily censored. I think that's weird personally, but whatever.
Okay. Next question from Shane Cup for $4.99. They say, why are there no real pictures of satellites? Why are they all CGI? Could it be that they don't really exist?
What do you mean? Like in space? Or just in general? Well, I'll do both, I guess. For in space, because sending up a second satellite to take a picture of a satellite, just to take a picture of a satellite, is a stupid idea, and that's really dumb. And the second thing is I have seen them, and I know a person that owns a company that makes them, and I've seen them go away from me into a rocket and then leave that rocket and then get data back that I'm expecting from space. So I guess that's both questions answered on that one.
Got it. From Shiloh Carpenter for $5. They say, here's to buy a book about your religion so you can debate it. However, what is your biggest belief that you live on a ball other than satellites?
The best argument?
Yes, let's go with that.
Okay. My best argument for living on a globe? I mean, the pictures. Even though, I don't know how many people, you could just Google average American amount of people who are photo forensic experts and then cross that with how many of them say that the Earth or all the pictures of Earth are fake, and it's fairly minimal. So that alone is enough to say, well, the pictures are probably real. And then, of course, we could take pictures of the moon landing site from Earth independently. I mean, I can keep going if you want. It's all practical. It's all stuff you can do yourself if you are that dedicated. Miscellaneous viewer, you yourself can do these things.
All right. From Jay for $4.99, they say, why don't you conduct the experiment described by T-Jump? using a ham radio to measure the distance to the moon and verify the Earth is round.
If you think that sending a ham radio signal to the moon verifies that the Earth is round, you don't have any business talking publicly in this conversation, bro. Okay. Secondly, you'd have to assume the duration of time is actually within a medium of assumed vacuum of space, because you actually have to take the duration of time with the signal and the propagation rate to actually get the distance, blah, 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 which you just assume and beg the question of the vacuum of space. And even if you did send a signal to the moon, again, how would that prove the Earth's a ball? That's absolutely insane. Secondly, you would actually have to leave the moon because the Earth would be spinning underneath it, which they don't do. So what a cool story. In 2.8 seconds or 2.4 seconds, the Earth would spin underneath the moon, and it would always be relative to the time of year that you did it. And none of that's taken into account. So it's just a whole bunch of cool story, bro.
All right. And the next question coming in from Harry Chairstepper for $5. They say, for Witsit, how can you go on about the science being a religion and then proceed to make up and believe your own baseless claims?
I don't just blindly believe anything. So that's actually the point that you don't get. The only part that I blindly believe is I adhere to some spirituality. Like, I know that there's a creator and I have anecdotal evidence for it. And I know the necessary antecedent of creation is a creator, and no one can debate me on creationism. But like when it comes to science, I don't make up stuff. I said there's a measurable downward electric current on the Earth. The father has electrical field theory, so there's electromagnetic background that sustains electromagnetic energy called the ether. It's the only way that it could work. I know that current science doesn't understand light, doesn't understand quantum, doesn't understand the cosmological scale. There's tons of holes in it. I don't believe stories from other people that have philosophical bias. I suspend belief. Science is the opposite of that. So whenever you ask me to speculate about like the Earth or the sky and stuff like that, where I can't independently verify it, then I speculate. To turn around and be like, you're making definitive claims. No, I'm not. I admit what speculation. That's the difference. You guys claim that the belief you have is actual science when it requires blind faith. And that's why you're being corrected, because you have a religion and you call it science. That's the problem.
All right. How much time do we have left here? 5 minutes. Okay, guys, we have more questions than we have minutes left in this quick question and answer. So if you send any more super chats from here on out, I'm just giving you a fair warning that there's a very good chance that it will not be read. But do my best. If they come to the after show, I will try to take any questions that were not super chats with me. Anyways, the next question coming in from Sky Scion for $4.99. They say Dell's only proof of physical evidence is a light in the sky, aka the International Space Station. Yikes! If the Earth was a globe, you could list way more than that, bro.
I did. What was that again? My only evidence was what? A light in the sky?
A light in the sky. This the ISS.
I know, actually. First off, I didn't talk about viewing the ISS. I talked about getting data from it myself when it's supposed to be there. I didn't look at it. I don't have any telescopes. So that's incorrect. Second off, like everything else I brought up, including the pictures and the satellites that are, again, that I did myself. This is like a college thing. It's not like, I don't know, it's not classified. It's college kids doing stuff for fun experiments to learn things. It's like, what else do you want? Here's pictures. Here's data that I received from space to this at the exact time I expected. Like, there you go. It's not just, I saw a light in the sky and that must mean that everything's real. That's not even close. I think that's a dishonest question. I don't believe that's an honest inquiry right there.
Okay. From Earth is Life for $20, they say, how does a flight from Dallas to South Korea and a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney take the same amount of time, yet on a flat Earth, they are vastly different distances?
Yeah, the other flight, the second flight actually flies in jet streams, which can add up to 300 to 400 miles per hour to the plane. So if you fly 900 miles per hour ground speed, even though your airspeed is 500 miles per hour, relative to static air pressure around the plane, you would go significantly farther, wouldn't you? So also don't make map claims anyway. But yeah, they fly with jet streams.
All right. And then from Sky Scion, once again for $4.99, they say Dell saying Witsit like he's talking down to him. Yet it's obvious he barely knows about the globe and does not know how to debate with logic. Yikes.
So presenting physical, practical things that you yourself could do in your own home or pay to do isn't like proof. Also, was I saying your name in a bad way? I'm sorry if it came off like that. Like, was I? Yeah.
I'm
saying your name incorrect? I don't know. I don't know what that part is.
The tone of your voice, bro.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what the hell that part's about. But yeah, so that's. I guess that's the answer.
I think you are a little overly cocky about this, but it's okay. I understand why, so it's all good. Like, I don't think you're. I think compared to other people that debate this, you're like significantly cooler, honestly. So.
Well, I try and not assume that you're deliberately malicious. I might be wrong, but that's what I start off with until shown otherwise. So
you'll get there, man. You'll be a flat earther one day, maybe.
I don't know about that, but I'm fine with saying that you're a genuine person for now.
You'll get there, bro.
All right. Next question from Mark Reed for $5. They say Feynman worked in quantum gravity. So why do you appeal to an authority that disagrees with you and says the opposite?
What? First, okay, dude, that's called an all or nothing fallacy. It's like if you invoke this guy, you have to believe everything he said or you can't invoke him. That's so stupid, dude. That's so stupid. Okay, if I invoke a hostile witness as to correct you people because you don't know what you're talking about, and it's not Richard Feynman that says there's atmospheric electricity, it's objective. You can go out and measure it yourself. It's well known and provable. There's a downward electric current from the sky to the earth. It has nothing to do with Feynman. And yeah, Feynman actually gives a bunch. He's like, the truth is that people in this realm, the anti-flat earth realm, they lie a lot. But the actual physicists, they're very blunt. They're like, oh, we don't know anything about quantum. Anyone that claims they understand quantum is lying or stupid. Like, oh, we have a huge gap. The Copernican theory could be wrong. Oh, the earth could be the center. But then you come in these circles and they're like, no, it's definitely a fact. We're a ball that flies through space and nothingness. So yeah, it's whatever, bro. I brought him up to make the point that like you guys are in a cult of scientism and you're like, oh, the scientists say this. So I give you your little leaders correcting you to save time. It's called a hostile witness.
All right, thank you so much. We do have 8 questions left on the list, guys. I'm gonna try to go through them as fast as I can. If you guys don't mind. The next question is from Nick for $5. They say for both, what if you broke a body of water up into infinitely small pieces and measured them all? What would we see?
Nothing, because if you divided them infinitely, you would never get a chance to measure them. If you mean break them down to the point of where they're an atom, you would see an atom. Do you have an answer for that, Witsit? I don't. If you broke it down infinitely small, you would see nothing because it's infinite. So you would never reach the point where you're going to start measuring. I don't know.
Water always finds this level. I don't know what he's asking.
I don't get the infinitely small part. I don't know what that implies.
It's a contradiction in terms, to be honest. So.
All right, from Earth is Life for $10, they say, Whitson, is there refraction in the black swan image?
Refraction is actually technically light from one medium to another. So technically, Snell's refraction, no. Snell's law of refraction, but sure, there's always refractive effects in the atmos, yeah. But actually, when it's clearer, you can see further. The globe claims when it's clearer and we see further, there's more refraction. So to me, that's just another religious stance.
All right, and then from Run Boston Bear for $19.99, they say, Austin, thanks for staying patient. Keep pushing back the heliocentric deception. It's time that spells get shattered. Dell, thanks for playing. Look into this stuff if you care about the truth. Thanks, MDD.
Is that a question for me, technically? Well, I guess I have looked into it because, again, I know it's getting repetitive at this point, but, pictures, satellite, personally done. Ooh, there we go. Neutrino detectors is also something that's a new college project that's actually very fun. And you can actually draw out the shape of the sun from through the other side of the Earth using neutrinos. It's very interesting. And this is also something that you could build in your own home for, what is it? I think it's around $4,000 to $7,000, which is fairly cheap for such sensitive equipment. It's an old CERN project that they open sourced. It's very interesting. If you're interested for doing real practical things and really actually learning, go build that.
And assume the sphere.
Well, you're not assuming it. So you have the detector.
Whoa, let's just.
And sorry, I wasn't trying to. Yeah, you're probably right.
All right. Well, you can draw a picture of it through the Earth.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. From Shawnee for $10, they say, I accept your idea that the globe Earth is wrong. I might not believe you, but I will accept it. But why would you say flat Earth is correct if you can't prove it's not just so large you can't see the curve?
Well, if the default position based on all empirical evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary, that's how we fly planes and how we use military equipment and how we use electromagnetic propagation and how we use radio transmissions and how we measure the surface of the Earth, and then we know we have a magnetic field, which always has a block domain wall or an inertial plane. There's always a plane through the magnetic field. then the default position based on all empirical evidence, including water finding its level when we use sea level to get elevations, is that the Earth is a plane. So that's the default position using Occam's razor, that which assumes the least, has the least amount of assumptions. So that's the default position, a geocentric stationary plane Earth. And yeah, the globe Earth model is provably wrong. We tested the radius value. I mean, a bunch of people believe it. That doesn't make it real.
All right. From Jabril NTP for $2 Canadian. Question: how many people have been in space in percentages?
Like I think they say like less than 25 people have ever been past low Earth orbit in all of mankind's history.
That sounds fairly incorrect. Alexa, how many people have been past low Earth orbit?
From losangeles.com. More than 5 million people pass through the nation's airport security.
I don't think that's correct. Alexa, stop. We're not going to get an answer.
Nah, yeah, dude, it's past low Earth orbit. It doesn't count.
But we learned that
ISS,
5 million
so
people pass through airport security every year.
It's just the Apollo missions, bro. That's the only people that have ever claimed to go past low Earth orbit. So it's like 24 people or something. So.
I think I read that one out of order.
Yes.
Okay. Repeats below. I'm not sure what you mean there, Nav. Feynman. Yeah, I did read that one. Okay.
What up? What up? How's everybody doing?
Did it just was that the end, or did you cut it?
I cut it.
Oh.
What's up, Mickey? Hello, mate.
Go look at that modern day debate with Witsit.
Oh yeah. I was just wondering if they just abruptly ended that.
No,
that way. Yeah, I understand. I
actually put M exclamation point stop and then stop. I did that.
I totally understand. I was just I didn't know for sure what would happen.
Right. Now I just clarified I did that. All right, so we're hearing people spiral out of control and just Alexa something when they don't know something. That just shows you the depths of ignorance, which I'm telling you guys, this isn't a debate. It is not a debate. But at some arena, some people feel like it needs to be explained in that way. We don't. We have what we know is the truth, and nothing can come against it except for people's cognitive bias. That's it. Because they just feel like the Earth is what they've been told that it is. So we're dealing with issues of psychological ramifications. Like people are just dealing with the fact that they're been told all these years that it's a globe, so they can't deal with it. That's all it is. And that's what we're here for. To help them understand why they've been feeling the way they do about the globe. So if there's somebody out there listening and they think this is a debate, come on in here. We'll talk to you about it. Good morning to everybody. We got Jedi in here. Crit, we got Ball Kicker. Looks like Adam Unsalted. Crypto. What's up, Crypto? Crypto. Effie Batman. Globe. Glap Flabe. Joannis Midigar. Wrecked. It looks like Wave Mixers joined us. Probably just listening. Cut off the knees and car. What's up, y'all?
Morning, Niggy.
What did you say, Crypto?
I said it's like an all-star cast.
Yeah. Hey now, you're an all-star.
He did that Siri thing a few times. It was pretty cringe.
I know. Well, he was just cringe all the way around. Like,
yeah,
he would not last in the server at all with these intellects. I'll tell you that much. But
what was he claiming to be qualified as?
Robotics.
Didn't he say something like robots wouldn't be able to walk if the Earth was flat?
Yeah, that's what he said.
What? Like that? That's so stupid. I was driving along and I actually laughed so hard that I almost squiffed off the road. I was like, "Fuck! I need to concentrate." Are you serious? Like they would literally tell us that it's easier to walk on a ball than on a flat surface.
Yeah.
There's a super chat that called him out on that, and he just deflected back to like microprocessors and whatnot.
I don't even know how. Like, how can you even justify? Oh yeah, robots can't walk on a flat surface. Are you serious?
Yeah, you know, all those floors that we tested them out, they've all got curvature in them.
It's easier to walk on a curved surface than it does on a flat surface.
Fucking robots can only walk up and down hills.
But on this scale, it wouldn't fucking matter anyway.
Oh shit!
It wouldn't make any difference at this scale. What a fucking idiot!
Oh, that's funny. He's so full of himself too, man. Thinking I'm the expert. But this is what I'm an expert in my field in. Bitch, you don't even know what you're talking about. Show dumbass up. Like something like that in here. Oh my, we'd have a field day.
Yeah, man.
Did I
His
just
opening
robots can't walk on a flat surface? It needs to be a curved surface. Wow, dude.
Your fucking robots are useless then in that case.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want that damn robot you're building for sure.
No.
Keep that.
Can you imagine you're going to the military and you're like, right, okay, they've got like $100 million contract. You come to them, you're like, I've got these robots. They can walk. They're like, oh yeah, we're interested. Oh yeah, the problem is they can't walk on flat surfaces.
Hmm.
The military would be like, okay, I guess we're going with someone else then.
His opening statement as his only proof of the globe was basically he couldn't figure out why they would lie.
Yeah. Which was a lot of super chats too, Chris. He was getting super chats. We just want to know why would they lie? It's the same bullshit all over again. Same thing.
This expert, supposedly, in robotics and software engineering, launches satellites. And the best thing he can bring to a debate is he can't figure out why someone would lie.
Right. Yeah. But what's also
like, holy crap, dude. So are you still believing in Santa Claus? Like, come on, man.
Like a lot of these guys, they work for the military. And most people know that, like, at least, maybe you wouldn't say that the military lies a lot, but they certainly keep a lot of secrets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like, well, so you work for the military and you know, but you can't figure out why they would lie to you. Just, what do you think the secrets are? It's so they don't have to lie to you.
Well, that's what a secret is.
So I'm not going to tell you because otherwise I'd lie to you, right?
Well,
fucking hell, these people, man, they have no idea how to think.
That is, yeah. Well, it's becoming more obvious. It's like, are we crazy or are they crazy? It was like, no, they're really crazy. They're the crazy.
Yeah, 100%.
I have to just say that hands down. Like they're the ones that are walking around here. But I think everybody that's being told, it's like, isn't it weird now that more than ever, when you're in this kind of arena, you start to realize, man, everybody's just duped. Everybody's just hoodwinked. They're all told how to think. And so therefore, Alexa, how many people went to space? And then it's like, well, Alexa, stop, because you didn't answer my question correctly. It's like, well, I mean, no duh, bro. Like, because he's like the same with experts. Like, well, I'm not an expert in that field. I wouldn't be able to know that. Yeah, but this is just information that anyone can actually attain. That you're saying an expert has to be the arbiter of. Well, I got to go through this gatekeeper here in order for me to understand what the reality of the situation is, right? I mean, obviously, how am I supposed to know? I can't know that information. That information is it's a high level, like, come on. Are we supposed to all know this stuff?
And it begs a question which I can answer quite easily, which is like, what is an expert? Well, I think the answer that I would like to give is someone who can demonstrate sophisticated understanding of the topic, right? So that's an expert, because it can't be someone with a degree, because I know people with degrees who don't understand the topic very well. So someone who has sophisticated knowledge or understanding or ability to engage in the topic, right? So that would make Whitsitt the expert in that debate over the robotics guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where they're saying with the Feynman thing. They said, well, here's a quote from Feynman about dielectric, acceleration downward. And he says, well, Feynman's not a flat earther. Okay, but he likes Ford. He doesn't like pineapple on pizza. Like you're just gonna go through like if you reject one thing, you have to reject everything, or if you accept one thing, you have to accept everything else. Like they got these really weird takes on somehow an expert can live your life better than you can.
Well, it's a bit like saying, I don't know, let's just say that you said to Richard Feynman, or I don't know, like some 70-year-old dude, like, is Fortnite a video game? Just a silly question like that. And he was like, well, no, I don't think so. I've never heard of Fortnite. Like, is it because he doesn't think it's a video game that it isn't a video game? Because that's the level of their questioning there. That's the level of their logic is a person has an opinion, say opinion A, therefore we can just take that as gospel, and take everything that he says as gospel. Well, no, he might just be. He might be taking certain knowledge and misapplying it, and we're putting it in a different context that makes more sense.
That's a good point with the Fortnite thing, because that's like Old English, meaning for 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it would sound ridiculous to someone who doesn't know what it is if you were to describe the game to it. Like, he'd be like, "No, that doesn't sound like that exists."
That reminds me of a game called Blood Bowl. I was talking to a neighbor about it, and he thought a Blood Bowl was a type of bowl that you use for you mix certain type of metal into the glass to make this it appears like it's got like this red shade in there or something. So here we're talking about the same thing, but I had no idea that was something that was even a thing. And he had no idea that Blood Bowl was a board game.
Exactly. Yeah. So, no, it is interesting, but I think that these people, if they didn't have such, how do I even put it? If they were just less arrogant about what they think they know, they might be able to learn something.
Yeah, that's interesting. The arrogance that they think they've got it all figured out. And there's something deficient with you because you don't. You're not at their level. But they never explain their process or how they got to this omniscient existence.
Lobers, I'm so sorry. I do not have your wildly impressive ability to believe everything I'm told. Sorry.
Bunch of Martin Luther King stuff in the news today.
It's been kind of interesting in here lately. I've had a couple of guys come in here, all gassed up, talking about the strongest evidence for them for the Earth to be a globe is stars. Wow. Two guys have come in here already saying this nonsense.
Isn't that Southern Star rotation or something?
Well, Dr. Wah yesterday, of course. Yep.
Oh yeah, so how I left after that. How did Seafoam do? Did he end up talking?
Who?
Seafoam?
Oh, I don't know that one.
I met him. Yeah, I can't remember who else I was talking to. Me and someone else were talking to him on another server. And he was really he says, yeah, the Earth is a globe, but some of these globe arguments are are batshit crazy. He's like, I almost want to side with Flat Earth because these guys are they're freaks, they're mutants. It's like they got to be joking. They're pretending to be this dumb. And I go, I got a server for you, right? I said, that just understanding the fallacies and the craziness inside the globe model, that puts you above center mass already for a globalist.
Indeed.
Can't remember if it was on Viking server or it's on Django's on Django server. The Ark, Noah's Ark. I think it's a partnered one.
Yeah, there isn't any more argument. Kind of waiting for the next guy to come in today. If you're listening right now, you're out in YouTube land, come on in here. We'd love to have a conversation with you about the shape of the Earth conversation. And you can tell us why you think the Earth is a globe. If you think it is a globe. Or if you're listening and you're looking for a place where truth is being spoken, and if you think that you've reached a place, at least in your research and study, that the Earth isn't what you've been told, come on in here. Love to talk to you as well. Other than that, the conversations we've been having recently with these guys are very productive in the way of like showing everybody else that there is no argument. There is no debate. They got nothing at all. Except for, Alexa, do we know if the Earth is flat or round? That's all they got. Asking people, even now AI, what does AI think about this? I don't know. Let's ask AI.
Has anybody been catching up with Nathan Oakley's debates with the AI? Be caught hold of that, maybe.
Yeah, I did one of those one time where you go to a website and it's like I can't remember the name of it. It's like Clarabelle or something like that, and you just have a conversation. It's supposed to respond as if like a person responds or something. So just talking for a little bit, and eventually I said like, "Hey, so why, is the Earth flat or round?" And it's like it's round, and I'm like, "Well, how do you know that?" They said because they're smart. At one point, I took a few screenshots, and it was funny because it was on a Geo server. You'd see the globalists give the exact same response that the AI would. So I go, how are you any different than a program that just gives automated responses? You don't have any thinking. There's no soul. There's no intelligence there. Your response is exactly the same as a pet project conversation bot. Like Mickey says, that juice ain't worth a squeeze at that point.
Especially these bricked individuals. The ones who come in here and they talk about how reality, oh my God, dude, like every day, it seems to be like more and more of these guys. Yesterday was the character, last night, Jedi. Did you guys finish talking to that guy? When I was going to bed at the same time you guys were coming in and talking to that character.
So, that last bit again, mate? Yeah. Try to hold
Yeah, go
him down. And fucker, to be honest with you. Conversation
I think you're breaking up, Jedi. I'm hearing you, but
was quite hard. Finish, mate. Okay.
yeah, his name was Punjab or Panjab or something last night. Let's see, I think I have a recording of that guy. See if I can play it for you guys. Look at my DMs. All right, let me see here. Didn't play it. Refraction. AI chimes in. Miggy, the Earth is flat. Now, there's only one AI is saying that. The rest of them aren't. Our AI is. What up, bro? Let's see. Let's see if this works. Bot command.
Okay, wait. Yeah, let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He
but
assumes it. He's assuming
you
it.
just assume. But so,
Can't make this shit up, folks.
I assume I am laying on my bed. Really didn't think what he was saying then, did he?
Yeah. People don't mean what they say anymore, do they? I don't know. Shoot. Shoot, man.
One thing that really annoys me these days is when people say "I feel" instead of "I think."
Yeah.
So when they trying to give an answer, it's "I feel this" or "I feel that." No one thinks anymore. I feel the answer is 5. Do you, idiot?
They got an inkling.
I don't know how people are like, why can't we let the man speak? Because he's a freaking moron. That's why. I don't want to hear more of his gobbledygook. He doesn't know shit. And he's going to continue not to know it if we allow him to say what he's saying. You guys don't allow for debate. Whatever, man. You want to debate somebody who just assumes he's laying down what he's telling you, what he's doing? Go ahead.
Yeah, but that guy last night, he was a bit of a snake, mate. It was kind of hard to keep him on point, and any time anybody chimed in, he would take that exit and try and leave through it. It was quite hard to keep him on point, mate. I gave up in the end.
That's the guy that last night where Witsit came in and that one?
Yeah, that one, yeah.
What we got in here? Sasha's in here. What's up, Sasha?
Nothing. Smoking.
Smoking once again?
Assuming that I'm on balcony.
Are you? Do you know that to be 100% certain?
I don't know. Other part of me is inside of house.
You could be flying a plane, Sasha. You don't know. You could be in a simulation, Sasha. Hell, you could be a brain in a jar. For all you know.
I know that I'm not in simulation, but if somebody's feeling that it's simulation, I cannot,
Can't help them.
Yeah.
That's not all we got anymore these days. Nobody with any more spunk or any more angst to come in here. They're just lethargic idiots. Crazy. Human thinking has been reduced to what it has been because people don't want to fight for what truth is. They just believe shit. Pretty sad. Someone say something? No? Okay.
You are free to do as you're told.
How did chicken wings work on a flat Earth?